There was no bell to ring them up at 4 or 5 o'clock, there was freedom to start and to stay away as they cared. In the evenings, while still at work, at anniversary times of the Sunday schools, the young men and women would most heartily join in the hymn singing, while the musical rhythm of the shuttles would keep time. Some weavers had fruit, vegetables, and flowers from their gardens. My work was at the loom side, and when not winding my father taught me reading, writing, and arithmetic. A Keighley factory child, who left the mill for a hand loom at the age of 18, informed Sadler's committee that he preferred the loom to the mill a great deal. I have more relaxation, I can look about me, and go out and refresh myself a little. It was the custom in Bradford for the weavers to gather in their dinner break at noon, and have a chat with other weavers and combers on the news or gossip of the time. Some of these parties would spend an hour talking about pig feeding, hen raising, and bird catching, and now and then would have very hot disputes about free grace, or whether infant baptism or adult immersion was the correct and scriptural mode of doing the thing. I have many a time seen a number of men ready to fight one another on this topic. Point 1. A unique blend of social conservatism, local pride, and cultural attainment made up the way of life of the Yorkshire or Lancashire weaving community. In one sense these communities were certainly backward, they clung with equal tenacity to their dialect traditions and regional customs and to gross medical ignorance and superstitions. But the closer we look at their way of life, the more inadequate simple notions of economic progress and backwardness appear. Moreover, there was certainly a leaven amongst the northern weavers of self-educated and articulate men of considerable attainments. Every weaving district had its weaver poets, biologists, mathematicians, musicians, geologists, botanists. The old weaver in Mary Barton is certainly drawn from the life. There are northern museums and natural history societies which still possess records or collections of Lepidoptera built up by weavers, while there are accounts of weavers in isolated villages who taught themselves geometry by chalking on their flagstones, and who were eager to discuss the differential calculus. Point 2. In some kinds of plain work with strong yarn a book could actually be propped on the loom and read at work. There is also a weaver's poetry, some traditional, some more sophisticated. The Lancashire Joan o' Grenfield ballads went through a patriotic cycle at the start of the wars and continued through Chartist times to the Crimean War. The most moving is Joan o' Grenfield Jr., sung at the close of the wars. I am a poor cotton waver, as mony a one knows. Ave now th heos, on ave worn at my cloas. Yod hardly gie sixpence for o ave got on. Meclogs ur booth bos en, on stockens ave none. You'd think it were hard, to be sent into Ward. To clem on do best ot yo con. Ear parish church pa sons kept tellin' us lung. We stc better toims, if odd but howd my tung. Ave howden my tung, tol a con hardly draw breath. I think I my heart he means t clem me to death. Na he lives will, wi backbit in the il. Ver he never picked o'er in his loif. Way toward on 6 weeks, thinkin' Ike day were th last. Way tarried unshifted, till na weary quite fast. Way lived he upon nettles, hoily nettles were good. Waiter look porridge were the best o' us food. I am tellin' yo true, I con foind folk in thought relivin' en a better ner me. The bailiffs break in, and take their furniture after a fight. I said to ear Margit, as way lean upo th floor. Way ne'er shall be lower I this woald, I am sure. When he takes his piece back to his master, Joan is told that he is in debt for overpayment on his last piece. He comes out of the warehouse in despair, and returns to his wife. Ear Margit declares, if who'd clothes to put on. Who'd go up to London to see the great mon. On if things did no odder, when theer who had been. Who says who'd begin, on fate blood up to then. Who's noutagen king, ver who loikes a fair thing. On who says who can tell when who's her. Point 1. The other kind of weaver poet was the autodidact. A remarkable example was Samuel Law, a Todmorden weaver, who published a poem in 1772 modelled on Thompson's Seasons. The poem has few literary merits, but reveals a knowledge of Virgil, Ovid, and Homer, of biology and astronomy. Yes, the day long, and in each evening gloom, I meditated in the sounding loom. Meanwhile, I wove the flowery waved web, with fingers colder than the icy glebe. And oftentimes, through the whole frame of man, bleak chilling horrors, and a sickness ran. 1. Later weaver poets often convey little more than pathos, the self-conscious efforts to emulate alien literary forms which catch little of the weaver's authentic experience. A handloom weaver from 1820 to 1850, who then obtained work in a power loom factory, lamented the effect of the change upon his verses. I then worked in a small chamber, overlooking Ludenden churchyard. I used to go out in the fields and woods, at meal times, and listen to the songs of the summer birds, or watch the trembling waters of the Ludden. Sometimes I have been roused from those reveries by some forsaken lovesick maiden, who has poured forth her heart wailing to the thankless wind. I have then gone home and have written. But it is all over, I must continue to work amidst the clatter of machinery. It is sad that years of self-education should result only in a patina of cliché. But it was the attainment itself which brought genuine satisfactions. As a young man in the late 1820s, his observation of nature appears far more soundly based than his observation of lovesick maidens. I collected insects, in company with a number of young men in the village. We formed a library. I believe I and a companion of mine collected 22 large boxes of insects, 120 different sorts of British birds' eggs, besides a great quantity of shells, fossils, minerals, ancient and modern coins. 2. Samuel Bamford serves as a bridge between the folk traditions of the 18th century communities and the more self-conscious intellectual attainments of the early decades of the 19th. Between these two periods there are two deeply transforming experiences, those of Methodism and of political radicalism. 1. But in accounting for the intellectual leaven, we should also remember the number of small clothiers reduced to the status of weavers too, sometimes bringing with them educational attainments and small libraries. The fullest expression of the values of the weaving communities belongs to the history of the Chartist movement. A high proportion of Northern and Midlands local Chartist leaders were outworkers, whose formative experiences came in the years between 1810 and 1830. Among such men were Benjamin Rushton of Halifax, born in 1785 and already a veteran reformer by 1832. Or William Ashton, a Barnsley linen weaver, born in 1806, transported in 1830 for alleged complicity in strike riots, liberated in 1838 and brought back from Australia by the subscriptions of his fellow weavers, to play a leading part in the Chartist movement, and to suffer a further term of imprisonment. Or Richard Pilling, a handloom weaver who had transferred to power looms, and who was known as the father of the plug riots in Lancashire. Or John Skevington, local preacher with the Primitive Methodists, stocking weaver, and Loughborough Chartist leader, William Ryder, a Leeds stuff weaver, and George White, a Bradford wool comber. 3. The career of these men would take us beyond the limits of this study. But the Lancashire radicalism of 1816-20 was in great degree a movement of weavers, and the making of these later leaders was in communities of this kind. What they brought to the early working class movement can scarcely be overestimated. They had, like the city artisan, a sense of lost status, as memories of their golden age lingered, and, with this, they set a high premium on the values of independence. In these respects they provided, in 1816, a natural audience for Cobbett. The vexed question of embezzlement of yarn apart, nearly all witnesses spoke to the honesty and self-reliance of the weavers, as faithful, moral, and trustworthy, as any corporate body amongst His Majesty's subjects. 1. But they had, more than the city artisan, a deep social egalitarianism. As their way of life, in the better years, had been shared by the community, so their sufferings were those of the whole community, and they were reduced so low that there was no class of unskilled or casual laborers below them against which they had erected economic or social protective walls. This gave a particular moral resonance to their protest, whether voiced in Owenite or biblical language. They appealed to essential rights and elementary notions of human fellowship and conduct rather than to sectional interests. It was as a whole community that they demanded betterment, and utopian notions of redesigning society anew at a stroke. Owenite communities, the Universal General Strike, the Chartist Land Plan, swept through them like fire on the common. But essentially the dream which arose in many different forms was the same, a community of independent small producers, exchanging their products without the distortions of masters and middlemen. As late as 1848 a Barnsley linen weaver declared at the Chartist National Convention that when the charter was won they would divide the land into small farms, and give every man an opportunity of getting his living by the sweat of his brow. Point 2. At this point we should inquire more strictly into the actual position of the weavers in the 1830s, and possible remedies. It is customary to describe their plight as hopeless, in a sick or obsolete trade, fighting a losing battle and facing inevitable decline. It may be said, on the other hand, that until the late 1820s the power loom was used as an excuse to distract attention from other causes of their decline. Point 1. Until 1820 it is difficult to establish a case for direct competition between power and hand. Although power looms in cotton were multiplying, it is sometimes forgotten that the consumption of cotton was leaping upwards at the same time. Point 2. Something of the same kind is true for the worst industry until 1835, and in other branches of wool. Until the 1840s. Point 3. Thus there were two phases in the handloom weaver's decline. The first, up to 1830 or 1835, in which power was a creeping ancillary cause, although it bulked more largely in psychological terms. The second, in which power actually displaced hand products. It was in the first phase that the major reductions in wages took place. Were both phases inevitable? In the judgment of most historians, it would appear that they were, although it is sometimes suggested that the weavers might have received more assistance or guidance. In the judgment of a great many contemporaries, including the weavers and their representatives, they were not. In the first phase of decline there were a dozen contributory factors, including the general effects of the post-war deflationary decade, but the underlying causes would appear to be, first, the breakdown of both custom and trade union protection, second, the total exposure of the weavers to the worst forms of wage cutting, third, the overstocking of the trade by unemployed to whom it had become the last refuge of the unsuccessful. A Bolton manufacturer defined the efficient cause succinctly. I find that from the very commencement of the manufacture of muslins at Bolton, the trade of weaving has been subject to arbitrary reductions, commencing at a very high rate. One would suppose that the reward of labor would find its proper level, but from the very commencement of it, it has been in the power of any one manufacturer to set an example of reducing wages, and I know it as a fact, that when they could not obtain a price for the goods, such as they thought they ought to get, they immediately fell to reducing the weavers' wages. But at the same time, in Bolton in 1834, a good year, there are no weavers out of employment. There is no danger of any being out of employment at this time. Point 1. The breakdown of custom and of trade unionism was directly influenced by state intervention. This was inevitable only if we assume the governing ideology and the counter-revolutionary tone of these years. The weavers and their supporters opposed to this ideology a contrary analysis and contrary policies, which turned on the demand for a regulated minimum wage, enforced by trade boards of manufacturers and weavers. They offered a direct negative to the homilies of supply and demand. When asked whether wages ought not to be left to find their own level, a Manchester silk weaver replied that there was no similarity between what is called capital and labor. Capital, I can make out to be nothing else but an accumulation of the products of labor. Labor is always carried to market by those who have nothing else to keep or to sell, and who, therefore, must part with it immediately. The labor which I might perform this week, if I, in imitation of the capitalist, refuse to part with it, because an inadequate price is offered me for it, can I bottle it? Can I lay it up in salt? These two distinctions between the nature of labor and capital, are sufficient to convince me that labor and capital can never with justice be subjected to the same laws. 1. The weavers saw clearly, Richard Osler testified, that capital and property are protected and their labor is left to chance. Osler's evidence before the Select Committee, when he was heckled by one of the partisans of political economy, dramatizes the alternative views of social responsibility. The time of labor ought to be shortened, and government ought to establish a board, chosen by the masters and the men, to settle the question of how wages shall be regulated. Q. You would put an end to the freedom of labor? A. I would put an end to the freedom of murder, and to the freedom of employing laborers beyond their strength. I would put an end to anything which prevents the poor man getting a good living with fair and reasonable work, and I would put an end to this, because it was destructive of human life. Q. Would it have the effect you wished for? A. I am sure the present effect of free labor is poverty, distress, and death. Q. Suppose you were to raise the price very considerably, and could not export your goods. A. We can use them at home. Q. You would not use so much, would you? A. 3 times as much, and a great deal more than that, because the laborers would be better paid, and they would consume them. The capitalists do not use the goods, and there is the great mistake. If the wages were higher, the laborer would be enabled to clothe himself, and to feed himself, and those laborers are the persons who are after all the great consumers of agricultural and manufacturing produce, and not the capitalist, because a great capitalist, however wealthy he is, wears only one coat at once. At least, he certainly does seldom wear 2 coats at once, but 1,000 laborers, being enabled to buy 1,000 coats, where they cannot now get one, would most certainly increase the trade. As to the commission houses or slaughterhouses, Osler favored direct legislative interference. You never make a law of this house but it interferes with liberty. You make laws to prevent people from stealing, that is an interference with a man's liberty, and you make laws to prevent men from murdering, that is an interference with a man's liberty. I should say that these slaughterhouse men shall not do so. The capitalists seem as if they were a privileged order of being, but I never knew why they were so. 1. There is the great mistake: weavers, who wove cloth when they themselves were in rags, were forcibly educated in the vitiating error of the orthodox political economy. It was before the competition of power, and while their numbers were still increasing, that the Lancashire weavers sang their sad lament. You gentlemen and tradesmen, that ride about at wool, look down on these poor people, it's enough to make you krill. Look down on these poor people, as you ride up and down. I think there is a God above will bring your pride quite down. Chorus: You tyrants of England, your race may soon be run. You may be brought into account for what you've sorely done. You pull down our wages, shamefully to tell. You go into the markets, and say you cannot sell. And when that we do ask you when these bad times will mend, you quickly give an answer, when the wars are at an end. The clothing of the weaver's children is in rags, whilst yours do dress as manky as monkeys in a show. You go to church on Sunday, I'm sure it's not but pride. There can be no religion where humanity's thrown aside. If there be a place in heaven, as there is in the exchange, our poor souls must not come near there, like lost sheep they must range. With the choicest of strong dainties your tables overspread, with good ale and strong brandy, to make your faces red. You called a set of visitors, it is your whole delight. And you lay your heads together to make our faces white. You say that Bonaparte he's been the spoil of all, and that we have got reason to pray for his downfall. Now Bonaparte's dead and gone, and it is plainly shown that we have bigger tyrants in Bonice of our own. 1. The transparency of their exploitation added to their anger and their suffering. Nothing in the process which brought troops to Peterloo or enabled their masters to erect great mansions in the manufacturing districts seemed to them to be natural or inevitable. Historians who assume that wage regulation was impossible have not bothered to present a case which can be answered. John Fielden's proposals for a minimum wage periodically reviewed in each district by trade boards was no more impossible than the 10-hour bill, which was only one after 3 decades of intensive agitation and in the face of equal opposition. Fielden had on his side not only the weavers but many of the masters who wished to restrict the less scrupulous and the slaughterhouses. The difficulty lay, not in the dominant value system of the day, but in the strong opposition of a minority of masters, and in the mood of Parliament too. In 1834 the House appointed a select committee, chaired by a sympathetic Paisley manufacturer, John Maxwell. He and John Fielden ensured that it was well supplied with sympathetic witnesses. The committee, while expressing deep concern at the weavers' plight, came to no firm recommendation in 1834, but in 1835, after taking further evidence, it came out with an unequivocal report in favor of Fielden's minimum wage bill. The effect of the measure would be to withdraw from the worst-paying masters the power which they now possess of regulating wages. A trial of the measure was essential, and it will at least show that Parliament has sympathized in their distress, and lent a willing ear to their prayers for relief. To the sentiment that Parliament cannot and ought not to interfere in cases of this nature, your committee is decidedly opposed. On the contrary, where the comfort and happiness of any considerable number of British subjects is at stake, your committee conceive that Parliament ought not to delay a moment to inquire, and, if possible, to institute redress. Your committee, therefore, recommend that a bill of the nature of the one proposed by Mr. Fielden should be immediately introduced. 1. Pursuant to these recommendations, a bill was actually introduced on July 28, 1835 by John Maxwell. The strength of the opposition was voiced in a speech by Thompson. Was it possible for the government of the country to fix a rate of wages? Was it possible that the labor of man should not be free? Such a measure would be an act of tyranny. Dr. Bowring and Edward Baines advised the weavers to relieve themselves by bringing up their children to other employments. John Fielden was written off by Hansard as inaudible. The bill was rejected by 41 to 129. Raised again by Maxwell in 1836, its second reading was repeatedly postponed and finally dropped. Reintroduced in May 1837 by Maxwell on a motion for the adjournment, leave to introduce a bill was negatived by 39 to 82. In the teeth of a laissez-faire legislature, the manufacturers from Paisley and Todmorden continued to fight. John Fielden moved to introduce a fresh bill on December 21, 1837, negatived by 11 to 73. But Fielden then stood up in his place and served notice that he would oppose every money bill until the House did something. This time he was audible. A royal commission was appointed, firmly in the hands of that doyen of orthodox political economy, Nassau Senior, and another stage of handling and channeling commenced. Assistant commissioners toured the stricken districts in 1838, forewarned by Senior that they would have to combat many favorite theories, and may disappoint many vague or extravagant but long-cherished expectations. Humane and intelligent men in some cases, who inquired minutely into the weavers' circumstances, they were nonetheless ideologues of laissez-faire. Their reports, and the final report of the Commission, were published in 1839 and 1840. The arid report of the Assistant Commissioner for the West Riding suggests that, unless for the use of future social historians, his labors need never have been undertaken. The general conclusion which I have endeavored to establish is, that it is the business of legislation to remove all checks upon the accumulation of capital, and so improve the demand for labor, but with the supply thereof it has nothing to do. But this had also been his assumption. The power of the Tsar of Russia, it was reported, could not raise the wages of men so situate. All that remains, therefore, is to enlighten the handloom weavers as to their real situation, warn them to flee from the trade, and to beware of leading their children into it, as they would beware the commission of the most atrocious of crimes. 1. All this handling and channeling had at least two effects: it transformed the weavers into confirmed physical force chartists, and in cotton alone there were 100,000 fewer weavers in 1840 than in 1830. No doubt Fielden's bill would have been only partially effective, would have afforded only slight relief in the 1830s as power loom competition increased, and might have pushed the bulge of semi-unemployment into some other industry. But we must be scrupulous about words. Slight relief in the 1830s might have been the difference between death and survival. I think there has been already too long delay, Osler told the Select Committee of 1834, I believe that delay that has been occasioned in this question has sent many hundreds of British operatives to their graves. Of the 100,000 weavers lost to Lancashire in that decade, it is probable that only a minority found other occupations. A part of the majority died in their natural term while the other part just died off prematurely. 1 But it was in 1834 that the legislature, which found itself unable to offer them any measure of relief, struck directly and actively at their conditions with the Poor Law Amendment Bill. Out relief, the standby of many communities, sometimes on a Speen-Hamland scale, was replaced by the Bastilles from the late 1830s. The effect was truly catastrophic. If Professor Smelser will examine the dominant value system of the weavers, he will find that all poor relief was disliked, but to the Malthusian workhouse the values of independence and of marriage offered an absolute taboo. The new poor law not only denied the weaver and his family relief, and kept him in his trade to the final end, but it actually drove others, like some of the poor Irish, into the trade. I cannot contemplate this state of things with any degree of patience, a Bolton muslin weaver told the Committee of 1834. I am in a certain situation. I am now at this moment within a 12-month of 60 years of age, and I calculate that within the space of 8 years I shall myself become a pauper. I am not capable, by my most strenuous exertions, to gain ground to the amount of a shilling, and when I am in health it requires all my exertions to keep soul and body together. I speak feelingly upon the subject as a man in these circumstances. I view the present Poor Law Amendment Bill as a system of coercion upon the poor man, and that very shortly I shall be under its dreadful operation. I have not merited these things. I am a loyal man, strongly attached to the institutions of my country, and a lover of my country. England, with all thy faults, I love thee still, is the language of my soul, too. It was in such weaving districts as Ashton, Todmorden, Huddersfield, and Bradford that resistance to the poor law was violent, protracted, and intense. But when the second phase of the weavers' decline, full competition with the power loom, was entered, what remedies were there? What enactment, Clapham wrote, other than state pensions for weavers, the prohibition of the power loom, or the prohibition of training in handloom weaving, would have been of the least use? It is hard to see one these were not among the weavers' own demands, although they protested against the unrestricted use of improved and continually improved machinery, the neglect of providing for the employment and maintenance of the Irish poor, who are compelled to crowd the English labour market for a piece of bread, the adaptation of machines, in every improvement, to children and youth, and women, to the exclusion of those who ought to labour, the men. 2. The response of the weavers to machinery was, as these resolutions indicate, more discriminating than is often supposed. Direct destruction of power looms rarely took place except when their introduction coincided with extreme distress and unemployment. From the late 1820s, the weavers brought forward 3 consistent proposals. First, they proposed a tax on power looms, to equalize conditions of competition, some part of which might be allocated towards the weaver's relief. We should not forget that the handloom weaver was not only himself assessed for poor rates, but paid a heavy burden in indirect taxation. Their labor has been taken from them by the power loom, their bread is taxed, their malt is taxed, their sugar, their tacks, their soap, and almost every other thing they use or consume, is taxed. But the power loom is not taxed. So ran a letter from the lead stuff weavers in 1835.1. When we discuss the minutiae of finance we sometimes forget the crazy exploitive basis of taxation after the wars, as well as its redistributive function, from the poor to the rich. Among other articles taxed were bricks, hops, vinegar, windows, paper, dogs, tallow, oranges. In 1832, of a revenue of approximately £50 millions, largely raised in indirect taxation on articles of common consumption, more than £28 millions were expended on the national debt and £13 millions on the armed services, as contrasted with £356,000 on the civil service, and £217,000 on the police. A witness before the Select Committee in 1834 offered the following summary of taxation liable to fall annually upon a working man. Number 1. Tax on malt, £4. 11s 3d. Number 2. On sugar, 17s. 4d. Number 3. Tea or coffee, £1. 4s. Number 4. On soap, 13s. Number 5. Housing, 12s. Number 6. On food, £3. Number 7. On clothing, 10s. Total taxes on the laborer per annum, £11. 7d. Taking a laborer's earnings at once. 6d per diem, and computing his working 300 days in the year, this income will be £22. 10s, thus it will be admitted that at the very least, 100% or half of his income is abstracted from him by taxation, for do what he will, eating, drinking, or sleeping, he is in some way or other taxed. Point 2. The summary includes items which few handloom weavers could afford, including, only too often, bread itself. Bread taxed weaver, all can see what that tax hath done for thee. And thy children, vilely led, singing hymns for shameful bread, till the stones of every street know their little naked feet. So ran one of Ebenezer Eliot's Corn Law Rhymes. Point 3. It is no wonder that Cobbett's attacks on the fund holders met with a ready reception, and that Feargus O'Connor first won the applause of the fustian jackets and unshorn chins of the North by striking the same note. You think you pay nothing, why, it is you who pay all. It is you who pay 6 or 8 millions of taxes for keeping up the army. For what? For keeping up the taxes. 1. Certainly, a tax on power loom seems no more impossible than taxes on windows, oranges, or bricks. 2 other proposals related to the restriction of hours in power loom factories, and the employment of adult male power loom weavers. The first of these was a powerful influence, leading many handloom weavers to give their support to the 10-hour agitation. Heavy weather has been made of this, from the 1830s to the present day, with the men coming under the accusation of sheltering behind the skirts of the women or of using the plight of the children as a stalking horse in their own demand for shorter hours. But, in fact, the aim was openly declared by factory operatives and weavers. It was intrinsic to their alternative model of political economy that shorter hours in the factory should at one and the same time lighten the labor of children, give a shorter working day to the adult operatives, and spread the available work more widely among the hand workers and unemployed. In the second case, whereas mule spinning was generally reserved to male operatives, the power loom more often was attended by women or juveniles. And here we must look further at the reasons for the handloom weavers' opposition to the factory system. Reason is not the appropriate word, since the conflict is between 2 cultural modes or ways of life. We have seen that even before the advent of power the woolen weavers disliked the handloom factories. They resented, first, the discipline, the factory bell or hooter, the timekeeping which overrode ill health, domestic arrangements, or the choice of more varied occupations. William Child, a journeyman weaver victimized for his activities with the institution of 1806, refused to enter a handloom factory because of his objections to being confined to go exactly at such an hour and such a minute, and the bad conduct that was carried on there. A tender man when he had his work at home could do it at his leisure. There you must come at the time, the bell rings at 5:30, and then again at 6, then 10 minutes was allowed for the door to be opened. If 11 expired, it was shut against any person, either man, woman, or child. There you must stand out of door or return home till 8.1. In the Golden Age it had been a frequent complaint with employers that the weavers kept St. Monday, and sometimes made a holiday of Tuesday, making up the work on Friday and Saturday nights. According to tradition, the loom went in the first days of the week to the easy pace of plenty of time. Plenty of time. But at the weekend the loom clacked, a day too lat, a day too lat. Only a minority of weavers in the 19th century would have had as varied a life as the smallholder weaver whose diary, in the 1780s, shows him weaving on wet days, jobbing, carding, ditching and draining, mowing, churning, on fine point too, but variety of some sorts there would have been, until the very worst days, poultry, some gardens, wakes or holidays, even a day out with the harriers. So, come all you cotton weavers, you must rise up very soon. For you must work in factories from morning until noon. You mustn't walk in your garden for 2 or 3 hours a day. For you must stand at their command, and keep your shuttles in play. Point 3. To stand at their command, this was the most deeply resented indignity. For he felt himself, at heart, to be the real maker of the cloth. There had been a time when factories had been thought of as kinds of workhouses for pauper children, and even when this prejudice passed, to enter the mill was to fall in status from a self-motivated man, however poor, to a servant or hand. Next, they resented the effects upon family relationships of the factory system. Weaving had offered an employment to the whole family, even when spinning was withdrawn from the home. The young children winding bobbins, older children watching for faults, picking over the cloth, or helping to throw the shuttle in the broad loom, adolescents working a second or third loom, the wife taking a turn at weaving in and among her domestic employments. The family was together, and however poor meals were, at least they could sit down at chosen times. A whole pattern of family and community life had grown up around the loom shops. Work did not prevent conversation or singing. The spinning mills, which offered employment only for their children, and then the power loom sheds, which generally employed only the wives or adolescents, were resisted until poverty broke down all defenses. These places were held to be immoral, places of sexual license, foul language, cruelty, violent accidents, and alien manners. Point 1. Witnesses before the select committee put now one, now another, objection to the front. No man would like to work in a power loom, they do not like it, there is such a clattering and noise it would almost make some men mad, and next, he would have to be subject to a discipline that a hand loom weaver can never admit to. All persons working on the power loom are working there by force, because they cannot exist any other way. They are generally people that have been distressed in their families and their affairs broken up. They are apt to go as little colonies to colonize these mills. A Manchester witness whose own son had been killed in a factory accident declared, "I have had 7 boys, but if I had 77 I should never send one to a cotton factory. One great objection that I have is, that their morals are very much corrupted. They have to be in the factories from 6 in the morning till 8 at night, consequently they have no means of instruction, there is no good example shown them. I am determined for my part, that if they will invent machines to supersede manual labor, they must find iron boys to mind them. 1. Finally, we have all these objections, not taken separately, but taken as indicative of the value system of the community. This, indeed, might be valuable material for a study in historical sociology, for we have, in the England of the 1830s, a plural society, with factory, weaving, and farming communities impinging on each other, with different traditions, norms, and expectations. The history of 1815 to 1840 is, in part, the story of the confluence of the first two in common political agitation, while the last stage of Chartism is, in part, the story of their uneasy coexistence and final dissociation. In the great towns such as Manchester or Leeds, where the handloom weavers shared many of the traditions of the artisans, intermarried with them, and early sent their children to the mills, these distinctions were least marked. In the upland weaving villages, the communities were far more clannish, they despised townsfolk, all made up of offal and boilen pieces. 2 For years, in such areas as Saddleworth, Clitheroe, The upper Calder Valley, the weavers in their hillside hamlets kept apart from the mills in the valley bottoms, training their children to take their places at the loom. Certainly, then, by the 1830s, we may begin to speak of a doomed occupation, which was in part self-condemned by its own social conservatism. But even where the weavers accepted their fate, the advice of the Royal Commission to flee from the trade was often beside the point. The children might find places in the mills, or the growing daughters turn to the power loom. If you go into a loom shop, where there's 3 or 4 pairs of looms, they all are standing empty, encumbrances of the rooms. And if you ask the reason why, the old mother will tell you plain. My daughters have forsaken them, and gone to weave by steam. 1. But this was not always possible. In many mills, the spinners or the existing labor force had priority for their own children. Where it took place, it added to the weaver's shame his dependence upon his wife or children, the enforced and humiliating reversal of traditional roles. We have to remember the lack of balance between adult and juvenile labor in the early factory system. In the early 1830s, between 1/3 and 1/2 of the labor force in cotton mills was under 21. In worst, the proportion of juveniles was a good deal higher. Of the adults, considerably more than half were women. Dr. Ure estimated, from the reports of the factory inspectors in 1834, an adult labor force in all textile mills in the United Kingdom of 191,671, of whom 102,812 were women and only 88,859 were men. 2. The male employment pattern is clear enough. In the cotton factories of Lancashire, the wages of the males during the period when there is the greatest number of employed, from 11 to 16, are on the average 4s. 10 3/4 a week, but in the next period of 5 years, from 16 to 21, the average rises to 10s. 2 1/2 a week, and of course the manufacturer will have as few at that price as he can. In the next period of 5 years, from 21 to 26, the average weekly wages are 17s. 2 1/2 Here is a still stronger motive to discontinue employing males as far as it can practically be done. In the subsequent 2 periods the average rises still higher, to 20s. 4 1/2 and to 22s. 8 1/2 At such wages, only those men will be employed who are necessary to do work requiring great bodily strength, or great skill, in some art, craft, or mystery, or persons employed in offices of trust and confidence. 3. 2 obvious, but important, points must be made about this employment pattern. The first, which we have already made in relation to disinnumerable trades, is that we cannot artificially segregate in our minds good factory wages from bad wages in outmoded industries. In a system based upon the discontinuance of the employment of adult males as far as it can practically be done, the wage of the skilled factory operative and the wage of the unskilled worker displaced from the mill at 16 or 21 must be stamped on different sides of the same coin. Certainly in the wool textiles industries, juvenile workers displaced from the mills were sometimes forced, in their teens, back to the handloom. The second point is that the adult male handloom weaver, even when hardship overcame his prejudices, had little more chance of employment in a mill than an agricultural worker. He was rarely adapted to factory work. He had neither great bodily strength nor skill in any factory craft. One of the best disposed of masters, John Fielden, recalled of 1835. I was applied to weekly by scores of handloom weavers, who were so pressed down in their conditions as to be obliged to seek such work, and it gave me and my partners no small pain to be compelled to refuse work to the many who applied for it. 1. In the artisan trades of Lancashire in the early 1830s wages were reasonably high, among iron molders, engineers, shoemakers, tailors and skilled building workers anything from 15s to 25s. But these rates had been obtained only by the strength of combination, one of whose aims was to keep the discharged factory youth and the handloom weaver out. If the weaver could have changed jobs, or apprenticed his children, to any artisan trade, social conservatism would not have prevented this. Against unskilled laboring there was certainly understandable prejudice, it was seen as a final loss of status. But I'll give o'er this trade, unwork wi a spade. Or go on break stone upo th road. Declares Joan o' Grenfield at the height of his tribulations. But even here there were difficulties. The Manchester silk weaver who expounded the elements of a labour theory of value to the House of Commons had failed in his attempts to get work as a porter. The weaver's physique was rarely up to heavy unskilled labouring, and he competed with Irish labourers who were stronger and willing to work for less. 1 And while weavers in the large towns no doubt found ill-paid odd jobs of many kinds, the middle-aged country weaver could not remove his home and family. The change had a terrible effect on the minds of some old handloom weavers. We have seen an old Pudsey weaver with tears in his eyes while recounting the good points of his loom. Yes, it was hung on its prods as a loom ought to be, and swung to and fro as a loom should do, the going part easy to put back, yet came freely to its work, and would get any amount of weft in. When that loom first came from one of the best makers in England, the neighbours all came to see it, and admired and coveted it. But now for some time both this loom and another, have all been dumb, and are covered with dust and cobwebs, too. The story of the handloom weavers impinges at a score of points upon the general question of living standards during the Industrial Revolution. In its first stages it appears to provide evidence on the optimistic side. The spinning mills are the multipliers which attract thousands of outworkers, and raise their standards. But as their standards are raised, so their status and defenses are lowered, and from 1800 to 1840 the record is almost unrelievedly pessimistic. If we are to assess standards in these years, not in futuristic terms, but in terms of the living generations who experienced them, then we must see the weavers as a group who not only did not share in the benefits of economic progress but who suffered a drastic decline. Since textiles were the staple industries of the Industrial Revolution, and since there were far more adults involved in the weaving than in the spinning branches, this would seem as valid a way of describing the experience of these years as any. The customary story, perhaps for reasons of dramatic style, fastens attention upon the multiplier. We have looked at the people who were multiplied. Optimists, of course, recognize the plight of the weavers. In every account there is some saving clause, excepting a few small and specially unhappy sections of the people, such as the handloom weavers, a small group among a prospering community, or pockets of technological underemployment. 1 But, as Clapham well knew, the weavers could in no sense be described as a small group before the later 1840s. Weavers were, and had probably been for some hundreds of years, the largest single group of industrial workers in England. They were the ploughmen of our staple industries. At any time between 1820 and 1840 they came third in the occupational lists, after agricultural labourers and domestic servants, and greatly exceeding any other industrial group. No census of them was ever taken, but there cannot have been fewer than 500,000 and there may have been very many more. 2 Estimates for the United Kingdom, taking in looms in cotton, wool, silk, linen, flax, as well as such specialist branches as ribbon weaving sometimes rose as high as 740,000. But in many families there would be 2, 3, and 4 looms. The estimate of the Select Committee of 1,834 to 5 that 800,000 to 840,000 were wholly dependent upon the loom may be as close as we can get. It is the enduring myth of freedom in an obsolete ideology that for the legislature to do nothing, and to allow natural economic forces to inflict harm on a part of the community, constitutes a complete defense. The power loom provided both the state and the employers with a cast iron alibi. But we might equally well see the story of the weavers as the expression of the highly abnormal situation which existed during the Industrial Revolution. In the weavers' history we have a paradigm case of the operation of a repressive and exploitive system upon a section of workers without trade union defenses. Government not only intervened actively against their political organizations and trade unions, it also inflicted upon the weavers the negative dogma of the freedom of capital as intransigently as it was to do upon the victims of the Irish famine. The ghost of this dogma is still abroad today. Professor Ashton regrets that financial factors retarded investment in power looms. It is sometimes suggested that the evils of the Industrial Revolution were due to the rapidity with which it proceeded. The case of the domestic textile workers suggests the exact opposite. If there had been in weaving a man of the type of Arkwright, if rates of interest had remained low, if there had been no immigration and no poor law allowance, the transfer to the factory might have been effected quickly and with less suffering. As it was, large numbers of hand workers continued, for more than a generation, to fight a losing battle against the power of steam. 1. But, as we have seen, for the power loom masters it was not a battle but a great convenience to have an auxiliary cheap labor force, as a standby in good times and as a means of keeping down the wages of the women and girls who minded the power looms. Moreover, there was scarcely no transfer to the factory. If the introduction of power had been swifter, then, all other things being equal, its consequences would have been even more catastrophic. Some economic historians appear to be unwilling to face the evident fact that technological innovation during the Industrial Revolution, until the railway age, did displace adult skilled labor. Labor so displaced swelled the limitless supply of cheap labor for the arduous work of sheer human muscle in which the times were so spendthrift. There was little or no mechanization in the mines, in the docks, in brickworks, gasworks, building, in canal and railway building, in carterage and porterage. Coal was still carried on men's backs up the long ladders from ships' holds. In Birmingham men could still, in the 1830s, be hired at once a day to wheel sand in barrows 9 miles by road, and 9 miles empty back. The disparity between the wages of an engineer or carpenter and the spaddyman or weaver in 1832 is such that we cannot allow social conservatism alone to explain it. It suggests that it is the skilled trades which are exceptional, and that conditions in unskilled manual labor or in outwork industries, so far from being specially unhappy, were characteristic of a system designed by employers, legislators, and ideologists to cheapen human labor in every way. And the fact that weaving became overstocked at a time when conditions were rapidly declining is eloquent confirmation. It was in the outwork industries, Marx wrote, that exploitation was most shameless, because in these last resorts of the masses made redundant by modern industry and agriculture, competition for work attains its maximum. 1. There is, of course, a futurist argument which deserves attention. It is, in fact, an argument which many working men who lived through until better times adopted. However full of suffering the transition, one such working man commented: "Power loom weavers have not to buy looms and a jenny to spin for them, or bobbins, flaskets, and baskets, or to pay rent and taxes for them standing, nor candles, or gas and coal for lighting and warming the workshop. They have not to pay for repairs, for all wear and tear, nor have they to buy shuttles, pickers, sideboards, shopboards, shuttleboards, picking sticks, and bands and cords. They have not to be propped up on the treadles and seat boards, or have their wrists bandaged to give strength. They have not to fetch slubbing, warp their webs, lay up lists, size, put the webs out to dry, seek gears, leck pieces, tenter, team, do, and cuddle them, and least of all would they think of breaking wool, scouring, and dyeing it all for nothing. 2.2. If we see the handloom weaver's work in this light, it was certainly painful and obsolete, and any transition, however full of suffering, might be justified. But this is an argument which discounts the suffering of one generation against the gains of the future. For those who suffered, this retrospective comfort is cold. Standards and experiences. Goods. The controversy as to living standards during the Industrial Revolution has perhaps been of most value when it has passed from the somewhat unreal pursuit of the wage rates of hypothetical average workers and directed attention to articles of consumption, food, clothing, homes, and, beyond these, health and mortality. Many of the points at issue are complex, and all that can be attempted here is to offer comments upon a continuing discussion. When we consider measurable quantities, it seems clear that over the years 1790 to 1840 the national product was increasing more rapidly than the population. But it is exceedingly difficult to assess how this product was distributed. Even if we leave other considerations aside, it is not easy to discover what share of this increase went to different sections of the population. The debate as to the people's diet during the Industrial Revolution turns mainly upon cereals, meat, potatoes, beer, sugar, and tea. It is probable that per capita consumption of wheat declined from late 18th century levels throughout the first 4 decades of the 19th century. Mr. Solomon, the historian of the potato, has given a convincing blow-by-blow account of the Battle of the Loaf, by which landowners, farmers, parsons, manufacturers, and the government itself sought to drive laborers from a wheaten to a potato diet. The critical year was 1795. Thereafter wartime necessity took second place to the arguments as to the benefits of reducing the poor to a cheap basic diet. The rise in potato acreage during the wars cannot be attributed to wheat shortage alone. Some deficiency there was, but unequal division between the different classes of society consequent on inflated prices was a far more potent factor. The great majority of the English people, even in the north, had turned over from coarser cereals to wheat by 1790, and the white loaf was regarded jealously as a symbol of their status. The southern rural laborer refused to abandon his diet of bread and cheese, even when near the point of starvation, and for nearly 50 years a regular dietary class war took place, with potatoes encroaching on bread in the south, and with oatmeal and potatoes encroaching in the north. Indeed, Mr. Solomon finds in the potato a social stabilizer even more effective than Halevi found in Methodism. The use of the potato did, in fact, enable the workers to survive on the lowest possible wage. It may be that in this way the potato prolonged and encouraged, for another 100 years, the impoverishment and degradation of the English masses, but what was the alternative? Surely nothing but bloody revolution. That England escaped such a violent upheaval in the early decades of the 19th century, must in large measure be placed to the credit of the potato. 1. Nutritional experts now advise us that the potato is full of virtue, and certainly whenever standards rose sufficiently for the potato to be an added item, giving variety to the diet, it was a gain. But the substitution of potatoes for bread or oatmeal was felt to be a degradation. The Irish immigrants with their potato diet were seen as eloquent testimony, and very many Englishmen agreed with Cobbett that the poor were victims of a conspiracy to reduce them to the Irish level. Throughout the Industrial Revolution the price of bread was the first index of living standards, in the estimation of the people. When the Corn Laws were passed in 1815, the Houses of Parliament had to be defended from the populace by troops. No Corn Laws was prominent among the banners at Peterloo, and remained so until the anti-Corn Laws agitation of the 1840s. Meat, like wheat, involved feelings of status over and above its dietary value. The roast beef of Old England was the artisan's pride and the aspiration of the laborer. Once again, per capita consumption probably fell between 1790 and 1840, but the figures are in dispute. The argument turns mainly upon the number and weight of beasts killed in London slaughterhouses. But even if these figures are established, we still cannot be sure as to which sections of the people ate the meat, and in what proportions. Certainly, meat should be a sensitive indicator of material standards, since it was one of the first items upon which any increase in real wages will have been spent. The seasonal workers did not plan their consumption meticulously over 52 Sunday dinners, but, rather, spent their money when in full work and took what chance offered for the rest of the year. In the long fine days of summer, Henry Mayhew was told. The little daughter of a working brickmaker used to order chops and other choice dainties of a butcher, saying, "Please, sir, father don't care for the price just now, but he must have his chops good, line chops, sir, and tender, please, 'cause he's a brickmaker." In the winter, it was, "Oh please, sir, here's a fourpenny bit, and you must send father something cheap. He don't care what it is, so long as it's cheap. It's winter, and he hasn't no work, sir, 'cause he's a brickmaker." 1. Londoners tended to have higher standards of expectation than labourers in the provinces. In the depth of the 1812 depression, it was the impression of an observer that the London poor fared better than those of the north and the west. The poor of the metropolis, notwithstanding the enormous price of the necessaries of life, are really living comparatively in comfort. The humblest labourer here frequently gets meat and always bread and cheese, with beer of some sort, for his meals, but a West Country peasant can obtain for his family no such food. 2. There was, of course, a variety of inferior meats on sale, red herrings and bloaters, cow heel, sheep's trotters, pig's ear, faggots, tripe and black pudding. The country weavers of Lancashire despised town food, and preferred summit at steed over a knife, a phrase which indicates both the survival of their own direct pig-keeping economy and their suspicion that town meat was diseased. If forced to eat in town, every mouthful went down among painful speculations as to what the quadruped was when alive, and what particular reason it had for departing this life. It was not a new thing for town dwellers to be exposed to impure or adulterated food. But as the proportion of urban workers grew, so the exposure became worse. 2. There is no doubt that per capita beer consumption went down between 1800 and 1830, and no doubt that per capita consumption of tea and of sugar went up, while between 1820 and 1840 there was a marked increase in the consumption of gin and whiskey. Once again, this is a cultural as well as dietetic matter. Beer was regarded, by agricultural workers, coal whippers, miners, as essential for any heavy labor, and in parts of the north beer was synonymous with drink. The home brewing of small ale was so essential to the household economy that if a young woman can bake oatcake and brew well, it is thought she will make a good wife, while some Methodist class leaders say they could not lead their classes without getting a mugpot of drink. 3. The decline was directly attributed to the malt tax, a tax so unpopular that some contemporaries regarded it as being an incitement to revolution. Remove the malt tax, one clerical magistrate in Hampshire argued in 1816, and the labourer would go cheerfully to his daily employ, perform it with manly vigour and content, and become attached to his house, his family, and, above all, his country, which allows him to share, in common with his superiors, in a plain wholesome beverage, which a poor man looks up to, more, indeed, than to anything that could possibly be granted them by a British Parliament. 4. The additional duty upon strong beer led to widespread evasion, and hush shops sprang up, like that in which Samuel Bamford was nearly murdered as a suspected exciseman until he was recognized by one of the drinkers as a bona fide radical on the run. The effect of the taxes was undoubtedly to reduce greatly the amount of home brewing and home drinking, and, equally, to make drinking less of a part of normal diet and more of an extramural activity. The increase in tea drinking was, in part, a replacement of beer and, perhaps also, of milk, and, once again, many contemporaries, with Cobbett well to the fore, saw in this evidence of deterioration. Tea was seen as a poor substitute, and, with the increased consumption of spirits, as an indication of the need for stimulants caused by excessive hours of labor on an inadequate diet. But by 1830 tea was regarded as a necessity. Families that were too poor to buy it begged, once used tea leaves from neighbors, or even simulated its color by pouring boiling water over a burnt crust. 1. All in all, it is an unremarkable record. In 50 years of the Industrial Revolution, the working class share of the national product had almost certainly fallen relative to the share of the property-owning and professional classes. The average working man remained very close to subsistence level at a time when he was surrounded by the evidence of the increase of national wealth, much of it transparently the product of his own labor, and passing, by equally transparent means, into the hands of his employers. In psychological terms, this felt very much like a decline in standards. His own share in the benefits of economic progress consisted of more potatoes, a few articles of cotton clothing for his family, soap and candles, some tea and sugar, and a great many articles in the Economic History Review. 2 homes. The evidence as to the urban environment is little easier to interpret. There were farm laborers at the end of the 18th century who lived with their families in one-roomed hovels, damp and below ground level. Such conditions were rarer 50 years later. Despite all that can be said as to the unplanned jerry-building and profiteering that went on in the growing industrial towns, the houses themselves were better than those to which many immigrants from the countryside had been accustomed. But as the new industrial towns grew old, so problems of water supply, sanitation, overcrowding, and of the use of homes for industrial occupations, multiplied, until we arrive at the appalling conditions revealed by the housing and sanitary inquiries of the 1840s. It is true that conditions in rural villages or weaving hamlets may have been quite as bad as conditions in Preston or Leeds. But the size of the problem was certainly worse in the great towns, and the multiplication of bad conditions facilitated the spread of epidemics. Moreover, conditions in the great towns were, and were felt to be, more actively offensive and inconvenient. Water from the village well, rising next to the graveyard, might be impure, but at least the villagers did not have to rise in the night and queue for a turn at the only standpipe serving several streets, nor did they have to pay for it. The industrial town dweller often could not escape the stench of industrial refuse and of open sewers, and his children played among the garbage and privy middens. Some of the evidence, after all, remains with us in the industrial landscape of the North and of the Midlands today. This deterioration of the urban environment strikes us today, as it struck many contemporaries, as one of the most disastrous of the consequences of the Industrial Revolution, whether viewed in aesthetic terms, in terms of community amenities, or in terms of sanitation and density of population. Moreover, it took place most markedly in some of the high-wage areas where optimistic evidence as to improving standards is most well based. Common sense would suggest that we must take both kinds of evidence together, but in fact various arguments in mitigation have been offered. Examples have been found of improving mill owners who attended to the housing conditions of their employees. These may well lead us to think better of human nature, but they do no more than touch the fringe of the general problem, just as the admirable charity hospitals probably affected mortality rates by only a decimal point. Moreover, most of the serious experiments in model communities date from after 1840, or from after public opinion was aroused by the inquiries into the sanitary conditions of the working classes and the health of towns, and alerted by the cholera epidemics of 1831 and 1848. Such experiments as antedate 1840, like that of the Ashworths at Turton, were in self-sufficient mill villages. It is also suggested that worsening conditions may be somehow discounted because they were no one's fault, and least of all the fault of the capitalist. No villain can be found who answers to the name of Jerry. Some of the worst building was undertaken by small jobbers or speculative small tradesmen or even self-employed building workers. A Sheffield investigator allocated blame between the landowner, the petty capitalist, and petty building speculators who could command only a few £100, and some of whom actually cannot write their names. 1 Prices were kept high by duties on Baltic timber, bricks, tiles, slates, and Professor Ashton is able to give an absolute discharge to all the accused. It was emphatically not the machine, not the Industrial Revolution, not even the speculative bricklayer or carpenter that was at fault. 2 All this may be true. It is notorious that working-class housing provides illustrations of the proverb as to every flea having lesser fleas to bite. In the 1820s, when many Lancashire weavers went on rent strike, it was said that some owners of cottage property were thrown on the poor rate. In the slums of the great towns, publicans and small shopkeepers were among those often quoted as owners of the worst folds or human warrens of crumbling mortar. But none of this mitigates the actual conditions by one jot, nor can debate as to the proper allocation of responsibility exonerate a process by which some men were enabled to prey upon others' necessities. A more valuable qualification is that which stresses the degree to which, in some of the older towns, improvements in paving, lighting, sewering, and slum clearance may be dated to the 18th century. But, in the often cited example of London, it is by no means clear whether improvements in the centre of the city extended to the East End and Dockside districts, or how far they were maintained during the wars. Thus the sanitary reformer, Drive Southwood Smith, reported of London in 1839. While systematic efforts, on a large scale, have been made to widen the streets, to extend and perfect the drainage and sewerage, in the places in which the wealthier classes reside, nothing whatever has been done to improve the condition of the districts inhabited by the poor. 1. Conditions in the East End were so noisome that doctors and parish officers risked their lives in the course of their duties. Moreover, as the Hammonds pointed out, it was in the boomtowns of the Industrial Revolution that the worst conditions were to be found. What London suffered, Lancashire suffered at the end of the 18th and at the beginning of the 19th century. 2. Sheffield, an old and comparatively prosperous town with a high proportion of skilled artisans, almost certainly, despite the jerry builders, saw an improvement in housing conditions in the first half of the 19th century, with an average, in 1840, of 5 persons per house, most artisans renting a family cottage on their own, with 1 day room and 2 sleeping rooms. It was in the textile districts, and in the towns most exposed to Irish immigrations, Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Preston, Bolton, Bradford, that the most atrocious evidence of deterioration, dense overcrowding, cellar dwellings, unspeakable filth, is to be found. 1. Finally, it is suggested, with tedious repetition, that the slums, the stinking rivers, the spoliation of nature, and the architectural horrors may all be forgiven because all happened so fast, so haphazardly, under intense population pressure, without premeditation and without prior experience. It was ignorance rather than avarice that was often the cause of misery too. As a matter of fact, it was demonstrably both, and it is by no means evident that the one is a more amiable characteristic than the other. The argument is valid only up to a point, to the point in most great towns, in the 1830s or 1840s, when doctors and sanitary reformers, Benthamites and Chartists, fought repeated battles for improvement against the inertia of property owners and the demagoguery of cheap government ratepayers. By this time the working people were virtually segregated in their stinking enclaves, and the middle classes demonstrated their real opinions of the industrial towns by getting as far out of them as equestrian transport made convenient. Even in comparatively well-built Sheffield, all classes, save the artisan and the needy shopkeeper, are attracted by country comfort and retirement. The attorney, the manufacturer, the grocer, the draper, the shoemaker and the tailor, fix their commanding residences on some beautiful site. Of 66 Sheffield attorneys in 1841, 41 lived in the country, and 10 of the remaining 25 were newcomers to the town. In Manchester the poor in their courts and cellars lived, hidden from the view of the higher ranks by piles of stores, mills, warehouses, and manufacturing establishments, less known to their wealthy neighbours, who reside chiefly in the open spaces of Cheetham, Broughton, and Chorlton, than the inhabitants of New Zealand or Kamtschatka. The rich lose sight of the poor, or only recognize them when attention is forced to their existence by their appearance as vagrants, mendicants, or delinquents. We have improved on the proverb, one half of the world does not know how the other half lives, changing it into one half of the world does not care how the other half lives. Ardwick knows less about Ancoats than it does about China. 1. Certainly, the unprecedented rate of population growth, and of concentration in industrial areas, would have created major problems in any known society, and most of all in a society whose rationale was to be found in profit-seeking and hostility to planning. We should see these as the problems of industrialism, aggravated by the predatory drives of laissez-faire capitalism. But, however the problems are defined, the definitions are no more than different ways of describing, or interpreting, the same events. And no survey of the industrial heartlands, between 1800 and 1840, can overlook the evidence of visual devastation and deprivation of amenities. The century which rebuilt Bath was not, after all, devoid of aesthetic sensibility nor ignorant of civic responsibility. The first stages of the Industrial Revolution witnessed a decline in both, or, at the very least, a drastic lesson that these values were not to be extended to working people. However appalling the conditions of the poor may have been in large towns before 1750, nevertheless the town in earlier centuries usually embodied some civic values and architectural graces, some balance between occupations, marketing, and manufacture, some sense of variety. The Coke towns were perhaps the first towns of above 10,000 inhabitants ever to be dedicated so single-mindedly to work and to fact. 3. Life. The questions of health and longevity present even greater difficulties in interpretation. Until recently it was widely accepted that the main factor in Britain's population explosion between 1780 and 1820 was in the declining death rate, and in particular the decline in the rate of infant mortality. It was therefore reasonable to assume that this was affected by improvements in medical knowledge, nutrition, hygiene, water supplies, or housing. But this whole line of argument has now been called in question. The population explosion can be seen as an European phenomenon, taking place simultaneously in Britain and in France, and in Spain and Ireland where many of these factors did not operate to the same degree. Second, demographers are now disputing the accepted evidence, and able arguments have been put forward which place renewed emphasis on the rise in the birth rate, rather than a decline in the death rate, as the causative factor. Point 1. If we accept Dr. Krause's view that the birth rate rose after 1781 and declined after 1831 and that no important change in the death rate is indicated, this by no means provides evidence as to the improving health and longevity of the working class. It is interesting to note that the fertility ratio was highest in 1821, first, in the heartland of the Industrial Revolution, second, in the worst-hit poor law counties of the South. On the face of it, this would appear to provide confirmation for the Malthusian arguments, so widely held at the time, and so much disliked by Cobbett, that Speen-Hamland relief and the opportunities for employment in the mills boosted the birth rate. We do not have to suppose that parents consciously decided to have more children in order to provide additional wage earners or claims on the poor rate. A rise in the birth rate might be explicable in terms of the breakup of traditional patterns of community and family life, the decline in living in among farm servants and apprentices, the impact of the wars, concentration in new towns, or even genetic selection of the most fertile. Moreover, a rise in the birth rate is certainly not to be taken as evidence of rising living standards. It was a continual theme of observers in the early 19th century that the poorest and most improvident among the workers had the largest families, while in Ireland it took the searing experience of the Great Famine to alter the entire marriage pattern of Irish peasant life. Point 2. The arguments are complex, and are best left, for the time being, with the demographers. But we have reached a point where the evidence, which has customarily been interpreted upon the assumption that the death rate was declining, needs looking at afresh. It would seem that medical advances can only have had a minimal influence upon the life expectation of working people before 1800. It is possible that some real decline took place in the mid-18th century in London and other older artisan towns, to which the decline in gin drinking, and early efforts at sanitary improvement and enlightenment contributed. It is also possible that the beginnings of the population explosion date from the mid-century, and arise from the decline in epidemics resulting upon changes in virulence and resistance upon which human effort had no influence. Point 3. The initial population increase was supported by a long run of good harvests, and by an improvement in living standards which belongs, not to the later, but to the earliest years of the Industrial Revolution, as the revolution gathered pace, and as we encounter the classic conditions of overcrowding and demoralization in the rapidly growing great towns, swollen by a host of uprooted immigrants, so there is a serious deterioration in the health of the urban populations. The infant mortality rate in the first 3 or 4 decades of the 19th century was very much higher, and at times twice as high, in the new industrial towns as it was in the rural areas. Not 10% of the inhabitants of large towns enjoy full health, declared Dr. Turner Thacker of Leeds, and there is abundant literary evidence, much of it from medical men, as to the incidence of disease, malnutrition, infant mortality, and occupational malformations in the working population. The evidence is sometimes contradictory, especially as to the effects of child labor in the mills, since when the 10-hour agitation was at its height in the 1830s, doctors sometimes argued from opposing briefs. But it is time that an end was put to the tendency of optimistic historians to dismiss as biased the evidence of doctors favorable to the demands of reformers, while accepting as objective and authoritative the evidence of medical witnesses called in to support the employer's case. Point 2. The first report of the Registrar General showed that about 20% of the total death rate was attributed to consumption, a disease normally associated with poverty and overcrowding, as prevalent in the countryside as in the urban areas. Of 92 deaths of adult and juvenile workers in a Leeds woolen mill between the years 1818 to 27, no fewer than 52 were attributed to consumption or decline, the next two categories being worn out or too old and asthma. It is interesting to examine the more detailed figures presented by Dr. Holland, physician to the Sheffield General Infirmary, covering causes of death in the Sheffield Registration District in the 5 years between 1837 and 1842. Out of 11,944 deaths in this period, the following complaints were each cited as causing the deaths of more than 100 persons in the 5-year period. 1. Consumption. 1,604. 2. Convulsions. 919. 3. Inflammation of lungs. 874. 4. Decay of nature. 800. 5. Accidents. 618. 6. Fever, scarlet. 550. 7. Debility. 519. 8. Dentition. 426. 9. Inflammation of bowels. 397. 10. Inflammation of brain. 351. 11. Decline. 346. 12. Measles. 330. 13. Smallpox. 315. 14. Whooping cough. 287. 15. Inflammations not distinguished. 280. 16. Fever, common. 255. 17. Asthma. 206. 18. Croup. 166. 19. Paralysis. 107. 20. Disease of the liver. 106. We do not need to point to the evident inadequacy in diagnosis. Dr. Holland commented that the returns were not much to be depended upon. Decline, as well as many cases of asthma, should be attributed to consumption. As for the registration of only one death from want of food, the observation of any medical practitioner must indeed be very limited. That has not led him to the conclusion that the deaths of hundreds in this town are to be traced to a deficiency of the necessaries of life. They may die of disease, but this is induced by poor living, conjoined with laborious exertion. The Sheffield figures, however, show only 64 deaths in the 5 years in childbirth. This represents a dramatic improvement over the previous 100 years, to which the diminution of puerperal fever, improved hygiene, and midwifery could have substantially contributed. But if maternal mortality was falling in all classes, working-class mothers were surviving only to give birth to more children whose chances of life, in the industrial centers, were diminishing. And if infant mortality was high, we must remember that the critical period in a child's life was not 0 to 1 but 0 to 5. Thus, of the 11,944 deaths in Sheffield in this period, the age distribution is as follows. Under 1. 2,983. 1. 1,511. 2 to 4. 1,544. This gives us 6,038 deaths under the age of 5, and the remaining 5,906 deaths distributed over the other age groups. The infant mortality rate in Sheffield at this time was about 250 in 1,000, while the 0 to 5 mortality rate was 506 in 1,000. Much the same is true of Manchester, where more than one half of the offspring of the poor, die before they have completed their 5th year, and where the Registrar General's report showed deaths in the 0 to 5 age groups of 517 in 1,000. But these figures underestimate, and perhaps seriously underestimate, the actual child mortality rate, because the industrial centers were constantly swelled with adult immigrants. Thus the 1851 census showed that in almost all the great towns the migrants from elsewhere outnumbered the people born in the town, and the deaths of immigrants would have the effect of continually diluting the true facts of child mortality. The growth of the great towns cannot be attributed, before 1840, to a greater rate of natural increase than in the countryside. If the traditional view is true, and the bulk of the population, in the older centers, market towns, and villages, benefited in some degree in their health from the products of the Industrial Revolution, those who produced those goods did not. The thought occurs to one that in the high-wage industrial centers generation after generation of children were bred, more than half of whom died before they could scarcely speak, while in the low-wage countryside children were kept alive by the poor rates to supplement, by migration, the heavy adult labor force of the towns. 1. There is no reason to suppose that the health of adult factory operatives was below average, and some evidence to indicate that the health of adult cotton spinners improved between 1810 and 1830 and more rapidly thereafter, as hours were limited, machinery boxed in, and space, ventilation and whitewashing improved. But their children appear to have suffered with the rest of the labor force. In a survey undertaken on behalf of the employers in Manchester in 1833, it was found that the married spinners investigated had had 3,166 children. Of these children, 1,922, or 61.5% of the whole, were alive, and 1,244, or 39.5%, were dead. 1 may reasonably assume that the 39.5% might rise towards 50% by the time that children who were infants at the time of the survey reached the age of 5, or failed to reach it. This heavy child mortality among the children of workers who are often cited as beneficiaries of the Industrial Revolution may be attributed in part to the general environmental health conditions. It may also have been due to the characteristic deformation and narrowing of the pelvic bones in girls who had worked since childhood in the mills, which made for difficult births, to the weakness of infants born to mothers who worked until the last week of pregnancy, but above all to the lack of proper child care. Mothers, for fear of losing their employment, returned to the mill 3 weeks or less after the birth. Still, in some Lancashire and West Riding towns, infants were carried in the 1840s to the mills to be suckled in the meal break. Girl mothers, who had perhaps worked in the mill from the age of 8 or 9, had no domestic training, medical ignorance was appalling, the parents were a prey to fatalistic superstitions, opiates, notably laudanum, were used to make the crying baby quiet. Infants and toddlers were left in the care of relatives, old baby farming crones, or children too small to find work at the mill. Some were given dirty rag dummies to suck, in which is tied a piece of bread soaked in milk and water, and toddlers of 2 and 3 could be seen running about with these rags in their mouths, in the neighborhood of factories. 1. A factory laborer, one who was himself a cripple, wrote, "Can be very easily known as he is going along the streets. Some of his joints are almost sure to be wrong. Either the knees are in, the ankles swelled, one shoulder lower than the other, or he is round-shouldered, pigeon-breasted, or in some other way deformed." 2. But the same was true of many industrial occupations, whether conducted within or without a factory. If cotton spinners were rarely employed after 40, there were also few old miners or old cutlers. Dr. Thacker found a higher incidence of occupational disease among shoddy workers and rag pickers, while Dr. Holland wrote a detailed treatise on the disease and accidents among Sheffield grinders. We have seen the evil working conditions of domestic wool combers, while weavers were also subject to deformities. The same is true of glass workers in the mendips, of bakery workers, and of many of the London sweated trades. Tailors had a characteristic deformity of the shoulders and chest which came from sitting for many hours each day cross-legged on a board. Dr. Turner Thackeray saw little to choose between the worst domestic employments and the cotton mills. The children leaving the Manchester cotton mills appeared to him almost universally ill-looking, small, sickly, barefoot, and ill-clad. Many appeared to be no older than 7. The men, generally from 16 to 24, and none aged, were almost as pallid and thin as the children. The women were the most respectable in appearance. He contrasted them with the workers in the smaller scale mills and finishing shops of the West Riding, the stout fullers, the hale slubbers, the dirty but merry rosy-faced Peasners. In the cotton operatives, I saw, or thought I saw, a degenerate race, human beings stunted, enfeebled, and depraved, men and women that were not to be aged, children that were never to be healthy adults. He questioned the evidence on health collected by the cotton employers, since most male operatives were laid off in early manhood, and the cotton spinner whose strength failed would die in some other trade. In both the new mills and many of the older domestic trades, old workers appeared vastly inferior in strength and appearance to old peasants. 1. We have to see the multiplier and the multiplied at the same time. Against the undoubtedly large number of children who were factory cripples we have to set the toll of rickets among the children of weavers and of the outworkers in general. By 1830 it was taken for granted that the average urban industrial worker was stunted in growth and unfit by reason of his weak physique for the heavy manual labor reserved to the Irish poor. When out of work the cotton spinner was helpless, or at the best might hope to be employed in going errands, waiting upon the market people, selling pins and needles, ballads, tapes and laces, oranges, gingerbread, too. So long as the essential demographic statistics are in dispute, any conclusion must be tentative. Nothing should lead us to underestimate the appalling mortality rates of London during the gin epidemic of the early 18th century. But it would seem that the living and working conditions of artisans and of some rural laborers were rather healthier in the second half of the 18th century than that of factory operatives or outworkers in the first half of the 19th. If London and Birmingham show a declining death rate in these years, this was perhaps because they remained to a high degree artisan cities with higher standards of childcare and slightly less unhealthy working conditions. In the industrial north, in the potteries and in most coal fields, infant mortality increased, and life became shorter and more painful. Perhaps in consequence the consumption of alcohol, and the use of opiates, increased, adding to the hazards of occupational disease. And sheer misery may have contributed to raising the rate of reproduction. Dr. Holland found the most dissipated, reckless and improvident among the worst paid and least organized Sheffield workers. We speak from extensive inquiries when we assert that the more wretched the condition of the artisans and the earlier do they marry. 1. If we accept that the national death rate, and more particularly infant mortality rate, showed a slight decline over the first 4 decades of the 19th century, we must still ask of the statistics exactly the same questions as we have asked of wages and articles of consumption. There is no reason to suppose that dying children or disease were distributed more equitably than clothes or meat. In fact, we know that they were not. The moneyed man might, as Osler noted, rarely wear 2 coats at once, but his family had tenfold the chances of diagnosis, medicine, nursing, diet, space, quiet. Attempts were made to assess the average age at death according to different social groups in various centers in 1842. Gentry, tradesmen, laborers. Rutlandshire. 52. 41. 38. Truro. 40. 33. 28. Derby. 49. 38. 21. Manchester. 38. 20. 17. Bethnal Green. 45. 26. 16. Liverpool. 35. 22. 15. At Leeds, where the figures were estimated at 44, 27, 19, the aggregate average of the 3 groups was 21. In Halifax, a large dispersed parish which compared favorably in its death rate with more concentrated centers. A local doctor calculated the average age at death of gentry, manufacturers and their families at 55, shopkeepers, 24, operatives, 22.2. Demographers would be right to consider this as literary rather than statistical evidence. But it indicates that a substantial decline in infant mortality and increase in life expectation among several millions in the middle classes and aristocracy of labor would mask, in national averages, a worsening position in the working class generally. And in this view, Dr. Holland of Sheffield has anticipated us. We have no hesitation in asserting that the sufferings of the working classes, and consequently the rate of mortality, are greater now than in former times. Indeed, in most manufacturing districts the rate of mortality in these classes is appalling to contemplate, when it can be studied in reference to them alone, and not in connection with the entire population. The supposed gain on the side of longevity arises chiefly from a relatively much more numerous middle class than formerly existed. We may be deceived, he continued, by the gross returns, into the belief that society is gradually improving in its physical and social condition, when indeed the most numerous class may be stationary, or in the process of deterioration. 1. For childhood. We have touched already on child labor, but it deserves further examination. In one sense it is curious that the question can be admitted as controversial. There was a drastic increase in the intensity of exploitation of child labor between 1780 and 1840, and every historian acquainted with the sources knows that this is so. This was true in the mines, both in inefficient small-scale pits where the roadways were sometimes so narrow that children could most easily pass through them, and in several larger coal fields, where, as the coal face drew further away from the shaft, children were in demand as hurriers and to operate the ventilation ports. In the mills, the child and juvenile labor force grew yearly, and in several of the outworker or disenumerable trades the hours of labor became longer and the work more intense. What, then, is left in dispute? But optimists have, since the time of the Hammonds, surrounded the question with so many qualifications that one might almost suspect a conspiracy to explain child labor away. There was nothing new about it, conditions were as bad in the old industries as in the new, much of the evidence is partisan and exaggerated. Things were already improving before the outcry of the 1830s was made. The operatives themselves were the worst offenders in the treatment of children. The outcry came from interested parties, landowners hostile to the manufacturers, or adult trade unionists wanting limitation of hours for themselves, or from middle-class intellectuals who knew nothing about it, or the whole question reveals, not the hardship and insensitivity, but the growing humanity of the employing classes. Few questions have been so lost to history by a liberal admixture of special pleading and ideology. Child labor was not new. The child was an intrinsic part of the agricultural and industrial economy before 1780, and remained so until rescued by the school. Certain occupations, climbing boys or ship's boys, were probably worse than all but the worst conditions in the early mills. An orphan apprenticed by the parish to a Peter Grimes or to a drunken collier at a small day hole might be subject to cruelty in an isolation even more terrifying. 1 But it is wrong to generalize from such extreme examples as to prevalent attitudes before the Industrial Revolution, and, anyway, one of the points of the story of Peter Grimes is his ostracism by the women of the fishing community, and the guilt which drives him towards his grave. The most prevalent form of child labor was in the home or within the family economy. Children who were scarcely toddlers might be set to work, fetching and carrying. One of Crompton's sons recollected being put to work soon after I was able to walk. My mother used to bat the cotton on a wire riddle. It was then put into a deep brown mug with a strong lay of soap suds. My mother then tucked up my petticoats about my waist, and put me into the tub to tread upon the cotton at the bottom. This process was continued until the mug became so full that I could no longer safely stand in it, when a chair was placed besides it, and I held on to the back. Another son recollected being placed, when 7 years of age, upon a stool to spread cotton upon a breaker preparatory to spinning, an elder brother turning the wheel to put the machine in motion. 1 Next came the winding of bobbins, and, when 10 or 11, spinning or, if the legs were long enough to reach the treadles, a turn in the loom. So deeply rooted was child labor in the textile industries that these were often held up to the envy of laborers in other occupations where children could not find employment and add to the family earnings, while the early handloom factories in the woolen industry met with opposition on the grounds that they would lead to child unemployment. If the factory system were to prevail, declared one witness in 1806, it will call all the poor laboring men away from their habitations and their homes into factories, and there, they will not have the help and the advantage from their families which they have had at home. Supposing I was a parent and had 4 or 5 or 6 children, and one of them was 14, another 12, another 10, if I was working with my family at home, I could give them employment, one to wind bobbins, another to work at the loom and another at the jenny, but if I go to the factory they will not allow me to take those boys, but I must leave them to the wide world to perish, too. By contemporary standards this was arduous, even brutal. In all homes girls were occupied about the baking, brewing, cleaning and chores. In agriculture, children, often ill-clothed, would work in all weathers in the fields or about the farm. But, when compared with the factory system, there are important qualifications. There was some variety of employment. In normal circumstances, work would be intermittent, it would follow a cycle of tasks, and even regular jobs like winding bobbins would not be required all day unless in special circumstances. No infant had to tread cotton in a tub for 8 hours a day and for a 6-day week. In short, we may suppose a graduated introduction to work, with some relation to the child's capacities and age, interspersed with running messages, blackberrying, fuel gathering or play. Above all, the work was within the family economy and under parental care. It is true that parental attitudes to children were exceptionally severe in the 18th century. But no case has been made out for a general sadism or lack of love. This interpretation is validated by 2 other circumstances: the persistence, in the 18th century, of games, dances, and sports which would have been scarcely possible if children had been confined for factory hours, and the resistance of the hand workers to sending their children into the early mills, which was one cause for the employment in them of pauper apprentices. But it was not the factory only, nor, perhaps, mainly, which led to the intensification of child labor between 1780 and 1830. It was, first, the fact of specialization itself, the increasing differentiation of economic roles, and the breakup of the family economy. And, second, the breakdown of late 18th century humanitarianism, and the counter-revolutionary climate of the wars, which nourished the arid dogmatisms of the employing class. We shall return to the second point. As to the first, nearly all the vices known to the 18th century were perpetuated in the early decades of the 19th, but in an intensified form. As Dickens knew, Peter Grimes was as likely to be found in early Victorian London as in Georgian Aldebeg. The reports of the Children's Employment Commissions of 1842 showed new model boards of guardians in Staffordshire, Lancashire, and Yorkshire, still getting rid of pauper boys of 6, 7, and 8, by apprenticing them to colliers, with a guinea thrown in for clothes. The boys were wholly in the power of the buddas and received not a penny of pay. One boy in Halifax who was beaten by his master and had coals thrown at him ran away, slept in disused workings, and ate for a long time the candles that I found in the pits that the colliers left overnight. 1 The mixture of terror and of fatalism of the children comes through in the laconic reports. An 8-year-old girl, employed for 13 hours a day, to open and close traps, I have to trap without a light, and I'm scared. Sometimes I sing when I've light, but not in the dark, I dare not sing then. Or 17-year-old Patience Kershaw, who discussed the merits of different employments. The bald place upon my head is made by thrusting the corves, my legs have never swelled, but sisters did when they went to mill, I hurry the corves a mile and more underground and back, They weigh 3 cwt. The getters that I work for are naked except their caps. Sometimes they beat me, if I am not quick enough. I would rather work in mill than in coal pit. 1. This is no more than the worst 18th century conditions multiplied. But specialization and economic differentiation led to children outside the factories being given special tasks, at piece rates which demanded monotonous application for 10, 12, or more hours. We have already noted the card-setting village of Cleckheaton, where little toddling things of 4 years old, were kept hour after hour at the monotonous task of thrusting the wires into cards with their tiny fingers until their little heads were dazed, their eyes red and sore, and the feebler ones grew bent and crooked. This might still be done at home, and the evidence suggests that sweated child labor of this sort was if anything increasing throughout the early decades of the century in most outwork industries, in rural industries, and in the dishonorable trades. 2. The crime of the factory system was to inherit the worst features of the domestic system in a context which had none of the domestic compensations. It systematized child labor, pauper and free, and exploited it with persistent brutality. 3. In the home, the child's conditions will have varied according to the temper of parents or of master, and to some degree his work will have been scaled according to his ability. In the mill, the machinery-dictated environment, discipline, speed, and regularity of work and working hours, for the delicate and the strong alike. We do not have to rehearse the long and miserable chronicle of the child in the mill, from the early pauper apprentice mills to the factory agitation of the 1830s and 1840s. But, since comforting notions are now abroad as to the exaggerated stories of contemporaries and of historians, we should discuss some of the qualifications. Most of them are to be found in a provocative, almost light-hearted, article published by Professor Hutt in 1926. A spoonful of lemon juice is sometimes good for the system, but we cannot live on lemon juice forever. This slight, scarcely documented, and often directly misleading article, has appeared in footnotes until this day, and has been republished in Capitalism and the Historians. 1. Nearly every point which it makes was anticipated and met in the arguments of the 10-hour advocates, and notably in John Fielden's restrained and well-documented The Curse of the Factory System. It would be tedious to go over all the points. It is true, and a point which is frequently cited, that the evidence brought before Sadler's Committee of 1832 was partisan, and that historians such as the Hammonds, and Hutchins, and Harrison, may be criticized for drawing upon it too uncritically. With Osler's help, short-time committees of the workers organized the collection of evidence, notably from the West Riding, for presentation to this committee. Its chairman, Michael Sadler, was the leading parliamentary champion of the 10-hour bill, and its evidence was published before any evidence had been taken from the employers. But it does not follow that the evidence before Sadler's committee can therefore be assumed to be untrue. In fact, anyone who reads the bulk of the evidence will find that it has an authenticity which compels belief, although care must be taken to discriminate between witnesses, and to note the differences between some of the worst conditions in small mills in smaller centers as compared with conditions in the larger mills in the great cotton towns. There is no basis for Professor Hutt's assertions that the Factory Commission appointed, on the master's insistence, in the following year provided effective answers to nearly all the charges made before committee. Much of the evidence before the Commission tends towards different conclusions. Moreover, where the evidence conflicts, one is at a loss to follow the logic by which we are asked to give unhesitating preference to that adduced by the masters as against that of their employees. 1. Those who, like Professors Hutt and Smelser, exalt the evidence of the Factory Commission as opposed to that of Sadler's Committee, are guilty of the same error as that of which the Hammonds are accused. Rightly or wrongly, Osler and the Short-Time Committee regarded the appointment of this commission as a deliberate measure of procrastination, and the commissioners as instruments of the employers. As a matter of policy they refused to give evidence before them. The movements of the assistant commissioners in the factory districts were closely watched. They were criticized for dining and wining with the mill owners and for spending only a derisory portion of their time in inspection. It was noted that mills were specially whitewashed and cleansed, and underage children removed from sight, before their visits. The workers contented themselves with mounting hostile demonstrations. Point 2. The reports of the commissioners were subjected to as much criticism from the workers' side as that of Sadler's committee received from the employers. I was requested by one of my neighbors, declared one of Sadler's witnesses, to recommend the committee to come to Leeds Bridge at 5:30 in the morning, while the poor factory children are passing, and they would then get more evidence in 1 hour there than they will in 7 years' examination. I have seen some children running down to the mill crying, with a bit of bread in their hand, and that is all they may have till 12 o'clock at noon, crying for fear of being too late. Even if we leave the stories of sadistic overlookers aside, there was then commenced a day, for multitudes of children, which did not end until 7 or 8 o'clock, and in the last hours of which children were crying or falling asleep on their feet, their hands bleeding from the friction of the yarn in piecing, even their parents cuffing them to keep them awake, while the overlookers patrolled with the strap. In the country mills dependent upon water power, night work or days of 14 and 16 hours were common when they were thronged. If Professor Hutt does not regard this as systematic cruelty, humane mill owners like Fielden and Wood were in no doubt. Nor are there any mysteries as to the attitude of the adult workers, many of whom were the parents or relatives of the children. As Professor Smelser has shown, there is a sense in which the family economy of the domestic system was perpetuated in the factory. The child's earnings were an essential component of the family wage. In many cases, although probably not in the majority, the adult spinner or worker might be kin to the child working for him. The demand for the limitation of adult, as well as child, hours was necessitated by the fact that they worked at a common process. If children's hours only were limited, nothing could prevent evasion, or the working of children in double relays. Only the actual stoppage of the mill machinery could guarantee limitation. If the adults also stood to benefit by shorter hours, this does not mean that they were indifferent to humane considerations, nor does it justify the offensive suggestion that the great pilgrimages and demonstrations on behalf of the factory child in the 1830s were hypocritical. It is perfectly true that the parents not only needed their children's earnings, but expected them to work. But while a few of the operatives were brutal even to their own children, the evidence suggests that the factory community expected certain standards of humanity to be observed. A spinner in the Dewsbury area, noted for his evil temper and for striking children with the billy roller, could not get anyone to work for him in the whole town, and he went to another place. Stories of parents who visited vengeance upon operatives who maltreated their children are not uncommon. Thus a witness before Sadler's committee described how, when he was a child, he was beaten by the slubber. One of the young men who served the carter went out and found my mother. She came in, and asked of me what instrument it was I was beaten with, but I durst not do it. Some of the bystanders pointed out the instrument, and she seized it, and beat it about the fellow's head, and gave him 1 or 2 black eyes. 1. This assorts ill with loose statements sometimes made as to the general indifference of the parents. The evidence of both reports suggests that it was the discipline of the machinery itself, lavishly supplemented by the driving of overlookers or of the master, which was the source of cruelty. To say that practices common to whole industries were continued against the will and against the knowledge of the masters does not require refutation. Many parents certainly connived at the employment of their own children under the legal age enacted in 1819 and 1833. It is to the credit of men like Doherty and of the short time committees that they campaigned imperiously amongst the operatives against such evils, encouraging dignity among the degraded and explaining the value of education to the uneducated. The factory movement also involved many thousands who were not factory operatives, the weavers who wished to muzzle the monster steam, parents displaced from the mills by juveniles, and supported by their children's earnings. Gaskell saw that the workers' discontent arose less from simple wage issues than from the separation of families, breaking up of households, the disruption of all those ties which link man's heart to the better portion of his nature, viz. his instincts and social affections. 2. The factory movement, in its early stages, represented less a growth of middle-class humanitarianism than an affirmation of human rights by the workers themselves. In fact, few arguments are so specious as that which proposes that because unlimited child labor was tolerated in the 18th century but, in its new and more intense forms, became less tolerable by the 1830s, this is another sign of the growing humanitarianism of the age. Professor Hayek has referred to this awakening of social conscience, to this increasing awareness of facts which before had passed unnoticed. Economic suffering both became more conspicuous and seemed less justified, because general wealth was increasing faster than ever before. Professor Ashton has offered a variant of this argument. The Royal Commissions and Parliamentary Committees of Inquiry of the early 19th century are one of the glories of the early Victorian age. They signalized a quickening of social conscience, a sensitiveness to distress, that had not been evident in any other period or any other country. And he has shown unaccustomed strength of feeling in his defense of the parliamentary investigators. A generation that had the enterprise and industry to assemble the facts, the honesty to reveal them, and the energy to set about the task of reform has been held up to obloquy as the author, not of the Blue Books, but of the evils themselves. 1. Blue Books in the early 19th century served many purposes, but reform comes low on the list. Parliamentary investigations took place as a routine response to petitions, as a means of handling and channeling discontent, procrastinating, or fobbing off ill-behaved M.P.S., or purely from an excess of utilitarian officiousness. Ireland's decline through misery after misery to the seemingly inevitable climax of the Great Famine was accompanied by the absence of any important measure of alleviation, and by an average of 5 parliamentary inquiries per year. 2 The handloom weavers and framework knitters were duly inquired into as they starved. 8 inquiries in 10 years preceded the establishment of the police. Mr. Gradgrind was most certainly out and about after 1815, but as Dickens knew perfectly well, he stood not for an awakening of social conscience or sensitiveness to distress but for efficiency, cheap centralized government, laissez-faire, and sound political economy. The Blue Books were not the product of an age or the fruit of a generation, but a battleground in which reformers and obstructionists fought, and in which humanitarian causes, as often as not, were buried. As for the upper classes, what we see in the 1830s is not a new awakening of conscience but the almost volcanic eruption, in different places and people, of a social conscience quiescent throughout the Napoleonic Wars. This conscience is certainly evident in the second half of the 18th century. The campaign to protect the climbing boys, in which Hanway took a part, reached the statute book, against little opposition, in 1788. Every abuse returned during the wars, and attempts to secure new legislative protection in their aftermath met direct opposition, and were thrown out in the Lords, for, if boys had been dispensed with, their lordships might have had to make alterations to their chimneys. 1 All Howard's honourable work on behalf of prisoners left little lasting impression, as conditions reverted after his death. We have noted already how the infection of class hatred and fear corrupted the humanitarian conscience. It is true that Peel's Act of 1802 stands out against this darkness, but its operation was confined to pauper apprentices, and it was less a precedent for new legislation than an attempt to extend customary apprenticeship safeguards in a new context. What is more important, and was more disastrous for the factory child, was the atrophy of the conscience of the country gentry, the only men who had the authority or the traditional duty to protect the poor. Nothing more confirms this atrophy, and the profound moral alienation of classes, than the manner of the real awakening when it came. Scores of gentlemen and professional men, who gave some support to humanitarian causes in the 1830s and 1840s, appear to have been living in the 1820s in the midst of populous manufacturing districts, oblivious to abuses a few hundred yards from their gates. Richard Osler himself lived on the edge of Huddersfield, but it was not until the Bradford manufacturer, John Wood, told him about child labor that he noticed it. When girls were brought half-naked out of pits, the local luminaries seemed to have been genuinely astonished. Mr. Holroyd, solicitor, and Mr. Brooke, surgeon, practicing in Stain land, were present, who confessed that, although living within a few miles, they could not have believed that such a system of unchristian cruelty could have existed. 1. We forget how long abuses can continue unknown until they are articulated, how people can look at misery and not notice it, until misery itself rebels. In the eyes of the rich between 1790 and 1830, factory children were busy, industrious, useful, they were kept out of their parks and orchards, and they were cheap. If qualms arose, they could generally be silenced by religious scruples, as one honorable member remarked, of the climbing boys in 1819, the boys generally employed in this profession were not the children of poor persons, but the children of rich men, begotten in an improper manner. 2. This showed a fine sense of moral propriety, as well as a complete absence of class bias. But the conscience of the rich in this period is full of complexity. The argument that the impassioned Tory attacks, in the 1830s, upon the abuses of industrialism, voiced by such men as Sadler, Shaftesbury, Osler, Disraeli, were little more than the revenge of the Landowning interest upon the manufacturers, and their anti-Corn Law League makes some sense in party political terms. It is true that they revealed deep sources of resentment and insecurity among traditionalists before the innovations and the growing power of the moneyed middle class. But even a hasty reading of Sybil, of the Hammond's life of Shaftesbury, or of Cecil Driver's impressive life of Osler will reveal the shallowness of any judgment limited to these terms. We seem to be witnesses to a cultural mutation, or, as in the case of 18th-century constitutionalism, to a seemingly hollow and conventional rhetoric which took fire, in individual minds, as a deliberate and passionate belief. Moreover, alongside the older arguments of Tory paternalism, we have the newer influence of disappointed romanticism. In their recoil from the Enlightenment, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey had reaffirmed traditional sanctities, the instincts of natural and social man. In returning to order, authority, duty, they had not forgotten Rousseau's teaching on the child. It was in Book 8 of the Excursion that Wordsworth condemned the factory system in contrast to the older rural family economy. The habitations empty. Or perchance the mother left alone, no helping hand to rock the cradle of her peevish babe. No daughters round her, busy at the wheel, or in dispatch of each day's little growth. Of household occupation, no nice arts. Of needlework, no bustle at the fire, where once the dinner was prepared with pride. Nothing to speed the day, or cheer the mind. Nothing to praise, to teach, or to command. The father, if perchance he still retain his old employments, goes to field or wood. No longer led or followed by the sons. Idlers perchance they were, but in his sight, breathing fresh air and treading the green earth, till their short holiday of childhood ceased, ne'er to return. That birthright now is lost. The mistake, today, is to assume that paternalist feeling must be detached and condescending. It can be passionate and engaged. This current of traditionalist social radicalism, which moves from Wordsworth and Southey through to Carlyle and beyond, seems, in its origin and in its growth, to contain a dialectic by which it is continually prompting revolutionary conclusions. The starting point of traditionalist and Jacobin was the same. What is a huge manufactory, exclaimed Thelwall, but a common prison house, in which a hapless multitude are sentenced to profligacy and hard labor, that an individual may rise to unwieldy opulence. I detest the manufacturing system, declared his fellow Jacobin, Thomas Cooper, who had experienced the early stages of the Lancashire Industrial Revolution. You must on this system have a large portion of the people converted into mere machines, ignorant, debauched, and brutal, that the surplus value of their labor of 12 or 14 hours a day, may go into the pockets and supply the luxuries of rich, commercial, and manufacturing capitalists. 2. Southey enraged the philosopher of manufactures, Dr. Andrew Ure, by his even more sweeping condemnation of the manufacturing system as a fungus excrescens from the body politic. 3. Although Jacobin and Tory are at opposed political poles, Sparks of feeling and of argument are continually exchanged between them. The prophets of the march of intellect, Brougham, Chadwick, Ure, seem to belong to a different world. Whenever the traditionalist Tory passed beyond reflective argument about the factory system, and attempted to give vent to his feelings in action, he found himself forced into an embarrassing alliance with trade unionists or working-class radicals. The middle-class liberal saw in this only evidence of Tory hypocrisy. When Sadler fought his seat at Leeds in the Reform Bill election of 1832, a shopkeeper diarist noted, "Nothing supporting him but a few that are under the yoke of tyranny and a few radicals of the lowest order. It is a bony job that the old Tory party is obliged to turn radical on anything and everything to keep their system." 4. 2 years later, and the New Poor Law, which outraged with its Malthusian and Chadwickian provisions every instinct of natural and social man, appeared to present to a few Tory radicals an ultimate choice between the values of order and those of humanity. The majority drew back, and contented themselves with schemes for humanitarian amelioration of different kinds, but a few were prepared to associate, not only with Cobbettites, but with Owenites, freethinkers, and Chartists. Joseph Rayner Stevens actually called for arson against the Bastilles, and Osler stirred up civil, and, sometimes, very uncivil, disobedience and, in his role as protector of the factory children, even urged the use of industrial sabotage against mill owners who violated the law. I will in that event print a little card about needles and sand and rusty nails, with proper and with very explicit directions, which will make these law-breakers look about them and repent that they were ever so mad as to laugh at the law and the king. These cards of mine shall then be the catechism of the factory children. 1. For 10 years Osler trod the edges of revolution, but the title which he gave to one of his periodicals was the home, the altar, the throne, and the cottage. We can scarcely attribute this eruption of compassion to an age which also jailed Stevens and vilified Osler. Many of those who really exerted themselves on behalf of the factory children in the earlier years met with abuse, ostracism by their class, and sometimes personal loss. And as Mr. Driver has shown, the crucial moment in Osler's career was not his awakening to the fact of child labor, but the Fixby Hall Compact between himself and radical trade unionists. The awakening was not, in any case, characteristic of Toryism as a whole. If we wish to anatomize the Tory conscience of 1800 or 1830, we should commence with the squire's attitude to his own laborers. The humanitarianism of the 1830s can certainly be found to have had a cultural ancestry, both in Tory paternalism and in the more subdued traditions of service and good works, of liberal dissent. But, as an effective force, it crops up only here and there, in individual men and women. Osler and Bull are no more representative of the Tory than Fielden and Mrs. Gaskell are representative of the liberal nonconformist conscience. If Tawney was right, and the treatment of childhood and of poverty are the two touchstones which reveal the true character of a social philosophy, then it is the liberal and nonconformist tradition which suffers most severely, in 1830, from this test. It is true that there is a humble twilight world, half sceptic, half dissenting, from which much that is best in early Victorian intellectual and spiritual life was to come. But it is equally true that the years between 1790 and 1830 see an appalling declension in the social conscience of dissent. And above all, there are the proverbial nonconformist mill owners, with their Methodist overlookers, and their invidious reputation as weekday child drivers, working their mills till 5 minutes before midnight on the Saturday and enforcing the attendance of their children at Sunday school on the Sabbath. The picture is derived, in part, from Francis Trollope's Michael Armstrong, the Factory Boy, where Messrs. Robert and Joseph Tomlins, the serious gentleman as owns the factory, attends their own elves in person every Sunday morning to see that both master and children puts the time to profit. It is a fictional and colored picture, belonging, perhaps, more to 1820 than to 1840, more applicable to secluded country mills where the parish apprentice system survived than to any great cotton town. But still, in the 1830s, the conditions portrayed in Mrs. Trollope's Deepdale in Derbyshire might be found in many secluded valleys on both the Lancashire and Yorkshire side of the Pennines. A fact-finding tour undertaken by a 10-hour propagandist in the Upper Calder Valley, and in which especial attention was given to the reactions of the local clergy, shows the complexity of any generalization. At Ripon the vicar refused his support, but the Methodist chapel was loaned for a 10-hour meeting. At Hebden Bridge an old Methodist lay preacher declared that he was always preaching against the factory system for, says he, we may preach while our tongues cleave to the roof of our mouths, but we shall never do any good while the system is allowed to go on as it is at present. But he had made himself so obnoxious that the local Methodist mill owner at Mythome Royd always locked the chapel when it was his turn to preach. At Sowerby Bridge, the Rev. Bull, brother to Parson Bull of Beerley, refused his support and was confident that the benevolence of the masters cannot be surpassed. A group of operatives, passing the Methodist chapel built by one of the mill owners, Mr. Sutcliffe, looked towards the chapel and wished it might sink into hell, and Mr. Sutcliffe go with it. I said it was too bad, as Mr. Sutcliffe had built the chapel for their good. Damn him, said another, I know him, I have had a swatch of him, and a corner of that chapel is mine, and it all belongs to his work people. 1. Cragdale, an isolated offshoot of the Calder, was a veritable deep dale. A minister of unidentified affiliations declared, if there was one place in England that needed legislative interference, it was this place, for they work 15 and 16 hours a day frequently, and sometimes all night. Oh! It is a murderous system, and the mill owners are the pest and disgrace of society. Laws human and divine are insufficient to restrain them, they take no notice of Hobhouse's bill, and they say let government make what laws they think fit, they can drive a coach and 6 through them in that valley. He related the story of a boy whom he had recently interred who had been found standing asleep with his arms full of wool and had been beaten awake. This day he had worked 17 hours, he was carried home by his father, was unable to eat his supper, awoke at 4 a.m. the next morning and asked his brothers if they could see the lights of the mill as he was afraid of being late, and then died. The Anglican curate here gave his unreserved support to the limitation of child labor. I have seen the poor in this valley oppressed, I have thought it my duty to expose it. I am bound, from the responsible nature of my office, to bring it into contrast with the liberal and kindly truth of the gospel. And where oppression is exercised it generally falls most heavily upon those who are least able to bear it, because the widow has no husband, and her children no earthly father, we often find them most hardly used. As a consequence of his sermons, and of personal protests to the masters, the mill owners had cursed and insulted him and his daughters in the streets. These exposures were followed by a protest meeting in the valley, which was placarided in Osler's characteristic style. You are more tyrannical, more hypocritical than the slave drivers of the West Indies. Your vaunted liberality. I shall prove to be tyranny your boasted piety, neither more nor less than blasphemy. Your system of flogging, of fines, of innings up time, of truck, of cleaning machinery during mealtimes, of Sunday workings, of low wages, shall all undergo the ordeal of public examination. The very Saturday night when I was returning from the meeting, Osler declared, I saw 2 mills blazing like fury in the valley. Their inmates, poor little sufferers, had to remain there until 11:30 o'clock, and the owner of one of them I found to be a noted sighing, praying, conteing religionist. 1. We shall return to the Methodists, and see why it was their peculiar mission to act as the apologists of child labor. 2. There can be no doubt that it was the nonconformist mill owners whom Parson Bull had chiefly in mind when he attacked the race of masters. A race whose whole wisdom consists in that cunning which enables them to devise the cheapest possible means for getting out of the youngest possible workers the greatest possible amount of labor, in the shortest possible amount of time, for the least possible amount of wages, a race of men of whom Agur would have said, there is a generation, oh how lofty are their eyes! And their eyelids are lifted up. There is a generation whose teeth are as swords, and their jaw teeth are as knives to devour the poor from off the earth, and the needy from among men. 1. On the other hand, while the virtual unanimity of complicity on the part of official nonconformity exposed it to the biblical attacks of Bull and Osler, as well as of short-time committee operatives, it should by no means be supposed that the established church was working unitedly and without remission on the children's behalf. Indeed, we have it from Shaftesbury himself, who would surely have given credit to the church if it were due, that with the notable exception of Bull the Anglican clergy as a body, will do nothing. 2. The claim, then, as to a general awakening of conscience is misleading. What it does is to belittle the veritable fury of compassion which moved the few score northern professional men who took up the cause of the children, the violence of the opposition to them, which drove them on occasions into near revolutionary courses, and, as humanitarian historians have tended to do, it underestimates the part played in the agitation over 20 and more strenuous years, by such men as John Doherty and the Workers' Own Short-Time Committee. More recently, one writer has surveyed the issue with that air of boredom appropriate to the capacious conscience of the nuclear age. The modern reader, he says, well disciplined by familiarity with concentration camps, is left comparatively unmoved by the spectacle of child labor. 3 We may be allowed to reaffirm a more traditional view, that the exploitation of little children, on this scale and with this intensity, was one of the most shameful events in our history. The transforming power of the cross. 1. Moral machinery. Puritanism, dissent, nonconformity, the decline collapses into a surrender. Dissent still carries the sound of resistance to Apollyon and the whore of Babylon. Nonconformity is self-effacing and apologetic, it asks to be left alone. Mark Rutherford, one of the few men who understand the full desolation of the inner history of 19th-century nonconformity, and who is yet, in himself, evidence of values that somehow survived, noted in his autobiography the form of service customary in his youth. It generally began with a confession that we were all sinners, but no individual sins were ever confessed, and then ensued a kind of dialogue with God, very much resembling the speeches which in later years I have heard in the House of Commons from the movers and seconders of addresses to the Crown at the opening of Parliament. The example is taken from the Calvinistic Independents, but it will also serve excellently to describe the stance of Methodism before temporal authority. This surrender was implicit in Methodism's origin, in the Toryism of its founder and in his ambivalent attitude to the established church. From the outset the Wesleyans fell ambiguously between dissent and the establishment, and did their utmost to make the worst of both worlds, serving as apologists for an authority in whose eyes they were an object of ridicule or condescension, but never of trust. After the French Revolution, successive annual conferences were forever professing their submission and their zeal in combating the enemies of established order, drawing attention to their activity in raising the standard of public morals, and in promoting loyalty in the middle ranks as well as subordination and industry in the lower orders of society. 1 But Methodists were seldom admitted by the establishment to audience, and then only by the back door, never decorated with any of the honors of status, and if they had been mentioned in dispatches it would probably have hindered the kind of moral espionage which they were most fitted to undertake. The wars saw a remarkable increase in the Methodist following. 2 They witnessed also an uninterrupted decline of the revolutionary spirit among all the nonconformist sects. Methodism is most remarkable during the war years for two things: first, its gains were greatest among the new industrial working class; second, the years after Wesley's death see the consolidation of a new bureaucracy of ministers who regarded it as their duty to manipulate the submissiveness of their followers and to discipline all deviant growths within the church which could give offense to authority. In this they were very effective. For centuries the established church had preached to the poor the duties of obedience. But it was so distanced from them, and its distance was rarely greater than in this time of absenteeism and plural livings, that its homilies had ceased to have much effect. The deference of the countryside was rooted in bitter experience of the power of the squire rather than in any inward conviction. And there is little evidence that the evangelical movement within the church met with much greater success. Many of Hannah More's halfpenny tracts were left to litter the servants' quarters of the great houses. But the Methodists, or many of them, were the poor. Many of their tracts were confessions of redeemed sinners from among the poor. Many of their local preachers were humble men who found their figures of speech behind my spinning jenny. And the great expansion after 1790 was in mining and manufacturing districts. Alongside older Salems and Bethels, New Brunswick and Hanover chapels proclaimed the Methodist loyalty. "I hear great things of your amphitheater in Liverpool," one minister wrote to the Reverend Jabez Bunting in 1811. "A man will need strong lungs to blow his words from one end of it to the other." In Bradford and in Keighley they are building chapels nearly as large as Carver Street Chapel in Sheffield. To what will Methodism come in a few years? 1. Jabez Bunting, whose active ministry covers the full half-century, was the dominant figure of Orthodox Wesleyanism from the time of Luddism to the last years of the Chartist movement. His father, a Manchester tailor, had been a thorough radical who warmly espoused the cause of the first French revolutionists, but who was not the less a Methodist for that point too. But in the late 1790s, and after the secession of the Killamite New Connection, a group of younger ministers emerged, of whom Bunting was one, who were above all concerned to remove from Methodism the Jacobin taint. In 1812 Bunting earned distinction by disowning Methodist Luddites. The next year, in Leeds, he counted several Tory magistrates of the old school, church and king people, who, probably, never crossed the threshold of a conventicle before. Among his constant hearers. 3 He and his fellow ministers, one of the more obnoxious of whom was called the Reverend Edmund Grindrod, were above all organizers and administrators, busied with endless connectional intrigues and a surfeit of disciplinary zeal. Wesley's dislike of the self-governing anarchy of old descent was continued by his successors, with authority vested in the annual conference and its committee of privileges. The primitive Methodists were driven out because it was feared that their camp meetings might result in tumults and serve as political precedents. The Tent Methodists and Bible Christians, or Bryanites, were similarly disciplined. Female preaching was prohibited. The powers of conference and of circuit superintendents were strengthened. Espionage into each other's moral failings was encouraged. Discipline tightened up within the classes, and, after 1815, as many local preachers were expelled or struck off the plan for political as for religious backslidings. Here we find an entry in the Halifax Local Preacher's Minute Book. Bro M charged with attending a political meeting when he should have been at his class. There we find a correspondent writing in alarm from Newcastle to Bunting. A subject of painful and distressing concern that 2 of our local preachers have attended the tremendous radical reform meeting. I hope no considerable portion of our brethren is found among the radicals, but a small number of our leaders are among the most determined friends to their spirit and design, and some of the really pious, misguided sisterhood have helped to make their colors. On expostulation, I am glad to say, several members have quitted their classes. If men are to be drilled at missionary and Bible meetings to face a multitude with recollection, and acquire facilities of address, and then begin to employ the mighty moral weapon thus gained to the endangering the very existence of the government of the country, we may certainly begin to tremble. This was in 1819, the year of Peter Lowe. The response of the Methodist Committee of Privileges to the events of this year was to issue a circular which bears clear traces of Bunting's composition, expressing strong and decided disapprobation of certain tumultuous assemblies which have lately been witnessed in several parts of the country, in which large masses of people have been irregularly collected, calculated, both from the infidel principles, the wild and delusive political theories, and the violent and inflammatory declamations, to bring all government into contempt, and to introduce universal discontent, insubordination, and anarchy. 1. Wesley at least had been a great-hearted warhorse. He had never spared himself. He was an enthusiast who had stood up at the market cross to be pelted. Bunting, with his solid, mathematical way of speaking, is a less admirable character. It was his own advice to adapt your principles to your exigencies. In our family intercourse, a friend of his youthful ministry informed his son. His conversation was uniformly serious and instructive. Like his ministry in the pulpit, every word had its proper place, and every sentence might have been digested previously. Sometimes your dear mother's uncontrollable wit suddenly disturbed our gravity, but he was never seen otherwise than in his own proper character as a minister of the gospel of Christ. Bunting's uncompromising Sabbatarian stopped just short at the point of his own convenience. He did not hesitate, in the necessary prosecution of his ministerial work, to employ beasts, though always with a self-imposed reserve. With children it was another matter. We are often tempted to forgive Methodism some of its sins when we recollect that at least it gave to children and adults rudimentary education in its Sunday schools, and Bamford's happy picture is sometimes recalled, of the Middleton School in the late 1790s, attended by big collier lads and their sisters, and the children of weavers and labourers from Whittle, Bowley, Jumbo and the White Moss. But it is exactly this picture, of the laxness of the early Methodists, which Bunting was unable to forgive. When, in his ministry at Sheffield in 1808, his eye fell upon children in Sunday school being taught to write, his indignation knew no bounds. Here was an awful abuse of the Sabbath. There could be no question as to its theological impropriety, for children to learn to read the Scriptures was a spiritual good, whereas writing was a secular art from which temporal advantage might accrue. Battle commenced in Sheffield, from which Bunting emerged victorious. It was renewed at Liverpool in the next year with the same result, and Bunting was in the forefront of a movement which succeeded, very largely, in extirpating this insidious violation of the Lord's Day until the 1840s. This was, indeed, one of the ways in which Bunting won his national spurs. 1. The spurs were needed, perhaps, to stick into the children's sides during the 6 days of the week. In Bunting and his fellows we seem to touch upon a deformity of the sensibility complementary to the deformities of the factory children whose labor they condoned. In all the copious correspondence of his early ministries in the industrial heartlands, among endless petty connectional disputes, moralistic humbug, and prurient inquiries into the private conduct of young women, neither he nor his colleagues appear to have suffered a single qualm as to the consequences of industrialism. 2 But the younger leaders of Methodism were not only guilty of complicity in the fact of child labor by default. They weakened the poor from within, by adding to them the active ingredient of submission, and they fostered within the Methodist Church those elements most suited to make up the psychic component of the work discipline of which the manufacturers stood most in need. As early as 1787, the first Robert Peel wrote, "I have left most of my works in Lancashire under the management of Methodists, and they serve me excellently well." 3 Weber and Tawney have so thoroughly anatomized the interpenetration of the capitalist mode of production and the Puritan ethic that it would seem that there can be little to add. Methodism may be seen as a simple extension of this ethic in a changing social milieu, and an economist argument lies to hand, in the fact that Methodism, in Bunting's day, proved to be exceptionally well adapted, by virtue of its elevation of the values of discipline and of order as well as its moral opacity, both to self-made mill owners and manufacturers and to foremen, overlookers, and sub-managerial groups. And this argument, that Methodism served as ideological self-justification for the master manufacturers and for their satellites, contains an important part of the truth. So much John Wesley, in an often quoted passage, both foresaw and deplored. Religion must necessarily produce both industry and frugality, and these cannot but produce riches. But as riches increase, so will pride, anger, and love of the world. How then is it possible that Methodism, that is, a religion of the heart, though it flourishes now as a green bay tree, should continue in this state? For the Methodists in every place grow diligent and frugal, consequently they increase in goods. Hence they proportionately increase in pride, in anger, in the desire of the flesh, the desire of the eyes, and the pride of life. So, although the form of religion remains, the spirit is swiftly vanishing away. Many a Methodist mill owner, and, indeed, Bunting himself, might serve as confirmation of this in the early 19th century. 1 And yet the argument falters at a critical point. For it is exactly at this time that Methodism obtained its greatest success in serving simultaneously as the religion of the industrial bourgeoisie and of wide sections of the proletariat. Nor can there be any doubt as to the deep-rooted allegiance of many working-class communities to the Methodist Church. How was it possible for Methodism to perform, with such remarkable vigor, this double service? This is a problem to which neither Weber nor Tawney addressed themselves. Both were mainly preoccupied with Puritanism in the 16th and 17th centuries, and with the genesis of commercial capitalism. Both addressed themselves, in the main, to the psychic and social development of the middle class, the former stressing the Puritan concept of a calling, the latter the values of freedom, self-discipline, individualism and acquisitiveness. But it is intrinsic to both arguments that Puritanism contributed to the psychic energy and social coherence of middle-class groups which felt themselves to be called or elected and which were engaged in acquisitive pursuits. How then should such a religion appeal to the forming proletariat in a period of exceptional hardship, whose multitudes did not dispose them to any sense of group calling, whose experiences at work and in their communities favored collectivist rather than individualist values, and whose frugality, discipline, or acquisitive virtues brought profit to their masters rather than success to themselves? Both Weber and Tawney, it is true, adduce powerful reasons as to the utility, from the point of view of the employers, of the extension of Puritan or pseudo-Puritan values to the working class. Tawney anatomized the new medicine for poverty, with its denunciation of sloth and improvidence in the laborer, and its convenient belief that, if success was a sign of election, poverty was itself evidence of spiritual turpitude. 1 Weber placed more emphasis on the question which, for the working class, is crucial: work discipline. Wherever modern capitalism has begun its work of increasing the productivity of human labor by increasing its intensity, wrote Weber, it has encountered the immensely stubborn resistance of pre-capitalistic labor. The capitalistic economy of the present day is an immense cosmos into which the individual is born, and which presents itself to him, as an unalterable order of things in which he must live. It forces the individual, in so far as he is involved in the system of market relationships, to conform to capitalistic rules of action. But, as industrial capitalism emerged, these rules of action appeared as unnatural and hateful restraints. The peasant, the rural laborer in the unenclosed village, even the urban artisan or apprentice, did not measure the return of labor exclusively in money earnings, and they rebelled against the notion of week after week of disciplined labor. In the way of life which Weber describes as traditionalism, a man does not by nature wish to earn more and more money, but simply to live as he is accustomed to live and to earn as much as is necessary for that purpose. Even peace rates and other incentives lose effectiveness at a certain point if there is no inner compulsion. When enough is earned, the peasant leaves industry and returns to his village, the artisan goes on a drunken spree. But at the same time, the opposite discipline of low wages is ineffective in work where skill, attentiveness, or responsibility is required. What is required, here Fromm amplifies Weber's argument, is an inner compulsion which would prove more effective in harnessing all energies to work than any outer compulsion can ever be. Against external compulsion there is always a certain amount of rebelliousness which hampers the effectiveness of work or makes people unfit for any differentiated task requiring intelligence, initiative, and responsibility. Undoubtedly capitalism could not have been developed had not the greatest part of man's energy been channeled in the direction of work. The laborer must be turned into his own slave driver. 1. The ingredients of this compulsion were not new. 2 Weber has noted the difficulties experienced by employers in the putting out industries, notably weaving, in the 17th century, as a result of the irregular working habits of the workers. It was in the west of England woolen industry, at Kidderminster, that the Presbyterian divine, Richard Baxter, effected by his ministry a notable change in labor relations, and many elements of the Methodist work discipline may be found fully formed in his Christian Directory of 1673.3. Similar difficulties were encountered by mine owners and northern woolen and cotton manufacturers throughout the 18th century. Colliers generally received a monthly pay. It was complained that they are naturally turbulent, passionate, and rude in manners and character. Their gains are large and uncertain, and their employment is a species of task work, the profit of which can very rarely be previously ascertained. This circumstance gives them the wasteful habits of a gamester. Another trait in the character of a collier, is his predilection to change of situation. Annual changes are almost as common with the pitman as the return of the seasons. Whatever favors he may have received, he is disposed to consider them all cancelled by the refusal of a single request. 1. The weaver smallholder was notorious for dropping his work in the event of any farming emergency. Most 18th century workers gladly exchanged their employments for a month of harvesting. Many of the adult operatives in the early cotton mills were of loose and wandering habits, and seldom remained long in the establishment. 2. A few of the managerial problems in early enterprises are suggested by the list of fines at Wedgwood's Etruria works. Any workman striking or likewise abusing an overlooker to lose his place. Any workman conveying ale or liquor into the manufactory in working hours, forfeit 2/. Any person playing at fives against any of the walls where there are windows, forfeit 2/3. Whether his workers were employed in a factory or in their own homes, the master manufacturer of the Industrial Revolution was obsessed with these problems of discipline. The outworkers required education in methodical habits, punctilious attention to instructions, fulfillment of contracts to time, and in the sinfulness of embezzling materials. By the 1820s the great mass of weavers were deeply imbued with the doctrines of Methodism. Some of the self-made men, who were now their employers, were Methodists or dissenters whose frugality, as Wesley had foreseen, had produced riches. They would tend to favor fellow religionists, finding in them a guarantee for good conduct and a consciousness of the value of character. 1. The artisan traditions of the weavers, with their emphasis on the values of independence, had already prepared them for some variant of Puritan faith. 2. What of the factory operatives? It is in Dr. Andrew Year's Philosophy of Manufactures, a book which, with its satanic advocacy, much influenced Engels and Marx, that we find a complete anticipation of the economist case for the function of religion as a work discipline. The term factory, for Ure, involves the idea of a vast automaton, composed of various mechanical and intellectual organs, acting in uninterrupted concert for the production of a common object, all of them being subordinated to a self-regulated moving force. The main difficulty of the factory system was not so much technological but in the distribution of the different members of the apparatus into one cooperative body, and, above all, in training human beings to renounce their desultory habits of work, and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automaton. To devise and administer a successful code of factory discipline, suited to the necessities of factory diligence, was the Herculean enterprise, the noble achievement of Arkwright. Even at the present day, when the system is perfectly organized, and its labor lightened to the utmost, it is found nearly impossible to convert persons past the age of puberty, whether drawn from rural or from handicraft occupations, into useful factory hands. After struggling for a while to conquer their listless or restive habits, they either renounce the employment spontaneously, or are dismissed by the overlookers on account of inattention. It required, in fact, a man of a Napoleonic nerve and ambition, to subdue the refractory tempers of work people accustomed to irregular paroxysms of diligence. Such was Arkwright. Moreover, the more skilled a workman, the more intractable to discipline he became, the more self-willed and, the less fit a component of a mechanical system, in which, by occasional irregularities, he may do great damage to the whole. Thus the manufacturers aimed at withdrawing any process which required peculiar dexterity and steadiness of hand, from the cunning workman and placing it in charge of a mechanism, so self-regulating, that a child may superintend it. The grand object therefore of the modern manufacturer is, through the union of capital and science, to reduce the task of his workpeople to the exercise of vigilance and dexterity, faculties, speedily brought to perfection in the young one. For the children, the discipline of the overlooker and of the machinery might suffice, but for those past the age of puberty inner compulsions were required. Hence it followed that Ure devoted a section of his book to the moral economy of the factory system, and a special chapter to religion. The unredeemed operative was a terrible creature in Ure's sight, a prey to artful demagogues, chronically given to secret cabals and combinations, capable of any atrocity against his masters. The high wages of cotton spinners enabled them to pamper themselves into nervous ailments by a diet too rich and exciting for their indoor occupations. Manufactures naturally condense a vast population within a narrow circuit, they afford every facility for secret cabal, they communicate intelligence and energy to the vulgar mind, they supply in their liberal wages the pecuniary sinews of contention. In such circumstances, Sunday schools presented a sublime spectacle. The committee of a Stockport Sunday school, erected in 1805, congratulated itself upon the decorum preserved in the town. In 1832, at a time of political excitement elsewhere, it is hardly possible to approach the town, without encountering one or more of these quiet fortresses, which a wise benevolence has erected against the encroachments of vice and ignorance. And Ure drew from this a moral, not only as to general political subordination, but as to behavior in the factory itself. The neglect of moral discipline may be readily detected in any establishment by a practiced eye, in the disorder of the general system, the irregularities of the individual machines, the waste of time and material. Mere wage payment could never secure zealous services. The employer who neglected moral considerations and was himself a stranger to the self-denying graces of the gospel, knows himself to be entitled to nothing but eye service, and will therefore exercise the most irksome vigilance, but in vain, to prevent his being overreached by his operatives, the whole of whom, by natural instinct as it were, conspire against such a master. Whatever pains he may take, he can never command superior workmanship. It is, therefore, excessively the interest of every mill owner to organize his moral machinery on equally sound principles with his mechanical, for otherwise he will never command the steady hands, watchful eyes, and prompt cooperation, essential to excellence of product. There is, in fact, no case to which the gospel truth, godliness is great gain, is more applicable than to the administration of an extensive factory. 1. The argument is thus complete. The factory system demands a transformation of human nature, the working paroxysms of the artisan or outworker must be methodized until the man is adapted to the discipline of the machine. 1. But how are these disciplinary virtues to be inculcated in those whose godliness is unlikely to bring any temporal gain? It can only be by inculcating the first and great lesson, that man must expect his chief happiness, not in the present, but in a future state. Work must be undertaken as a pure act of virtue, inspired by the love of a transcendent being, operating on our will and affections. Where then shall mankind find this transforming power? In the cross of Christ. It is the sacrifice which removes the guilt of sin, it is the motive which removes love of sin, it mortifies sin by showing its turpitude to be indelible except by such an awful expiation, it atones for disobedience, it excites to obedience, it purchases strength for obedience, it makes obedience practicable, it makes it acceptable, it makes it in a manner unavoidable, for it constrains to it, it is, finally, not only the motive to obedience, but the pattern of it. 2. Ure, then, is the Richard Baxter of Cottonopolis. But we may descend, at this point, from his transcendental heights to consider, more briefly, mundane matters of theology. It is evident that there was, in 1800, casuistry enough in the theology of all the available English churches to reinforce the manufacturer's own sense of moral self-esteem. Whether he held in hierarchic faith, or felt himself to be elected, or saw in his success the evidence of grace or godliness, he felt few promptings to exchange his residence beside the mill at Bradford for a monastic cell on Bardsey Island. But Methodist theology, by virtue of its promiscuous opportunism, was better suited than any other to serve as the religion of a proletariat whose members had not the least reason, in social experience, to feel themselves to be elected. In his theology, Wesley appears to have dispensed with the best and selected unhesitatingly the worse elements of Puritanism. If in class terms Methodism was hermaphroditic, In doctrinal terms it was a mule. We have already noted Methodism's rupture with the intellectual and democratic traditions of old descent. But Luther's doctrines of submission to authority might have served as the text for any Wesleyan conference in the years after 1789. Even if those in authority are evil or without faith, nevertheless the authority and its power is good and from God. God would prefer to suffer the government to exist, no matter how evil, rather than allow the rabble to riot, no matter how justified they are in doing so. The general Lutheran bias of Wesleyanism has often been noted. 1 Wesley's espousal of the doctrine of the universality of grace was incompatible with the Calvinist notion of election. If grace was universal, sin was universal too. Any man who came to a conviction of sin might be visited by grace and know himself to be ransomed by Christ's blood. Thus far it is a doctrine of spiritual egalitarianism. There is at least equality of opportunity in sin and grace for rich and poor. And as a religion of the heart rather than of the intellect, the simplest and least educated might hope to attain towards grace. In this sense, Methodism dropped all doctrinal and social barriers and opened its doors wide to the working class. And this reminds us that Lutheranism was also a religion of the poor, and that, as Munzer proclaimed and as Luther learned to his cost, spiritual egalitarianism had a tendency to break its banks and flow into temporal channels, bringing thereby a perpetual tension into Lutheran creeds which Methodism also reproduced. But Christ's ransom was only provisional. Wesley's doctrine here was not settled. He toyed with the notion of grace being perpetual, once it had visited the penitent, and thus a dejected form of Calvinism re-entered by the back door. But as the 18th century wore on, the doctrine of justification by faith hardened, perhaps because it was so evident that multitudes of those saved in the revivalist campaign slid back to their old ways after years or only months. Thus it became doctrine that forgiveness of sin lasted only so long as the penitent went and sinned no more. The brotherhood and sisterhood who were saved were in a state of conditional, provisory election. It was always possible to backslide, and in view of human frailty this was, in the eyes of God and of Jabez Bunting, more than likely. Moreover, Bunting was at pains to point out God's view that sin is not changed in its nature, so as to be made less exceedingly sinful, by the pardon of the sinner. The penalty is remitted, and the obligation to suffer that penalty is dissolved, but it is still naturally due, though graciously remitted. Hence appears the propriety and the duty of continuing to confess and lament even pardoned sin. Though released from its penal consequences by an act of divine clemency, we should still remember, that the dust of self-abasement is our proper place before God. 1. But there are further complexities to the doctrine. It would be presumptuous to suppose that a man might save himself by an act of his own will. The saving was the prerogative of God, and all that a man could do was to prepare himself, by utter abasement, for redemption. Once convinced of grace, however, and once thoroughly introduced to the Methodist Brotherhood, backsliding was no light matter to a working man or woman. It might mean expulsion from the only community group which they knew in the industrial wilderness, and it meant the ever-present fear as to an eternity of lurid punishment to come. There is a dreadful hell, and everlasting pains, where sinners must with devils dwell, in darkness, fire, and chains. How, then, to keep grace? Not by good works, since Wesley had elevated faith above works. You have nothing to do but save souls. Works were the snares of pride, and the best works were mingled with the dross of sin, although, by another opportunist feint, works might be a sign of grace. Since this world is the anteroom to eternity, such temporal things as wealth and poverty matter very little. The rich might show the evidence of grace by serving the church. The poor were fortunate in being less tempted by the desire of the flesh, the desire of the eyes, and the pride of life. They were more likely to remain graced, not because of their calling, but because they faced fewer temptations to backslide. 3 obvious means of maintaining grace presented themselves. First, through service to the church itself, as a class leader, local preacher, or in more humble capacities. Second, through the cultivation of one's own soul, in religious exercises, tract reading, but, above all, in attempts to reproduce the emotional convulsions of conversion, conviction of sin, penitence, and visitation by grace. Third, through a methodical discipline in every aspect of life. Above all, in labor itself, undertaken for no ulterior motives but as a pure act of virtue, there is an evident sign of grace. Moreover, God's curse over Adam, when expelled from the Garden of Eden, provided irrefutable doctrinal support as to the blessedness of hard labor, poverty, and sorrow all the days of thy life. We can now see the extraordinary correspondence between the virtues which Methodism inculcated in the working class and the desiderata of middle-class utilitarianism. 1. Dr. Ure indicates the point of junction, in his advice to the mill owner to organize his moral machinery on equally sound principles with his mechanical. From this aspect, Methodism was the desolate inner landscape of utilitarianism in an era of transition to the work discipline of industrial capitalism. As the working paroxysms of the hand worker are methodized and his unworkful impulses are brought under control, so his emotional and spiritual paroxysms increase. The abject confessional tracts are the other side of the dehumanized prose style of Edwin Chadwick and Dr. K. The march of intellect and the repression of the heart go together. But it was Wesley's claim that Methodism was, above all things, a religion of the heart. It was in its enthusiasm and emotional transports that it differed most evidently from the older Puritan sections. 1. We might note some of the approved stages in religious experience, taken from a characteristic tract which describes the conversion of a sailor, Joshua Marsden, in the 1790s. These tracts normally follow a conventional pattern. First, there are descriptions of a sinful youth, swearing, gaming, drunkenness, idleness, sexual looseness, or merely desire of the flesh. 2. There follows either some dramatic experience which makes the sinner mindful of death, or some chance hap encounter with God's word, where the sinner comes to jeer but remains to learn the way to salvation. Our sailor had all these experiences. A shipwreck left him trembling with horror upon the verge both of the watery and the fiery gulf. The ghosts of his past sins stalked before him in ghastly forms. A severe illness sent him often weeping and broken-hearted to a throne of grace, consumed and burned up sensual desires, and showed the awfulness of dying without an interest in Christ. Invited by a friend to a Methodist class meeting, his heart was melted into a childlike weeping frame. Tears trickled down his cheeks like rivulets. There follows the long ordeal of intercession for forgiveness and of wrestling with temptations to relapse into the former life of sin. Only grace can unloose the 7 seals with which ignorance, pride, unbelief, enmity, self-will, lust and covetousness bind the sinner's heart. Again and again the penitent in his novitiate succumbs to obscurely indicated temptations. 1. In spite of all, he was sometimes borne away by the violence and impetuosity of temptation, which brought upon him all the anguish of a broken spirit. After being overtaken with sin he would redouble his prayers. Sometimes the fear of dying in an unpardoned state greatly agitated his mind, and prevented his falling asleep for fear of awakening in the eternal world. When the desire of the flesh is to some degree humbled, the enemy places more subtle spiritual temptations in the penitent's path. Chief among these are any disposition which leads to hardness of the heart, levity, pride, but above all the temptation to buy salvation by good works rather than waiting with patience to receive it as the free gift of God, through the infinite merits of the bleeding reconciler. The doctrine of good works is this Hebrew, this popish doctrine of human merit. Thus hardness of the heart consists in any character trait which resists utter submission. God, before he can justify us freely, must wither our gourd, blast the flower of proud hope, take away the prop of self-dependence, strip us of the gaudy covering of Christless righteousness, stop the boasting of pharisaical self-sufficiency, and bring the guilty, abased, ashamed, blushing, self-despairing sinner, to the foot of the cross. At this point of abasement, all his prospects appeared like a waste howling wilderness. But the time of deliverance was now at hand. At a love feast in the Methodist chapel, the penitent knelt in the pew and, in an agony of soul, began to wrestle with God. Although the enemy raged and rolled upon him like a flood. Some of the leaders, with some pious females, came into the gallery, and united in interceding for him at a throne of grace. The more they prayed, the more his distress and burthen increased, till finally he was nearly spent, and sweat ran off him, and he lay on the floor of the pew with little power to move. This, however, was the moment of deliverance. He felt what no tongue can ever describe. A something seemed to rest upon him like the presence of God that went through his whole frame. He sprang on his feet, and felt he could lay upon Christ by faith. From this time forward the burthen of sin fell off. The new creation was manifested by new moral beauties, love, joy, hope, peace, filial fear, delight in Jesus, tender confidence, desire after closer communion, and fuller conformity. A new kingdom of righteousness was planted in the heart. God's glory became the end of each action. But salvation was conditional. The conviction of grace coexisted with the knowledge that man is a poor, blind, fallen, wretched, miserable and helpless sinner. 1. Our sinner has now been translated from the power of Satan to the kingdom and image of God's dear Son. And we may see here in its lurid figurative expression the psychic ordeal in which the character structure of the rebellious pre-industrial laborer or artisan was violently recast into that of the submissive industrial worker. Here, indeed, is Ure's transforming power. It is a phenomenon, almost diabolic in its penetration into the very sources of human personality, directed towards the repression of emotional and spiritual energies. But repression is a misleading word. These energies were not so much inhibited as displaced from expression in personal and in social life, and confiscated for the service of the church. The box-like, blackening chapels stood in the industrial districts like great traps for the human psyche. Within the church itself there was a constant emotional drama of backsliders, confessions, forays against Satan, lost sheep. One suspects that the pious sisterhood, in particular, found in this one of the great consolations of religion. For the more intellectual there was the spiritual drama of trials, temptations, heart sinkings, doubts, struggles, heaviness, manifestations, victories, coldnesses, wanderings, besetments, deliverances, helps, hopes, answers to prayer, interpositions, reliefs, complaints, workings of the heart, actings of faith, leadings through the mazes of dark dispensations, fiery trials, and succor in the sinking moment. 1. But what must be stressed is the intermittent character of Wesleyan emotionalism. Nothing was more often remarked by contemporaries of the workaday Methodist character, or of Methodist home life, than its methodical, disciplined and repressed disposition. It is the paradox of a religion of the heart that it should be notorious for the inhibition of all spontaneity. Methodism sanctioned workings of the heart only upon the occasions of the church. Methodists wrote hymns but no secular poetry of note. The idea of a passionate Methodist lover in these years is ludicrous. The word is unpleasant, but it is difficult not to see in Methodism in these years a ritualized form of psychic masturbation. Energies and emotions which were dangerous to social order, or which were merely unproductive, were released in the harmless form of sporadic love feasts, watch nights, band meetings, or revivalist campaigns. At these love feasts, after hymns and the ceremonial breaking of cake or water biscuit, the preacher then spoke, in a raw emotional manner, of his spiritual experiences, temptations, and contests with sin. While the preacher is thus engaged, sighs, groans, devout aspirations, and ejaculations of prayer or praise, are issuing from the audience in every direction. In the tension which succeeded, individual members of the congregation then rose to their feet and made their intimate confessions of sin or temptation, often of a sexual implication. An observer noted the bashfulness, and evident signs of inward agitation, which some of the younger part of the females have betrayed, just before they have risen to speak. 2. The Methodists made of religion a thing of sensation and passion, craving perpetually for sympathy and stimulants. 1. These Sabbath orgasms of feeling made more possible the single-minded weekday direction of these energies to the consummation of productive labor. Moreover, since salvation was never assured, and temptations lurked on every side, there was a constant inner goading to sober and industrious behavior, the visible sign of grace, every hour of the day and every day of the year. Not only the sack but also the flames of hell might be the consequence of indiscipline at work. God was the most vigilant overlooker of all. Even above the chimney breast thou God seest me was hung. The Methodist was taught not only to bear his cross of poverty and humiliation, the crucifixion was the very pattern of his obedience. True followers of our bleeding Lamb, now on thy daily cross we die, to work was the cross from which the transformed industrial worker hung. But so drastic a redirection of impulses could not be effected without a central disorganization of the human personality. We can see why Hazlitt described the Methodists as a collection of religious invalids. 3 If Wesley took from Luther his authoritarianism, from Calvinism, and from the English Puritan divines of the 17th century, Methodism took over the joylessness, a methodical discipline of life combined with the strict avoidance of all spontaneous enjoyments. 4 From both it took over the almost Manichaean sense of guilt at man's depravity. And, as gratuitous additions, the Wesleys absorbed and passed on through their hymns and writings the strange phenomenon of early 18th century necrophily and the perverse imagery which is the least pleasant side of the Moravian tradition. Weber has noted the connection between sexual repression and work discipline in the teachings of such divines as Baxter. The sexual asceticism of Puritanism differs only in degree, not in fundamental principle, from that of monasticism, and on account of the Puritan conception of marriage, its practical influence is more far-reaching than that of the latter. For sexual intercourse is permitted, even within marriage, only as the means willed by God for the increase of His glory according to the commandment, be fruitful and multiply. Along with a moderate vegetable diet and cold baths, the same prescription is given for all sexual temptations as is used against religious doubts and a sense of moral unworthiness. Work hard in your calling. 1. Methodism is permeated with teaching as to the sinfulness of sexuality, and as to the extreme sinfulness of the sexual organs. These, and especially the male sexual organs, were the visible fleshly citadels of Satan, the source of perpetual temptation and of countless highly unmethodical and unproductive impulses. 2 But the obsessional Methodist concern with sexuality reveals itself in the perverted eroticism of Methodist imagery. We have already noted, in John Nelson's Conversion, the identification of Satan with the phallus. God is usually a simple father image, vengeful, authoritarian and prohibitive, to whom Christ must intercede, the sacrificial lamb still bleeding and imploring grace for every soul of man. But the association of feminine, or, more frequently, ambivalent, sexual imagery with Christ is more perplexing and unpleasant. Here we are faced with layer upon layer of conflicting symbolism. Christ, the personification of love to whom the great bulk of Wesleyan hymns are addressed, is by turns maternal, Oedipal, sexual, and sadomasochistic. The extraordinary assimilation of wounds and sexual imagery in the Moravian tradition has often been noted. Man as a sinful worm must find lodging, bed, and board in the lamb's wounds. But the sexual imagery is easily transferred to imagery of the womb. The dearest little opening of the sacred, precious, and 1,000 times beautiful little side is also the refuge from sin in which the regenerate rests and breathes. O precious side hole's cavity! I want to spend my life in thee. There in one side hole's joy divine. I'll spend all future days of mine. Yes, yes, I will forever sit there, where thy side was split. 1. Sexual and womb regressive imagery appears here to be assimilated. But, after the Wesleys broke with the Moravian brethren, the language of their hymns and the persistent accusation of antinomian heresy among Moravian communities had become a public scandal. In the hymns of John and Charles Wesley, overt sexual imagery was consciously repressed, and gave way to imagery of the womb and the bowels. Come, O my guilty brethren, come. Groaning beneath your load of sin. His bleeding heart shall make you room. His open side shall take you in. This imagery, however, is subordinated to the overpowering sacrificial imagery of blood, as if the underground traditions of Mithraic blood sacrifice which troubled the early Christian church suddenly gushed up in the language of 18th century Methodist hymnody. Here is Christ's bleeding love, the blood of the sacrificial lamb in which sinners must bathe, the association of sacrifice with the penitent's guilt. Here is the fountain that gushes from his side open that all may enter in. Still the fountain of thy blood stands for sinners opened wide. Now, even now, my Lord and God, I wash me in thy side. And sacrificial, masochistic, and erotic language all find a common nexus in the same blood symbolism. We thirst to drink thy precious blood. We languish in thy wounds to rest. And hunger for immortal food. And long on all thy love to feast. The union with Christ's love, especially in the Eucharistic marriage feast, one unites the feelings of self-mortification, the yearning for the oblivion of the womb, and tormented sexual desire, harbored in the Saviour's breast. 'Tis there I would always abide. And never a moment depart. Concealed in the cleft of thy side. Eternally held in thy heart. Point 2. It is difficult to conceive of a more essential disorganization of human life, a pollution of the sources of spontaneity bound to reflect itself in every aspect of personality. Since joy was associated with sin and guilt, and pain with goodness and love, so every impulse became twisted into the reverse, and it became natural to suppose that man or child only found grace in God's eyes when performing painful, laborious, or self-denying tasks. To labor and to sorrow was to find pleasure, and masochism was love. This strange imagery was perpetuated during the years of the Industrial Revolution, not only in Methodist hymnody but also in the rhetoric of sermons and confessions. Nor did it pass unnoticed. The deity is personified and embodied in the grossest of images, Leigh Hunt commented in an essay on the indecentious and profane rapture of Methodism. If God must be addressed in the language of earthly affection, why not address him as a parent rather than a lover, one? But by the end of the 18th century, the Methodist tradition was undergoing a desolate change. The negation or sublimation of love was tending towards the cult of its opposite, death. Charles Wesley himself had written more than one hymn which presages this change. Ah, lovely appearance of death! No sight upon earth is so fair. Not all the gay pageants that breathe can with a dead body compare. The Methodist tradition here is ambivalent. On the one hand, Methodist preachers perfected techniques to arouse paroxysms of fear of death and of the unlimited pains of hell. Children, from the age that they could speak, were terrified with images of everlasting punishment for the slightest misbehavior. Their nights were made lurid by Fox's Book of Martyrs and similar reading. Point 2. But at the same time, those who could read were deluged throughout the early 19th century, with the tracts which celebrated holy dying. No Methodist or evangelical magazine, for the mature or for children, was complete without its deathbed scene in which death was often anticipated in the language of bride or bridegroom impatient for the wedding night. Death was the only goal which might be desired without guilt, the reward of peace after a lifetime of suffering and labor. So much of the history of Methodism has, in recent years, been written by apologists or by fair-minded secularists trying to make allowances for a movement which they cannot understand, that one notes with a sense of shock Lecky's judgment at the end of the 19th century. A more appalling system of religious terrorism, one more fitted to unhinge a tottering intellect and to darken and embitter a sensitive nature, has seldom existed. Point 1. Over the Industrial Revolution there brooded the figure of the Reverend Jabez Branderham, who appears in Lockwood's grim nightmare at the opening of Wuthering Heights. Good God, what a sermon, divided into 490 parts, and each discussing a separate sin. It is against this all-enveloping "thou shalt not," which permeated all religious persuasions in varying degree in these years, that we can appreciate at its full height the stature of William Blake. It was in 1818 that he emerged from his densely allegorical prophetic books into a last phase of gnomic clarity in the everlasting gospel. Here he reasserted the values, the almost antinomian affirmation of the joy of sexuality, and the affirmation of innocence, which were present in his earlier songs. Almost every line may be seen as a declaration of mental war against Methodism and evangelicalism. Point 2. Their vision of Christ was his vision's greatest enemy. Above all, Blake drew his bow at the teaching of humility and submission. It was this naysaying humility which does the sun and moon blot out, distorts the heavens from pole to pole, rooting over with thorns and stems the buried soul and all its gems. 2. The chiasm of despair. The utility of Methodism as a work discipline is evident. What is less easy to understand is why so many working people were willing to submit to this form of psychic exploitation. How was it that Methodism could perform with such success this dual role as the religion of both the exploiters and the exploited? During the years 1790 to 18,301, 3 reasons may be adduced: direct indoctrination, the Methodist community sense, and the psychic consequences of the counter-revolution. The first reason, indoctrination, cannot be overstated. The evangelical Sunday schools were ever active, although it is difficult to know how far their activities may be rightly designated as educational. The Wesleyans had inherited from their founder a peculiarly strong conviction as to the aboriginal sinfulness of the child, and this expressed, in Wesley's case, with a force which might have made some Jesuits blench. Break their wills betimes. Begin this work before they can run alone, before they can speak plain, perhaps before they can speak at all. Whatever pains it costs, break the will if you would not damn the child. Let a child from a year old be taught to fear the rod and to cry softly. From that age make him do as he is bid, if you whip him 10 times running to effect it. Break his will now, and his soul shall live, and he will probably bless you to all eternity. Point 2. At Wesley's Kingswood School only severely workful recreations were allowed, chopping wood, digging and the like, since games and play were unworthy of a Christian child. A brief glance at the educational materials in common use in Sunday schools in the first decades of the 19th century exposes their true purpose. The Wesley's lurid hymns, employed in the adult services, were replaced by Isaac Watts' divine songs of children, or moralistic variants by later writers. Toddlers were taught to sing that they were by nature and by practice too, a wretched slave to sin. The all-seeing God's piercing eye looked upon their most secret actions. There's not a sin that we commit, nor wicked word we say, but in thy dreadful book 'tis writ, against the judgment day. A characteristic moral story of the time exemplifies the general tendency of this teaching. Point 1. John Wise is the son of a very poor man, who had many children, and could scarce get bread for them all by hard labor. He had to work with all his might each day in the week, and lived on oatcake, and oatmeal boiled up with water. His father, notwithstanding, was a good prayerful man, repeatedly giving thanks for his blessings. For example, some of us might have died, but we are all in the land of the living. John's mother taught him what's him of the work-disciplined son. When from the chambers of the east his morning race begins, he never tires, nor stops to rest, but round the world he shines. So, like the sun, would I fulfill the duties of this day. Begin my work betimes, and still march on my heavenly way. John's parents teach him the sanctity of the Sabbath, and deliver various homilies on duty, obedience, and industry. Then comes the awful story of Betty, John's wicked sister, who goes for a walk on Sunday, and comes back wet and muddy, having lost a shoe. Her father rebukes her, and reads to the family Moses' decree that the man who gathered sticks on the Sabbath should be stoned to death. Betty's sin is much worse than this man's, but this time she is pardoned. But worse sins follow. Some children play truant from Sunday school and play football instead. The next Sunday the children are admonished, and told the story of the 42 children who mocked the aged Elisha and who were torn in pieces, at the behest of a merciful God. The infants then carol another of Watts' hymns. When children in their wanton play served old Elisha so, and bid the prophet go his way. Go up, thou bald head, go. God quickly stopped their wicked breath, and sent 2 raging bears. that tore them limb from limb to death. With blood, and groans, and tears. In the end, the piety of John and of his father are rewarded by an inheritance from a stranger, deeply moved by their patience and submission to poverty. One might laugh, but the psychological atrocities committed upon children were terribly real to them. One may doubt the emphasis placed by a recent writer upon the repressive effect of Puritan infant binding and anal training, although the point cannot be dismissed. Point 1 But despite all the platitudes repeated in most textbooks as to the educational initiatives of the churches at this time, the Sunday schools were a dreadful exchange even for village dames' schools. 18th century provision for the education of the poor, inadequate and patchy as it was nevertheless provision for education, in some sort, even if it was little more than naming the flowers and herbs. In the counter-revolutionary years this was poisoned by the dominant attitude of the evangelicals, that the function of education began and ended with the moral rescue of the children of the poor. Point 2 Not only was the teaching of writing discouraged, but very many Sunday school scholars left the schools unable to read, and in view of the parts of the Old Testament thought most edifying this at least was a blessing. Others gained little more than the little girl who told one of the commissioners on child labor in the mines, "If I died a good girl I should go to heaven, if I were bad I should have to be burned in brimstone and fire. They told me that at school yesterday, I did not know it before." Point 1 Long before the age of puberty the child was subject at Sunday school and at home to the worst kind of emotional bullying to confess his sins and come to a sense of salvation, and many, like young Thomas Cooper, went into secret places 20 times in a day, to pray for pardon. 2. Lecky's epithet, religious terrorism, is in fact by no means an excessive term to apply to a society which provided no alternative educational arrangements for the children of the poor, at least until the Lancastrian charity school movement, in which the notion of moral rescue was modified by genuine educational intentions and by the utilitarian concern for equipping children for industrial occupations. Point 3 But, and here we come to our second reason, we should beware of giving too bleak and too unqualified a picture of the evangelical churches from the evidence of Sunday school primers, or from the dogmas of such men as Bunting. What the Orthodox Methodist minister intended is one thing, what actually happened in many communities may be another. The old Armenian Methodists had a more humane attitude to Sunday school teaching. The Methodists of the New Connection were always more intellectual in their approach than those of the Wesleyan Orthodoxy. We have noted that James Montgomery led the fight among the Sheffield Nonconformists to retain the teaching of writing in the Sunday school syllabus. The lay teachers, who volunteered their services, were less likely to be doctrinaire, and there was a continuous tension which could at times produce unlikely results. Even our Sunday schools, a Bolton minister wrote to the Duke of Portland in 1798, may become in some instances the seminaries of faction. We have discovered one if not two who have taken the oaths of United Englishmen, who are acting in the capacity of schoolmasters gratis. 1. The quiet fortresses of the Stockport Sunday schools, which Dr. Ure so commended in the 1830s, nevertheless had been besieged with a vengeance between 1817 and 1820, when the Reverend Joseph Harrison and the Stockport Political Union sponsored a radical Sunday school movement which must have been staffed, in part, by former teachers and scholars of the Orthodox schools. Point 2. And this should be seen, not only in the schools, but also in relation to the general influence of the Methodist churches. As a dogma, Methodism appears as a pitiless ideology of work. In practice, this dogma was in varying degrees softened, humanized, or modified by the needs, values, and patterns of social relationship of the community within which it was placed. The church, after all, was more than a building, and more than the sermons and instructions of its minister. It was embodied also in the class meetings, the sewing groups, the money-raising activities, the local preachers who tramped several miles after work to attend small functions at outlying hamlets which the minister might rarely visit. The picture of the fellowship of the Methodists which is commonly presented is too euphoric. It has been emphasized to the point where all other characteristics of the Church have been forgotten. Point 3 But it remains both true and important that Methodism, with its open chapel doors, did offer to the uprooted and abandoned people of the Industrial Revolution some kind of community to replace the older community patterns which were being displaced. As an unestablished church, there was a sense in which working people could make it their own, and the more closely knit the community in which Methodism took root, the more this was so. Indeed, for many people in these years the Methodist ticket of church membership acquired a fetishistic importance. For the migrant worker it could be the ticket of entry into a new community when he moved from town to town. Within this religious community there was its own drama, its own degrees of status and importance, its own gossip, and a good deal of mutual aid. There was even a slight degree of social mobility, although few of the clergy came from proletarian homes. Men and women felt themselves to have some place in an otherwise hostile world when within the church. They obtained recognition, perhaps for their sobriety, or chastity, or piety. And there were other positives, such as the contribution to the stability of the family and the home, to which we shall return. The Puritan character structure, moreover, was not something which could be confiscated solely for the service of the church and the employer. Once the transference was made, the same dedication which enabled men to serve in these roles, will be seen in the men who officered trade unions and Hampton clubs, educated themselves far into the night, and had the responsibility to conduct working-class organizations. In analyzing the ideology of Methodism, we have presented an intellectualized picture. In the fluency of social life, plain common sense, compassion, the obstinate vitality of older community traditions, all mingle to soften its forbidding outlines. There is a third reason, however, why working people were exceptionally exposed to the penetration of Methodism during the years of the Napoleonic Wars. It is, perhaps, the most interesting reason of all, but it has been scarcely noticed. It may best be approached by recalling the hysterical aspect of Methodist and Baptist revivalism, and of the smaller sects. During the worst years of the Industrial Revolution, real opiates were used quite widely in the manufacturing districts. And Charles Kingsley's epithet, the opium of the masses, reminds us that many working people turned to religion as a consolation, even though the dreams inspired by Methodist doctrine were scarcely happy. The methods of the revivalist preachers were noted for their emotional violence, the tense opening, the vivid descriptions of sudden death and catastrophe, the unspecific rhetoric on the enormity of sin, the dramatic offer of redemption. And the open-air crowds and early congregations of Methodism were also noted for the violence of their enthusiasm, swooning, groaning, crying out, weeping and falling into paroxysms. Southey, indeed, suggested that revivalism was akin to mesmerism. Wesley had produced a new disease, and he accounted for it by a theological theory instead of a physical one. Sometimes these symptoms took the form of violent mass hysteria, as in the incident at Bristol recorded in Wesley's journal in March 1788, when a vehement noise shot like lightning through the whole congregation. The terror and confusion was inexpressible. You might have imagined it was a city taken by storm. The people rushed upon each other with the utmost violence, the benches were broken in pieces, and 9/10 of the congregation appeared to be struck with the same panic. At Chapel nl Frith, he recorded in 1786, this hysteria had already become habit-forming. Some of them, perhaps many, scream all together as loud as they possibly can. Some of them use improper, indecent expressions in prayer. Several drop down as dead, and are as still as a corpse, but in a while they start up and cry, "Glory, glory." Such excesses of hysteria Wesley condemned, as bringing the real work into contempt. 2 But throughout the Industrial Revolution more muted forms of hysteria were intrinsic to Methodist revivalism. Tight communities, miners, hill farmers, or weavers, might at first resist the campaign of field preaching and prayer meetings among them, then there might be a little moving among the dry bones, and then the fire broke out, and it was just as when the winds on a common are set on fire, it blazed gloriously. 1. The example is taken from propaganda in West Riding weaving villages in 1799 to 1801, when whole communities declared themselves, at least temporarily, saved. and it is rarely noted that not only did the war years see the greatest expansion of Methodism, notably in the northern working class, but that this was also accompanied by renewed evidence of hysteria. For example, in the years 1805 to 6, when numbers flocked to the Methodists in Bradford, no sooner, in many cases, was the text announced, than the cries of persons in distress so interrupted the preacher, that the service was at once exchanged for one of general and earnest intercession. 23 Fell while I was speaking, a preacher of the Bible Christians in Devon noted complacently in his diary in 1816, we prayed, and soon some more fell, I think 6 found peace. The ministrations of the sect among the moorland farmers and laborers were often accompanied by agonies, prostrations, shouts of praise, and loud and piteous cries of penitence. 3. Methodism may have inhibited revolution, but we can affirm with certainty that its rapid growth during the wars was a component of the psychic processes of counter-revolution. There is a sense in which any religion which places great emphasis on the afterlife is the chiasm of the defeated and the hopeless. The utopian vision aroused a contrary vision. The chiastic optimism of the revolutionaries ultimately gave birth to the formation of the conservative attitude of resignation, the words of Karl Mannheim's describing another movement. And he also gives us a clue to the nature of the psychic process. Chiasm has always accompanied revolutionary outbursts and given them their spirit. When this spirit ebbs and deserts these movements, there remains behind in the world a naked mass frenzy and a despiritualized fury. 4. Since, in England of the 1790s, the revolutionary impulse was stifled before it reached the point of outburst, so also when the spirit ebbed, the reaction does not fall to the point of frenzy. And yet there are many phenomena in these decades which can scarcely be explained in any other way. Authentic millenarialism ends in the late 1790s, with the defeat of English Jacobinism, the onset of the wars, and the confining of Richard Brothers in a madhouse. But a number of sects of New Jerusalemites prospered in the next 15 years. 1 Prophet after prophet arose, like Ebenezer Alderd, a Unitarian minister in an isolated village in the Derbyshire Peak. There he lived in a kind of solitude, became dreamy and wild, laid hold on the prophecies, saw Napoleon in the book of Revelation, at last fancied himself the prophet who, standing neither on land nor water, was to proclaim the destruction of a great city. And, clothed in a white garment, his grey hair flowing down his shoulders, sailed in a boat on the Thames, distributing booklets and prophesying doom. 2 Radical, mystic and militarist contested for the robes of revelation. The lost tribes of Israel were discovered in Birmingham and Wapping, and evidence was found that the British Empire is the peculiar possession of Messiah, and his promised naval dominion. 3. But the most startling evidence of a despiritualized fury is to be found in the movements surrounding, and outliving, the greatest prophetess of all, Joanna Southcott. It was in 1801 that her first cranky prophetic booklet was published, The Strange Effects of Faith. And the general climate of expectant frenzy is shown by the rapidity with which the reputation of the Devon farmer's daughter and domestic servant swept the country. Her appeal was curiously compounded of many elements. There was the vivid superstitious imagination of the older England, especially tenacious in her own West Country. The belief in supernatural agency, wrote the Taunton Courier in 1811, is universally prevalent throughout the western counties, and very few villages there are who cannot reckon upon at least one who is versed in hell's black grammar. The Samford ghost, for a while, gained its thousands of votaries. 1. There was the lurid imagery and fervour of the Methodist communion, to which Joanna had been zealously attached. 2. There was the strange amalgam of Joanna's own style, in which mystic doggerel was thrown down side by side with shrewd or literal-minded autobiographical prose, accounts of childhood memories, unhappy love affairs, and encounters between the stubborn peasant's daughter and disbelieving parsons and gentry. There was, above all, the misery and war-weariness of these years, and the millenarial expectancy, of a time when the followers of brothers still lived daily in the hope of fresh revelation, a time when one madman printed his dreams, another his day visions, one had seen an angel come out of the sun with a drawn sword in his hand, another had seen fiery dragons in the air, and hosts of angels in battle array. The lower classes began to believe that the 7 seals were about to be opened. 3. Joanna was no Joan of Arc, but she shared one of Joan's appeals to the poor, the sense that revelation might fall upon a peasant's daughter as easily as upon a king. She was acclaimed as the true successor to brothers, and she gathered around her an entourage which included several educated men and women. But Joanna's appeal was felt most strongly among working people of the West and North, Bristol, South Lancashire, the West Riding, Stockton-on-Tees. O England! O England! England! The axe is laid to the tree, and it must and will be cut down, ye know not the days of your visitation. The midnight hour is coming for you all, and will burst upon you. I warn you of dangers that now stand before you, for the time is at hand for the fulfillment of all things. Who is he that cometh from Edom, with dyed garments from Bozrah, that speaketh in righteousness, mighty to save all that trust in him? But of my enemies I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, for the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. Most of Joanna's prophecies convey little more than an apocalyptic mood, and auguries of catastrophe so vague that they were easily applied to the crises and upheavals of Napoleonic Europe, with Bonaparte himself figuring as the beast. Her manner lacked the revolutionary specificity of Brothers, but her apocalypse was most certainly one in which the sheep were to be separated irrevocably from the goats. The earth shall be filled with my goodness, the Lord spoke through Joanna, and hell shall be filled with my terrors. My fury shall go forth, and my loving kindness shall save to the utmost all them that now come unto me. Awake, awake, O Zion, put on thy beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, for the day of the Lord is at hand. I will break down the pride of the lofty, and I will exalt the spirit of the meek. For the saved there was offered a shadowy utopia. When I my people do redeem from every power of hell and sin. Your houses I shall build anew, and palaces bring to your view. For golden mines I have in store. The foaming seas shall send on shore millions of treasure hid therein, and mines of diamonds shall be seen. I've gold of Ophir, that shall come to build Jerusalem up again. And those that are the first redeemed may say, these promises we claim. There was even an echo of Paine's Bastard and his armed banditti, and a suggestion that the land would be returned to the laboring people. But now the heirs I mean to free, and all these bondmen I'll cast out, and the true heirs have not to doubt. For I'll cut off the bastard race, and in their stead the true heirs place, for to possess that very land. It is probable that Joanna Southcott was by no means an impostor, but a simple and at times self-doubting woman, the victim of her own imbalance and credulity. There is a pathos in her literal-minded transcriptions of her voices. The long messages which the Lord instructed her to communicate were full of the highest testimonials to the ability of Joanna herself. For on the earth there's something new appears. Since earth's foundation plocked I tell you here. Such wondrous woman never was below. So flattered by the best of all referees, she was able to exert upon the credulous a form of psychic blackmail no less terrifying than that of the hellfire preachers. One day, while sweeping out a house after a sale, she was permitted by the Lord to find, as if by accident, a commonplace seal. Thereafter her followers, the Johannes or Southcottians, were able to obtain from her a special seal, a sort of promissory note that the bearer should inherit the tree of life to be made heirs of God and joint heirs with Jesus Christ. The promise of the millennium was available only to the sealed people, while the scoffers received more dreadful threats. And now if foes increase, I tell you here, that every sorrow they shall fast increase. The wars, her tumults they shall never cease, until the hearts of men will turn to me, and leave the rage of persecuting thee. Thousands upon thousands were sealed in this way. There was, indeed, a market in seals at one time comparable to the late medieval market in relics of the cross. The emotional disequilibrium of the times is revealed not only in the enthusiasm of the Johannes but also in the corresponding violence of feeling of the mobs which sometimes assaulted her under prophets. Southcottianism was scarcely a form of revolutionary chiliasm, it did not inspire men to effective social action, and scarcely engaged with the real world. Its apocalyptic fervour was closely akin to the fervours of Methodism. It brought to a point of hysterical intensity the desire for personal salvation. But it was certainly a cult of the poor. Joanna's God cursed the false shepherds of England who conspired to raise the price of bread. My charges will come heavy against them, and my judgments must be great in the land, if they starve the poor in the midst of plenty. What I said of Nineveh, Sodom, and Gomorrah, what I said of Tyre and Sidon, what I said concerning the Galileans, are now charges against the shepherds of England. The old imagery of the whore of Babylon was revived with luxuriating confusion, and all the clergy throughout the land were pointed out as the lovers and adulterers with Jezebel, who adulterate my Bible as an adulterous man would commit fornication with an adulterous woman. As in all the cults of the poor, there was a direct identification between their plight and the tribulations of the children of Israel. As close as Pharaoh pursued the children of Israel, so close will Satan pursue the sealed people, by temptations within the persecutions without. At times all tissue of sense disappears beneath the riot of such imagery, in which the proper nouns of the Old Testament struggle with the rhythms of ancient pistol. Come out! Come out! Let Sodom feel its doom. Where now is Lot? At Zor safe. Where is his wife? Is she not salt all? The writing is on the wall, thou lewdly revellest with the bowls of God. Let Bel asunder burst. The saints now judge the earth. The Omnipotent is here, in power, and spirit in the word, the sword, white horse, and King of kings has drawn the flaming sword. Rejoice, yes saints, rejoice. Great Og and Agag where are yet? The walls of Jericho are thou, fall flat. Joshua's ram's horns, the 7 and 12, pass Jordan's stream. The Lord's anointed reigns, the rods or laws of Ephraim, 10 unite in one, and hold by Judah's skirt. The Son of Man o'er Israel reigns, the dry bones now arise. The bride is come, the bridegroom now receives the marriage seal. The law and gospel now unite, the moon and sun appear, Caleb and Joshua pass the stream in triumph to restore. Where now thou Canaanite art thou? Where all thy maddened crew? Hittites be gone. No more appear to hurt or to annoy. Now Israel's sons in peace succeed and Canaan's land enjoy. Behold, from Edom I appear, with garments dipped in blood. My sons are freed, and saved, and washed amidst the purple flood. 1. The first frenzy of the cult was in 1801-4, but it achieved a second climax in 1814 when the aging Joanna had an hysterical pregnancy and promised to give birth to Shiloh, the Son of God. In the West Riding the whole district was infested with bearded prophets, while Ashton, in Lancashire, later became a sort of metropolis for the Johannes of the North. 2 When the prophetess died in the last week of 1814, tragically disillusioned in her own voice, the cult proved to be extraordinarily deep-rooted. Successive claimants appeared to inherit her prophetic mantle, the most notable of whom was a Bradford woolcomber, John Roe. Southcottian derivatives passed through one aberration after another, showing themselves capable of sudden flare ups of messianic vitality until the last years of the 19th century. 1. There is no doubt that the Southcott cult wreaked great havoc in the Methodist camp, notably in Bristol, Lancashire, and Yorkshire. Indeed, Joanna's few essays in theological polemic were directed at the Methodists whom she accused of holding Calvinistic tenets, thereby making the great Creator and Father of all a being of such cruelty, that no words can express, or pen describe, instead of a being whose love is everywhere and whose mercy is over all his works. 2. The Methodists, of course, had many advantages over the Southcottians: organizational stability, money, the benign attitude of the authorities. What members they lost to the cult were probably soon regained. But this does not mean that we can dismiss the cult as a mere freak, irrelevant to the stolid lines of social growth. On the contrary, we should see the Johannes and the Methodist revival of these years as intimate relations. The wars were the heyday of the itinerant lay preachers, with their pious ejaculations, celestial groans, angelic swoonings. 3. The downright balderdash which so much enraged Cobbett. Their heavenly gifts, their calls, their inspirations, their feelings of grace at work within them, and the rest of their containg gibberish, are a gross and outrageous insult to common sense, and a great scandal to the country. It is in vain that we boast of our enlightened state, while a sect like this is increasing daily. 4. As Orthodox Wesleyanism throve, so also did breakaway groups of ranters, the Welsh jumpers, the primitive Methodists, the tent Methodists, the magic Methodists of Delamere Forest, who fell into trances or visions, the Bryanites or Bible Christians, the Quaker Methodists of Warrington and the Independent Methodists of Macclesfield. Through the streets of wartime and post-war England went the revivalist missionaries, crying out, "Turn to the Lord and seek salvation." One is struck not only by the sense of disequilibrium, but also by the impermanence of the phenomenon of Methodist conversion. Rising graphs of church membership are misleading. What we have, rather, is a revivalist pulsation, or an oscillation between periods of hope and periods of despair and spiritual anguish. After 1795 the poor had once again entered into the valley of humiliation. But they entered it unwillingly, with many backward looks, and whenever hope revived, religious revivalism was set aside, only to reappear with renewed fervour upon the ruins of the political mechanism which had been overthrown. In this sense, the great Methodist recruitment between 1790 and 1830 may be seen as the chiliasm of despair. This is not the customary reading of the period, and it is offered as an hypothesis, demanding closer investigation. On the eve of the French Revolution the Methodists claimed about 60,000 adherents in Great Britain. This indicated little more than footholds in all but a few of the industrial districts. Thereafter the figures claimed advance like this: 1,800, 90,619, 1,810, 137,997, 1,820, 190, 1,217, 1,830, 248,592. Years especially notable for revivalist recruitment were 1797 to 1800, 1,805 to 7, 1,813 to 18, 1,823 to 4, 1,831 to 4. These years are so close to those of maximum political awareness and activity that Dr. Hobsbawm is justified in directing attention to the marked parallelism between the movements of religious, social, and political consciousness. 2. But while the relationship between political and religious excitement is obviously intimate, the nature of the relationship remains obscure. The conclusion that Methodism advanced when radicalism advanced and not when it grew weaker does not necessarily follow. 1. On the contrary, it is possible that religious revivalism took over just at the point where political or temporal aspirations met with defeat. Thus we might almost offer a spiritual graph, commencing with the far-reaching emotional disturbances associated with the French Revolution and rights of man. In the early 1790s we find secular Jacobinism and the millenarial hopes of Richard Brothers. In the late 1790s and the 1800s, Methodist revivalism and the frenzy of the Johannes, which more than one contemporary witness saw as being part of the same stock, and appealing to the same audience. 2. In the aftermath of Luddism a renewed wave of revivalism, giving way to the political revival of the winter of 1816 to 17. In the latter 2 years the primitive Methodists broke through into the framework knitters' villages of Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, and Leicestershire, and the relationship between revivalism and political radicalism appears to have been especially close. On Whitsunday 1816, 12,000 were claimed at a camp meeting in Nottingham Forest. From the autumn of 1816 until the summer of 1817 popular energies appear to have been absorbed in radical agitation, culminating in the Pentridge Rising of June 1817, in which at least one local preacher took a leading part. But the great Primitive Methodist revival which took place in these counties in 1817 and 1818 would seem to have taken fire after the Pentridge disaster. 3. The year of maximum political activity in the post-war decade, 1819, is a year unremarkable for revivalism, while the revivalist fervor of 1831-4 may in part be attributed to the campaigns in the rural counties of the South and East, in the aftermath of the last laborers' revolt. 1. The suggestion is tentative. To take it further, we should know more about, not the years of revivalism, but the months, not the counties, but the towns and villages. Moreover, the relationship of primitive Methodists or Bible Christians to political agitation was very different from that of the Orthodox Wesleyans. A close examination of all the churches which experienced revivals shows, however, that their progress was not marked by a steady upward movement, interspersed with occasional steep inclines when mass conversions were made. It was more in the nature of a pulsation, a forward surge followed by a withdrawal. Thomas Cooper's account of his own conversion in the 1820s may be taken as characteristic. The example was wondrously infectious. Hundreds in the town and circuit began to pray for holiness of heart. For weeks he felt transfigured, in a heaven on earth of holiness. Then at length he returned to earth, lost his temper with the children at school where he taught, and his sense of transfiguration was lost. Similar to my experience was that of scores of our members in the town, and in the villages of the circuit. And such is the experience in all circuits of the connection. Often, what is called a revival begins with someone or more striving for holiness. The theme kindles desire in others, and sometimes fills a circuit with glowing excitement for many months. But the decline invariably sets in, too. Cooper gives us the experience. But in terms of the social process we may suppose something like an oscillation, with religious revivalism at the negative, and radical politics at the positive pole. The connecting notion is always that of the children of Israel. At one pole, the chiasm of despair could reduce the Methodist working man to one of the most abject of human beings. He was constantly warned by his ministers against reformers, as these sons of Belial, we ought to wait in silence the salvation of the Lord. In due time he will deliver his own dear peculiar people. One as such a peculiar person, his tools were occasionally destroyed, or he was refused entry to trade unions, upon suspicion of being an employer's narc. Cobbett pressed the attack upon the Methodists further. Amongst the people of the North they have served as spies and blood money men too. On the other hand, as if to baffle expectation, Methodist working men, and, indeed, local preachers, repeatedly emerged in the 19th century, in handfuls here and there, as active workers in different fields of working-class politics. There were a few Methodist Jacobins, more Methodist Luddites, many Methodist weavers demonstrating at Peterloo, Methodist trade unionists and Chartists. They were rarely initiators. This role was more often filled by Owenites and freethinkers who emerged from a different moral patterns. But they were often to be found as devoted speakers and organizers, who carried with them, even after their expulsion from the Methodist Church, the confidence of their communities. One reason for this lies in the many tensions at the heart of Wesleyanism. Just as the repressive inhibitions upon sexuality carried the continual danger of provoking the opposite, either in the form of the characteristic Puritan rebel or in the form of antinomianism, so the authoritarian doctrines of Methodism at times bred a libertarian antithesis. Methodism were highly politically conscious religions. For 100 years before 1789, dissent, in its popular rhetoric, had two main enemies, sin and the Pope. But in the 1790s there is a drastic redirection of hatred. The Pope was displaced from the seat of commination and in his place was elevated Tom Paine. Methodism, Bunting declared, hates democracy as much as it hates sin. But constant sermonizing against Jacobinism served also to keep the matter in the front of the public consciousness. In times of hardship or of mounting political excitement all the pent-up hostility won in the mind of the Methodist working man might break out, and, With the rapidity of a revivalist campaign, Jacobin or radical ideas might spread like fire in the winds. Moreover, we should remember the tension between spiritual and temporal egalitarianism characteristic of Lutheranism. In the Old Testament, working people found more than a vengeful authoritarian God, they also found an allegory of their own tribulations. It is this body of symbolism which was held in common by Chiliasts, Johannes, Jumpers, and Orthodox Wesleyans. No ideology is wholly absorbed by its adherents, it breaks down in practice in 1,000 ways under the criticism of impulse and of experience. The working class community injected into the chapels its own values of mutual aid, neighborliness, and solidarity. Moreover, we must realize what incredible mumbo-jumbo those Hebrew genealogies, anathemas, and chronicles must have seemed when set beside the daily experience of weavers or miners. Here and there texts would spring to the eye, applicable to almost any context, and it was as likely that they should appear as figures of the class struggle as of the spiritual pilgrimage. This was the case of the Underground of 1801, when it was credibly reported that Lancashire conspirators took an oath based upon Ezekiel. And thou, profane wicked prince of Israel, whose day is come, when iniquity shall have an end. Thus saith the Lord God, remove the diadem, and take off the crown, this shall not be the same, exalt him that is low, and abase him that is high. I will overturn it, and it shall be no more, until he come whose right it is, and I will give it to him. The sword is drawn, for the slaughter it is furbished, to consume because of the glittering point too. We see it also in the language of one of the unpaid ministers of the Independent Methodists of the Newcastle district, a group which broke away after the expulsions of radical lay preachers in 1819. Unequal laws, and a partial administration, plant a thorn in every breast, and spread a gloom in every countenance. It may be justly said of such rulers, their vine is the vine of Sodom, and the fields of Gomorrah, their grapes are grapes of gall, their clusters are bitter, their wine is the poison of dragons, and the cruel venom of asps. But in the kingdom of the Messiah, peace flows as a river. The rod of God's strength, which comes out of Zion, is not a rod of oppression. 1. In this way even the fortresses of the Sunday schools might breed rebellion. A collecting sheet 2 of the early 19th century from Todmorden, in which all subscribers to the strike fund are listed by their chosen pseudonyms, gives us the feel of this period, when the chapel and the pub made common cause in a moment of industrial crisis. Pound. S. D. One who is sorry to see a man who is crowned with the silver mantle of time, corroborate the truths of Solomon, Prov 27th, verse 22. 0. 2. 6. A salt chap with an S. 0. 0. 2. Stand true. 0. 0. 6. Hare and hounds in. 0. 0. 6. Love mercy, do justice. 0. 0. 4. Hang th old chap. 0. 0. 2. Jam a Tum's wife. 0. 0. 2. Amicus. 0. 1. 0. Royal George Inn. 0. 1. 0. Tell old Robert Shaw to read the 13th verse in the 22nd chapter of Jeremiah. 0. 0. 6. Eastwood Weavers. 0. 5. 4. If Dick O'Joss's wife doesn't give out or burning the reports, old Thunderbout Clogs will tell about her wearing half a crown of a Sunday bustle. 0. 4. 3 1/2. A chap bout jacket. 0. 0. 2. Cut his tail off and sew it on again for punishment. 0. 0. 4. But in the years between 1790 and 1830 it would be as ridiculous to describe the participation of rebellious Methodist Lay preachers and others in extreme radical agitations as a Methodist contribution to the working class movement, as it would be to describe the practice of free love among extreme antinomians as a Puritan contribution towards sexual liberation. Both are reactive cultural patterns, but just as the Puritan sexual rebel remains a Puritan in his deep concern for a right relation between men and women, so the Methodist political rebel carried through into his radical or revolutionary activity a profound moral earnestness, a sense of righteousness and of calling, a Methodist capacity for sustained organizational dedication and a high degree of personal responsibility. We see this in those Methodists who took part in the Pentridge Rising, one of whom, executed at Derby for high treason, had been the ablest local preacher in the circuit. 1 We see it in the better qualities of Samuel Bamford, and in the self-discipline which he brought to the demonstrators of 1819. We see it in Lovelace, the Dorchester labourer and Tolpuddle martyr. Whenever popular agitation grew in intensity, this form of heresy became evident. Indeed, by the 1830s, despite all the attempts of Bunting's old guard to hold the position by anathemas and expulsions, whole communities, in particular of weavers and stockingers, had come to combine their Methodism and their Chartism. There were other factors which influenced this process. By the early 19th century there was a marked tension between the professionalized Wesleyanism of the stipendiary ministry and the voluntarism of the lay preachers. The secession of the Killamite New Connection had by no means ended the feelings of resentment felt by many laymen at the vesting of the supreme government of Orthodox Methodism in the hands of an arbitrarily nominated circle of ministers. Again and again Cobbett lampooned the Methodist Conference as the conclave. He presented it as a new bureaucracy, composed of the most busy and persevering set of men on earth, intent upon preserving their worldly interests, and in perpetuating a new hereditary priesthood, living in comfort off the tributary pennies of the poor. He saw in Wesley's school, Kingswood, the machinery for perpetuating a new elite. 1 It was the professional ministry, and not the local preachers, whom Cobbett accused of being the bitterest foes of freedom in England. Hostile to freedom as the established clergy have been, their hostility has been nothing in point of virulence compared with that of these ruffian sectarians. Books upon books they write. Tracts upon tracts. Villainous sermons upon villainous sermons they preach. Rail they do, against the West Indian slave holders, but not a word do you ever hear from them against the slave holders in Lancashire and in Ireland. On the contrary, they are continually telling the people here that they ought to thank the Lord, not for a bellyful and a warm back, but for that abundant grace of which they are the bearers, and for which they charge them only 1 penny per week each. 2. Cobbett's attacks were not wholly disinterested. He had attacked the Methodists, in the same unmeasured way, but for the opposite reasons, in his Tory days, when he discovered that several of Colonel Depard's associates were Methodists. 3 This was one of his consistent prejudices. And he was enraged, in the early 1820s, not only by the high Toryism of Bunting and the conclave but also by the facility with which the Methodist Church tapped the pennies of the very same men who attended radical demonstrations. But without doubt many of the lay preachers and class leaders shared his dislike of the full-time ministry, as well as of such practices as pew rents and privileges for the wealthy. And this dislike Cobbett was at pains to foster. A man who had been making shoes all the week, he wrote, will not preach the worse for that on the Sunday. There are thousands upon thousands of laborers and artisans and manufacturers, who never yet attempted to preach, and who are better able to do it than the members of the conference, who for the far greater part have been laborers and artisans, and who have become preachers, because it was pleasanter to preach than to work. The pious and disinterested unpaid local preachers were being kept down by the haughty oligarchy of the conference. The dons of the conference scowl upon them, treat them as interlopers, send them off into little villages to preach to half-dozens, or half-scores, while they themselves preach to thousands. Now, it ought to be a point with the Methodists all over the kingdom to go to hear none but these disinterested men, and, if the conference shut them out of the chapels, they ought to hear them at their own houses, to follow them into barns or under trees. The other remedy which Cobbett proposed to the Methodists was to withhold their pennies, or, at least, to withhold them from all ministers except reformers. 1. It is not clear whether many Methodists followed Cobbett's advice, or whether he gave the advice because it was already being taken. But he certainly helps us to understand the character of the many breakaway sects, notably the primitive Methodists and Bible Christians, in the first decades of the 19th century. Whereas the Killamite secession had displayed a vertical split within the church, in which the more intellectual members had broken away, the secessions of this period were, above all, horizontal splits, in which lay preachers and their congregations severed themselves from the professional ministry. The Bible Christians arose because a zealous layman, William O'Brien, found that the Methodist establishment refused to recognize his calling. He took to freelance preaching in North Devon, ignoring the disciplinary restraints of the society, and was excluded as a walking beggar. He took his groups of converted with him. To read the biography of Bunting beside that of Hugh Bourne, the earnest millwright and joiner who founded the primitive Methodists, is to pass between two different worlds. Our chapels, Bourne recalled, were the coal pit banks, or any other place, and in our conversation way, we preached the gospel to all, good or bad, rough or smooth. The local Wesleyan establishment was little interested in the converts whom Bourne and Clowes were making in the pits and pottery towns. The evangelistic zeal which led to the first camp meetings at Mocop was promptly disowned. Bunting looked down upon the workers from the heights of connectional intrigue. Bourne and Clowes were of the working people. Bunting was intent upon ushering Methodism to a seat on the right hand of the establishment. The primitives still lived in the world of hardship and persecution of Wesleyanism's origin. We can scarcely discuss the two churches in the same terms. The preaching of the primitives was as hard as the lives of their congregations. It required the sharpest contrast between the gold of the redeemed and the flame-shot black of the damned. But this was not preached at, but by, the poor. In this and other sects, the local preachers made the church their own, and for this reason these sects contributed far more directly to the later history of trade unionism and political radicalism than the Orthodox connection. 2. There was one other context in which Methodism of any variety necessarily assumed a more class-conscious form, in the rural areas. The chapel in the agricultural village was inevitably an affront to the vicar and the squire, and a center in which the laborer gained independence and self-respect. Once again, it was the influence of the primitive Methodists notably in East Anglia, which was to prove most remarkable. But we can see the logic in a pamphlet by an irate country parson of 1805, several years before the primitive Methodists were founded. 1. The field laborers converted to Methodism were accused of all kinds of seditious intentions. They say, that corn and all other fruits of the earth, are grown and intended by Providence, as much for the poor as the rich. They were less content with their wages, less ready to work extraordinary hours as the exigencies of their masters might require. Worse, instead of recouping themselves for the next week's labor, they exhausted themselves on Sundays walking several miles to hear a preacher. On weeknights, instead of going straight to bed, they wasted fire and candles, singing hymns, a sight the parson had been horrified to see in some of our poorest cottages at so late an hour as 9, of a winter's evening. Many years later George Howell emphasized the perpetuation of these attitudes among the gentry, when commenting on the case of the Dorchester laborers. Methodism was a shocking offense in those days in many villages, especially in Dorset and other West counties. Indeed, next to poaching, it was the gravest of all offenses. In all these ways, tensions were continually generated within the heart of a religion whose theological tenets were those of submissiveness and the sanctification of labor. The fullest development of this reactive dialectic belongs to the later history of trade unionism among the miners and rural workers, and to the history of Chartism. But it finds its origin in the decades 1810 to 30, when such Chartist leaders as Ben Rushton of Halifax and John Skevington of Loughborough went through their formative years. Rushton, a handloom weaver born in 1785, and local preacher with the Methodist New Connection, was active in radical politics at the time of Peterloo, was probably imprisoned, and either expelled or withdrew from the connection at the time of Cobbett's appeal to Methodists to refuse to pay their dues. He was active again in the Poor Law agitation and on behalf of the handloom weavers in the early 1830s. In 1839, at one of the first of the great Chartist camp meetings, several local preachers spoke along with Rushton. One of them, William Thornton, opened the proceedings with prayer, that the wickedness of the wicked may come to an end, and Fergus O'Connor clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Thornton, when we get the People's Charter I will see that you are made Archbishop of York." Another moved a resolution binding the meeting not to attend any place of worship where the administration of services is inimical to civil liberty, but to meet in such a way and manner in our separate localities in future as the circumstances of the case require. Ben Rushton seconded the resolution, declaring, for himself he had given nothing to the parsons since 1821, and the next penny they had from him would do them good. Another local preacher, Hanson, added his denunciations of the clergy. They preached Christ and a crust, passive obedience and non-resistance. Let the people keep from those churches and chapels. Let them go to those men who preached Christ and a full belly, Christ and a well-clothed back, Christ and a good house to live in, Christ and universal suffrage. 1. Men like Rushton, Thornton, and Hanson made a contribution to the Chartist movement it is impossible to overestimate. We see it in the character of the camp meetings, and the fervour of the Chartist hymns, such as Sons of Poverty Assemble. See the brave, yes spirit broken, who uphold your righteous cause. Who against them hath not spoken? They are, just as Jesus was, persecuted by bad men and wicked laws. Rouse them from their silken slumbers. Trouble them amidst their pride. Swell your ranks, augment your numbers. Spread the charter far and wide. Truth is with us. God himself is on our side. 1. We see it in the plug rioters who marched into Halifax singing the Old Hundredth. We see it in the slogans, such as the great banner carried at one Chartist demonstration by the weavers of Rushton's village of Ovenden, "Be not ye afraid of them, remember the Lord, who is great and terrible, and fight for your brethren, your sons and your daughters, your wives and your houses too." We see it in the Chartist chapels, in the Spen Valley, where Deacon Priestley had given wheat to Christ's poor, where John Nelson had seen Satan on Gomersal hilltop, where Southcottians, Antinomians and Methodist Luddites were to be found at the opening of the century. We now have such a chapel, in the 1840s, at which we have an account of Rushton preaching, from the text, "The poor ye have always with you." The poor he divided into three classes, the halt and the blind, who were God's poor, the idle and reckless, who deserved to be left to look after themselves. Then, thirdly, there were the poor who had striven and worked hard all their lives, but who had been made poor, or kept poor by the wrongdoing and oppressions of others. With fiery eloquence he went on to denounce the men who refused political justice to their neighbors, and who held them down till their life was made one long desperate struggle for mere existence. As his eloquence and indignation gathered force, the feelings of the audience were manifested by fervid ejaculations, until at last one, carried away by Mr. Rushton's strong denunciation of oppressors, cried out, "I, damn 'em, damn 'em." 3. While such men as Rushton brought exceptional moral fervour to the movement in many districts, nothing would be more mistaken than to suppose that they were predisposed to favor the moral force party within Chartism. On the contrary, they served a God of battles whom the men of the New Model Army would have understood, and more than a few former lay preachers were willing to speak to the text, "He that hath no sword let him sell his garment and buy one." Rushton, described by a friend as steady, fearless, and honest a politician as ever stood upon an English platform, was willing to lead the plug rioters, and, when in his 60s, he was still campaigning and speaking on behalf of Ernest Jones. The weaver preacher was in demand until his death. Now we find him preaching in worn clothing and clogs at an anniversary service in a weaving hamlet to a congregation in their best clothes, namely, clogs and working clothes, including long brats or bishops. Now we find him tramping many miles every night, in an effort to keep the spirit alive in struggling Chartist branches. His death, in 1853, was the occasion for a great Chartist funeral. Since Rushton had stipulated that no paid priest should officiate, the orations were delivered by Gamage and Ernest Jones. 1. But Jabez Bunting and Ben Rushton did not belong to the same worlds. It is only by doing violence to the imagination that we can conceive of the Chartist weaver and the authoritarian clergyman as ever having been connected in a common movement. For who was Rushton but the Adam whom Bunting's God had cursed? Community. Leisure and personal relations. The Methodist revival of the war years mediated the work discipline of industrialism. It was also, in some part, a reflex of despair among the working population. Methodism and utilitarianism, taken together, make up the dominant ideology of the Industrial Revolution. But in Methodism we see only the clearest expression of processes at work within a whole society. Many of its features were reproduced in the evangelical movement in all the churches, and in the social teaching of some utilitarians and deists. Hannah More held quite as strongly as Wesley to the view that it was a fundamental error to consider children as innocent beings, rather than as beings of a corrupt nature and evil dispositions. 1 And in the Sunday schools which were promoted by the Church of England in many villages in the 1790s and 1800s we find exactly the same emphasis upon discipline and repression as we have noted in the schools of Stockport or Halifax. Their function is uniformly described as being to cherish in the children of the poor a spirit of industry, economy, and piety. Sunday school teachers at Caister were instructed to tame the ferocity of their unsubdued passions, to repress the excessive rudeness of their manners, to chasten the disgusting and demoralizing obscenity of their language, to subdue the stubborn rebellion of their wills, to render them honest, obedient, courteous, industrious, submissive, and orderly. 2. The pressures towards discipline and order extended from the factory, on one hand, the Sunday school, on the other, into every aspect of life, leisure, personal relationships, speech, manners. Alongside the disciplinary agencies of the mills, churches, schools, and magistrates and military, quasi-official agencies were set up for the enforcement of orderly moral conduct. It was Pitt's moral lieutenant, Wilberforce, who combined the ethos of Methodism with the unction of the establishment, and who was most active between 1790 and 1810 in this cause. In 1797 he expounded at length the grand law of subordination, and laid down articles for the management of the poor. That their more lowly path has been allotted to them by the hand of God, that it is their part faithfully to discharge its duties and contentedly to bear its inconveniences, that the present state of things is very short, that the objects, about which worldly men conflict so eagerly, are not worth the contest. 1. By 1809 he was satisfied that overt Jacobinism was no longer a danger, but in every manifestation of moral indiscipline he saw the danger of Jacobin revival. We are alive to the political offense, he wrote, but to the moral crime we seem utterly insensible. In this he was too modest, since his own Society for the Suppression of Vice had clocked up 623 successful prosecutions for breaking the Sabbath laws in 1801 and 1802 alone. 2 But his conviction as to the intimate correlation between moral levity and political sedition among the lower classes is characteristic of his class. Prosecutions for drunken and lewd behavior increased. Blake's old enemy, Bishop Watson of Llandaff, preached a sermon in 1804 in which he found the role of the common informer to be a noble design, both in a religious and in a political point of view. The amusements of the poor were preached and legislated against until even the most innocuous were regarded in a lurid light. The Society for the Suppression of Vice extended its sphere of interference to two-penny hops, gingerbread fairs, and obscene pictures. 1 Nude sea bathers were persecuted as if they were forerunners of tumbrils and guillotine. With regard to adultery, wrote John Baudelaire darkly, as it was punished capitally by the Jewish law, some think it ought to be so, among us. The evangelical exhorted the upper classes to reform their own manners as an example to the poor. In society itself the post-revolutionary years saw an increased reserve of manner, fatal to conviviality and humor. 2. The process of social discipline was not uncontested. The attempt of Dr. Baudelaires' supporters to carry new legislation for the imprisonment of adulterers foundered in the House of Commons, unlike penalties imposed upon common Sabbath breakers, vagrants, tinkers, stage dancers and tumblers, ballad singers, freethinkers and naked bathers, legislation against adultery was open to objection in that it might discriminate against the amusement of the rich as well as of the poor. And other attempts to interfere with the leisure of the people were thrown out by the House of Commons, on slender majorities made up of 1 part laissez-faire inertia, 1 part Foxite defense of the liberty of the subject, and 1 part traditional Tory tolerance for bread and circuses and dislike for Methodist-ical fanaticism. But if the disciplinarians lost a few legislative skirmishes, they won the battle of the Industrial Revolution, and in the process the Irish temperament often attributed to the 18th century English poor in town and countryside was translated into the methodical way of life of industrial capitalism. In the countryside this can be seen most clearly in the triumph of the money economy over the casual, uneconomic rhythms of peasant semi-subsistence. In the industrial areas it can be seen in the extension of the discipline of the factory bell or clock from working to leisure hours, from the working day to the Sabbath, and in the assault upon cobblers' Monday and traditional holidays and fairs. Although the economic functions of the 18th century fair were still of great importance, annual hirings, horse and cattle fairs, sale of miscellaneous commodities, we should not forget their equal importance in the cultural life of the poor. Still, in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, the working man's year was made up of cycles of hardship and short commons, punctuated with feast days when drink and meat were more plentiful, luxuries like oranges and ribbons were bought for the children, dancing, courtship, convivial visiting and sports took place. Until late in the 19th century there was still a network of fairs held throughout the country, at which a fraternity of pedlars, cart sharpers, real or pretended gypsies, balladmongers, and hawkers were in attendance. 1 A Northumberland diarist of 1750 describes Whit Monday. Went to Carton sports, a saddle, bridle, whip, etc. all to be galloped for. Abundance of young men and women diverted themselves with the game or pastime here that they call losing their suppers. And after all they ended their recreation with carousing at the alehouses and yemen kissing and toying away most of the night with their mistresses. 3 weeks later there was the Leverston sport, a copper pen was played for at quates, there was also a dove neatly decked and adorned with ribbons of divers colours and other fine trappings which was danced for by the country girls. 2 In 1783 a Bolton magistrate complained that, at a time when oatmeal was selling at 2 guineas a load, there was so little appearance of want in this township that one evening I met a very large procession of young men and women with fiddles, garlands, and other ostentation of rural finery, dancing Morris dances in the highway merely to celebrate an idle anniversary, or, what they had been pleased to call for a year or two, a fair at a paltry thatched alehouse upon the neighbouring common. 1. It is tempting to explain the decline of old sports and festivals simply in terms of the displacement of rural by urban values. But this is misleading. The more robust entertainments, whether in their ugly form of animal baiting and pugilism, or in more convivial festivities, were as often, or more often, to be found in the 18th century in London or the great towns as in the countryside. They continued into the 19th century with a vigour which recalls both the unruly traditions of the London apprentices of Tudor times, and also the very large proportion of 19th century Londoners who were immigrants from the village. The greatest festival of all was Bartholomew Fair, with its menageries, pickpockets, pantomimes of Harlequin and Faustus, card sharpers, plays, exhibitions of wild men and of horsemanship. In 1825 the trades newspaper complained. 4 weeks previous it is denounced from the pulpit and the press, and stories are raked up of apprentices led away from the paths of honesty, of ruined maids of all work, of broken heads and brawlings. 2. In the previous decade the authorities had feared that the fair would become the general rendezvous for sedition and the signal for insurrection. 3. On the other hand, the Industrial Revolution, which drained the countryside of some of its industries and destroyed the balance between rural and urban life, created also in our own minds an image of rural isolation and idiocy. The urban culture of 18th century England was more rural, while the rural culture was more rich, than we often suppose. It is a great error to suppose, Cobbett insisted, that people are rendered stupid by remaining always in the same place. And most of the new industrial towns did not so much displace the countryside as grow over it. The most common industrial configuration of the early 19th century was a commercial or manufacturing center which served as the hub for a circle of straggling industrial villages. As the villages became suburbs, and the farmlands were covered over with brick, so the great conurbations of the late 19th century were formed. But there was nothing in this process so violent as to enforce a disruption of older traditions. In South Lancashire, the potteries, the West Riding and the Black Country local customs, superstitions and dialect were neither severed nor transplanted, the village or small town craftsman grew into the industrial worker. Bamford has testified in his early days to the vigor of tradition in Lancashire weaving villages at the turn of the century. There were the tales of witches, bog arts, firein, the furious pugilism and the cockfighting, the customs, such as pace-egging or riding the black lad, the holidays with their traditional celebrations, Christmas, Shrovetide, Cymbelin Sunday, and rush-bearing in August when Morris dancers were to be found in Middleton, Oldham, or Rochdale. My notion they are so good. I could doins Morris if I wowed. And if hadden sark be drayest. I will doins Morris wi the best. Or there was mischief neat, on May 1st, when lads would leave signs on the doorsteps of the village women. A gorse bush indicated a woman notoriously immodest, and a holly bush, one loved in secret, a tup's horn intimated that man or woman was faithless to marriage, a branch of sapling, truth in love, and a sprig of birch, a pretty girl. 1. We may set beside Bamford's picture of the 1790s Joseph Lawson's reminiscences of a backward clothing village in the West Riding, Pudsey, in the 1820s, with the old and new ways of life at a moment of transition. The houses were scattered as if they had sprung up from seeds dropped unawares, the roads unlighted and unflagged, the groups of houses approached by crooked folds and passages. Rooms are low, windows small without sashes. There is dense ignorance of sanitary science. A doctor comes into a house where there is fever, and he knocks a pane of glass out with his stick, his first dose of medicine being fresh air. Most of the houses are without ovens but have a box stone for baking. The stone floors are sanded, furniture is plain and sparse, in some houses there is an oaken chest or kist, a family heirloom, or a small cupboard fastened up in a corner, and a delf case for pots and plates. Water is scarce, and on wash days queues of 20 or 30 may form at the wells. Coal and candles are dear, and in the winter neighbors gather to share each other's fires. Baking and brewing are done at home, white bread and meat are regarded as luxuries, oatcake, brown bread, porridge pudding, skimmed milk, potatoes, and home-brewed beer, which they always call drink, are the principal articles of food. The sparse routine is broken by occasional tides or feasts, when a bit of beef is bought, and all go to the fair, where gingerbread, fruit, and toys are sold. There are peep shows of the Battle of Waterloo, Punch and Judy shows, gambling stalls, swings, and a customary love market, where the young men court the girls with tidings of brandy snaps and nuts. Very few of the working people can read well enough to read a newspaper, although papers are taken at the blacksmiths, the barbers and several public houses. Much of the news still comes by way of broadsheet vendors and street singers. Old superstitions are a living source of terror to old and young. There are ghosts at Jumbles Well, Bailey Gallows, Boggart Lane. Parents commonly discipline their children by shutting them in cellars and other dark places for the black boggards to take them. Another most serious and mischievous superstition, everywhere prevalent, was the belief that when any child died, it was the will of the Lord that it should be so. Sanitary reformers were regarded as infidels. Dogfighting and cockfighting were common, and it was also common at feast times to see several rings formed, in which men stripped to their bare skin would fight sometimes by the hour together, till the combatants were not recognizable. Drunkenness was rife, especially at holidays and on Cobbler's Monday, which was kept by weavers and burlers as well as cobblers. But there were plenty of less violent pastimes, nur and spell, ducknop, and football through the streets. The village was clannish within, and a closed community to outsiders from only 2 or 3 miles distant. Some very old traditions survived, such as riding the stang, whereby if a man was known to ill-use his wife, or a woman was thought to be lewd, a straw effigy would be carried through the streets by a hooting crowd, and then burnt by the offender's door. 1. So far from extinguishing local traditions, it is possible that the early years of the Industrial Revolution saw a growth in provincial pride and self-consciousness. South Lancashire and the West Riding were not rural wildernesses before 1780, they had been centres of domestic industry for 2 centuries. As the new factory discipline encroached upon the hand-workers' way of life, and as the Corporation and Coronation Streets were built over Yepthout and Frog Hole and T. Hollands, so self-consciousness was sharpened by loss, and a quasi-nationalist sentiment mingles with class feeling in the culture of the industrial workers. George Condé, a leading publicist of the 10-hour movement, wrote a foreword to Roby's Traditions of Lancashire. Bamford was only one among a score of plebeian authors who followed in the steps of the 18th-century Tim Bobbin, in celebrating and idealizing local customs and dialect. But this was a conscious resistance to the passing of an old way of life, and it was frequently associated with political radicalism. 2 As important in this passing as the simple physical loss of commons and playgrounds 3 was the loss of leisure in which to play and the repression of playful impulses. The Puritan teaching of Bunyan or Baxter were transmitted in their entirety by Wesley: avoid all lightness, as you would avoid hellfire, and trifling, as you would cursing and swearing. Touch no woman, card-playing, colored dresses, personal ornaments, the theater, all came under Methodist prohibition. Tracts were written against profane songs and dancing. Literature and arts which had no devotional bearing were profoundly suspect. The dreadful Victorian Sabbath began to extend its oppression even before Victoria's birth. A characteristic tract shows the extent of Methodist determination to uproot pre-industrial traditions from the manufacturing districts. It had been noted at a Sheffield Quarterly meeting in 1799 that some members were not altogether free from conforming to the custom of visiting or receiving visits, at the annual feast. Such feasts, known variously as wakes, rush-bearing, and revels, might in origin have been permissible but had become dreadfully prostituted to the most diabolical purposes. Time was spent in eating and drinking intemperately, talking profanely, or at least unprofitably, in laughing and jesting, fornication and adultery. The least participation was fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness. Money was wasted by the poor which might have been saved, many contracted debts. Methodists who mixed in such festivities were exposed to the worldly ways of the unconverted. Backsliding was a common result. They should refuse to entertain even friends and relatives who might call, and if such visitors could not be turned from the door they should be entertained only by Bible reading, holy discourse, and hymn singing. Oh, brethren, what are we doing? There is death in the pot. The plague is begun. Wrath is gone forth against fruitless professors. The slum bears of sin are upon us. Other customary survivals, such as meat and drink at the funeral wake, came in for equal condemnation. Even the visiting of relatives on a normal Sabbath day could not be condoned, unless in cases of sudden sickness. 1. The warmth of the argument suggests that in many places, like Bamford's Middleton, the struggle between the old way of life and the new discipline was sharp and protracted. And Lawson's account of Pudsey shows the chapel folk as a group set apart from the community by their somber manners. There were many who were brought up in devout families who reacted strongly against their upbringing, as did William Lovett. Being obliged to frequent a place of worship 3 times of a Sunday, strictly prohibited all books but the Bible and prayer book, and not being allowed to enjoy a walk, unless to chapel, are sufficient to account for those boyish feelings. My poor mother thought that the great power that has formed the numerous gay, sportive, singing things of earth and air, must above all things be gratified with the solemn faces, prim clothes, and half-sleepy demeanor of human beings, and that true religion consists in listening to the reiterated story of man's fall, too. To many men in the post-war generation, such as Lovett, it seemed that it was the Methodists who were uncouth and backward. And this reminds us of the extreme difficulty in generalizing as to the moral tone and manners of working-class communities during the Industrial Revolution. It is clear that between 1780 and 1830 important changes took place. The average English working man became more disciplined, more subject to the productive tempo of the clock, more reserved and methodical, less violent and less spontaneous. Traditional sports were displaced by more sedentary hobbies. The athletic exercises of quoits, wrestling, football, prison bars and shooting with the longbow are become obsolete. They are now pigeon fanciers, canary breeders, and tulip growers. Or so a Lancashire writer complained in 1823. Francis Place often commented upon a change, which he saw in terms of a growth in self-respect and an elevation in the character of the working man. Look even to Lancashire, he wrote a month after Peterloo. Within a few years a stranger walking through their towns was touted, i.e. hooted, and an outcomling was sometimes pelted with stones. Lancashire brood was the common and appropriate appellation. Until very lately it would have been dangerous to have assembled 500 of them on any occasion. Bakers and butchers would at the least have been plundered. Now 100,000 people may be collected together and no riot ensue, too. It is here that evaluation becomes most difficult. While many contemporary writers, from Cobbett to Engels, lamented the passing of old English customs, it is foolish to see the matter only in idyllic terms. These customs were not all harmless or quaint. The unmarried mother, punished in a bridewell, and perhaps repudiated by the parish in which she was entitled to relief, had little reason to admire Merry England. The passing of gin lane, Tyburn fair, orgiastic drunkenness, animal sexuality, and mortal combat for prize money in iron-studded clogs, calls for no lament. But, between old superstition and new bigotry, it is proper to be cautious when meeting the claims of the evangelicals to have been an agency of intellectual enlightenment. We have already noted the tendency of the Methodists to harden into a sect, to keep their members apart from the contagion of the unconverted, and to regard themselves as being in a state of civil war with the alehouse and the denizens of Satan's strongholds. Where the Methodists were a minority group within a community, attitudes hardened on both sides, professions of virtue and declamations against sin reveal less about actual manners than they do about the rancor of hostilities. Moreover, the air of the early 19th century is thick with assertions and counter-assertions, especially where the values of hand workers and factory workers were in conflict, or those of the opponents and defenders of child labor. Critics of the factory system saw it as destructive of family life and constantly indicted the mills as centers of the grossest sexual immorality. The coarse language and independent manners of Lancashire mill girls shocked many witnesses. Gaskell contrasted the idyllic innocence of the domestic workers, whose youth was spent in a pagan freedom which entailed the obligation of marriage only if conception took place, with the febrile promiscuity of the factory where some of the employers enacted scenes with the mill girls which put to blush the lascivious Saturnalia of the Romans, the rites of the pagoda girls of India, and the harem life of the most voluptuous Ottoman. 1. Such colorful accounts were, not unnaturally, resented not only by the employers but by the factory workers themselves. They pointed out that the illegitimacy rate in many rural districts compared unfavorably with that in mill towns. In many mills the greatest propriety was enforced. If there were Ottomans among the mill owners, there were also paternalists who dismissed any girl detected in a moral lapse. It is not easy to draw a balance. On the one hand, the claim that the Industrial Revolution raised the status of women would seem to have little meaning when set beside the record of excessive hours of labor, cramped housing, excessive childbearing, and terrifying rates of child mortality. On the other hand, the abundant opportunities for female employment in the textile districts gave to women the status of independent wage earners. The spinster or the widow was freed from dependence upon relatives or upon parish relief. Even the unmarried mother might be able, through the laxness of moral discipline in many mills, to achieve an independence unknown before. In the largest silk mills at Macclesfield, righteous employers prided themselves upon dismissing girls who made a single false step. A witness who contrasted this with the easier-going manners of Manchester came up with observations disturbing to the moralist. I find it very generally the case that where the mills and factories are nearly free from mothers of illegitimate children, there the streets are infested with prostitutes, and on the contrary, where the girls are permitted to return to their work, for giving birth to a child, there the streets are kept comparatively clear of those unhappy beings. 1. The period reveals many such paradoxes. The war years saw a surfeit of sermonizing and admonitory tracts limiting or refuting claims to women's rights which were associated with Jacobinism. Women's subordination in marriage was dictated in the bleakest terms. The Christian scriptures, declared Paley, enjoin upon the wife an obedience in marriage in terms so peremptory and absolute, that it seems to extend to everything not criminal, or not entirely inconsistent with the women's happiness. 2 But the same years see also a stubborn minority tradition, in the main among professional people and radical artisans in the great cities, which set forward claims more far-reaching than any known before the French Revolution. The claims made in the 1790s by Mary Wollstonecraft, William Blake, and Thomas Spence were never wholly abandoned. They recur, not only in Shelley's circle, but also in the radical publications of the post-war years. They were voiced, self-deprecatingly, in The Black Dwarf, more stridently in Richard Carlyle's publications, most powerfully by Anna Wheeler and William Thompson, and in the Owenite movement. 3 But it was in the textile districts that the changing economic status of women gave rise to the earliest widespread participation by working women in political and social agitation. In the last years of the 18th century, female benefit societies and female Methodist classes may have given experience and self-confidence. The claim of women to act as local preachers was a persistent Wesleyan heresy. But the war years, with their increased demand for labor not only in the spinning mills but also at the handloom, accelerated the process. 1 In 1818 and 1819 the first female reform societies were founded, in Blackburn, Preston, Bolton, Manchester, Ashton-under-Lyne. Samuel Bamford's account, if we may credit it, suggests a sudden leap forward in consciousness. At a meeting in the Saddleworth district, on the Lancashire-Yorkshire border, I, in the course of an address, insisted on the right, and the propriety also, of females who were present at such assemblages voting by a show of hand for or against the resolutions. This was a new idea, and the women, who attended numerously on the Bleak Ridge, were mightily pleased with it. The men being nothing dissentient, when the resolution was put the women held up their hands amid much laughter, and ever from that time females voted with the men at the radical meetings. It became the practice, female political unions were formed, with their chairwomen, committees, and other officials, and from us the practice was soon borrowed, religious and charitable institutions. 2. The 20 years between 1815 and 1835 see also the first indications of independent trade union action among women workers. John Wade, commenting upon a strike of 1,500 female card-setters in the West Riding in 1835, pointed the moral, alarmists may view these indications of female independence as more menacing to established institutions than the education of the lower orders. 3. But there is a paradox of feeling even in this advance. The radicalism of northern working women was compounded of nostalgia for lost status and the assertion of newfound rights. According to conventions which were deeply felt, the woman's status turned upon her success as a housewife in the family economy, in domestic management and forethought, baking and brewing, cleanliness and child care. The new independence, in the mill or full-time at the loom, which made new claims possible, was felt simultaneously as a loss in status and in personal independence. Women became more dependent upon the employer or labor market, and they looked back to a golden past in which home earnings from spinning, poultry, and the like, could be gained around their own door. In good times the domestic economy, like the peasant economy, supported a way of life centered upon the home, in which inner whims and compulsions were more obvious than external discipline. Each stage in industrial differentiation and specialization struck also at the family economy, disturbing customary relations between man and wife, parents and children, and differentiating more sharply between work and life. It was to be a full 100 years before this differentiation was to bring returns, in the form of labor-saving devices, back into the working woman's home. Meanwhile, the family was roughly torn apart each morning by the factory bell, and the mother, who was also a wage earner, often felt herself to have the worst of both the domestic and the industrial worlds. Once we could have welcomed you, by spreading before you a board of English hospitality, furnished by our industry, the female reformers of Bolton addressed William Cobbett in 1819, once, we could have greeted you, with the roseate countenances of English females. We could have presented to your view our cottages, vying for cleanliness and arrangement with the palace of our king. The female reformers of Blackburn took up the same theme, their houses robbed of all their ornaments, their beds torn away, by the relentless hand of the unfeeling tax-gatherer, so that borough-mongering tyrants might repose on beds of down while their families lay on the straw. Above all, they appealed on behalf of their children. We are daily cut to the heart to see them greedily devour the coarse food that some would scarcely give to their swine. It was natural that they should respond to Cobbett, who was soon to consolidate their support with his cottage economy, and also to Osler, with his emphasis upon the home. Neither Cobbett nor Osler gave the least support to the notion of women's suffrage, nor did the female reform societies raise the demand on their own account. Their role was confined to giving moral support to the men, making banners and caps of liberty which were presented with ceremony at reform demonstrations, passing resolutions and addresses, and swelling the numbers at meetings. 1 But even these forms of participation called forth the abuse of their opponents. The petticoat reformers of Manchester were described in the Courier as degraded females, guilty of the worst prostitution of the sex, the prostitution of the heart, deserting their station and putting off the sacred characters of wife and mother for turbulent vices of sedition and impiety. Whatever his view on women's suffrage, Cobbett had no second thoughts about coming to the female reformers' aid. Just as if women were made for nothing but to cook oatmeal and to sweep a room. Just as if women had no minds. Just as if Hannah More and the tract gentry had reduced the women of England to a level with the negresses of Africa. Just as if England had never had a queen. 2. The rituals of mutuality. Again and again the passing of Old England evades analysis. We may see the lines of change more clearly if we recall that the Industrial Revolution was not a settled social context but a phase of transition between two ways of life. And we must see, not one typical community, but many different communities coexisting with each other. In southeast Lancashire alone there were to be found, within a few miles of each other, the cosmopolitan city of Manchester, upon which migrants converged from every point in the kingdom, pit villages emerging from semi-feudalism, paternal model villages, new mill towns, and older weaving hamlets. In all of these communities there were a number of converging influences at work, all making towards discipline and the growth in working-class consciousness. The working-class community of the early 19th century was the product, neither of paternalism nor of Methodism, but in a high degree of conscious working-class endeavor. In Manchester or Newcastle the traditions of the trade union and the friendly society, with their emphasis upon self-discipline and community purpose, reach far back into the 18th century. Rules which survive of the Manchester small ware weavers in the 1750s show already meticulous attention to procedure and to institutional etiquette. The committee members must sit in a certain order. The doors must be kept locked. There are careful regulations for the safekeeping of the box. Members are reminded that intemperance, animosity, and profaneness are the pest and vermin that gnaw out the very vitals of all society. If we consider this society, not as a company of men met to regale themselves with ale and tobacco, and talk indifferently on all subjects, but rather as a society sitting to protect the rights and privileges of a trade by which some hundreds of people subsist, how awkward does it look to see its members jumbled promiscuously one amongst another, talking indifferently on all subjects. Decency and regularity are the watchwords. It is even hoped that when gentlemen and magistrates observe such order they will rather revere than punish such a society. 1. This represents the code of the self-respecting artisan, although the hope that such sobriety would win the favor of the authorities was to be largely disappointed. It was in a similar school that such men as Hardy and Place received their education in London. But as the Industrial Revolution advanced, it was this code which was extended to ever wider sections of working people. Small tradesmen, artisans, laborers, all sought to insure themselves against sickness, unemployment, or funeral expenses won through membership of box clubs or friendly societies. But the discipline essential for the safekeeping of funds, the orderly conduct of meetings and the determination of disputed cases, involved an effort of self-rule as great as the new disciplines of work. An examination of rules and orders of friendly societies in existence in Newcastle and district during the Napoleonic Wars gives us a list of fines and penalties more exacting than those of a Bolton cotton master. A general society imposed fines for any member reflecting upon another member in receipt of sick money, being drunk on the Sabbath, striking another, calling one another by names, coming into the club room in liquor, taking God's name in vain. The Brotherhood of Maltsters added fines for drunkenness at any time, for failure to attend the funerals of brothers or of their wives. The glassmakers added fines for failure in attending meetings, or for those who refused to take their turn in the rota of officers, for failing to keep silence when ordered, speaking together, answering back the steward, betting in the club, or disclosing secrets outside the society. Further, persons that are infamous, of ill character, quarrelsome, or disorderly, shall not be admitted into the society. No pitman, collier, sinker, or waterman to be admitted. The waterman, not to be outdone, added a rule excluding from benefits any brother sick through any illness got by lying with an unclean woman, or is clapped or poxed. Brothers were to be fined for ridiculing or provoking each other to passion. The unanimous society was to cut off benefits if any member in receipt of sick money was found in alehouses, gaming, or drunk. To maintain its unanimity there were fines for members proposing discourse or dispute upon political or ecclesiastical matters, or government and governors. The Friendly Society of all trades had a rule similar to huffing in drafts. There was a fine if any member has an opportunity of fining his brother, and does not. The cordwainers added fines for calling for drink or tobacco without leave of the stewards. The house carpenters and joiners added a prohibition of disloyal sentiments or political songs. 1. It is possible that some of these rules, such as the prohibition of political discourse and songs, should be taken with a pinch of salt. While some of these societies were select sick clubs of as few as 20 or 30 artisans, meeting at an inn, others were probably covers for trade union activity, while at Newcastle, as at Sheffield, it is possible that after the two acts the formation of friendly societies was used as a cover for Jacobin organization. 2. The authorities were deeply suspicious of the societies during the war years, and one of the purposes of the rules was to secure registration with the local magistrates. But anyone familiar with procedure and etiquette in some trade unions and working men's clubs today will recognize the origin of still extant practices in several of the rules. Taken together, they indicate an attainment of self-discipline and a diffusion of experience of a truly impressive order. 1. Estimates of friendly society membership suggest 648,000 in 1793, 704,350 in 1803, 925,429 in 1815. Although registration with the magistrates, under the first Friendly Society Act of 1793, made possible the protection of funds at law in the event of defaulting officers, a large but unknown number of clubs failed to register, either through hostility to the authorities, parochial inertia, or through a deep secretiveness which, Dr. Holland found, was still strong enough to baffle his inquiries in Sheffield in the early 1840s. Nearly all societies before 1815 bore a strictly local and self-governing character, and they combined the functions of sick insurance with convivial club nights and annual outings or feasts. An observer in 1805 witnessed near Matlock about 50 women preceded by a solitary fiddler playing a merry tune. This was a female benefit society, who had been to hear a sermon at Iam, and were going to dine together, a luxury which our female benefit society at Sheffield does not indulge in, having tea only, and generally singing, dancing, smoking, and negus. Point 2. Few of the members of friendly societies had a higher social status than that of clerks or small tradesmen, most were artisans. The fact that each brother had funds deposited in the society made for stability in membership and watchful participation in self-government. They had almost no middle-class membership and, while some employers looked upon them favorably, their actual conduct left little room for paternalist control. Failures owing to actuarial inexperience were common, defaulting officers not infrequent. Diffused through every part of the country, they were schools of experience. In the very secretiveness of the friendly society, and in its opaqueness under upper-class scrutiny, we have authentic evidence of the growth of independent working-class culture and institutions. This was the subculture out of which the less stable trade unions grew, and in which trade union officers were trained. Point 1. Union rules, in many cases, were more elaborate versions of the same code of conduct as the sick club. Sometimes, as in the case of the wool combers, this was supplemented by the procedures of secret Masonic orders. Strangers, the design of all our lodges is love and unity, with self-protection founded on the laws of equity. And when you have our mystic rites gone through, our secrets all will be disclosed to you. Point 2. After the 1790s, under the impact of the Jacobin agitation, the preambles to friendly society rules assume a new resonance. One of the strangest consequences of the language of social man of the philosophical Enlightenment is its reproduction in the rules of obscure clubs meeting in the taverns or hush shops of industrial England. On Tyneside, social and philanthropic societies expressed their aspirations in terms which ranged from throwaway phrases, a sure, lasting, and loving society, to promote friendship and true Christian charity, man was not born for himself alone, to more thundering philosophical affirmations. Man, by the construction of his body, and the disposition of his mind, is a creature formed for society. We, the members of this society, taking it into our serious consideration, that man is formed a social being, in continual need of mutual assistance and support, and having interwoven in our constitutions those humane and sympathetic affections which we always feel at the distress of any of our fellow creatures. 3. The friendly societies, found in so many diverse communities, were a unifying cultural influence. Although for financial and legal reasons they were slow to federate themselves, they facilitated regional and national trade union federation. Their language of social man also made towards the growth in working class consciousness. It joined the language of Christian charity and the slumbering imagery of brotherhood in the Methodist tradition with the social affirmations of Owenite socialism. Many early Owenite societies and stores prefaced their rules with the line from Isaiah, "They helped every one his neighbor, and every one said to his brother, Be of good courage." But the 1830s there were in circulation a score of friendly society or trade union hymns and songs which elaborated this theme. Mr. Raymond Williams has suggested that the crucial distinguishing element in English life since the Industrial Revolution is, between alternative ideas of the nature of social relationship. As contrasted with middle-class ideas of individualism or of service, what is properly meant by working-class culture, is the basic collective idea, and the institutions, manners, habits of thought, and intentions which proceed from this. Point 1. Friendly societies did not proceed from an idea, both the ideas and the institutions arose in response to certain common experiences. But the distinction is important. In the simple cellular structure of the friendly society, with its workaday ethos of mutual aid, we can see many features which were reproduced in more sophisticated and complex forms in trade unions, cooperatives, Hampton clubs, political unions, and Chartist lodges. At the same time, the societies can be seen as crystallizing an ethos of mutuality very much more widely diffused in the dense and concrete particulars of the personal relations of working people, at home and at work. Every kind of witness in the first half of the 19th century, clergymen, factory inspectors, radical publicists, remarked upon the extent of mutual aid in the poorest districts. In times of emergency, unemployment, strikes, sickness, childbirth, then it was the poor who helped everyone his neighbor. 20 years after Place's comment on the change in Lancashire manners, Cook Taylor was astounded at the way in which Lancashire working men bore the extreme of wretchedness. With a high tone of moral dignity, a marked sense of propriety, a decency, cleanliness, and order, which do not merit the intense suffering I have witnessed. I was beholding the gradual immolation of the noblest and most valuable population that ever existed in this country or in any other under heaven. Nearly all the distressed operatives whom I met north of Manchester, had a thorough horror of being forced to receive parish relief. 1. It is an error to see this as the only effective working class ethic. The aristocratic aspirations of artisans and mechanics, the values of self-help, or criminality and demoralization, were equally widely dispersed. The conflict between alternative ways of life was fought out, not just between the middle and working classes, but within working class communities themselves. But by the early years of the 19th century it is possible to say that collectivist values are dominant in many industrial communities. There is a definite moral code, with sanctions against the blackleg, the tools of the employer or the unneighborly, and with an intolerance towards the eccentric or individualist. Collectivist values are consciously held and are propagated in political theory, trade union ceremonial, moral rhetoric. It is, indeed, this collective self-consciousness, with its corresponding theory, institutions, discipline, and community values which distinguishes the 19th century working class from the 18th century mob. Political radicalism and Owenism both drew upon and enriched this basic collectivist idea. Francis Place may well have been right when he attributed the changed behavior of Lancashire crowds in 1819, to the advance of political consciousness spreading over the face of the country ever since the constitutional and corresponding societies became active in 1792. Now 100,000 people may be collected together and no riot ensue, and why? The people have an object, the pursuit of which gives them importance in their own eyes, elevates them in their own opinion, and thus it is that the very individuals who would have been the leaders of the riot are the keepers of the peace. 1. Another observer attributed the changes in Lancashire to the influence both of Cobbett and of the Sunday schools and noted a general and radical change in the character of the labouring classes. The poor, when suffering and dissatisfied, no longer make a riot, but hold a meeting. Instead of attacking their neighbors, they arraign the ministry. 2. This growth in self-respect and political consciousness was one real gain of the Industrial Revolution. It dispelled some forms of superstition and of deference, and made certain kinds of oppression no longer tolerable. We can find abundant testimony as to the steady growth of the ethos of mutuality in the strength and ceremonial pride of the unions and trades clubs which emerged from quasi-legality when the Combination Acts were repealed. 3 During the Bradford woolcombers' strike of 1825 we find that in Newcastle, where the Friendly Society was so well rooted, the unions contributing to the Bradford funds included smiths, millwrights, joiners, shoemakers, morocco leather dressers, cabinet makers, shipwrights, sawyers, tailors, woolcombers, hatters, tanners, weavers, potters and miners. 4 Moreover, there is a sense in which the Friendly Society helped to pick up and carry into the trade union movement the love of ceremony and the high sense of status of the Craftsmen's Guild. These traditions, indeed, still had a remarkable vigor in the early 19th century, in some of the old chartered companies or guilds of the masters and of master craftsmen, whose periodical ceremonies expressed the pride of both the masters and of their journeymen in the trade. In 1802, for example, there was a great jubilee celebration of the Preston guilds. In a week of processions and exhibitions, in which the nobility, gentry, merchants, shopkeepers, and manufacturers all took part, the journeymen were given a prominent place. The woolcombers and cotton workers were preceded by 24 young blooming handsome women, each bearing a branch of the cotton tree, then followed a spinning machine borne on men's shoulders, and afterwards a loom drawn on a sledge, each with workpeople busily employed at them. At Bradford, on the eve of the Great Strike of 1825, the Woolcombers' feast of Bishop Blaise was celebrated with extraordinary splendor. Herald, bearing a flag. 24 wool staplers on horseback, each horse caparisoned with a fleece. 38 worsted spinners and manufacturers on horseback, in white stuff waistcoats, with each a sliver of wool over his shoulder and a white stuff sash, the horses' necks covered with nets made of thick yarn. And so on until we reach Bishop Blaise. Shepherd and shepherdess. Shepherd swains. 160 wool sorters on horseback, with ornamented caps and various colored slivers. 30 comb makers. Charcoal burners. Combers' colors. Band. 470 wool combers, with wool wigs, N.C. Band. 40 dyers, with red cockades, blue aprons, and crossed slivers of red and blue point too. After the Great Strike such a ceremony could not be repeated. This passage from the old outlook of the trade to the duality of the masters' organizations, on the one hand, and the trade unions on the other, takes us into the central experience of the Industrial Revolution. 1 But the Friendly Society and Trade Union, not less than the organizations of the masters, sought to maintain the ceremonial and the pride of the older tradition. Indeed, since the artisans felt themselves to be the producers upon whose skill the masters were parasitic, they emphasized the tradition the more. With the repeal of the Combination Acts their banners moved openly through the streets. In London, in 1825, the Thames Ship Caulkers Union displayed its mottos, Main et Cœur, Vigueur, Verite, Concord, Dépêche, which reveal the pride of the medieval craft. The Rope Makers Union proceeded with a white banner on which was portrayed a swarm of bees around a hive, Sons of Industry. Union gives strength. John Gast's Thames Shipwrights Provident Union, the pacemaker of the London trades, outdid all with a blue silk banner, Hearts of Oak Protect the Aged, a handsome ship drawn by 6 bay horses, 3 postilions in blue jackets, a band, the committee, the members with more banners and flags, and delegations representing the trade from Shields, Sunderland, and Newcastle. The members wore blue rosettes and sprigs of oak, and in the ship were old shipwrights who lived in the Union's almshouses at Stepney Point 2 at Nantes, which in 1832 the shoemakers maintained all the sense of status of the Artisans' Craft Union, with their banner, full set of secret order regalia, surplices, trimmed aprons, and a crown and robes for King Crispin. In 1833 the king rode on horseback through the town attended by train-bearers, officers with the dispensation, the Bible, a large pair of gloves, and also beautiful specimens of ladies' and gents' boots and shoes. Nearly 500 joined in the procession, each one wearing a white apron neatly trimmed. The rear was brought up by a shopmate in full tramping order, his kit packed on his back, and walking stick in hand. 1. No single explanation will suffice to account for the evident alteration in manner of the working people. 2 Nor should we exaggerate the degree of change. Drunkenness and uproar still often surged through the streets. But it is true that working men often appear most sober and disciplined, in the 20 years after the wars, when most in earnest to assert their rights. Thus we cannot accept the thesis that sobriety was the consequence only, or even mainly, of the evangelical propaganda. And we may see this, also, if we turn the coin over and look at the reverse. By 1830 not only the established church but also the Methodist revival was meeting sharp opposition in most working-class centers from freethinkers, Owenites, and non-denominational Christians. In London, Birmingham, southeast Lancashire, Newcastle, Leeds, and other cities the deist adherents of Carlyle or Owen had an enormous following. The Methodists had consolidated their position, but they tended increasingly to represent tradesmen and privileged groups of workers, and to be morally isolated from working-class community life. Some old centers of revivalism had relapsed into heathenism. In Newcastle Sandgate, once as noted for praying as for tippling, for psalm singing as for swearing, the Methodists had lost any following among the poor by the 1840s. In parts of Lancashire, weaving communities as well as factory operatives became largely detached from the chapels and were swept up in the current of Owenism and free thought. If it had not been for Sunday schools, society would have been in a horrible state before this time. Infidelity is growing amazingly. The writings of Carlyle and Taylor and other infidels are more read than the Babel or any other book. I have seen weeks after weeks the weavers assembled in a room that would contain 400 people, to applaud the people who asserted and argued that there was no God. I have gone into the cottages around the chapel where I worship. I have found 20 men assembled reading infidel publications. 1. Owenite and secular movements often took fire like winds on the common, as revivalism had done before. Engels, writing from his Lancashire experience in 1844, claimed that the workers are not religious, and do not attend church, with the exception of the Irish, a few elderly people, and the half-bourgeois, the overlookers, foremen, and the like. Among the masses there prevails almost universally a total indifference to religion, or at the utmost, some trace of deism. Engels weakened his case by overstating it, but Dodd quoted a Stockport factory where 9 out of 10 did not attend any church, while Cook Taylor, in 1842, was astonished at the vigor and knowledge of the scripture shown by Lancashire working men who contested Christian orthodoxies. If I thought that the Lord was the cause of all the misery I see around me, one such man told a Methodist preacher, I would quit his service, and say he was not the Lord I took him for. Similarly, in Newcastle in the Chartist years thousands of artisans and engineers were convinced freethinkers. In one works employing 200 there are not more than 6 or 7 who attend a place of worship. The working classes, said one working man, are gathering knowledge, and the more they gather, the wider becomes the breach between them and the different sects. It is not because they are ignorant of the Bible. I revere the Bible myself, and when I look into it, I find that the prophets stood between the oppressor and the oppressed, and denounced the wrongdoer, however rich and powerful. When the preachers go back to the old book, I for one will go back to hear them, but not till then. The Sunday schools were bringing an unexpected harvest. Point 2. The weakening hold of the churches by no means indicated any erosion of the self-respect and discipline of class. On the contrary, Manchester and Newcastle, with their long tradition of industrial and political organization, were notable in the Chartist years for the discipline of their massive demonstrations. Where the citizens and shopkeepers had once been thrown into alarm when the terrible and savage Peatmen entered Newcastle in any force, it now became necessary for the coal owners to scour the slums of the city for candymen or rat collectors to evict the striking miners. In 1838 and 1839 tens of thousands of artisans, miners, and laborers marched week after week in good order through the streets, often passing within a few feet of the military, and avoiding all provocation. Our people had been well taught, one of their leaders recalled, that it was not riot we wanted, but revolution. 1. 3. The Irish. One ingredient in the new working class community has necessarily evaded this analysis, the Irish immigration. In 1841 it was estimated that over 400,000 inhabitants of Great Britain had been born in Ireland, many more tens of thousands were born in Britain of Irish parentage. The great majority of these were Catholics, and among the poorest paid labourers, most of them lived in London and in the industrial towns. In Liverpool and in Manchester anything between 1/5 and 1/3 of the working population was Irish. This is not the place to rehearse the appalling story of the immiseration of the Irish people in the first half of the 19th century. But the disasters which afflicted Ireland came less from the potato blight than from the after-effects of a counter-revolution following upon the merciless repression of the United Irishmen's Rebellion, far more savage than anything enacted in England, and from the political, economic, and social consequences of the Act of Union. In 1794 a clergyman of the Church of Ireland named William Jackson, who was acting as a go-between between William Hamilton Rowan, of the United Irishmen, and the French, was seized in Dublin with a paper outlining the position in Ireland and the prospects of support in the event of a French invasion. The population of Ireland was estimated at 4,500,000,1, of whom 450,000 were supposed to be Anglicans, 900,000 dissenters, and 3,150,000 Catholics. Of the dissenters it said, "They are steady Republicans, devoted to liberty, and through all the stages of the French Revolution have been enthusiastically attached to it. The Catholics, the great body of the people, are in the lowest degree of ignorance and want, ready for any change because no change can make them worse. The whole peasantry of Ireland, the most oppressed and wretched in Europe, may be said to be Catholic." Whereas the anti-Gallican prejudices of the English would unite all ranks in opposition to the invaders, in Ireland, a conquered, oppressed, and insulted country, the name of England and her power is universally odious. The dissenters are enemies to the English power from reason and reflection, the Catholics from a hatred of the English name. In a word, from reflection, interest, prejudice, the spirit of change, the misery of the great bulk of the nation, and above all the hatred of the English name resulting from the tyranny of near 7 centuries, there seems little doubt but an invasion would be supported by the people. Point 2. It is arguable that the French lost Europe, not before Moscow, but in 1797, when only a navy in mutiny stood between them and an Ireland on the eve of rebellion. Point 3. But the invasion, when it came, was of a different order. It was the invasion of England and Scotland by the Irish poor. And Jackson's brief reminds us that the Irish emigration was more differentiated than is often supposed. In the years before and after '98, the dissenters of Ulster, the most industrialized province, were not the most loyal but the most Jacobinical of the Irish, while it was only after the repression of the rebellion that the antagonism between the Orangemen and Papists was deliberately fostered by the Castle, as a means of maintaining power. The emigrants included seasonal harvest workers from Connaught, fugitive Wexford smallholders, and Ulster artisans, who differed as greatly from each other as Cornish labourers and Manchester cotton spinners. Wave followed upon wave of immigration. Point 1. Between 1790 and 1810 there was still a considerable admixture of Protestants and Ulstermen, many of them tradesmen, artisans, weavers and cotton operatives, some of them adherents of rights of man. As the effects of unequal economic competition under the Union became felt, silk and linen weavers and cotton workers evacuated their declining industries for Manchester and Glasgow, Barnsley, Bolton, and Macclesfield. In this wave came young John Doherty, who had worked in his teens in a cotton mill in Meath, and who arrived in Manchester towards the end of the wars, to become within a few years the greatest of the leaders of the Lancashire cotton workers. From this time forward it was more than ever a Catholic and peasant migration. The Yeomanry of Lincolnshire, a local paper noted in 1811, have for many years made a point of inviting them by public advertisement. This referred to the seasonal migrants, the harvest workers whose spirit of laborious industry was commended, as against the greedy Lincolnshire labourer, who desires to make excessive wages through the necessity of the farmer, and whom half a guinea a day, at the height of the season, will not satisfy. And who was further reproved for looking upon the Irish auxiliary with jealousy. Point 2. As the migration routes became familiar, so more of the immigrants came to stay. Successive failures of the potato crop, notably the famine of 1821-2, drove forward the migration. The mass eviction of peasant freeholders between 1828 and 1830 swelled the numbers travelling on the crowded boats to Liverpool and Bristol. But England was far from being their Mecca, and is indeed the last place they would willingly approach. The more fortunate, who could save the passage money, were emigrating to America or Canada, and they were the most destitute who came to this country. Once here, as soon as employment was found, heroic efforts were made to send remittances back to Ireland, and often to raise the small sum needed to bring relatives across and to reunite the family in England. 1. The conditions which the greater part of the post-war immigrants left behind them were, in the language of the Blue Books, insufficient to support the commonest necessaries of life. Their habitations are wretched hovels, several of a family sleep together upon straw or upon the bare ground, their food commonly consists of dry potatoes, and with these they are, obliged to stint themselves to one spare meal on the day. They sometimes get a herring, or a little milk, but they never get meat except at Christmas, Easter, and Shrovetide. Point 2. As the cheapest labor in Western Europe, this part of their story is familiar. Page after page of the blue books concerned with sanitary conditions, crime, housing, handloom weavers, are filled with accounts of the squalor which the Irish brought with them to England, of their cellar dwellings, the paucity of furnishings and bedding, the garbage thrust out at the doors, the overcrowding, the undercutting of English labor. Their utility to the employers in the last respect needs no stressing. A Manchester silk manufacturer declared, "The moment I have a turnout and am fast for hands I send to Ireland for 10, 15, or 20 families." 3. But the influence of the Irish immigration was more ambivalent and more interesting than this. Paradoxically, it was the very success of the pressures affecting changes in the character structure of the English working man which called forth the need for a supplementary labor force unmolded by the industrial work discipline. This discipline, as we have seen, required steady methodical application, inner motivations of sobriety, forethought, and punctilious observation of contracts, in short, the controlled paying out of energies in skilled or semi-skilled employments. By contrast, the heavy manual occupations at the base of industrial society required a spendthrift expense of sheer physical energy, an alternation of intensive labor and boisterous relaxation which belongs to pre-industrial labor rhythms, and for which the English artisan or weaver was unsuited both by reason of his weakened physique and his Puritan temperament. Thus Irish labor was essential for the Industrial Revolution, not only, and perhaps not primarily, because it was cheap, but because the Irish peasantry had escaped the imprint of Baxter and Wesley. Demoralized in Ireland by a subsistence economy or by the Conacher system, they had acquired a reputation for lethargy and fecklessness. Energy was no asset in a land where the good tenant was penalized by the doubling of his rent. In England they were capable of astonishing feats, showing a willingness, alacrity, and perseverance in the severest, the most irksome and most disagreeable kinds of coarse labor, such for instance as attending on masons, bricklayers, and plasterers, excavating earth for harbors, docks, canals and roads, carrying heavy goods, loading and unloading vessels. Dr. K., who made inquiries as to the value of Irish labor among Lancashire employers in 1835, found that English laborers were preferred in all skilled occupations, having that steady perseverance which factory employment peculiarly requires. The English are more steady, cleanly, skillful laborers, and are more faithful in the fulfillment of contracts made between master and servant. Although many thousands of Irish were employed in the cotton industry, few, if any, are ever employed in the superior processes. They are almost all to be found in the blowing rooms, scarcely any were placed in offices of trust, while few attained the rank of spinners. On the other hand, in unskilled occupations the position was reversed. A Birmingham employer gave evidence in 1836. "The Irish laborers will work any time. I consider them very valuable laborers, and we could not do without them. By treating them kindly, they will do anything for you. An Englishman could not do the work they do. When you push them they have a willingness to oblige which the English have not. They would die under anything before they would be beat, they would go at hard work till they drop before a man should excel them. They require more looking after, they talk more at work, personal rather than economic incentives are often noted as being of most effect, good-humored themselves, they worked best for good-humored employers who encouraged them to mutual emulation. The Irish are more violent and irritable, but they are less stubborn, sullen, and self-willed than the English. Their generosity and impulsiveness was easily imposed upon. It is literally true that they would die before they would be beat. In his own country he is notoriously lazy and negligent in the extreme. After crossing the Channel he became a model of laboriousness and enterprise. Paid by piece rate or gang rate on the docks or at navying, they are tempted to overwork themselves, and to ruin their health and constitution in a few years. This is the case of porters, coal heavers, and many common labourers in London, a high proportion of whom were Irishmen. An observer at the Liverpool docks noted the manner in which oats were loaded onto a vessel. These men received the full sacks as they were lowered by the crane off the hitch on their shoulders and carried them across the road. They pursued their heavy task during the working hours of a summer's day at a uniform, unremitting pace, a trot of at least 5 miles an hour, the distance from the vessel to the storehouse being fully 50 yards. At this work a good laborer earned, at 16d. per 100 sacks, 10 shillings a day, so that consequently he made 750 trips, carrying for half the distance a full sack of oats on his shoulder, thus performing a distance of 43 miles. By the 1830s whole classes of work had passed almost entirely into the hands of Irishmen, since the English either refused the menial, unpleasant tasks or could not keep up with the pace. 1. Thus to an extraordinary degree the employers had the best of a labor supply from the pre-industrial and the industrialized worlds. The disciplined worker at heart disliked his work. The same character structure which made for application and skill erected also barriers of self-respect which were not amenable to dirty or degrading tasks. A building employer, explaining why the Irish were confined to labouring roles, gave evidence. They scarcely ever make good mechanics, they don't look deep into subjects, their knowledge is quick, but superficial, they don't make good millwrights or engineers, or anything which requires thought. If a plan is put in an Irishman's hand, he requires looking after continuously, otherwise he will go wrong, or more probably not go on at all. This was the consequence of want of application rather than any natural incapacity, it was a moral and not an intellectual defect. A man who has no care for the morrow, and who lives only for the passing moment, cannot bring his mind to undergo the severe discipline, and to make those patient and toilsome exertions which are required to form a good mechanic. 2. The report on the state of the Irish poor in Great Britain, which is one of the most impressive essays in sociology among the blue books of the 30s, came to this conclusion. The Irish emigration into Britain is an example of a less civilized population spreading themselves, as a kind of substratum, beneath a more civilized community, and, without excelling in any branch of industry, obtaining possession of all the lowest departments of manual labor. The employers found this advantageous, one master in the potteries noted, as the native population is fully employed in the more ingenious and skill-requiring works. Nevertheless, in the view of many employers the immigration has not been an unmingled benefit. For the Irish displayed the same exuberance and indiscipline in their relaxation as in their work. A large number of the labouring Irish in the manufacturing towns, spend their earnings in the following manner. On the Saturday night, when they receive their wages, they first pay the score at the shop, and their rent, and when their debts are thus paid, they go drinking spirits as long as the remnant of their wages holds out. On the Monday morning, they are penniless. Maintaining a fixed standard of existence, little superior to that which they observed in their own country, they lack the Puritan virtues of thrift and sobriety as much as those of application and forethought. Every Saturday night the streets of Manchester, Liverpool, and other manufacturing towns were taken over by hundreds of drunken and brawling Irishmen. Moreover, in a score of ways the Irishman's virtues and vices were the opposite of those of the disciplined English artisan. The Irish had a sometimes violent, sometimes good-humoured contempt of English authority. Not only were the rulers' laws and religion alien, but there were no community sanctions which found prosecution in the English law courts a cause of shame. Well treated, an employer said, they were trustworthy, if one among them is detected in a petty theft, the others will avoid him. But the Irishman detected in pilfering from unpopular employers or farmers or refusing to pay rent was supported not only by the license of his compatriots but by their collective force. A Manchester cotton master declared, there is no recklessness of conduct which they do not at times display. Constantly fighting among themselves, they turned as one man if any individual was attacked from outside. Attempts to seize illicit stills led to wars of cutlasses and brickbats, in which the Irish women were not the most backward. In Manchester's Little Ireland attempts to serve legal executions for rent, debt, or taxes, had to be conducted like a minor military action against an embattled population. "It is extremely dangerous," said the Deputy Constable of Manchester in 1836, "to execute a warrant in a factory where many Irish are employed. They will throw bricks and stones on the officers' heads as they are coming upstairs," and the superintendent of the Manchester watch gave evidence that, "In order to apprehend one Irishman in the Irish parts of the town, we are forced to take from 10 or 20, or even more, watchmen. The whole neighborhood turn out with weapons, even women, half naked, carrying brickbats and stones for the men to throw. A man will resist, fighting and struggling, in order to gain time till his friends collect for a rescue." 1. These Irish were neither stupid nor barbarians. Mayhew often remarked upon their generosity, their powers of speech and quickness of apprehension. They adhered to a different value system than that of the English artisan, and in shocking English proprieties one feels that they often enjoyed themselves and acted up the part. Often, a Bolton attorney recalled, they played the fool in the dock, bringing forward a tribe of countrymen as character witnesses, showing an acute knowledge of legal procedure in their prevarications, and making magistrates dizzy with their blarney. The same disregard for veracity made many of them consummate beggars. Generous to each other, if they saved money it was for some definite project, emigration to Canada or marriage. To bring wives and children, brothers and sisters, to England they would treasure up halfpenny after halfpenny for years, but they will not save to preserve either themselves or their children from the degradation of a workhouse. As street sellers they remained in the poorest grades, as hawkers or rag dealers, their temperament, Mayhew dryly commented, was not adapted to buying in the cheapest market and selling in the dearest. To the English poor laws they maintained a cheerful predatory attitude. They turned the obsolete settlement laws to their advantage, joyriding up and down the country at parochial expense and slipping out of the overseer's cart when the stopping place seemed congenial. They would accept parochial relief without the least sense of shame. 1. This was an unsettling element in the formative working-class community, a seemingly inexhaustible flow of reinforcements to man the battlements of Satan's strongholds. In some towns the Irish were partially segregated in their own streets and quarters. In London in 1850 Mayhew found them in the labyrinth of alleys off Rosemary Lane, in whose folds could be seen rough-headed urchins running with their feet bare through the puddles, and bonnetless girls, huddled in shawls, lolling against the doorposts. In the cellars of Manchester and Leeds there was a similar segregation. And there was also the segregation of religion. In 1800 the native working-class population which adhered to the Catholic faith was minuscule. In the Irish immigration the Catholic Church saw evidence of a divine plan to recover England to the faith, and wherever the Irish went, the priests followed closely after. Moreover, this Irish priesthood was poorer and closer to the peasantry than any in Europe. With an average income which has been estimated at £65 a year, in a literal sense they lived off their flocks, taking their meals in the homes of their parishioners and dependent on their goodwill. The priest, said the Protestant Bishop of Waterford, must follow the impulse of the popular wave, or be left behind on the beach to perish. Live with me and live as I do, oppress me not with superior learning or refinement, take thankfully what I choose to give you, and earn it by compliance with my political creed or conduct. Such is the language of the Irish cottager to his priest. The Catholic Bishop of Waterford confirmed this in a striking charge to his clergy in 1797. Do not permit yourselves to be made instruments of the rich of this world, who will try to make instruments of you, over the poor, for their own temporal purposes. The poor were always your friends, they inflexibly adhered to you, and to their religion, even in the worst of times. They shared their scanty meal with you, and with your predecessors. If they had imitated the conduct of the rich, who not only shut their doors against you, but not unfrequently hunted you like wild beasts, I should not be able to address the present respectable body of clergy under my spiritual authority. A church which had found a priest to ride at the head of the insurrectionists at Wexford, and another to suffer on the scaffold in England, was deeply involved in the national aspirations of the peasantry. For 30 years after 1810, Daniel O'Connell sought to employ the priesthood as auxiliary political agitators. When the Irish poor came to England, the priesthood used every means, devoted ministration, psychological terror, financial aid and financial extortion, pressure on relatives, comfort in distress, to maintain their hold on their flock, and they trusted to the only form of evangelism likely to succeed in Protestant England, the birth rate. English coal whippers, navvies, or costermongers were, many of them, heathens. Their Irish analogues attended Mass. The priest was the only authority to whom the Irish labourers showed any deference. A Catholic canon could quell a Saturday night riot in Bolton where the magistrates failed. When Mayhew accompanied one priest on the round of his flock, everywhere the people ran out to meet him. Women crowded to their doorsteps, and came creeping up from the cellars through the trap-doors, merely to curtsy to him. Even as the priest walked along the street, boys running at full speed would pull up to touch their hair. 1. Indeed, for many of the migrants the power of the priest increased. Torn up by their roots, the priest was the last point of orientation with their old way of life. Literate but not far removed in social class, free from identification with English employers and authorities, sometimes knowing the Gaelic, the priest passed more frequently between England and Ireland, brought news of home and sometimes of relatives, could be entrusted with remittances, savings, or messages. Hence it followed that the most enduring cultural tradition which the Irish peasantry brought, to the third and fourth generation, into England was that of a semi-feudal nationalist church. In the most squalid cellars there might still be found some of the hocus-pocus of Romanism, the candlesticks, the crucifix, and the showy coloured prints of saints and martyrs alongside the print of O'Connell, the Liberator. The enormously rich inheritance of Irish song and folklore perished, by contrast, often with the first generation. The immigrants might continue for a time the customs of their villages, visiting each other's dwellings where they jig and reel furiously. But with their children the fiddle, the pipe, and the Gaelic were laid aside. If they were segregated in some towns, the Irish were never pressed back into ghettos. It would have been difficult to have made a people who spoke the same language and were British citizens under the Act of Union into a subject minority. There was a great deal of intermarriage. And it is not the friction but the relative ease with which the Irish were absorbed into working-class communities which is remarkable. There were, of course, many riots, especially where Irish and English unskilled labour was in direct competition, in the building industry or on the docks. In the 1830s and 1840s pitched battles, with mortal casualties, took place among railway navvies. In London in particular anti-Catholic and anti-Irish feeling remained strong. Each stage in the long parliamentary contest for Catholic emancipation took place against a background of scurrilous anti-papal broadsheets and ballads, while as late as 1850 the appointment of Catholic bishops led to effigy burnings and the outcry of papal aggression. Mayhew found patterers and chaunters who regarded a good anti-papal patter as being as lucrative as a good murder. Monks and nuns and fools afloat. We'll have no bulls shoved down our throat. Cheer up and shout down with the Pope and his Bishop Cardinal Wiseman. But none of the chaunts or litanies recorded by Mayhew included any reference to the Irish. Most harked back to the folklore of Smithfield burnings and national sentiment, on the lines of Old English John Bull's reply to the Papal Bull of Rome. The cellar dwellers off Rosemary Lane could hardly be assimilated to the folklore of alien aggression. 1. On the contrary, there were many reasons why English radicalism or Chartism, and Irish nationalism, should make common cause, although the alliance was never free from tensions. Antagonism could scarcely take racialist forms in the army, navy, or in the northern mill towns, in all of which the Irish fought or worked side by side with English fellow victims. From the days of the United Irishmen, and the time when the Irish with their shillelaghs had helped in the defence of Thomas Hardy's house, a conscious political alliance had been maintained. English reformers generally supported the cause of Catholic emancipation. For years Sir Francis Burdett was its foremost parliamentary champion, while Cobbett furthered the cause not only in the political register but also in his myth-making history of the Protestant Reformation in England, in which the origin of old corruption and the thing was traced back to the Tudor despoliation of monasteries and charitable foundations. Radical publicists also kept alive memories of the savage repression of 1798, and Hone, Cruikshank and Wooler pursued Castlereagh without mercy for his complicity in the tortures and floggings. Roger O'Connor, the father of Fergus, was a close friend of Burdett and was at one time moot as Burdett's fellow member for Westminster. In 1828 the radical and anti-O'Connellite London Irish formed an association for civil and political liberty, which had Hunt's and Cobbett's support, which cooperated closely with advanced English radicals, and which was one of the precursors of the National Union of the Working Classes, itself the forerunner of the Chartist London Working Men's Association. 1. There is thus a clear consecutive alliance between Irish nationalism and English radicalism between 1790 and 1850, at times enlivened and confused by the fortunes of the O'Connor family. But in the Midlands and the North the influence of the Irish immigration was less explicit. For more than 20 years after 1798 one Irish county after another was swept by agrarian disturbances, in which secret societies, threshers, caravats, Shanabaists, Tommy Downshires, carters, ribbonmen, and the later Molly Maguires, employed different forms of terrorism to defend tenant rights, hold down rents and prices, resist tithes, or drive out English landlords. In 1806 the threshers virtually controlled Connaught, in 1810 the feuding caravats and Shanabaists were active in Tipperary, Kerry, Waterford, in 1813 disturbances spread to Meath, Kings County and Limerick, while during the potato famine of 1821-2 disturbances spread throughout Munster, Leinster, and parts of Connaught. Gun law, the holding of hostages for execution by both sides, local feuds, robbery of arms, forced collections of money, the pent-up waters of agrarian hatred burst out in one place as soon as they had been dammed, by means of executions and transportations, in another. The countryside exhibited, the Irish Solicitor General lamented in 1811, the formidable consequences of an armed peasantry, and a disarmed gentry. The Lord Chief Baron, sentencing to death a boy scarcely in his teens for stealing arms, declared, "Can it be endured, that those persons who are laboring by day, should be legislating by night? That those who are tilling the ground by day, should be enacting laws by night to govern the country?" Many Irish immigrants, like Thomas de Vere of Donegal, who became secretary to the Chartist Northern Political Union, had been accustomed in their youth to hear the heavy tramp of men in semi-military array through the village street at night. 1. We can cite no actual biographies, but there can be no doubt that some of the immigrants brought with them the traditions of these secret organizations. Their influence will be noted in 1800 to 1802 and during the Luddite years. 2. The rapid movement of men with blackened faces at night, the robbery of arms, the hoffing of horses and cattle, these were methods in which many Irishmen had served an apprenticeship. Moreover, the existence of Irish colonies in all the manufacturing towns made for rapidity of communication. It contributed to the natural freemasonry of the disinherited. If the Irish were quick to quarrel, they were also quick to come to each other's aid. If many of the peasantry brought their revolutionary inheritance with them, the priesthood did not. It was no part of the Church's desire to attract attention to the growing Catholic minority in Britain or to bring further disabilities down upon it. In the 1830s the politics of the priesthood went no further than allegiance to O'Connell, and O'Connell, who had abandoned the 40-shilling freeholders in Ireland in exchange for emancipation, who voted against the 10-hour bill, and who confused and confounded his more critical countrymen in England by his egotism, his rhetorical royalism, and his in-and-out running with the Whigs, illustrates the alliance between Irish nationalism and English radicalism at its weakest point. Hence, alone among the churches in England, the Catholic Church produced no maverick clergy who became prominent in national radical movements. And although the Irish labourers were quick to join combinations, most of them worked in unskilled trades where unionism was weakest. Hence they produced few articulate leaders in the English movement, was an exception. The Irish influence is most felt in a rebellious disposition in the communities and places of work, in a disposition to challenge authority, to resort to the threat of physical force, and to refuse to be intimidated by the inhibitions of constitutionalism. The Irish were, a Catholic priest admitted in 1836, more prone to take part in trades unions, combinations, and secret societies than the English. They are the talkers and ringleaders on all occasions, claimed another witness. Engels saw the passionate, mercurial Irish temperament as the precipitate which brought the more disciplined and reserved English workers to the point of political action. The mixing of the more facile, excitable, fiery Irish temperament with the stable, reasoning, persevering English must, in the long run, be productive only of good for both. The rough egotism of the English bourgeoisie would have kept its hold on the working class much more firmly if the Irish nature, generous to a fault, and ruled primarily by sentiment, had not intervened, and softened the cold, rational English character in part by a mixture of the races, and in part by the ordinary contact of life. 1. We may dispute Engels' language of nature and race. But we need only replace these terms to find that his judgment is valid. It was an advantage to the employers, at a time when precision engineering coexisted with tunneling by means of shovel and pick, to be able to call upon both types of labor. But the price which had to be paid was the confluence of sophisticated political radicalism with a more primitive and excitable revolutionism. This confluence came in the Chartist movement, and when Feargus O'Connor broke with O'Connell, and Bronterra O'Brien adapted the socialism of land nationalisation to English conditions, it threatened to bring with it an even greater danger. Once before, in the 1790s, when Feargus's uncle, Arthur O'Connor, had been arrested with O'Coigley and Binns at Maidstone, it seemed possible that English Jacobinism and Irish nationalism would engage in a common revolutionary strategy. If O'Connor had been able to carry Ireland with him as he carried the north of England, then the Chartist and Young Ireland movements might have come to a common insurrectionary flashpoint. The reservations of the moral force Chartists on the one hand, and the influence of O'Connell and the priesthood on the other, together with the terrible demoralization of the Great Hunger, prevented this from happening. But this lies beyond the limits of this study. For myriads of eternity. If we can now see more clearly many of the elements which made up the working class communities of the early 19th century, a definitive answer to the standard of living controversy must still evade us. For beneath the word standard we must always find judgments of value as well as questions of fact. Values, we hope to have shown, are not imponderables which the historian may safely dismiss with the reflection that, since they are not amenable to measurement, anyone's opinion is as good as anyone else's. They are, on the contrary, those questions of human satisfaction, and of the direction of social change, which the historian ought to ponder if history is to claim a position among the significant humanities. The historian, or the historical sociologist, must in fact be concerned with judgments of value in two forms. In the first instance, he is concerned with the values actually held by those who lived through the Industrial Revolution. The old and newer modes of production each supported distinct kinds of community with characteristic ways of life. Alternative conventions and notions of human satisfaction were in conflict with each other, and there is no shortage of evidence if we wish to study the ensuing tensions. In the second instance, he is concerned with making some judgment of value upon the whole process entailed in the Industrial Revolution of which we ourselves are an end product. It is our own involvement which makes judgment difficult. And yet we are helped towards a certain detachment, both by the romantic critique of industrialism which stems from one part of the experience, and by the record of tenacious resistance by which handloom weaver, artisan, or village craftsman confronted this experience and held fast to an alternative culture. As we see them change, so we see how we became what we are. We understand more clearly what was lost, what was driven underground, what is still unresolved. Any evaluation of the quality of life must entail an assessment of the total life experience, the manifold satisfactions or deprivations, cultural as well as material, of the people concerned. From such a standpoint, the older cataclysmic view of the Industrial Revolution must still be accepted. During the years between 1780 and 1840 the people of Britain suffered an experience of immiseration, even if it is possible to show a small statistical improvement in material conditions. When Sir Charles Snow tells us that with singular unanimity, the poor have walked off the land into the factories as fast as the factories could take them, we must reply, with Dr. Levy, that the actual history of the full human problem incomparably and poignantly more complex than that. Point 1. Some were lured from the countryside by the glitter and promise of wages of the industrial town, but the old village economy was crumbling at their backs. They moved less by their own will than at the dictate of external compulsions which they could not question, the enclosures, the wars, the poor laws, the decline of rural industries, the counter-revolutionary stance of their rulers. The process of industrialization is necessarily painful. It must involve the erosion of traditional patterns of life. But it was carried through with exceptional violence in Britain. It was unrelieved by any sense of national participation in communal effort, such as is found in countries undergoing a national revolution. Its ideology was that of the masters alone. Its messianic prophet was Dr. Andrew Ure, who saw the factory system as the great minister of civilization to the terraqueous globe, diffusing the lifeblood of science and religion to myriads, still lying in the region and shadow of death. 1 But those who served it did not feel this to be so, any more than those myriads who were served. The experience of immiseration came upon them in 100 different forms, for the field laborer, the loss of his common rights and the vestiges of village democracy, for the artisan, the loss of his craftsman's status, for the weaver, the loss of livelihood and of independence, for the child, the loss of work and play in the home, for many groups of workers whose real earnings improved, the loss of security, leisure, and the deterioration of the urban environment. R. M. Martin, who gave evidence before the Handloom Weavers' Committee of 1834, and who had returned to England after an absence from Europe of 10 years, was struck by the evidence of physical and spiritual deterioration. I have observed it not only in the manufacturing but also in agricultural communities in the country. They seem to have lost their animation, their vivacity, their field games and their village sports. They have become assorted, discontented, miserable, anxious, struggling people, without health, or gaiety, or happiness. It is misleading to search for explanations in what Professor Ashton has rightly described as tedious phrases, man's divorce from nature or the soil. After the last laborers' revolt, the Wiltshire field laborers, who were close enough to nature, were far worse degraded than the Lancashire mill girls. This violence was done to human nature. From one standpoint, it may be seen as the outcome of the pursuit of profit, when the cupidity of the owners of the means of production was freed from old sanctions and had not yet been subjected to new means of social control. In this sense we may still read it, as Marx did, as the violence of the capitalist class. From another standpoint, it may be seen as a violent technological differentiation between work and life. It is neither poverty nor disease but work itself which casts the blackest shadow over the years of the Industrial Revolution. It is Blake, himself a craftsman by training, who gives us the experience. Then left the sons of Urizen the plough and harrow, the loom, the hammer and the chisel and the rule and compasses. And all the arts of life they changed into the arts of death. The hourglass contemned because its simple workmanship was as the workmanship of the ploughman and the water wheel, that raises water into cisterns, broken and burned in fire. Because its workmanship was like the workmanship of the shepherds. And in their stead intricate wheels invented, wheel without wheel, to perplex youth in their outgoings and to bind to labors of day and night the myriads of eternity, that they might file and polish brass and iron hour after hour, laborious workmanship, kept ignorant of the use that they might spend the days of wisdom in sorrowful drudgery to obtain a scanty pittance of bread, in ignorance to view a small portion and think that all, and call it demonstration, blind to all the simple rules of life. These myriads of eternity seem at times to have been sealed in their work like a tomb. Their best efforts, over a lifetime, and supported by their own friendly societies, could scarcely ensure them that to which so high a popular value was attached, a decent funeral. New skills were arising, old satisfactions persisted, but overall we feel the general pressure of long hours of unsatisfying labor under severe discipline for alien purposes. This was at the source of that ugliness which, D.H. Lawrence wrote, betrayed the spirit of man in the 19th century. 1 After all other impressions fade, this one remains, together with that of the loss of any felt cohesion in the community, save that which the working people, in antagonism to their labor and to their masters, build for themselves. Part 3. The working class presence. The levolution is begun. So I'll go home and get my gun. And shoot the Duke of Wellington. Belper Street Song. The people are not apt to volunteer a rebellion for the theatrical eclat of the thing. William Hazlitt. Radical Westminster. P. Popular. Radicalism was not extinguished when the corresponding societies were broken up, habeas corpus suspended, and all Jacobin manifestations outlawed. It simply lost coherence. For years it was made inarticulate by censorship and intimidation. It lost its press, it lost its organized expression, it lost its own sense of direction. But it is there, as a palpable presence, throughout the wars. It is scarcely possible to give a coherent historical account of an incoherent presence, but some attempt must be made. In 1797, as Pitt's repression settled upon the country, Gray and Fox moved for a last time a motion in the House for household suffrage. Thereafter, Fox and his patrician rump of Whig Commonwealthsmen seceded from the House, in protest against the suspension of habeas corpus and in opposition to the war. They retired to their country mansions, their amusements and their scholarship, their discussions at Holland House and Brooks Club. Wealthy and influential, they could not be altogether excluded from political life, since they were secure in the possession of rotten boroughs which their own principles denounced. 1 After 1800 they drifted back and resumed their seats in the House. While the democratic persuasions of most of the group were largely speculative, individual members, Sir Samuel Romilly, Samuel Whitbread, H.G. Bennett, stood up again and again in the House to defend political liberties or social rights. Between 1797 and 1802, Fox appeared to provide the only shelter for reform. Here and there groups met to toast Fox and Gray, to demand the restoration of political liberties, or to petition for peace. In Norwich former Jacobins met in this way, and commenced in 1799 an open monthly meeting of the Friends of Liberty. 1. But the least evidence of such groups drew the immediate attention of magistrates, and the fire of anti-Jacobin publicists, not the least vitriolic of whom was a new journalist, William Cobbett, who had recently returned from the United States where he had done service as an anti-Jacobin polemicist, and who had been rewarded for his patriotism by being given assistance by the Secretary at War, Wyndham, in founding his political register. But if the open reformers were dispersed or driven underground, general disaffection grew throughout the years 1799 to 1802. Napoleon's continental blockade brought to Britain stagnant industries, unemployment, and soaring food prices. Manufacturers petitioned for peace, and were supported by a swell of resentment against the assessed taxes. There were food riots throughout the country. And there is evidence to suggest an organized, insurrectionary underground. 2. The brief peace of Amiens introduced a new period. Pitt gave way for a time to Addington, who was a weaker prime minister, although he was firmly in the same anti-Jacobin, repressive tradition. The war had dragged on for nearly 10 years, and the peace was received with illuminations and public rejoicing. Napoleon's emissary was drawn in triumph through the London streets. Cobbett's office was wrecked because the Register supported the continuance of war. Curious Whigs and reformers, including Fox himself, flocked to Paris to look at the new republic. Peace brought a general election, in which in half a dozen constituencies advanced candidates, with Jacobin support, achieved surprising success. In Kent, where the corresponding societies had once had such strength in the Medway towns, a Foxite candidate defeated the sitting member. In Coventry after serious riots a radical failed to secure election by a mere 8 votes. In Norwich Wyndham, the Secretary at War, was unseated, and 2 Foxite candidates were elected with very active Jacobin support. At Nottingham there were extraordinary scenes of excitement, when a reformer was elected with the support of the Foxite Corporation and the exultant crowd. In a triumphant procession, the band played Caira and the Marseillaise, the tricolor was hoisted, and a female, representing the goddess of reason, in a state of entire nudity, was a conspicuous figure. The Nottingham crowd was to all appearances, a republican, revolutionary mob. The victor was unseated, in 1803, by the House of Commons, on the plea that rioters had intimidated the electors, and the event was made the occasion for introducing legislation strengthening the power of country magistrates in the manufacturing town. 1. But the most sensational election was in Middlesex, Wilkes' old constituency. In the previous 3 years scandals had come to light as to the treatment of the habeas corpus prisoners of the LCS and United Englishmen, held without trial in Coldbath Fields Prison, under the regime of Governor Eris. Sir Francis Burdett, an MP and friend of Horne-Tooke, received an appeal from the victims, written, according to a later account by Cobbett, upon the fly-leaf of a book with a splinter of wood dipped in blood. He found several of the prisoners emaciated, mere frames of men, and took up their cases, in particular the case of Colonel Depard, inside and outside the House of Commons. Overnight he became the hero of the London crowd, and the cry went up, "No Bastille!" In 1802 he fought Middlesex against the sitting member, a ministerial supporter named Mainwaring, who was also a magistrate associated with Governor Eris. The campaign focused the attention of the country. John Frost, who had been pilloried in 1794, was one of Burdett's agents, and other former Jacobins and detainees helped with his campaign. The still Tory Cobbett lamented that the road from Piccadilly to the hustings at Brentford is a scene of confusion and sedition, such as never was beheld, except in the environs of Paris, during the most dreadful times of the Revolution. The road is lined with ragged wretches from St. Giles's bawling out Sir Francis Burdett and No Bastille, and at the hustings there are daily some half a dozen convicts who have served out their time in the House of Correction, employed in amusing the rabble with exec rations on the head of Mr. Mainwaring. Burdett's victory was the signal for illuminations almost on the scale of the celebration of the peace. It will have this most dreadful effect, mourned Cobbett. It will embolden and increase the disorderly and dishonest part of this monstrously overgrown and profligate metropolis. 1. Even Lancaster saw a contest in which a Jacobinical mob was addressed by a lady, who told them that the contest was between shoes and wooden clogs, between fine shirts and coarse ones, between the opulent and the poor, and that the people were everything if they chose to assert their rights to. It seemed that a movement of greater force than that of 1792-5 was maturing. The course of English history might have been changed if there had been 5 years of peace. But events occurred which threw all into confusion. In November 1802, Colonel Depard was seized on a charge of high treason, in January executed. 3 In the winter of 1802-3 relations between Britain and France became acrimonious. In May 1803, the two countries were once again at war. But this appeared to many reformers as a different kind of war. In 1802 Napoleon had become first consul for life, in 1804 he accepted the crown as hereditary emperor. No true follower of Paine could stomach this. The hardened Jacobin was cut as deeply by this as more moderate reformers had been dismayed by Robespierre. However much they had sought to maintain a critical detachment, the morale of English reformers was closely involved with the fortunes of France. The First Empire struck a blow at English republicanism from which it never fully recovered. The rights of man had been most passionate in its indictment of thrones, Gothic institutions, hereditary distinctions. As the war proceeded, Napoleon's accommodation with the Vatican, his king-making and his elevation of a new hereditary nobility, stripped France of its last revolutionary magnetism. Caira faded in the memories even of the Nottingham crowd. If the tree of liberty was to grow, it must be grafted to English stock. France appeared to many now simply in the guise of a commercial and imperial rival, the oppressor of Spanish and Italian peoples. Between 1803 and 1806 the Grand Army was poised across the Channel, waiting only for mastery of the seas. Jacobinism is killed and gone, declared Sheridan, who had himself joined Addington's ministry, in December 1802, and by whom? By him who can no longer be called the child and champion of Jacobinism, by Bonaparte. And Wyndham, fresh from his Norwich defeat, made an extraordinary appeal in the House for national unity in the face of the return of war. To the Jacobins I would appeal, not as lovers of social order, of good government, of monarchy, but as men of spirit, as lovers of what they call liberty, as men of hot and proud blood. I would ask them if they are content to be put under the yoke, and crushed by France? 1. With the renewal of war, the volunteers drilled Sunday after Sunday. They were not, perhaps, as popular as contemporary publicists and patriotic legends suggest. Volunteers is, in any case, a misnomer. Officers came forward a great deal more readily than the miscellaneous, ill-disciplined, incurably anti-militaristic rank and file, who were losing their only day of rest. Pains were taken, also, to keep arms out of the hands of the disaffected. In large towns, Sheridan said on behalf of the government, such as Birmingham, Sheffield, and Nottingham, he should prefer associations of the higher classes, and in the country and villages those of the lower. In Norwich, the Times reported in 1804. The common people in the city, and its vicinity have taken an aversion to the system of volunteering. On Monday an attempt was made by them, particularly the females, to obstruct the volunteers of the Norwich regiment from mustering. They abused and insulted the officers, and accused the volunteers of being the cause of small loaves and the advance in corn. The sons of the squire, the attorney, and the manufacturer, enjoyed dressing up on horseback and attending volunteer balls. A common understanding grew up between aristocracy and middle class, forming that esprit de corps which was later to carry the day on the field at Peterloo, while at the balls their sisters selected husbands who facilitated that cross-fertilization of landed and commercial wealth which distinguished the English Industrial Revolution. The rank and file had few such rewards. In one Northumberland village, with a high percentage of volunteers, 13 offered to serve in the infantry, 25 in the cavalry, 130 as guides, 260 as wagoners, and 300 as drivers of cattle. 1. But despite this undercurrent, Sheridan was right. Jacobinism, as a movement deriving inspiration from France, was almost dead. Between 1802 and 1806 there was certainly a revival of popular patriotic feeling. Boney, if he was admired as a warrior, not as an embodiment of popular rights. Britain was inundated with patriotic chapbooks, broadsheets, and prints. If the women of Norwich resisted and if Northumberland villagers played dumb, thousands of Lancashire weavers joined the volunteers. Nelson was as popular a war hero as England had known since Drake. He was thought to be a man with sympathy for popular rights, and his intercession for the life of Colonel Depard was remembered. The bittersweet victory of Trafalgar was the theme of 100 ballads and the talk of every tavern and hamlet. In 1806 Fox himself joined the National Coalition, the Ministry of All the Talents, and became resigned to the continuance of war. 1. Once again, radicalism was not extinguished. But the terms of argument shifted beyond recognition. Former Jacobins became patriots, as eager to denounce Napoleon for his apostasy to the Republican cause as Legitimists were to denounce him for his usurpation from the House of Bourbon. Others, like Redhead York of Sheffield, suffered the classic compulsions of guilt and the desire for self-exculpation, so familiar in the disenchanted romantics of more recent times. York had become by 1804 an anti-Jacobin publicist so virulent that Cobbett was driven by him towards the reformers out of sheer disgust. It was in this highly unexpected quarter that the new note of radicalism was first sounded. For the same influences which had dispersed the old kind of Jacobinism had also caused the old kind of anti-Jacobinism to lose some of its force. If Napoleon was an enemy because he was a despot who had concentrated all power in his hands, What was to be said of Pitt, who had eroded British liberties, jailed men without trial, bribed the press, and used every form of ministerial influence to shore up his power? Cobbett, the pugnacious Tory journalist who could by no stretch of the imagination be accused of Jacobinism, swung round in 1804 and began to rake the ministry with polemic. The tide has turned, from popular enthusiasm it has run back to despotism. Bonaparte's exaltation to the post of consul for life began the great change in men's minds, which has been completed by his more recent assumption, and which not only removes the danger before to be apprehended from the prevalence of notions in favor of liberty, but tends to excite apprehensions of a different kind, to make us fear that, by means of the immense and yet growing influence now deposited in the hands of the minister by the funding and banknote system, we may, in fact, though not in name, become little better than slaves, and slaves, too, not of the king but of the minister of the day. The logic which connected the despotism of Napoleon and of Pitt is by no means clear. Cobbett, so cogent in detailed argument, often blustered through the larger outlines. But the drift of what he said, with increasing force and frequency, was clear. Despotism ought to be fought at home as well as abroad. The press was bought. The ministry was inefficient and corrupt, supporting a mob of court sycophants, parasites, pensioners, bribed senators, directors, contractors, jobbers, hireling lords, and ministers of state. The civil list was a form of factional bribery, supported by money raised from excessive taxation. The upstart nouveau riche, fattened by the war, threatened the rights of the king and the liberties of the people. Only a free Britain could resist foreign invasion. In a queer jumble of Toryism and radicalism he accused, not the reformers, but the ministry of endeavoring to sow the seeds of discord amongst, to divide them again into Jacobins and anti-Jacobins, to hatch a pretext for measures of extraordinary coercion, to create discontent and disloyalty, to unnerve the arm of war, and to lay us prostrate at the foot of the enemy. 1. Cobbett's words were no less remarkable than their occasion. Mainwaring had upset the 1802 result on a petition to the House. In 1804 there was a Middlesex by-election, in which every ministerial resource was employed to push Sir Francis Burdett out, and replace him by Mainwaring's son. Burdett was scarcely a reformer of the caliber to provide national leadership. He was a patrician radical who consciously modelled his tactics upon Wilkes, too, and who had acquired great wealth through his marriage to Miss Sophia Courts. Histrionic on the hustings, he proved himself to be a weak reform leader in the House in the next 10 or 15 years. But he was one of the only national spokesmen of reform capable of being heard at all. He did not try to repudiate the taint of Jacobinism brought upon him by his friendship with Horntook and Arthur O'Connor. In 1804 he stood his ground, and while the populace huzzaed, "No Bastille!" he poured scorn on Whigs and Tories alike. For 15 days the poll wavered between Mainwaring and Burdett. Every day, at the close of the poll, Burdett addressed enormous, excited crowds, appealing to the Middlesex freeholders under the slogan of independence, urging them again and again to be active and canvass. Could the electors of Middlesex have a free and independent voice, or was the seat to be traded in perpetuity into the control of a combination of interested distillers, publicans and brewers, of magistrates and contractors? Every day at the close of the poll, Mainwaring stepped forward to address the crowd on the hustings, and was howled down with groans. The supporters of Mainwaring placarized London with libels upon Burdett and his Jacobin connections, challenged his voters, and polled every elector subject to influence, the clerks, psalm singers and bell ringers of Westminster, police officers, jobbers, and thief-takers. On the 15th and final day it appeared that Burdett had a majority of 1, Burdett, 2,833, Mainwaring, 2,832. An exultant crowd dragged him in triumph through London amidst a cavalcade, that appeared like a moving wood, the carriages and horsemen being covered with green boughs, while the bands played Rule Britannia and a flag flew above Burdett's carriage painted with Hercules treading on the Hydra. On the next morning the sheriff reversed the decision on a technicality which turned on the closing time of the poll. But the moral triumph was complete. Point 1. Cobbett was right to speak of a turning tide. His own support for Burdett, inconceivable 2 years before, was a sign of the turn. That so many freeholders should have declared for Burdett indicated an unusual restiveness among the tradesmen, professional men and small gentry, and master artisans. They had a dozen grievances, some disinterested, the appeal of the old cries of liberty and independence, some more interested, for example, government contracts for coach building, harness, and military clothing were commonly placed with a few big firms or middlemen, passing over the host of smaller masters and master artisans. Cobbett, in 1804-6, was not initiating but flowing with a new reforming tide. In the next few years his register voiced a pugnacious piecemeal radicalism, which was the more formidable in that each particular abuse was aired and argued with individual detail. Cobbett exposed civil and military mismanagement, peculation, the sale of commissions by the Duke of York's mistress, brutal flogging in the army, with a force which compelled attention from men of different persuasions, for many of whom the old alignments of the 1790s had lost their meaning. Because Cobbett was still something of a Tory, who harked back to a sentimental ideal of a sturdy, independent, plain-speaking people who despised wealth and rank but were loyal to their constitution, he evaded the anti-Jacobin prejudices and enabled reformers to regroup. But Burdett's triumph was made possible by the presence of the far more radical London crowd. In 1806 popular feeling found another outlet, and surged through into the electoral process at Westminster. While Middlesex had a freeholder franchise, Westminster was one of the few open constituencies in the south of England, with a householder franchise which admitted many master artisans and some journeymen to the vote. From 1780 one of its 2 seats had been held by Fox. Horntook had contested the other seat, and had polled respectably, in 1790 and 1796, but the seat had gone to a ministerial nominee by tacit agreement. Pitt's party put in one member, and Fox's party put in the other, and, both parties hated all thought of anything resembling a real election. The affair was settled at a joint meeting of the two factions, as thieves made a division of booty. 1. On Fox's death, the seat was left open to the Whig faction and the Duke of Northumberland arrogated to himself the right to nominate his son, Lord Percy, who was elected without a contest. Francis Place watched with disgust, as the Duke's liveried servants threw lumps of bread and cheese, and distributed beer, to the servile, struggling mob. 1 With a general election approaching, Cobbett addressed 4 open letters to the electors of Westminster. The themes were simple. To hear some persons talk of an election for Westminster, a stranger to the state of things would believe, that the electors were the bondsmen, or, at best, the mere menial servants of a few great families. The question, seems to be, not what man the electors may wish to choose, but what man is preferred by a few of the noblemen. Electors should assert their independence, and rid themselves of deference and the fear of influence. You are nearly 20,000 in number. Your trades and occupations are, full as necessary to your employers as their employment is necessary to you. If you are turned out of one house, there is always another ready to receive you. If you lose one customer you gain another. In particular, the journeymen who compose no small part of the electors of Westminster, appear to me to be entirely out of the reach of seduction. Employers who sought to enforce the votes of their employees should be exposed to public scorn. The artisans of a workshop, led to the hustings under the command of the master, are degraded to a level with cattle. Unless some independent candidate offered himself at the general election, Westminster would place itself upon a level with Old Sarum or Gatton. 2. The Tories brought forward Admiral Hood. The Whigs brought forward Fox's old colleague, Sheridan, who was now Naval Secretary in the coalition government, in receipt of £6,000 a year. Cobbett and the reformers would have nothing to do with him. At the 11th hour, a candidate offered himself who personified the state of confusion in the radical camp. James Paul, the son of a Perth tailor, was a self-made wealthy India merchant, who had returned to England in 1804 with the aim of assisting in the impeachment of Governor-General Wellesley. He was taken up by Fox's Circle, which then had the support of the Prince of Wales, and as a man likely to embarrass Pitt's administration, he was found a seat in the rotten borough of Newtown, Isle of Wight. The attack on Wellesley was duly launched. But when the Foxites entered the coalition, Paul was privately told to drop the matter, or at the least lay upon my oars. When Paul indignantly refused, he found himself at the dissolution ejected from his seat at Newtown, and repudiated by the men whom he had naively supposed to have his cause at heart. His answer was to hurl himself onto the hustings at Westminster. Paul passed briefly through radical history, and no one has bothered to find out much about him. It is customary to dismiss him as a quarrelsome little man with a personal grievance. His grievance, however, was more than personal. Wellesley's arrogance, brutality, and bad faith in his dealings with Ovid are incontestable. There is no reason to suppose that Paul was not passionately outraged by these acts of wanton aggression and tyranny in India, which he compared with those for which we are daily reproaching France. If the issues were remote for the Westminster electors, Paul compelled respect as a man whom both the Whigs and the Tories wished to silence. What our man wanted in point of talent and knowledge, Cobbett wrote later, he amply made up for in industry and pluck. He was a man of diminutive size, but what there was of him was good. He was game, every inch of him, a real gamecock. He knew little of English politics, had no great eloquence as a speaker or cogency as a writer, but he also had no political inhibitions or ambitions. In 3 weeks of tumultuous campaigning, a new alliance of reformers was founded. Sir Francis Burdett, the patrician radical, who nominated Paul on the hustings, Cobbett, the empirical reformer who directed his campaign, and Major Cartwright, the veteran advocate of manhood suffrage, who secured from Paul a pledge that he was a parliamentary reformer. We had to contend against the whole force of the borough faction, who had united against us in open, active, and desperate hostility, Cobbett recalled. The first 4 days of the poll showed Paul in the lead, whereupon Hood and Sheridan, who had ridiculed his chances, formed a coalition against him. Broadsheets, squibs, and songs flew around London. Lo! Corruption stalks forward in liberty's guise. Freemen! Rally your legions, and guard your rich prize. Wave your banners on high, at fair liberty's call. Shout the watchword aloud, Independence and Paul. Let the place hunting crew gainst our politics rant. Call us Jacobins, traitors, and such idle cant. With our king we're determined to stand or to fall. So success to our cause, Independence and Paul. He's the friend of the poor, and the freedom of man. And will lighten our taxes as fast as he can. Paul's opponents ridiculed his humble origins, and his appearance. Who is that odd little fellow beyond? Who looks like a pickpocket dragged to a pond? On one side, declared Cobbett, were the relations of placemen and pensioners, the tax-gatherers, magistrates, policemen, and dependent clergy, and Sheridan's personal following of play-actors, scene-shifters, candle-snuffers, and persons following immoral callings. On the other side, there is evidence of the first serious attempts at democratic electoral organization among the artisans and journeymen, parish committees for canvassing, and organized support among the trades clubs of journeymen shoemakers, printers, and tailors. Night after night the crowd drew Paul in triumph through the streets. James Paul failed to gain the seat, but he came in only 300 votes behind. Sheridan won, and the campaign broke the grip of both the factions upon Westminster. That was the real struggle, declared Cobbett, that was the real triumph of freedom in Westminster. When actual victory came in the following year, Paul had no part in it. Burdett had failed to win Middlesex in 1806, some of the freeholders were frightened by his extremism, although he still commanded the houses of the hustings, and on his defeat most of the houses in Kensington and Knightsbridge were illuminated, and the whole had more the appearance of a triumph, but he failed also for another, and typically quixotic, reason. In previous contests he had used his great wealth freely in the traditional manner of electioneering, with the wholesale treating of voters, and probably as much general oiling with drink and money as was employed by his opponents. He was now nettled by accusations of bribery, while Cobbett, who was now his ally, had been sounding throughout 1806 the demands of electoral austerity. In a celebrated by-election at Honiton in 1806, Cobbett had demanded the absolute prohibition of bribery and treating, and that the candidates should enter into a solemn pledge that if returned they would accept neither office nor public money. Burdett, therefore, adopted the austere manner, but, not content with this, he refused to do more than appear each day on the hustings and call upon the independent electors to come forward of their own accord. There was to be no canvassing, no treating, no carriages for elderly voters, no organization whatsoever. When his supporters formed a committee, he repudiated it upon the hustings and urged them to rely on the unassisted public principle. The reliance halved his vote. In 1807 another general election gave reformers their opportunity. Week after week in the political register Cobbett addressed letters to the electors of Westminster, sounding an alert. Paul's supporters got ready, and a committee was formed which called on Burdett to fight for the other seat. But Burdett had given up. With the omnipotent means of corruption in the power of our spoilers, all struggle is vain. We must wait for our redress and regeneration till corruption shall have exhausted the means of corruption. Till that time shall arrive, I beg leave to retire from all parliamentary service. A deputation waited upon him, and asked whether if he was elected without his own permission or intervention, he would be willing to accept the seat. To this Burdett gave a weary assent, if I should be returned for Westminster. I must obey the call, but I will not spend a guinea, nor do anything whatever, to contribute to such election. There was worse to follow. With this passive assent, the Westminster Committee prepared to bring forward Burdett and Paul as colleagues for the two seats. But Burdett seems to have wished to shake off his plebeian fellow candidate, whereupon the gamecock flew into a rage and challenged Burdett to a duel in which both were wounded, Paul so seriously that his supporters dropped his candidature. On the eve of the 15-day poll the reformers' cause appeared to have brawled and ridiculed itself out of the field. 1 The last-minute candidature of a little-known radical sailor, Lord Cochrane, brought a slight revival of hopes. But on the morning when the poll commenced, the members of Burdett's committee were very much depressed. We had no money, no means of making a display, nobody had joined us, the Tories despised us and the Whigs derided us. It was the being laughed at that produced the worst effect of all. Those who could well have borne to have been abused could not bear to be laughed at. But only a fortnight later the artisans and shopkeepers of Westminster were cheering Burdett and Cochrane in a tumultuous triumph. Burdett had left the others far behind, while Cochrane had won the second seat with a majority of 1,000 over Sheridan. Thereafter Westminster was never lost to radicalism. The only popular constituency in London, in which the Houses of Parliament were situated, had been captured by men whom almost the entire press designated as Jacobins. 2. This was not as wild an accusation as it seems. An interesting incident had taken place in 1806. Paul was informed that a leading member of his committee was a notorious Jacobin of French origin, Mr. Lemaitre. In horror he demanded that Lemaitre leave his committee rooms, and asked Cobbett to deliver the message. Cobbett tried to serve the sentence of dismissal as gently as he could, but he encountered a man of greater strength of will than he expected. Lemaitre was indeed a former Jacobin, an active member of the LCS and a watch case maker. He had been seized during the Popgun plot scare of 1794-5, imprisoned again without trial in 1796, and was detained once more between 1798 and 1801, being confined a great part of the period between 18 and 25 years of age. On his release, he had helped Burdett in his Middlesex elections, and had gained considerable experience. Entering Paul's committee rooms on the third day of the poll, he found the committee had neither plan nor system to regulate the business of the canvass. For several days he had worked from early morning until midnight to organize an effective plan of canvass. This plan he now brought to Cobbet's attention. "Upon my honor, Mr. Lemaitre, this is the only really useful thing I have yet seen in this committee," exclaimed Cobbet. Apologies were made, and Lemaitre remained. The victory of 1807 was entirely the work of the Westminster Committee. Several of its key members were former committeemen of the LCS. Lemaitre had his plan of street-by-street and court-by-court canvass prepared well in advance. On the third floor of a gin shop called the Britannia Coffee House, Francis Place worked for 3 weeks without payment, from dawn until midnight, keeping careful accounts, collating canvass returns, and preparing reports for the General Committee. Richter, another former detainee, was his lieutenant. "We were all of us obscure persons," wrote Place. "Not one man of note among us, not one man in any way known to the electors generally, as insignificant a set of persons as could well have been collected together to undertake so important a matter as a Westminster election against wealth and rank and name and influence. They were derided by their opponents as nobody, common tailors, and barbers. We were laughed at for our folly, and condemned for our impudence. Both principle and the shortage of funds demanded electoral austerity. There should be no paid councillors, attorneys, inspectors, nor canvassers, no bribing, no paying of rates, no treating, no cockades, no paid constables, excepting 2 to keep the committee room doors. No money was spent, except by a vote of the committee. By far the greatest item of expense was in printing handbills and placards. In Place, who only left the committee rooms once to canvass, the committee had an organizer of genius. 1. We must now attempt some survey of the position of the English radicalism in 1807. In the first place, the term radicalism suggests both a breadth and an imprecision in the movement. The Jacobins of the 1790s were clearly identified by their allegiance to the rights of man and to certain forms of open organization. Radicalism came to include very diverse tendencies as the 19th century advanced. In 1807 it suggests as much about the courage and tone of the movement as it does about any doctrine. It indicated intransigent opposition to the government, contempt for the weakness of the Whigs, opposition to restrictions upon political liberties, open exposure of corruption and the pit system, and general support for parliamentary reform. There was little agreement on social and economic questions, and while the most consistent radicalism was that of the London populace, it was broad enough to take in at times the unrest of manufacturers or small gentry. Notwithstanding their confusion, the contests of 1806 and 1807 were of real importance. The cause of reform became articulate once more. There were 2 extreme radicals, returned by a plebeian electorate, in the House. There was a weekly journal, edited with genius, which the administration could scarcely ban, and which had proclaimed itself beyond reach of Tory or Whig influence. Even the father of reform, Major Cartwright, had secured renewed publicity and popularity. 1 A new name is first heard, a gentleman farmer, Henry Hunt, who issued an appeal to the freeholders of Wiltshire to follow the example of Westminster. In the city itself a new kind of electoral organization had been built up, and the Westminster Committee did not disband itself, but remained for many years as a prototype of post-war reform organizations. These names, Burdett, Cartwright, Cobbett, Hunt, Place, are prominent in the history of articulate radicalism for the next 15 years. Burdett continued for some years to be the darling of the London crowd. Cartwright, whose fixity outlasted every twist of events, was to promote the first Hampton clubs. Cobbett was to advance step by step from independence to root and branch denunciation of old corruption, and, indeed, of milk and water radicals like Burdett and Place. Hunt was to act, now as Cobbett's ally, now as his rival, pitting his mastery of mass oratory against Cobbett's mastery of polemic. Place was to develop the policy of reformist permeation, and of the artisan and middle-class alliance, and was to act as the link between Benthamite reformers and trade unions and plebeian debating groups. The victory of 1807 was a halfway house between the patrician techniques of Wilkes and more advanced forms of democratic organization. The gains were important. A new meaning had been given to the notion of independence. Hitherto, the word had been a synonym for opulence and landed interest. Whig and Tory candidates were often recommended on the hustings on account of their wealth, which, it was supposed, would render them independent of the need to curry favor or place from the ministers or king. Cobbett's notion of independence insisted upon the duty of the electors, whether freeholders, tradesmen or artisans, to free themselves by their own exertions from patronage, bribery, and deference. The Westminster Committee had gone yet further, in so far as they had organized victory independently of their own candidates. The menu pupil of Westminster had emerged as a force in their own right. Moreover, they had provided a striking example of the effectiveness of a new kind of electoral organization, dependent not upon the wealth or influence of the candidate but upon the voluntary exertions of the electors. In this sense the people of Westminster felt the victory to be their own. It would be wrong, however, to suggest that the Westminster Committee led an independent populist, still less working class, movement. The electorate one included many independent craftsmen and some artisans. But its tone was increasingly set by the small masters and tradesmen. The degree of radicalism of these groups was an important factor in post-war political life, and it had an influence on one sector of English liberties which proved to be a continuing embarrassment to the authorities. Most of the important political and press trials took place in London, and it was from this social milieu that the juries were drawn. Shopkeepers and tradesmen had made intractable juries in the 1790s. Lists of possible jurymen are preserved in the Treasury Solicitor's papers, in the cases of Desparts and O'Coigley, showing with what care the law officers of the Crown sought to eliminate Jacobin sympathizers from the jury's point 2. Despite their precautions, the authorities received new humiliations at the hands of London juries between 1817 and 1819.1. Thereafter the juries became more compliant, partly because the authorities developed new refinements of the special jury system and other means of packing, partly because the radicalism of the city was becoming more and more distanced from the plebeian movement. Thus the victory at Westminster scarcely belonged to the artisans, however much they contributed to it. And the victory, also, was partially illusory. Apart from the fact that the necessary property qualification confined the choice of candidates to men of means, no one on Place's General Committee would have conceived of putting forward one of their own number as candidate. The seat was Burdett's, and the function of the committee was to bring him support. Moreover, the committee showed itself in later years to have serious limitations as a democratic organization. In 1807 it was formed in the heart of a new democratic impulse. In later years it became essentially a self-appointed body, or, as Cobbett complained, a caucus, partly under the control of Burdett, partly representative of tradesmen and masters like Place. By the end of the wars, Place had become the confidant of Bentham and James Mill. He grew more and more hostile to Hunt and to Cobbett, and to methods of agitation among members unlimited. The Westminster Committee was a useful place from which discreet wire-pulling could be exercised in the interests of the sober and studious artisan. When Cochrane's seat became vacant, in 1818, Cobbett's nominee, Major Cartwright, was passed over in favor of the Benthamite radical, Hobhouse. The committee became increasingly detached from the working people of London in the same proportion as Place's sense of self-approbation and his dislike of the demonstration and the hustings grew. Point 2. This was, in part, an inevitable outcome of the situation in which the radicals of 1807 were placed. Anti-Jacobinism was by no means dead. Cobbett broke through the censorship almost by accident, and there was scarcely any other regular radical press. The Westminster Committee survived as an electoral organization, but the authorities had no intention of permitting a new growth of popular clubs. When John Gale Jones, the former LCS leader, overstepped the bounds of prudence in debates which he organized in the British Forum, off Covent Garden, the House of Commons committed him to Newgate. And when Burdett denounced its action as illegal, the House committed Burdett to the Tower. It is true that almost the whole population of London seemed to be on Burdett's side. Burdett at first refused to surrender to the House, adopting Wilkes's policy of defiance, and barricading himself in his Piccadilly home. Lord Cochrane drove up in a hackney coach, rolled a barrel of gunpowder through the door, and prepared to mine all entrances and defend Burdett with arms. The people milled in the streets, and it seemed that riots on the scale of 1,780 were inevitable. Place himself thought that the army was so disaffected that some spasmodic insurrection was possible. But the very nature of the incident, with its histrionic echoes of Wilkes and its confusion among the radical leaders, underlines the weakness of the reformers. Even when they rode an insurrectionary tide, they had neither organization nor coherent policy. The laws outlawing corresponding societies had open political meetings had atomized the movement, so that the individualistic and quarrelsome behavior of its leaders was a function of their situation as voices rather than as organizers. Radicalism remained a defensive movement, an articulate movement of protest, supported by widespread popular disaffection. It was not yet an offensive force. If we are to understand the extremism of Burdett and Cochrane in 1810, we need only read Byron. Such men despised the scramble for power and riches, the hypocrisy of their own class and the pretensions of the new rich. In their frustration they dreamed perhaps at times of some revolutionary spasm which would overthrow the whole fabric of old corruption. If we are to understand the anger of Cobbett, we need only think of the things which made him angry, the fat contracts, the squalid scandals of the royal dukes, the soaring rents and taxes, and the impoverishment of the rural laborers, the ministerial subsidies to the press, the destruction of popular amusements by the informers of the vice society. Disaffection swelled for 100 reasons. Hostility to the press gang, the grievances of disabled soldiers, the grievances of artisans elbowed out by the mushrooming war-contracting firms, and, after Trafalgar, the growing undertow of opposition to a seemingly endless and purposeless war. It is very probable, a Sheffield dissenting minister wrote, in 1808, that whenever mankind shall form themselves into societies for the establishment of that kingdom, in which swords shall be beat into plowshares, that great men will be the principal opposers of the glorious work, especially the opposition may be expected from generals, admirals, contractors, agents, and such like, and many of the advocates for Christ's peaceful reign may look for severe treatment from their wicked hands. Christ's kingdom could be ushered into the world only after much opposition and blood, for the devil and his agents would not suffer it to come any other way. How often have I known poor wives and mothers pawn their necessary clothing to redeem their husbands or their sons from the gripe of a rascally unrelenting crimp. O heavens! What hardships are poor men doomed to! O poverty, thou art the unpardonable offense. Thou hast neither rights, charters, immunities nor liberties. Come hither, old Satan! Old murderer, and I will do by thee as thou didst by a better than me. I will take thee, in turn, into an exceedingly great and high mountain, and I will show thee all the kingdoms of this Christian world and the glory of them. Now, Satan, look down upon Christendom, and behold the motley group, Bibles, swords, churches, barracks, chapels, fortresses, ministers of peace in black, and men of war in red and blue, a few men who act as saviors, millions of men whose sole business is to systematize and practice the destruction of men. The true sons of peace lightly esteemed, obscure, neglected and scorned. The heroes of murder and plunder, exalted, extolled, honored, pensioned, and immortalized. 1. It is a voice out of the old England of Winstanley and Bunyan, but of an old England which had begun to read Cobbett. And it reminds us of how remote, in Sheffield, Newcastle or Loughborough, the Westminster elections had been. In the taverns and coffee houses of the city, radicals could meet to discuss, and could feel the strength of their numbers. Of the provincial centres where the Jacobin propaganda had penetrated most deeply, only Norwich and Nottingham had a franchise wide enough to allow radicals to make use of the electoral process. Birmingham, Manchester, Leeds, and most of the growing industrial centres were without any representation in the unreformed House. Here, and in the smaller towns and industrial villages, the church and magistrates watched for any signs of sedition. Even a subscriber to Cobbett's register might find himself to be marked. The reformer felt himself to be isolated, obscure, neglected and scorned. The Westminster triumph threw into greater darkness the repression of the provinces. Hence it was that the radical movement took markedly different form in the Midlands and industrial North, a difference which was to influence events for half a century. In London the channels between middle-class and working-class reformers remained open. The characteristic form of organisation was the committee, in which a few professional men worked alongside self-educated artisans who tended to despise the political backwardness of the labourers and the demoralised and criminal poor. As repression relaxed, the forum, debating society, and discussion group revived. Periodical Westminster elections provided at least a safety valve, and a sanction for tumults. In the Midlands and the North, radicalism was driven underground, into the world of the illegal trade union. It became associated with industrial grievances, the secret meeting, and the oath. Until 1815 neither Burdett nor Corbett meant much in the heartlands of the Industrial Revolution. The Westminster Committee had no message for the Luddites. North of the Trent we find the illegal tradition. An army of redressers? I the black lamp. Behold the head of a traitor. In February 1803 the executioner held up before the London crowd the head of Edward Marcus Despard. He and his 6 fellow victims had been found guilty of high treason and all died with fortitude. Despard declared that he was innocent of the charge, but died because he was a friend to the poor and the oppressed. The crowd was angry and compassionate. The London press feared that if the victims had been drawn through the streets and executed at Tyburn or Kennington Common, instead of at Southwark, riots and an attempt at rescue might have ensued. Among those who witnessed the execution was a young apprentice named Jeremiah Brandreth. 14 years later his own head was held aloft before the crowd in front of Derby Castle. Behold the head of a traitor. Between Despard and Brandreth there stretches the illegal tradition. It is a tradition which will never be rescued from its obscurity. But we may approach it from 3 directions. First, from considering some surviving evidence as to the underground between 1800 and 1802, second, from some criticism of the historical sources, and, third, from some examination of the quasi-legal trade union tradition. Unless we make this preparation, we shall be unable to understand the Luddite movement, and the post-war years of the Pentridge Rising, Oliver the Spy, and the Cato Street Conspiracy. We have seen the origin of the illegal tradition in the shadowy societies of United Englishmen at the end of the 1790s. 1 In 1800 and 1801 a rash of rioting broke out throughout England. Most of these were food riots, provoked by scarcity and soaring prices during Napoleon's continental blockade. But there are suggestions, also, of some sketchy organization. Several riots and consumers' strikes were advertised in advance by handbills, on a scale which argues organization by committees with access to the printing press. From London, in September 1800. Fellow countrymen, how long will ye quietly and cowardly suffer yourselves to be imposed upon, and half starved by a set of mercenary slaves and government hirelings? Can you still suffer them to proceed in their extensive monopolies, while your children are crying for bread? No. Let them exist not a day longer. We are the sovereignty, rise then from your lethargy. Be at the corn market on Monday. For 6 days there were tumults at the corn market. In November handbills called upon tradesmen, artisans, journeymen, labourers, and to meet on Kennington Common, a meeting prevented only by a show of military strength. In Portsmouth the dockyard artificers resolved to abstain from making any use of any butter, cream, milk, and potatoes until prices should come down. In Nottingham army officers were stoned out of a theatre when they tried to make the audience sing God Save the King. In Nottingham, also, where the Liberty Tree was still planted with annual ceremony at the turn of the century, the authorities intercepted a letter which described a successful food riot, with enthusiasm for the conduct of the people on Tuesday, who stood the fire from the yeomanry with such an undaunted courage that astonished the gentleman, but the writer added a significant comment. The crowd was no longer divided between Jacobin and Church and King factions. What scarred the gentleman the most was to see the union of parties, there being no Painites nor no such song as God Save the King to be heard. Here was an important shift in popular attitudes, in the sub-political responses of the mob. 1. Meanwhile, alarming reports were coming into the Home Office. The worst trouble centres appeared to be Nottingham, industrial Lancashire, and the West Riding. We may piece together what is known of the latter region. The organisation spread outward from Jacobin Sheffield. In September 1800, an inflammatory handbill was found nailed openly in a workshop. KG and the farmer are busy cramming the empty stomachs of the poor with bayonets. In December, the Sheffield magistrates found it necessary to issue a proclamation against the numerously attended meetings which were being held in the fields at night. Various reports were sent to Earl Fitzwilliam, the Lord Lieutenant of the county. At one such meeting, advertised to consider the best means of reducing the price of provisions, a spy heard talk of pikes and arms. When the spy was recognized, he was driven off. People were being enrolled in secret societies, and taking solemn oaths of confederacy. There is a system of organization going on, secret committees, and a preparation of hostile weapons. Frequent meetings were taking place near Sheffield. At 10 o'clock in the evening, an orator in a mask harangues the people, reads letters from distant societies by the light of a candle, and immediately burns them. No one was admitted to the field without giving a watchword to a ring of sentries. 1. By March 1801, the alarm had spread to Leeds and Huddersfield, where the magistrates feared an insurrection was in contemplation among the lower orders. There were persons going about endeavouring to persuade the people to take an oath, to support each other in regulating and lowering the price of all necessaries of life. A letter from 2 Lancashire magistrates alleged that some sort of delegate meeting of agents from Yorkshire, Birmingham, Bristol, and London had met in January in the neighbourhood of Ashton-under-Lyne. At the same time, Pitt's 2 acts banning seditious meetings, as well as the suspension of habeas corpus, expired. Although any form of organised correspondence between individual groups remained illegal, it became technically lawful to call public meetings once more. Within a matter of weeks, protest meetings were being called, often by handwritten handbills, in a score of widely separated places. In Yorkshire, meetings were called in Sheffield, Wakefield, Dewsbury, Bingley. In Bingley, handbills were distributed secretly under doors and in market stalls early in April, calling on people to attend a demonstration of the Association of the Friends of Liberty. The purpose of the meeting was to demonstrate against the exorbitant price of provisions, to expose fraud and every species of hereditary government, to lessen the oppression of taxes, to propose plans for the education of helpless infancy and the comfortable support of the aged and distressed, to extirpate the horrid practice of war. Will you suffer yourselves to be thus imposed upon by a majority of mercenary hirelings, government pimps, corn dealers, placemen, pensioners, parasites, etc., and yourselves starving for bread? No, let them exist not one day longer. We are the sovereignty. Drag the Constitution from its hidden place, and lay it open to public inspection. Shake the earth to its center. 1. It appears to be in agitation, reported a committee of secrecy of the House of Commons, suddenly to call numerous meetings in different parts of the country, at the same day and hour, to an extent which, if not prevented, must materially endanger the public peace. By the end of April, the Seditious Meetings Act was reenacted, and habeas corpus suspended for a further year. The agitation promptly went underground once more. We may once again try to follow its history in the West Riding. Throughout the summer of 1801, meetings continued, mainly at night. Badley, Ossett, and Saddleworth are added to the list of centres. At Halifax, in July 1801, some kind of delegate committee appears to have met, with representatives from the textile towns and a speaker from Sheffield. There was talk of oath-taking or twisting into the United Britons or Englishmen, whose main centre of activities may have been across the Pennines in Bolton. All who joined were required to answer in the affirmative 3 questions: did they desire a total change of system? Were they willing to risk themselves in a contest to leave their posterity free? Are you willing to do all in your power to create the spirit of love, brotherhood and affection among the friends of freedom and omit no opportunity of getting all the political information you can? A further delegate meeting was reported from Leeds in August. It was adjourned according to a magistrate, upon a resolution that there was no occasion for any further meetings till the French landed. A Wakefield magistrate concurred. A revolution is their object and the rising of the disaffected depends entirely on the enemy invading the country. 1. Meetings had now become so widespread that they were noticed in the Leeds Mercury, whose editor, Edward Baines, had once been secretary of a Jacobin club at Preston, but who was now anxious to disassociate himself entirely from all secret associations for political purposes. The practice of midnight political meetings, it was editorially noted, had become very frequent. There were strong reasons to suppose them to be motivated by bad designs and some suspicion of a secret correspondence with France. He accused the reformers of shrinking into lurking holes like a lawless banditti. Baines' note called forth an uncompromising reply from Benjamin Flower, whose Cambridge Intelligencer was the last of the provincial reformers' papers to struggle through to the 19th century. In November 1800 Flower had issued a general call for public demonstrations for peace. People perceive and feel that the effect of war and taxes to raise the price of all consumable commodities. Now Flower accused Baines of being a time server, of aiding the church and king propagandists, of deliberately smearing the reformers with the libel of French correspondence, and of bringing comfort to that corrupt and profligate system which has desolated the great part of Europe, murdered millions of our fellow creatures, robbed the people of this country of their most valuable rights, and brought the kingdom to the verge of ruin. This breach, between the old Painite radicalism of such men as Flower, and the cautious constitutional Whiggish radicalism of Baines, was to grow in significance as the 19th century advanced. 1. There appears to have been a lull, punctuated with public rejoicing when peace preliminaries were ratified in October. Then in the winter of 1801-2 there were renewed reports of nightly meetings in the West Riding, and of protests against the malt tax, the window tax, and restrictions upon liberty. Although peace came in March 1802, nocturnal meetings continued, and, despite every effort, the magistrates could not identify any of the leaders. The fullest account of a meeting is in a letter from the Mayor of Leeds to Earl Fitzwilliam in August 1802. With respect to the nocturnal meetings, they continue, though the place is never known to others till they take place. On Friday evening at or near midnight a meeting was held in a hollow way, or narrow valley about 6 miles from Leeds and 2 from Burstall, at some distance from any public road. A man of perfect veracity assures me that he attempted to form one of the party, but found that scouts were stationed on all sides at some distance, the outermost of whom accosted him and aimed at drawing him off in a different direction. On his persevering he found another irregular and moving line of scouts, who asked his business, and upon his continuing to proceed towards the black lamp of men, a whistling was made, and he heard expressions and tones of voice that quite deterred him from his purpose. That some particular persons whom they called gentlemen were expected and were not then arrived, he could easily recollect from what he overheard on the way. From another quarter on which I can depend, I learned that the committee forming the Black Lamp, and which on Friday night might be composed of about 200 men, consists of those who have discoursed on the subject with 9 others, and have sworn them in, each of which again, ad infinitum, becomes a committee man on the same grounds. Abolition of all taxes, and the full enjoyment of their rights are the subjects on which the leaders hold forth, and the cement which holds them together. By Christmas they should be able to carry their points, and on one night the rise was to take place in every quarter. 1. Whatever organization there was had access to the printing press. In June 1802 a small 8-page address to United Britons was sent to the Home Office by a West Riding magistrate. This claimed to unite in a chain of affection all those seeking to overthrow the nation's oppressors. The independent liberty of a wise people, they deem treason, because they dread that justice may fall on their own guilty heads. 2. In the autumn 2 Sheffield men, William Lee and William Ronk Esley, were brought to trial for administering secret oaths. It was alleged that between October 1801 and August 1802 they had been members of a secret association, comprising 1,000 members in Sheffield, which had manufactured pikes and had secret depots of buried arms. The organization was officered by directors and conductors, who drilled the members at night. Its aims were vague, but an idea has place amongst the poor, that they should pay no taxes. Thousands carry about with them a secret conviction and indulge a hope that matters are growing ripe. 3 Lee and Ronk Esley were sentenced to 7 years transportation. 4. In November Depard and his associates were seized in London. There were more reports in December, of the preparation of arms in Sheffield. As late as August 1803 Fitzwilliam was told by an informant that oath-taking and pike manufacture continued. Secret organization has pervaded the great body of the people in the manufacturing district of this country, he wrote to the Secretary of State, despite his habitual scepticism. Vast numbers of the army and militia were sworn, with the same oath as taken in the Depard business. There were special envoys between districts, little is committed to paper, but whatever is destroyed as soon as communicated. The managers never meet in their own towns, when they have occasion to deliberate they go to a distance from their homes. 1 Thereafter the black lamp appears to go out. Similar reports came in, during the same period, from South Lancashire and parts of the Midlands. Clearly there was some underground organization in existence, which sought to turn discontent at the soaring prices and food shortages into a revolutionary channel. There is too much evidence, and from too many independent sources, for it to be possible to uphold the accepted historical fiction that sedition had no existence except in the imaginations of ministers, magistrates, and spies. But at this point the sources lead only into obscurity. Did the United Britons have any real national existence? Was Colonel Depard connected with it, and with the underground in Lancashire and the West Riding? Were there links with France and with Robert Emmet in Dublin? Did the underground continue after 1802? The Depard trial revealed little, although a great deal was suggested. Colonel Depard came of an Irish landowning family, and had a distinguished military record. "We went on the Spanish Main together," declared Nelson, who was called by the defense at the trial. "We slept many nights together in our clothes upon the ground, we have measured the height of the enemy's wall together." In all that period, no man could have shown more zealous attachment to his sovereign and his country than Colonel Depard. Nelson had thought so highly of his comrade in arms that he had expected him to rise to one of the most distinguished positions in the army. But this was many years before, the two men had not met since 1780. From 1772, Depard served continuously in the West Indies and British Honduras, until his recall on half-pay in 1790. He appears to have been the very type of numbers of officers in this period, who, possessing neither wealth nor influence enough to secure recognition, found themselves defrauded of promotion, overtaken by nincompoops with interest at court, subjected to accusations of misconduct by their rivals, and left to kick their heels for years in the corridors of power. 1 We can see in Depard some of the same mixture of the private grievances of a serving officer and of general disgust at the corruption and insincerities of political life which made Lord Cochrane into a radical. But Depard was also an Irishman, and by 1796 or 1797 he had become so deeply committed to the cause of Irish independence that he was serving both on the committee of the London Corresponding Society and in the more shadowy circles of the United Irishmen and United Englishmen in London. He was one of the group with whom O'Coigley had made contact in Furnival's Inn cellar. 2 Early in 1798 the Privy Council received various reports as to his activities, which suggested that he was building an underground military organization, in which the style of the Elizabethan soldier of fortune and that of the 19th century revolutionary were curiously compounded. While the aims of the organization were Jacobinical, those enlisting in Desparts' service were promised high rank and reward in the event of success. Imprisoned under the suspension of habeas corpus between 1798 and 1800, Desparts' case was prominent among those which featured in the No Bastille agitation of Sir Francis Burdett and of the London crowd. On his release in 1800, it would seem that Desparts set to work once more to construct his revolutionary army. He was arrested in the last week of November 1802, at the Oakley Arms, Lambeth, in the company of about 40 working men and soldiers. Certain facts were proved at his trial beyond question. Desparts and certain of his associates had been passing in the previous months from one meeting place to another in the taverns of working-class London, the Flying Horse at Newington, the Two Bells and the Coach and Horses in Whitechapel, the Ham and Windmill in the Haymarket, the Brown Bear and the Black Horse in St. Giles's, the Bleeding Heart in Hatton Garden. The company in all these places included labourers and soldiers, with a high proportion of Irish, and certainly some kind of Jacobin conspiracy was moved. Other facts were adduced, at his trial or in the contemporary press, which must be viewed with a more critical eye. Thus it was alleged that Jacobin guardsmen at both the Chatham and London barracks had enrolled a considerable number of followers, bound to the conspiracy by secret oaths. Papers found on the prisoners gave the constitution of their society. The independence of Great Britain and Ireland, an equalization of civil, political, and religious rights, an ample provision for the families of the heroes who shall fall in the contest. A liberal reward for distinguished merit, these are the objects for which we contend, and to obtain these objects we swear to be united. 1. Soldiers had been invited to join this Constitution Society in order to fight, to burst the chain of bondage and slavery. The organization had no fewer than 7 divisions and 8 subdivisions in Southwark alone, with further divisions in the Borough, Marylebone, Spitalfields, and Blackwell, principally among day labourers, journeymen, and common soldiers, discharged sailors, and Irish dockers. It was a paramilitary organization, with 10 men in each company, and when they amounted to 11, the 11th took the command of a new company. Each company was commanded by a captain. Each group of 5 companies amounted to a deputy division, commanded by a colonel. On the other hand, if this was the approved model, it does not appear to have been carried widely into effect. According to one witness, Desparts said that a regular organization in London is dangerous to us, it is under the eye of government, but a regular organization in the country is necessary, and, I believe, general. Such an organization in London would be a moral impossibility. But he mentioned Leeds, Sheffield, Birmingham, Manchester, and Chatham as country centres where such organization existed, with which he claimed to be in touch. The trial brought further allegations. Colonel Desparts and his revolutionary army were accused of preparing an imminent coup d'état. The Tower and the Bank were to be stormed, the barracks seized from within, the prisons thrown open, and the king was to be assassinated or taken prisoner. I have weighed everything well within myself, Desparts was alleged to have said, and God may know, my heart is callous. The cabinet were known to the conspirators as the man-eaters. The seizure of the Tower or of the king's person was to be the signal to the London crowd to rise, and the mail coaches were to be stopped, as a signal to the people in the country that they had revolted in town. There is no real evidence to suggest that the case against Desparts was a frame-up, although his innocence was widely believed at the time and the suggestion has been handed down in the Whig tradition of history. It is true that the Crown witnesses were disreputable, notably John Emblin, a former Jacobin watchmaker, and one of the guardsmen, both of whom turned King's evidence, and the second of whom swore away the life of his own brother. It is true also that a good deal of the evidence as to the conspiracy in the army implicated Desparts himself only indirectly, and may have taken place independently of him or even against his advice, while the more colourful details as to the intended assassination of the king and seizure of the Tower may have been trumped up for the occasion. On the other hand, neither Desparts nor his counsel offered the least explanation as to the purpose of these frequent meetings in obscure London taverns, in which a gentleman of Desparts' rank was an unlikely customer. Despard broke the silence which he maintained throughout the trials of himself and his fellow conspirators only after sentence of death had been passed. And then it was to expostulate. Your lordship has imputed to me the character of being the seducer of these men. I do not conceive that anything appeared in the trial or the evidence adduced against me, to prove that I am the seducer of these men. In the circumstances this can only be taken as an admission that a conspiracy existed, but that Despard, so far from initiating it, was drawn into it by others, as to whose identity he maintained a loyal silence. Colonel Despard, Francis Place annotated a manuscript over 30 years later. He was a singularly mild gentlemanly person, a singularly good-hearted man. Orator Hunt, whose first contact with Jacobin notions was when he met Despard, wrote in similar vein, a mild gentlemanlike man. Must we accept the usual accounts, that his following was microscopic or that it is hardly possible to explain the folly of his plot except on the supposition that his mind was disordered? 1. The state of Ireland in 1798 was enough to disorder the mind of any Irish patriot. And if we suppose that Despard and his circle had access to former contacts of the LCS as well as to the United Irishmen in Britain too, and that there was some loose link between them and such organisations as the Black Lamp in Yorkshire 3, then the conspiracy was a serious business. Moreover, the mutinies of the fleet remind us that a revolutionary organisation in the army was by no means inconceivable. No less than the navy, the army seethed with grievances, as to pay, food and accommodation, the care of dependants, discipline, and floggings. The soldiers, who included many Irish, were allowed to don mufti in the evenings and to mingle with labourers and artisans in the London taverns. There were few security precautions, and Jacobin emissaries might easily gain access to the soldiers' quarters in the barracks, as Bamford and Mitchell were to do in 1817. It may seem unlikely today that a grenadier guardsman should christen his son Bonaparte, but such is the case with one of Despard's associates. The Crown's allegation that no fewer than 300 soldiers in the 3rd Battalion of the Guards and 30 or 40 in the 1st Battalion were involved in the conspiracy may appear far-fetched, but the 6 victims who were selected for trial and execution with Despard were all guardsmen, and such an example suggests that the government was seriously perturbed by the extent of the conspiracy. When a full view is taken of the evidence, the Despard affair must be seen as an incident of real significance in British political history. It linked the struggles of the Irish nationalists with the grievances of London labourers, and of croppers and weavers in the north of England. It was a last flaring up of the old Jacobinism of the 1790s, which suffered, with Despard, a most serious defeat. The affair appeared to justify the government's policy of alarm and of the suspension of popular liberties. It initiated also, among a small circle of ultra-Jacobins, the strategy of the coup d'état. This was to remain the objective of small groups in London until the time of the Cato Street conspiracy, while the notion of spreading the signal for a general rising by stopping the mail coaches was to recur in Chartist times. Despard took most of his secrets with him. If he was, as he claimed, innocent of the charge of plotting the assassination of the king and cabinet, he offered no further explanation as to the objectives of his society. By one account, he said on the scaffold, I know that, from having been inimical to the bloody, cruel, coercive, and unconstitutional measures of ministers, they have determined to sacrifice me under what they are pleased to term a legal pretext. I wish you, my fellow citizens, health, happiness, and prosperity. Although I shall not live to experience the blessings of the godlike change, be assured, citizens, that the period will come, and that speedily, when the glorious cause of liberty shall effectually triumph. If Despard was innocent of complicity in the plot which existed among the guards, it is possible that a defense was, in honor, impossible, because it would have implicated others. But the prosecution also underplayed its hand, confining its case to the proof of certain overt acts, and claiming to be in the possession of further information from informers who were not disclosed at the trials, since they will remain unsuspected, for the future security of the state. When the trial took place, Britain was still at peace with France, and it was rumoured that evidence as to French complicity was withheld. Descartes was impressed with the opinion, declared the Morning Post, that a revolution was not to be effected by extensive associations, but by a small party of desperate men, who, having struck one great blow, such as the assassination of the king, and filled the city with consternation, would find thousands to support them. The poor, believe him a martyr, shall Descartes' headless corpse walk into every taproom, to make proselytes 100-fold. 1. 2. The opaque society. For some years the alarm expressed by the Morning Post would seem to have been excessive. It was not until 1811 that the underground revealed itself again, and then it was in the form of violent industrial conflict, the Luddite movement. The Luddite attacks were confined to particular industrial objectives, the destruction of power looms, shearing frames, and resistance to the breakdown of custom in the Midlands framework knitting industry. To explain their actions, need we look any further than into the immediate economic and industrial grievances? We shall propose a different answer. But in attempting any answer the historian faces difficulties in the interpretation of the sources which must be explained. From the 1790s until 1820 these sources are unusually clouded by partisanship. First, there is the conscious partisanship of the authorities. From Pitt to Sidmouth, government pursued a single policy. Disaffection must be ringed round and isolated, and this might be done by attaching to it the suspicion of pro-Bonapartist conspiracy or wild, insurrectionary intention. Successive committees of secrecy of the House presented lurid and unsubstantiated allegations of insurrectionary networks. In a sense, the government needed conspirators, to justify the continuation of repressive legislation which prevented nationwide popular organization. But the myth that all reformers were French agents or conspirators set in motion a curious logic. Not only did it mean that reformers were driven perforce into obscure, secretive form of activity. It also meant that, in order to penetrate these forms, the authorities were prompted to employ spies and informers on a scale unknown in any other period. The line between the spy and the agent provocateur was indistinct. The informer was paid by piece rate. The more alarmist his information, the more lucrative his trade. Fabricated information might be eagerly accepted by the authorities who propagated the myth. At a certain stage, it is impossible to know how far they were themselves deluded by conspiracies which their own informers engendered. To isolate and terrorize potential revolutionaries, it was possible to adopt a policy of deliberate provocation. In this sense, it was the policies of Pitt, in repressing the corresponding societies, which set in motion the logic which led to both Oliver the Spy and the Pentridge Rising of 1817. These years reveal such a foul pattern of faked evidence, intimidation and double agents, that it is possible to regret that the logic did not work itself out to its proper conclusion. If the Cato Street conspirators had achieved their object in the assassination of the cabinet would have been slain by conspirators whom their own repressive policies had engendered, and their own spies had armed. Thus, evidence presented by the authorities as to a conspiratorial underground between 1798 and 1820 is dubious and sometimes worthless. This was, indeed, the main line of counterattack of contemporary reformers, including Burdett and Samuel Whitbread. In a dramatic moment in 1817, H.G. Bennet, the member for Shrewsbury, hurled the report of the Committee of Secrecy onto the floor of the House, declaring it to be a libel upon the whole people, trash which I only think fit for trampling under my feet. Successive historians have taken much the same view, whether prompted by a scrupulous concern for the laws of evidence, by sympathy with the reformers, or, more recently, by the phlegmatic assumption that any determined revolutionary activity may be ruled out without examination as un-English. In reaction against the myths of Jacobin or Spencean conspiracy, they have propagated a counter-myth of English constitutionalism, and placed great reliance upon the major alternative source of information, the archives collected by Francis Place. These archives are invaluable. But Place was far from being that mythical creature, the objective observer. He also was highly partisan, deeply involved in the radical quarrels which disfigure the entire period, 1806 to 32, and impatient of opponents, Cobbett he saw only as an unprincipled cowardly bully, orator Hunt as impudent, active, vulgar. The official fact-finder on working-class problems for the utilitarians, when he came to write his reminiscences he was anxious to emphasize the contribution of the moderates, and to belittle the importance of the mob agitators. Moreover, he was profoundly suspect among advanced reformers. In 1810 he was foreman of a coroner's jury which had exculpated the unpopular Duke of Cumberland from the well-founded suspicion of having murdered his valet. He was known to associate with people whom radicals regarded as undesirable. He was publicly accused by both Burdett and Hunt of being a spy. The accusation is ridiculous. Spies were an altogether more scruffy order of beings. On the other hand, Place was, after 1810, so convinced as to the necessity for constitutionalist reform that if he had come into the possession of evidence as to insurrectionary conspiracy he might well have passed it on to the authorities. Hence, when we refer to Place's archives we must remember that while he was well placed to collect information on metropolitan reform movements and on the more respectable trade unions and trades clubs, there were areas in which his information was as sketchy as that of the authorities. He knew little of the Midlands and the North, little about illegal trade union organization, and if there had been any serious political underground its organizers would certainly not have admitted Place into its secrets. Point 1. And here we are close to the heart of the problem. For the third great reason why the sources are clouded is that working people intended them to be so. And intention is too rational a term. There were, indeed, two cultures in England. In the heartlands of the Industrial Revolution, new institutions, new attitudes, new community patterns, were emerging which were, consciously and unconsciously, designed to resist the intrusion of the magistrate, the employer, the parson, or the spy. The new solidarity was not only a solidarity with, it was also a solidarity against. From the point of view of the authorities, 2/3 of their problem was to obtain any reliable information at all. Magistrates rode through thronged neighborhoods a few hundred yards from their seats, and found themselves received like hostile aliens. They were more powerless to uncover trade union lodges than Pizarro's freebooters were to uncover golden chalices in the villages of Peru. Hence the Home Office records often make perplexing reading. Like uncomprehending travelers, the magistrates and commanding officers were at the mercy of their informants. A friendly society might appear as an engine of sedition to a man who had never thought of the cost of burial to the poor. A ranting field preacher might sound like an agent of Descartes. Employers might wish to freeze the magistrates' blood with tales of Jacobins in order to ensure harsh treatment for trade unionists. The J.P.S. hawked for scraps of news from informers, and miscellaneous go-betweens such as publicans, traveling salesmen, and soldiers. Here we find one solemnly passing on to the Lord Lieutenant of the West writing the gossip which his barber had brought that morning. There we find another, writing from Barnsley in 1802, to say that the women all talk mysteriously. There is a general expectation of they know not what. And there we find a Methodist minister writing to the Duke of Portland about a grand association of revolutionaries, based on Bolton in 1801, the story having come from a confidential friend who got it from the leader of the Methodist singers at a Sheffield chapel, who in turn got it from someone else. Point 1. This kind of tittle-tattle is of course worthless. But here we must look rather more closely at the role of informers. It was the fond belief of the English people that the employment of spies in domestic affairs was un-British, and belonged to the continental spy system. In fact, it was an ancient part of British statecraft as well as of police practice. It goes back long before the time at which Christopher Marlowe was caught up in its toils, and espionage and counter-espionage against the Catholics, the Commonwealth, and the Jacobites take us well into the 18th century. It was sustained in criminal practice for a quite different reason. The very inadequacy of the regular police forces had led to the system of payment by results, or graduated rewards for securing different degrees of conviction. And this, in turn, had bred a nauseous kind of middleman, who profited from the disclosure of crimes which it was in his interest to magnify, or even to manufacture. The early 19th century saw several appalling disclosures of such provocations in purely criminal cases, and no doubt many others went undetected. The Luddites were pursued, like any group of criminal offenders, by large offers of rewards for information leading to convictions. Joseph Naden, the notorious Manchester deputy constable, had come under suspicion of profiting from the sale of Tyburn tickets obtained by malpractices. In 1817 the Bank of England prosecuted 124 people for forging or uttering forged notes, and the radical press exposed cases in which blood money informers planted forged bank notes on innocent victims, and then secured the reward for their conviction. 1. Thus both a political and a criminal tradition endorsed the employment of spies, and, especially after 1798, this was much strengthened by the experience gained in the pacification of Ireland. But the spies so employed were of very different qualities. In a few cases, when dealing with radical political movements, it was possible for the authorities to select and send into the movement men of some education and ability. Citizen Groves, who succeeded in penetrating into the inner councils of the LCS, in 1794, was a man of this sort. The great majority of informers, however, belong much more to the tradition of blood money mercenaries. Recent attempts to lift some of the odium traditionally placed upon such men as Oliver, by representing them as detectives performing a dangerous but honorable part, according to their lights, are misplaced. 1. It may be possible to take such a view of a spy in wartime, even in a civil war, but not in such a war as Pitt or Sidmouth waged against the reformers, with forces so unequally disposed. Moreover, these informers fall into two groups. There were, first, those who had fallen foul of authority in some way, and who purchased their immunity from prosecution by taking up the trade. The most favored recruiting grounds for such spies were the debtors' jails. At the turn of the century a particularly nasty example of such a recruit, named Barlow, was entertaining himself at inns in Manchester and Sheffield and was frequently writing plaintively to the Home Office for the money, not only to meet his current expenses but also to pay off previous debts, which had been promised to him upon his entering upon the employment. He exceeded the bounds of discretion, and one of his begging letters is testily endorsed. If any additional argument had been necessary to get rid of Barlow, it is certainly furnished by this letter. I incline to give him £20 and dismiss him without delay. 2. The connection between the government and Castle, Oliver, and Edwards all originated in the Fleet prison. 3. The second group of informers comprises turncoats who, having been active reformers, became spies to save their own skins or for money, or, more simply, of casual mercenary volunteers attempting to sell information by the piece. Notions of honor or of professional duty are scarcely relevant to men in either group. 1. On the other hand, it is mistaken to suppose that the reports of these men are therefore all worthless. Bad men can work usefully in a bad cause. 2. If generalizations may be attempted from the extraordinary diverse collection of documents to be found in the Home Office, Treasury Solicitors, and Privy Council papers, they might take this form. 1. The informer certainly had an occupational bias towards sensationalizing his reports. The more mercenary his motives, the more he was at pains to provide the kind of information his employers wished to buy. 2. The employers, however, were not all fools, a fact which is too often overlooked. They were aware of this bias. It was in the interests of magistrates to obtain accurate information. They disliked being sent on fool's errands after non-existent depots of arms, or wasting their time in pursuit of tavern demagogues. They frequently took the precaution of employing more than one informer as a means of checking information. It was the general practice of J.P.S. who forwarded information to the Home Office to add some kind of assessment as to the credibility of the information. 3. These informations are, nevertheless, a kind of distorting mirror in which to view history, not only because most spies tended to put a criminal construction upon even innocent activities, but because of the information which they did not send. This covers, of course, the concerns and interests of the less political, more apathetic majority. But it also covers whole regions of Britain. We have to think, not only of the motives of the spies, but of the motives of the J.P.S. who employed them. From the Public Record Office, Bolton appears to have been the most insurrectionary centre in England, from the late 1790s until 1820. But it is by no means clear whether this was because Boltonians were exceptionally revolutionary in disposition, or because Bolton suffered from two unusually zealous magistrates, the Rev. Thomas Bancroft and Colonel Fletcher, both of whom employed spies on an exceptional scale. The point is important. For the greater part of this period England was governed by the Tories. A magistrate who wrote industriously to the Home Office was likely either to be a fervent anti-Jacobin Tory or to be interested in gaining the notice of government for some more private reason. In the same period, many reports from Yorkshire were more laconic than those from Lancashire, although there is no reason to believe that Sheffield or Barnsley were less revolutionary in temper than Manchester or Bolton. Yorkshire had a Whiggish magistracy under a Whig Lord Lieutenant, who had no liking for Tory intervention in his own affairs. And the same argument applies to many J.P.S. of the old school, whether Whig or Tory in their allegiance. The maintenance of order was a parochial affair, the responsibility of the local aristocracy, and to write long letters to the Home Office was unnecessary, a nuisance, and somewhat humiliating. This jealousy of central authority in fact led to a number of extraordinary tangles. Successive Home Secretaries came to rely upon certain magistrates, of proven zeal, whose authority was stretched beyond their own borders. Senior military officers and magistrates reported on each other's activity or apathy. In the Luddite crisis, Mr. Lloyd, an active Stockport attorney, was encouraged to stretch his authority into Yorkshire, even to the point of spiriting Crown witnesses across the Pennines. In the post-war years Colonel Fletcher of Bolton often had fuller sources of information on the Manchester reformers than the local bench. When Oliver was sent directly by Sidmouth into the Midlands and North in 1817 he was more than once in danger of being arrested by local J.P.S. who thought him to be a bona fide revolutionary. Thus we must see that the Home Office papers give a distorted view, not only in this or that particular, but as a whole. We have to read, not only between the lines of the letters sent in, but also the letters which were never sent. For in general it can be said that the authorities succeeded, both nationally and locally, much better in penetrating illegal political organizations than industrial ones, and regional bodies rather than local ones. The reasons for this are self-evident. It was simpler for an informer to pass himself off as a Jacobin or a radical than as a cropper or a framework neuter. The political societies were gathered from a wide region and from different social groups. Illegal unions or Luddite bodies grew out of workshops and communities in which each man was known. It was always at the point where one town or region linked up with another that the spy found infiltration most easy. 5. When all these points are borne in mind, we are left with only two reflections. The first is the truism that each separate report must be scrutinized with care, according to the normal rules of evidence. It is necessary to say this, since it has become somewhat fashionable to dismiss all such reports as unreliable, or at any rate all that do not suit a chosen interpretation. But few reports do not offer some purchase for criticism, corroboration or contradiction by other sources, internal evidence, inherent probability, and the like. We may take two examples, both in 1817. The first is an informer's report of a Manchester reformer's speech. He then stated the situation of the poor man and his children. The child says to his father, "Give me some bread." The father replies, "I have none." The child says, "Is there none?" The father says, "Yes, plenty, but tyrants or robbers take it from us. It is for you to stretch forth your hands and fetch it again." 1. The second is a letter to a Crown lawyer. Mr. Lichfield, Sir Thier, is one thing that I am not certain whether I menshend, but I have thought it most properest to communicate to you. Thier was to have been small detachments placed at different entrances in and out of London to prevent government for sending dispatches to any part of the country, as Thier was only one or soldier sent with them, proposed by young Watson and Thistlewood and agreed to by all. 1. Need the contrast be pointed further? The first appears to be as credible as any account by an untrained reporter. Clearly, the informer was impressed, despite himself, by this passage in the speech, and he has recorded, more vividly than the literary versions usually published in the radical press, the manner of the democratic orator. The author of the second is the notorious provocateur, John Castle, the protector of a brothel madam whose evidence was torn into shreds at the trial of Watson in 1817. But even if we did not know this, his style betrays him in the first line. He is falling over his illiterate pen in an effort to ingratiate himself further with the authorities. This does not mean that every word of his deposition is a lie. It does mean that each word must be critically fumigated before it may be admitted to historical intercourse. The other reflection is this. So far from being led a dance by a series of impostors, one is impressed by the extraordinary skill with which government, between 1792 and 1820, succeeded in forestalling serious revolutionary developments, and in maintaining a steady flow of reliable information as to insurrectionary conspiracies. Spies were placed successfully in the LCS. They discovered a certain amount about the United Irishmen and Englishmen. They entered and dispersed Despardes' conspiracy. They were eventually infiltrated into certain Luddite districts. In the post-war years, as we shall see, government knew before it took place of every detail of the conspiracy which culminated in the Pentridge Rising, while Arthur Thistlewood was shadowed from 1816 until his death on the scaffold in 1820. In Manchester, the person whom we designate by the letter B was appointed treasurer to collect subscriptions for Colonel Despardes' defence, and the same, or another B, was appointed treasurer to a quasi-Luddite secret committee in 1812, while he and other informers were fully conversant with each Lancashire development between 1816 and 1820. Notions as to the traditional stupidity of the British ruling class are dispelled by an acquaintance with the Home Office papers. Indeed, a convincing history of English Jacobinism and popular radicalism could be written solely in terms of the impact of espionage upon the movement. In its earliest years, the LCS became aware of the overzealous and provocative attitude struck by the typical spy. In 1794, one Jones, of Tottenham, was accused of being a spy, because of his violent resolutions which were alleged to be for the purpose of entrapping the society. Jones complained. If a citizen made a motion which seemed anyways spirited, he was set down as a spy sent among them by government. If a citizen sat in a corner and said nothing, he was watching their proceedings that he might the better report it. Citizens hardly knew how to act. Point 2. In an attempt to tighten security, the LCS in 1795 introduced a new constitution which included the following rule of order. Persons attempting to trespass on order, under pretense of showing zeal, courage, or any other motive, are to be suspected. A noisy disposition is seldom a sign of courage, and extreme zeal is often a cloak of treachery. Point 3. But such rules, once made, could be circumvented by an actor who modified his style. And political radicalism after the war had scarcely begun to revive before it encountered the shocks of Castle and Oliver. If we seek for one explanation for the fragmentation of post-war radicalism, and the allegiance given to journalists rather than to organizations, we shall find it here. Point 4. For this reason, the secret political tradition appears either as a series of catastrophes, or else as a trickle of propaganda so secretive and small-scale, and so hemmed in by suspicion, that it scarcely had any effect, except in those places where it effected a junction with the secret industrial tradition. Such a junction took place in the Luddite movement, and in Nottingham and Yorkshire the Luddites resisted permeation by spies with extraordinary success. Here the authorities were faced with a working-class culture so opaque that it resisted all penetration. When two experienced London police magistrates were sent down to Nottingham, they reported to the Home Office, "Almost every creature of the lower order both in town and country are on their side." Point 1. And here we may make several obvious points, as to the study of Luddism in particular. If there had been an underground in these years, by its very nature it would not have left written evidence. It would have had no periodicals, no minute books, and, since the authorities watched the post, very little correspondence. One might, perhaps, have expected some members to have left personal reminiscences, and yet, to this day, no authenticated first-hand accounts by Luddites have come to light. But many active Luddites, while literate, were not readers and writers. Moreover, we have to look ahead from 1813. Luddism ended on the scaffold, and at any time in the next 40 years to have proclaimed oneself as having been a Luddite instigator might have brought unwelcome attention from the authorities, perhaps even recriminations in the community where the relatives of those who had been executed still lived. Those Luddites who had left their past behind them had no more wish than a man with a criminal record to be reminded of their youth. For those who had not, we must remember that the revolutionary and conspiratorial stream runs onwards through 1816 to 20, 1830 to 32, and up to the last Chartist years. The working class culture of the Midlands and North which nurtured physical force Chartism in 1848 was scarcely less opaque to the genteel investigator than that of the years of war. Of those Luddites whose lives were spared, and who remained in the country, wrote Frank Peel. It is singular to note that many of them seem to have been all the rest of their lives mixed up with all the political and social movements which followed, and which were to some extent under the ban of the law. Most became followers of Cobbett, Hunt, and of Fergus O'Connor. One old Luddite who would never reveal anything of Luddism's secrets, nevertheless in his dotage sang Luddite songs to his grandchildren, another flitted from Yorkshire to Lancashire, and was imprisoned more than 25 years later for his part in the Chartist movement, another remained morose and silent about Luddism until his death. 1 In the Midlands framework knitting villages, as in the West Riding, midnight meetings, drillings and insurrectionary rhetoric went on for 40 years. There are legends of Luddite arms, buried in 1812, and dug up at subsequent crises. Such reminiscences as survived were handed down as a secret tradition. It is, indeed, not until the 1860s and 1870s that the stories of survivors begin to break the surface of print, and a man who was 21 in 1811 would have been 80 in 1870. There were several such survivors in the West Riding, and their stories were gathered by local historians with sympathy and some accuracy. Because these works are the last form of a secret verbal tradition, they must be taken as serious sources. 2. In Nottingham we are faced with a perplexing and intriguing circumstance. At least one of the framework knitters' leaders was a man of unusual political and literary ability. Gravener Henson was a man who challenges comparison with Francis Place, in one sense, with John Doherty, in another. There was no trade combination in the three Midland counties during the first 40 years of this century with which Henson was not acquainted. In 1812 he was the moving spirit behind the Framework Knitters Committee, which was certainly a cousin to the Luddite movement. In subsequent years he was imprisoned during the suspension of habeas corpus, and later took a leading part in the campaign to repeal the Combination Acts. He was a self-taught man, thick-set, with a short neck, keen small eyes, and a head very broad at the base, rising up angularly to an unusual height. He was enormously well informed in the laws relating to industry and trade unionism, published the first part of a history of the framework knitting and lace trades, and contributed to the radical and local press. In the Nottingham district the reputation clung to him of having been a Luddite, even General Ludd himself. This is almost certainly untrue, but, without any doubt, Henson knew the greater part of the Luddite story. And yet so fluent a writer showed, to the end of his life, a decided repugnance to enter into details of the subject. Indeed, it is said that he left valuable manuscripts disclosing the secrets of Luddism in the hands of an influential member of the Nottingham Corporation, on the understanding that they will be given to the public when the demise of certain parties shall have removed the only difficulty. These manuscripts have never turned up, perhaps the influential member preferred to take them with him to his grave. 1. So far from discounting the story of some effective Luddite underground, Henson's repugnance to disclose the facts lends weight to it, and here we must pass from criticism of the sources to constructive speculation. From Depart to Thistlewood and beyond there is a tract of secret history, buried like the great plain of Gwalad beneath the sea. We must reconstruct what we can. 3. The laws against combination. One of the hidden hands behind the disorder, whom the authorities most suspected, was Thomas Spence. Spenceans were believed to have instigated bread riots in 1800 and 1801, although when Spence was tried and imprisoned in the latter year it was on account of his seditious publications. In 1817 once again a select committee of the House detected a conspiracy by the Society of Spencean Philanthropists. Place on the other hand, said the Spenceans were next to nobody and nothing, harmless and simple. We shall return to the events of 1816 to 17. But it is probable that, until Spence's death in 1814, Place's account is nearest to the truth. Spence did not have the discretion, nor the practical application, for a serious conspirator. On the other hand, his group kept some sort of underground discontent alive in London, with chalking and rough handbills. More important, in the context of repression, Spence did not believe in a centralized, disciplined underground. His policy was that of the diffusion of agitation. In March 1801, the Spenceans agreed to organize themselves as loosely as possible, with field preachers. Supporters should form societies, meeting in tap rooms after a free and easy manner, without encumbering themselves with rules. Their function was to talk and to circulate Citizen Spence's pamphlets. Their intention seems to have been to make disaffection so amorphous that the authorities could find no center and no organizing sinews. Point 1. This was not the method of the Black Lamp and of Luddism. But it provides a clue, in the very policy of diffusion. For the illegal tradition, from 1800 to 1820, never had a center. There was no Bobovist conspiracy of equals, no Buonarroti who sent emissaries up and down the land, and if we search for one, we make the same mistake as the authorities. Jacobinism had become indigenous in working-class communities at exactly the same time as it had lost any national center as well as most middle-class support. It was in old centres of Jacobin propaganda, Sheffield, Nottingham, South Lancashire, Leeds, that Thelwall's Socratic spirit was now endemic in the workshops and mills. In part this was a conscious tradition. Groups of Painites, who knew and trusted each other, met together in secret. The rights of man passed from hand to hand, in Merthyr, according to one colourful account. A few who thought highly of his rights of man and age of reason would assemble in secret places on the mountains, and taking the works from concealed places under a large boulder or so, read them with great unction. Point 1. Mayhew took down the account of an old London bookseller who used to sell Tom Paine on the sly. If anybody bought a book and would pay 3 times as much as was marked, he'd give the Age of Reason in. His stall was quite a godly stall, and he wasn't often without a copy or two of the Anti-Jacobin Review, though he had Tom Paine in a drawer. Point 2. In Sheffield old Jack still met to toast Paine's health and sing, God save great Thomas Paine. 7. Facts are seditious things. When they touch courts and kings, armies are rised, barracks and bastilles built, innocents charged with guilt, blood most unjustly spilt, God stand amazed. 3. After Desparts' execution, such groups of Painites in manufacturing communities will have lost any national links. They drew back into their own communities, and their influence will have been shaped by local problems and experiences. Only at times of great unrest will they have reached out, with extreme caution, first for regional, later for national, contacts. But, as they drew back, so their ideas were shaped, in their turn, but the peculiarities of each community. The foci of dissatisfaction will have become economic and industrial. It was easier, in Bolton or Leeds, to organize a strike or a demonstration at the price of bread, than a political discussion, a petition, or an insurrection. The Jacobins or Painites disappeared, but the demand for human rights became diffused more widely than ever before. Repression did not destroy the dream of the egalitarian English Republic, it dissolved the remaining ties of loyalty between working people and their masters, so that disaffection spread in a world which the authorities could not penetrate. An indignant clerical magistrate, the Reverend J. T. Beecher, gave his own version of the origin of Luddism. I attribute the outrages to those Jacobinical principles with which the inferior orders have been sedulously inoculated by our Nottingham reformers, who have, in many instances, become the objects of that secret organization and malevolent confederacy which they fostered by their pernicious examples, their licentious harangues, and their seditious press for the attainment of their factious projects. Thus have the evils been introduced and cherished until they have become intimately incorporated with the state of society in this and other manufacturing districts. 1. Behind this outburst lie complex animosities. Beecher as a Tory felt that Nottingham hosiers had been hoist with their own petard. Some had been reformers in the 1790s, were dissenters, had petitioned for peace in 1801, had helped to displace a Tory member in 1802 to the accompaniment of riots and caira. Now the dragon's teeth which they had sown in the Nottingham marketplace 10 years before were springing up in arms all around them. But Beecher was right to see that what had once been a propaganda of a minority had now become intimately incorporated with the state of society. And the stock upon which Jacobinism had been grafted was the illegal trade union. There is little evidence as to any deliberate decision on the part of Painites to permeate trade unions and friendly societies. 1 But at any time before the 1840s it is a mistake to segregate in our minds political disaffection and industrial organization. In friendly societies which, while legal, were debarred from forming regional or national links, the no politics rule was often observed. Some of the old established trades clubs had a similar tradition. But in most manufacturing communities the initiation of any organized movement is likely to have fallen upon a minority of active spirits, and the men who had the courage to organize an illegal union, the ability to conduct its correspondence and finances, and the knowledge to petition Parliament or consult with attorneys, were likely also to have been no strangers to the rights of man. As younger trade union leaders came forward, they will have quickly been driven toward an extreme radicalism by the very conditions of their conflict with employers, magistrates, and an indifferent or punitive House of Commons. It was Pitt who, by passing the Combination Acts, unwittingly brought the Jacobin tradition into association with the illegal unions. This was especially the case in Lancashire and Yorkshire, where the Act of 1799 jolted the Jacobins and trade unionists into a widespread secret combination, half political, half industrial, in emphasis. It originated at Sheffield, an informer reported. In the Republican Society there, is connected with the principal manufacturing towns in Yorkshire, and communicated to this town, Stockport, and particularly Bury. In Sheffield the same informer found a general spirit of disaffection created in every class of artisan and mechanics by the late bill, which I am afraid has already caused more to combine than would have thought of such a measure but for the bills. The trade unionists were making returns of the number of workers likely to be adversely affected by the Combination Act, and calculated 60,000 in Lancashire, 50,000 in Yorkshire, and 30,000 in Derbyshire. The secret committees of the new organization were under the management of Republicans. Thereafter, it is interesting to note, the surviving political clubs in the North and Midlands dropped such titles as patriotic or constitutional societies, and called themselves union societies, a term whose ambivalence enabled them to encompass both political and industrial aims. The term survived into the union societies and political unions of the post-war years. 1. In Lancashire the resistance to the Combination Acts was organised by a committee of skilled unionists, comprising the fustian cutters, cotton spinners, shoemakers, machine makers, and calico printers. 2. In Yorkshire, persistent reports attributed to the cloth dressers or croppers the role of initiators in secret organisations for both industrial and ulterior purposes. A memorandum laid before the Privy Council at the time when the Combination Act of 1799 was passed singled out the croppers for particular condemnation. The despotic power they really possess and exercise almost exceeds belief. 3. In 1802 Earl Fitzwilliam, the temperate Lord Lieutenant of the West Riding, sent successive reports to the Home Office, in which the organization of the croppers and more general illegal combination appear to be inextricably intermingled. Fitzwilliam inclined at first to take reports of serious insurrectionary conspiracy with a tablespoonful of salt. The true Jacobinical sort of conspiracy, he wrote in July, I fear does exist, in a greater or lesser degree. I trust, the real secret is in very few hands, that the rest are dupes. Most nocturnal meetings, he considered, were only for the purpose of raising their wages, and from which nothing is to be apprehended. As to the propriety of acceding to the request of some large manufacturers that such meetings be forcibly put down, he was guarded. The need to suppress seditious meetings ought not to be made into a pretext for obtaining more restrictive laws against combinations of journeymen for increase of wages. Such men were entitled to their share of the season of harvest when trade was good. To penalize their combinations would be unjust. I am not sure that we should not afford them ground of complaint against the Constitution, that we should not drive them into the service of the true Jacobin, and by our own acts, furnish a justification for theirs. 1. Within 2 months his opinion had changed. There were 3 reasons. First, he received reports both of the Black Lamp and of secret trade union organization, which were more circumstantial, and in which trade union purposes were inseparably intermingled with rumors of ulterior revolutionary objectives. He was informed that there were 3 houses at Leeds and 3 at Wakefield where the committees met, that one of them was expected to be searched some time since, and that their papers were hid under a trapdoor in the floor of the house and amongst the coals, that each member paid 1d. per week to the fund, that there were many committee men made, and that each committee man got 10 more, that they carry their weekly pennies to Leeds, that there would be a rising all over the country on the same night, and everything overturned the next morning. Second, he received from the Home Office convincing evidence as to the close connection between the organisation of the croppers or shearmen in Yorkshire and the west of England, where gig mills had recently been destroyed. Third, he became increasingly alarmed at reports of a rising tide of successful trade unionism, involving a score of trades. In early September the mayor of Leeds wrote to him in dismay at the momentous shape which the spirit of combination amongst workmen of almost every class has now assumed. Perquisites, privileges, time, mode of labor, rate, who shall be employed, NC. All are now dependent upon the fiats of our workmen, beyond all appeal, and all branches are struggling for their share of these new powers. It is now a confirmed thing that a bricklayer, mason, carpenter, wheelwright, NC, shall have 3s. per week higher wages in Leeds or in Manchester than at Wakefield, York, Hull, Rochdale. At the end of September 1802, all of the croppers employed by Gott, the largest woolen manufacturer in Leeds, struck in opposition to the employment of 2 boys over the recognised age for apprenticeship. Earl Fitzwilliam now wrote to Lord Pelham, calling for further restriction against the combination of journeymen. I cannot help feeling a strong opinion that all the meetings, and suspicion of meetings, takes its rise in the combination of the very men I am now speaking about, the croppers. They are the tyrants of the country, their power and influence has grown out of their high wages, which enable them to make deposits that puts them beyond all fear of inconvenience from misconduct. They are, however, an order of men not necessary to the manufacture, and if the merchants had firmness to do without them, their consequence would be lost, their banks would waste, their combinations would fall to the ground, and we should hear no more of meetings of any sort. 1. We do not know whether any of the moving spirits in the Croppers' Union were former members of the Society of Working Mechanics who had written to the LCS 5 years before. 2. We do know, however, that small producers had established at the turn of the century in Leeds a new hall for free trade in cloth, bypassing the wealthy clothiers, and that it was known universally as the Tom Paine Hall. We know also that the main intermediary for postal communication between the croppers of Yorkshire and the shearmen of the West Country was a Leeds shoemaker, George Palmer, in whom we can surely detect the proverbial radical cobbler. It is reasonable to suppose that some of these literate, skilled, and very able men were Paineites. Moreover, the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 had forced the trade unions into an illegal world in which secrecy and hostility to the authorities were intrinsic to their very existence. The position of unions between 1799 and the repeal of the Combination Acts was complex. We have first to face the paradox that it was in the very years when the Acts were in force that trade unionism registered great advances. Not only did unions which reach far back into the 18th century, woolcombers, hatters, cordwainers, and shoemakers, shipwrights, tailors, continue more or less unperturbed through many of the years in which the Combination Acts were in force, there is also evidence of organization spreading to many new trades, and of the first attempts at general unionism. The Webbs judged that a number of the London craft trades have never been more completely organized than between 1800 and 1820. Many artisan trades, like the tailors, had their network of trades clubs or lodges, houses of call, tickets, support of members on tramp, control over apprenticeship, benefits, bank deposits, and even on occasion official price lists drawn up in agreement with the masters. Such evidence has led to suggestions that the Combination Acts were almost a dead letter, and that the notion that there was any campaign against liberty during these years is much exaggerated. 2. This is as untrue as the notion, sometimes found in popular accounts, that the Combination Acts made illegal trade unions which were legal before. There was, in fact, sufficient legislation before the 1790s to make almost any conceivable trade union activity liable to prosecution, as conspiracies in common law, for breach of contract, for leaving work unfinished, or under statute law covering separate industries. The Combination Acts were passed by a parliament of anti-Jacobins and landowners, whose first concern was to add to the existing legislation intimidating political reformers. They were also intended to codify existing anti-trade union law, simplifying the procedure, and enabling two magistrates to proceed by summary jurisdiction. Their novelty consisted in this, in the inclusive nature of their prohibition of all combination, and in the fact that, unlike legislation in the earlier paternalist tradition, they included no compensatory protective clauses. While technically prohibiting combinations of masters as well, they were, as Professor Aspinall has shown, an odious piece of class legislation. 1. As such, they hung over the heads of all trade unionists for 25 years, and were often employed. 2 or more justices meet daily at one or other of the manufacturing towns. A Home Office emissary wrote from the west of England in 1802, and as the Combination Act affords a very convenient pretext for summoning and examining upon oath any suspected persons, I have continually some before them too. It was this blanket nature of the acts which proved so convenient. No count has been made of the number of cases brought under them, but no one familiar with these years can doubt that their general prohibitive influence was ever present. On the other hand, there were a number of interesting reasons why they were not as widely employed as might have been expected. First, despite the weight of legislation, there was a hazy area in which some kind of trade union activity was still, in practice, accepted as permissible. On the one hand, trades clubs, such as those in the London crafts, which emphasized their function as benefit societies, and which kept quiet as to their national correspondence and negotiating functions, might go for years unmolested, until some conflict or strike offended employers or the authorities. On the other hand, occasions arose in which it was lawful for the journeyman in a trade, at least in different towns and districts, to represent their interest in petitions to Parliament, or in attendance at committees of the House. Moreover, the Acts did not altogether displace the older, obsolescent legislation empowering magistrates to arbitrate in wage disputes. For journeymen to apply, whether to a magistrate or to Parliament, for protection, then they must be permitted some organization in order to select their spokesman and to raise the necessary expenses. Here, then, was a disputed area on the border of legality, which proved important in the history which leads to Luddism. But, next, there were several reasons why employers were often reluctant to use the Acts as more than a threat. In the artisan industries, such as tailoring or shoemaking, there were many small masters with little organization amongst themselves. In London or Birmingham a good many of them were themselves radicals, who despised the repressive legislation of which the Combination Acts were a part, and who had scruples against their use. Relations with their journeymen were often informal and personal. Trades clubs had long been accepted as part of the scene. The very small employer still found apprenticeship convenient. He thought of his business as providing him with a reasonable living rather than in terms of expansionism, and consequently he was as jealous as his men of the few large employers who, disregarding custom and apprenticeship, were taking the cream off the market and employing cheap labor. Hence in such trades, the artisan unions existed within an undefined area of toleration. If they overstepped these limits, by strike action or unreasonable demands, they might bring either prosecution or the counter-organization of the masters upon their heads. They were not free from the effects of the Combination Acts, but they had earned to live alongside them. Outside the artisan trades, indeed, over the greater part of the manufacturing districts of the North, Midlands, and West, other conditions obtained. Wherever we find outwork, factory, or large workshop industry, the repression of trade unionism was very much more severe. The larger the industrial unit or the greater the specialization of skills involved, the sharper were the animosities between capital and labor, and the greater the likelihood of a common understanding among the employers. We find some of the sharpest conflicts involving men with special skills who attempted to attain to, or to hold, a privileged position: cotton spinners, calico printers, pattern makers, millwrights, shipwrights, croppers, wool combers, some grades of building worker. We find others involving large numbers of outworkers, notably weavers and framework knitters, attempting to resist wage cutting and the deterioration of status. But even here the Combination Acts were not always brought into use. In the first place, these put the onus for prosecution upon the employers. But despite a number of early combinations among the masters in different industries, every employer was surrounded by the jealousy of his competitors. The larger his enterprise, the greater the jealousy, and the more likely his rivals were to profit from his embarrassment. Next, wherever the union was strong, prosecution involved many difficulties. It was notoriously difficult to obtain 2 witnesses among the men to swear to the union's existence. The employer knew that he was likely to lose many of his best craftsmen. If they were not imprisoned or on strike, they would simply peel off in ones and twos and black his workshop or mill. Moreover, the results of a prosecution did not always justify the losses which might be entailed. For a first conviction, the punishment was only 3 months' imprisonment, and while conviction was usually secured, it was not automatic. Employers were further deterred by the power of appeal to the quarter sessions, which might hang them up for 3 months before a determination could be had, during all which time the informer could have carried on no business because his cropping shops would have been under an interdict. 1. Thus it was that prosecutions often took place, not under the Acts of 1799 to 1800, but under previous legislation, the common law of conspiracy, or under the Elizabethan statute of artificers penalizing workers for leaving work unfinished. The advantage of the first lay in the fact that it could be used against the ringleaders or officers of a union, that more severe penalties could be imposed, and, not least, that the onus for prosecution fell upon the authorities rather than upon individual employers. The advantage of the second was that it was possible, in the event of a strike, for the employer to proceed by summary jurisdiction on the evidence of the strike itself, without securing witnesses who would swear to formal trade union organization. Very few prosecutions have been made to effect under the Combination Acts, wrote Gravener Henson, the framework knitters' leader. But hundreds have been made under this law, and the laborer can never be free unless this law is modified. The combination is nothing, it is the law with regards the finishing of work, which masters employ to harass and keep down the wages of their work people. 1. These qualifications are important, but they should not lead us to conclusions as to any temperate disposition on the part of authority towards trade unionism. From the point of view of the trade unionists, it made little difference whether they were prosecuted under the Acts, or under common law or 5 LEs. See point 4, except that the latter were more severe or more expeditious. To the general public, in any case, All this legislation was grouped under the generic term, the laws against combination. The effectiveness of the legislation is not to be judged by the number of prosecutions but by its general deterrent influence. Under one law or another, blows were struck at the Unionists at critical moments, or at critical points of development, for example, the West of England woolen workers, the Yorkshire Clothiers' Institute, Lancashire cotton weavers, the Times compositors, Glasgow weavers, Sheffield cutlers, framework knitters, calico printers, and Barnsley linen weavers. Such cases generally arose at times of widespread and successful organization, or at times when the government itself had become alarmed at the disorder and seditious agitation surrounding it. The Home Office correspondence reveals that such general considerations often took priority over the particular industrial issues, and, further, that a continuous tussle took place between the authorities who wished the employers to prosecute, and the masters who wished to throw the onus on government. 1 Even the larger employers often acted with considerable misgiving. "The law is harsh," admitted a Sheffield employer to his protesting fiancée in 1814, "for wages are difficult to be advanced except by combination, and at a less insubordinate period I would not have attempted to put such a law in force." Once again we can detect that indefinite area of toleration, which was upset only at the point where Unionists became uncomfortably successful or insubordinate. Thus in the artisan trades, especially in London, there was a twilight world of semi-legality, in which a very high degree of organization was achieved, and considerable funds built up. It was from the London trades that the first periodical concerned with union affairs, the Gorgon, edited by John Wade, a wool sorter, emerged in 1818. But in the Northern and Midlands manufacturing districts, in conditions where combination must either be widespread and militant or else ineffectual, one or other of the laws against combination was frequently in use, as an auxiliary to wage cutting or victimization, breaking up incipient unions and driving others into underground forms. In the textile trades Gravener Henson saw the axe as a tremendous millstone round the neck of the local artisan, which has depressed and debased him to the earth. Every act which he has attempted, every measure that he has devised to keep up or raise his wages, he has been told was illegal. The whole force of the civil power and influence of the district has been exerted against him because he was acting illegally, the magistrates, acting, as they believed, in unison with the views of the legislature, to check and keep down wages and combination. Regarded, every attempt on the part of the artisan to ameliorate his situation, as a species of sedition and resistance of the government. Every committee or active man among them was regarded as a turbulent, dangerous instigator, whom it was necessary to watch and crush if possible. 1. It was Henson's Association of Framework Knitters in 1813 whose tickets carried a coat of arms with a loom, an arm holding a hammer, and the motto, Taisez-vous. The men of Notts County consider the combination laws so oppressive. Their motto has been, "If you will find jails, we will find bodies." To the Webbs, whose materials for the history of trade unionism were collected at the end of the 19th century, noted that every old union had its romantic legend of its early years: the midnight meeting of patriots in the corner of a field, the buried box of records, the secret oath, the terms of imprisonment. 3. Thus, the Society of Iron Founders, formed in 1810, is supposed to have met on dark nights on the peaks, moors, and wastes on the highlands of the Midland counties. 4. Where such nocturnal meetings took place, the whole atmosphere was one which will have encouraged revolutionary talk, even when the immediate objective was industrial. More commonly the unions met in a private room of a sympathetic innkeeper. The form of organization was one which made penetration by spies difficult. In some cases it was based on classes 5 or upon refinements which perhaps owed something to Jacobin and Irish experience. Thus, by an elaborate system of delegation from the workshop to the town committee, and from thence to the regional committee, it was possible to shield the names of the officers and committeemen even from the union membership. Hence, if one part of the organization became known to the authorities, other parts might remain intact. Awe-inspiring oaths and initiation ceremonies were probably fairly widespread. There is no reason to doubt the authenticity of the well-known ceremony of the wool combers, with its inside and outside tilers, its bandaging of the eyes, its solemn oath of secrecy sworn before the figure of death. I call upon God to witness this my most solemn declaration, that neither hopes, fears, rewards, punishments, nor even death itself, shall ever induce me directly or indirectly, to give any information respecting anything contained in this lodge, or any similar lodge connected with the society, and I will neither write, nor cause to be written, upon paper, wood, sand, stone, or anything else, whereby it may be known, 2. Such oaths had a long ancestry, owing something to Freemasonry, something to old guild traditions, and something to commonplace civil ceremonies, such as the Burgess Oath. Thus an oath of the freemen of the Company of Basket Makers, in use in the mid-18th century, bound members to well and faithfully keep the secrets of the craft, which might not be taught to any man but to such as be free of the same science, and to pay all manner of duties, as becomethe a brother and a freeman to do. 31 of Colonel Fletcher's Bolton missionaries dug up a more horrific oath, supposedly imported by Irish ribbon men. I do swear in the presence of you my brethren and of our Blessed Lady Mary that I will maintain and support our holy religion by destroying heretics as far as my person and property will go, not one excepted. 4. From these disparate sources, the oaths of the early 19th century were compounded, the Luddites drawing most upon the Irish tradition, the Unionists upon the craft and Masonic traditions. 1 The Union oaths probably fell into disuse earliest among the London crafts and the artisans of the large towns. But initiation ceremonies and oath-taking persisted in the Midlands and North for many years after the repeal of the Combination Acts, not only as a measure of security against the employers, but also because they had become part of the moral culture, solidarity, dedication, and intimidation, essential to the Union's existence. The Huddersfield branch of the old mechanic spot, on its formation in 1831, a pistol, a Bible, and 10 yards of curtain material, clearly, the properties of the initiation ceremony were a first charge on the members' funds. 2 During the great wave of general unionism between 1832 and 1834, there appears to have been a revival in oath-taking, especially in the shadowy Yorkshire Trades Union. Paradoxically, the tradition of taisez-vous seems to have flared up into a last phase of bombastic ceremony which was far from silent. The gentry were alarmed by rumors of solemn and dreadful oaths binding men to kill traitors or bad masters. Colliers and building workers were seen entering inns where they make a noise as if they were at a military drill, and 40 or 50 pistol shots are commonly fired off in one night. A pistol is fired over every man's head immediately on his taking the oath. 3 Simeon Pollard, the Union's leader, denied that any such oaths were taken, but John Tester, a leader of the Woolcombers' strike in 1825, wrote caustically about the expense of Union paraphernalia: swords, death scenes, gowns, banners, battle axes, and large empty boxes like military chests. At an inquest upon a young Irish blackleg who died as a result of being beaten by unidentified assailants at Farsley, near Leeds, details came out which seem credible. A branch of the Union had met weekly at the Bay Mare, paying 3d each week for the use of a private room on the second floor. Extraordinary precautions were used to prevent what passed in the room from being overheard. The underside of the joists were planked with inch boards, and the interstices filled with wood shavings, and during meetings a guard was stationed on the outside of the door, and all the ale and other liquor was fetched into the room by one of the Unionmen. The father of the dead man gave evidence as to having joined the Union in order to discover its plans, at his master's request. But his account appears authentic. When a member is admitted, there are 2 rooms, in one of which the lodge is assembled. The first operation was to blindfold him. He was then conducted into the lodge by 2 members. He was then required to give the password, which on that occasion was Alpha and Omega. He was then walked round the room, during which time a great rumbling noise was made by a sheet of iron. A hymn was then sung, and he still continued to walk about the room 2 or 3 times, and was asked if his motive was pure. They then took the bandage from his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a picture of death as large as a man, over which was the inscription, "Remember thy end." Over this picture there was a drawn sword, his eyes were then bandaged again, and he was walked about the room, when, upon a signal being given, all the members made a great stamping noise with their feet. He was then ordered to kneel down beside a table, and the bandage was again taken from his eyes, when he saw a large Bible before him, his hand having been placed upon it. The 94th Psalm was then read, when the oath was administered, which was to this effect, that he was to obey all the commands of the Union Committee, and to keep all secrets in every particular. The conclusion of the oath contained an imprecation, on which each person sworn is made to wish that if he violates the oath that his soul may be burnt in the lowest pit of hell to all eternity. 1. In an age which has forgotten the God of battles, we may quote some verses from the psalm which these trade unionists selected to read to the initiates. O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth, O God, to whom vengeance belongeth, shew thyself. Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph? How long shall they utter and speak hard things? And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves? They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense, and my God is the rock of my refuge. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness, yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off. 1. This oath and this psalm, before the picture of death in the back room of an inn, were serious things for people in whom deep superstition still stirred, some of whom had, perhaps, believed in Joanna Southcott or been swept into the Wesleyan revival. Moreover, a man need only raise his eyes at work, or perhaps in tap room or chapel, to meet the eyes of others who shared in the same vows of secrecy. It was for some such oath as this that the Dorchester laborers were transported in 1834, after which oath-taking fell rapidly into disuse. And it was at a mass meeting on Hunslet Moor, Leeds, to protest against the Dorchester sentences that a well-known reformer declared publicly, "I have known men of the strictest moral character, in the humbler walks of life, who have taken the same oath. So many, that to select them and transport them would almost despopulate the West Riding. 1. But we must not paint too colorful a picture of the heroic days of illegality. Much of the work done in the back rooms of inns was humdrum. Much of it was the solid and quiet work of the Benefit and Burial Society. Many of the worst problems, in quiet years, came not from the masters but from the inexperience or ignorance of the officers. Funds slowly acquired would be lost with an absconding officer, with no possible recourse to the law, like those of the Tewkesbury branch of the framework knitters, which were unwisely entrusted to a secretary who was seemingly a man of abilities and a religious turn. 2. If the officers usually served without payment, committee meetings were well lubricated with ale paid for out of union funds. The social functions of the unions were important, but enough evidence has been left in early account books to suggest that another of John Tester's complaints was not without basis. I have seen scores of committee men, who seemed to possess no qualification, except for an extraordinary swallow. Their powers of deglutition were most prodigious. 3. There is no reason why the secret tradition should not belong to the tap room as well as to the midnight meeting on the moors. Gentlemen would not be found at either place, and a stranger would be noted as soon as he entered the bar. Secrecy must be seen as more than a matter of oaths and ceremonies. It involved, during the years of war and its aftermath, a whole code of conduct, almost a mode of consciousness. At work no leader or deputation need approach the employer with the men's demands, a hint would be dropped, an overlooker would be prompted, or an unsigned note be left for the master to see. If the demands were not met, there was no need, in the small workshop, for a formal strike. Men would simply drop away or singly give notice. While the leaders might be known, it might also be impossible to procure evidence as to their activities. So cautious are they now become, wrote a Wakefield magistrate in 1804, no general striking or communication with masters is necessary, it is done in a way perfectly intelligible to the masters, but so as impossible to be given in evidence to prove a combination one. There are some few individuals, wrote Place 20 years later, who possess the confidence of their fellows, and when any matter relating to the trade has been talked over, either at the club or in a separate room, or in a workshop or a yard, and the matter has become notorious, these men are expected to direct what shall be done, and they do direct, simply by a hint. On this the men act, and one and all support those who may be thrown out of work. Those who direct are not known to the body, and not one man in 20, perhaps, knows the person of any one who directs. It is a rule among them to ask no questions, and another rule among them who know most, either to give no answer if questioned, or an answer to mislead. Point 2. Moreover, conditions of illegality were those in which trade unionists most frequently took recourse to direct action in order to enforce demands which could neither be raised in law nor in open negotiation. This took place in a score of ways. In its milder forms, it was little more than extreme moral pressure. The craftsman working under the union rate would be boycotted, the illegal man would find that his tools were lost, or would be fined by his shopmates. In Spitalfields silk would be cut in the loom, in the woolen districts pieces would be slashed, in the framework knitting industry the jacks, vital parts of the stocking loom, would disappear. Blacklegs or bad masters would know themselves to be watched, a brick might come through the window, or they might be attacked in a lane at night. In Gloucestershire blackleg weavers were carried astride the beam from their own looms and thrown into a pond. At times even more violent forms of intimidation were employed. There was a scatter of cases reported from Glasgow, Dublin, Manchester, and Sheffield, of actual or attempted assassinations, vitriol throwing, or charges of gunpowder thrown into workshops. The most sensational cases were widely publicized, and created in the minds of even sympathetic people of the middle class a deep fear of the violent character of the secret unions. Point 1. More commonly, such direct action was carefully controlled within limits imposed by the moral culture of the working community. A blackleg was seen as an interloper who threatened to take bread from the mouths of the hard-working and the innocent, but, while no tears were wasted on him if he was assaulted and taught a lesson, there was no moral sanction for murder or mutilation. Ludism was an extension of this kind of direct action, but it also was carefully controlled within the same unspoken code. Even in the rougher code of pit villages and of seaports like Sunderland and North Shields, where the rowdy demonstration and the riot preceded more settled forms of organization, violence was still held within limits which were felt rather than defined. Paradoxically, the persistence of secrecy and of occasional violence encouraged the arguments for the repeal of the Combination Acts. Francis Place's argument is familiar. The laws against combinations, induced to break and disregard the laws. They made them suspect the intentions of every man who tendered his services. They made them hate their employers with a rancor which nothing else could have produced. And they made them hate those of their own class who refused to join them, to such an extent as cordially to seek to do them mischief. Point 2. And Place's own account of the successful agitation for their repeal has been repeated so often that it is now legendary. According to this, shortly after the wars ended he commenced, almost single-handedly, to agitate opinion inside and outside the House. In this he received little help and some resistance from trade unionists themselves. Working men had been too often deceived to be willing to trust to anyone who was not well known to them. Habitually cunning, and suspicious of all above their own rank in life, and having no expectation of any mitigation, much less of a chance of the laws being repealed, they could not persuade themselves that my communications were of any value to them, and they would not therefore give themselves any trouble about them, much less to give such information as might, they thought, be some day used against them. I understood them thoroughly, and was neither put from my purpose nor offended with them. I was resolved to serve them as much as I could. Point 1. Eventually he found in Joseph Hume a member sufficiently capable, persistent, and within the confidence of the ministers, to pilot repeal through the House. A select committee was packed with supporters. Outside the House, Place set up a permanent HQ for the trade union movement, preparing the best witnesses and sending supplies of evidence to Hume, and a bill was put through under the strategy of taisez-vous, so quietly that even its staunchest supporters were warned not to speak. This bill not only repealed the obnoxious acts, but also explicitly excluded trade unionists from prosecution for conspiracy at common law. A wave of open trade union organization and strikes ensued, and in 1825 both the employers and the government counterattacked, appointing a new committee which was expected to recommend the reinstatement of punitive legislation. But, once again, Place and Hume worked ceaselessly to resist or modify such legislation. Petitions poured in from the country, the lobbies of the House were filled with delegations demanding to give evidence. In the event, the amending bill of 1825 tightened up legislation to the point where almost any form of persuasion or intimidation of non-unionists was an offense, but left the main points gained. Trade unionism and strikes were no longer offenses as such. Point 2. This account is not untrue. Place's achievement was a remarkable feat of intelligent wire-pulling and of enormously industrious and well-informed lobbying. Not a point of vantage or of danger was overlooked. He exploited to the full the fact that he was dealing with a house full of gentlemen who found trade union matters boring, some of whom disliked the manufacturing interest, others of whom had made of laissez-faire an unquestioned dogma, and most of whom were confused or indifferent as to the issues. But the story has long been due for re-examination. And these are among the points which must be taken into account. First, trade unionists had reason to suspect Place. Their bitterness had been roused, not only by the Combination Acts, but by the simultaneous repeal or supersession of all legislation which protected their own interests. Point 1. But both Place and Hume were devotees of orthodox political economy, and had given active assistance in the dismantling of all legislation restraining the freedom of capital or of labor. Thus, in July 1812, Grosvenor Henson, then lobbying in the face of strong opposition for the safe passage of a protective bill for the framework knitters, wrote sadly back to the Nottingham Committee, "Mr. Hume opposed our bill on Dr. A. Smith's grounds of letting trade alone, the repeal of the apprenticeship clauses of 5 LEs. C.4 was actively engineered by Place. The Committee of the Master Manufacturers which organized the campaign for repeal was under the chairmanship of Alexander Galloway, the former Assistant Secretary of the LCS, whose Smithfield Works was now the leading engineering shop in London. Its secretary, John Richter, was for years one of Place's closest associates. The issue had been bitterly contested by the trade unions, and hundreds of petitions had been forwarded for the retention or extension of apprenticeship regulation, carrying a total of 300,000 signatures. The opposition of the workers Place dismissed as bigotry, a proof of the ignorance of the journeymen of their real interests. It is therefore not surprising that trade unionists still suspected the intentions of Place and Hume in 1824.2. In the second place, it is by no means true that Place was conducting a single-handed campaign. In fact, Grosvenor Henson had got so far ahead of Place that he had drawn up a bill, and enlisted the support of Peter Moore, the Radical MP for Coventry, who introduced the bill in 1823. Place and Hume moved swiftly, as much to sabotage Henson's bill, as to promote their own. Henson's ideas are usually dismissed in Place's words, as complicated and absurd, a mass of absurdities. The Webbs, more cautiously, noted that the bill was elaborate, repealing the Combination Acts but substituting a complicated machinery for regulating piecework and settling industrial disputes. Some of these proposals were meritorious anticipations of subsequent factory legislation, they continued, but the time was not ripe for such measures. And they went on to compliment Place upon his great political sagacity in using particularly devious Fabian techniques to ensure that Henson and Moore were pushed out of the way. Point 1. In fact, Place's political sagacity was such that he was convinced that the Combination Acts were the cause, not only of secrecy and outrages, but of strikes and of trade unionism itself. Influenced by his own experience in small tailoring shops, he supposed that if masters and men were in a condition of complete freedom, each master would settle matters more or less amicably with his own workmen, the laws of supply and demand would regulate the price of labor, and in a few cases arbitration by magistrates would settle difficulties. The business is really very simple, he advised Hume, when suggesting to him how to circumvent more. Repeal every troublesome and vexatious enactment, and enact very little in their place. Leave workmen and their employers as much as possible at liberty to make their own bargains in their own way. This is the way to prevent disputes. And in 1825 he wrote to Burdett, "Combinations will soon cease to exist. Men have been kept together for long periods only by the oppression of the laws, these being repealed, combinations will lose the matter which cements them into masses, and they will fall to pieces. All will be as orderly as even a Quaker could desire." He knows nothing of the working people who can suppose that, when left at liberty to act for themselves, without being driven into permanent associations by the oppression of the laws, they will continue to contribute money for distant and doubtful experiments, for uncertain and precarious benefits. 1. This is the way to prevent disputes. This was the keynote of all places lobbying, and it was an article by M. Culloch, the doyen of political economy, in the Edinburgh Review, putting forward similar arguments, which swung many M.P.'s in support of repeal. Henson, of course, had no such illusions. But, as an outworker himself, he knew from experience that for the weavers, framework knitters, and others, trade unionism was not enough, and hence his bill sought to provide the positive protective machinery for which the House of Commons may not have been ripe but of which the outworker stood in crying need. The response of trade unionists to the events of 1824 and 1825 now seems more explicable. They saw Henson's bill maneuver read out of the way by men who were known to have opposed trade union demands before and who appeared to have some understanding with the government. Hence, a decided reluctance to come forward with support in the early stages, and when they did come forward, to give evidence before Hume's committee, Place found them full of reservations. The workmen were not easily managed. It required great care and pains and patience not to shock their prejudices. They were filled with false notions, all attributing their distresses to wrong causes. All expected a great and sudden rise of wages, when the combination laws should be repealed. Not one of them had any idea whatever of the connection between wages and population. When they saw what Place was about, they gave him support, not with enthusiasm, but on the principle that half a loaf was better than none. When the acts were repealed, they made use of their new freedom with vigor. When it seemed likely that they would be reinstated, in 1825, even the government was shaken by the storm of protests, petitions, meetings, and deputations from every trade. Vigilant and intelligent men came down to watch the parliamentary proceedings, from Lancashire, Glasgow, Yorkshire, Tyneside. Any attempt to reenact the Combination Acts, John Doherty, the leader of the Lancashire cotton spinners, wrote to Place, would result in a widespread revolutionary movement. 1. Place was the main architect of repeal, and thus immortalized himself in trade union history. This he deserved. But we should not for this reason chide the unions for apathy to nor understate the almost hilarious confusion of the time. Place was a doctrinaire, who wished the acts repealed because they offended against good political economy. He had no notion of serving the trade union movement through consultation and common agreement. He wished to manage their delegates as he manipulated M.P.'s. I knew well enough that if they could be served, it must be done without their concurrence. In spite of them, the trade unionists, for their part, summed him up, saw that he was in earnest and influential, and gave him qualified support, although it was not the bill that they wanted. Place was almost certainly right that Henson's bill could never have got through the House, any more than Maxwell and Fielden's bill for regulating weavers' wages succeeded 10 years later. On the other hand, Place was grossly self-deluded as to the probable consequences of repeal, and it was in part the very force of this delusion which enabled Hume to gather support in a bored or hostile house. Once repeal was gained, not the laws of McCulloch but the organizations of such men as John Gast and Doherty, moved into the area of new freedom. The London Unionists turned, not to Place, but to Thomas Hodgkin, for their theory. For a brief period, several unions looked with favor upon Place's gospel of the common interests of workers and employers. Point 2 But the theory of class collaboration had scarcely made its appearance before it came under fire, first from the trades newspaper, and, second, from the Owenite socialists. Point 3 Except in certain craft unions, it was pushed back so far that it scarcely influenced trade union development for 15 or 20 years. One wonders whether Francis Place, the great wire puller, was not himself at the end of a trade union wire? For croppers and stockingers. This is to anticipate our narrative. For the most cogent arguments for repeal of the Combination Acts were, first, their continuing ineffectiveness in preventing the growth of trade unionism, and, second, the prevalence of violent trade union action, which had been dramatized by Luddism. We have attempted to draw closer to the Luddite movement from three directions: the shadowy tradition of some political underground, the opacity of the historical sources, and the vigorous traditions of illicit trade unionism. We must now analyze more closely the industrial context within which Luddism took place. This analysis already exists but it may be corrected and supplemented by evidence which has more recently come to light. Luddism proper, in the years 1811 to 17, was confined to three areas and occupations: the West Riding, South Lancashire, and the framework knitting district centred on Nottingham and taking in parts of Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Of these three groups, the croppers or shearmen too were skilled and privileged workers, among the aristocracy of the woolen workers, while the weavers and framework knitters were outworkers, with long artisan traditions, undergoing a deterioration in status. The croppers come closest to the Luddites of popular imagination. They were in direct conflict with machinery which both they and their employers knew perfectly well would displace them. The croppers' work was described before the Committee on the Woolen Trade in 1806. The business of a cloth worker is to take a piece of cloth in its rough state as it comes from the market, or as it comes from the fulling mill. He first raises that cloth. After that, if it is a good piece, it is cropped wet, it is then taken and mossed and rowed. Mossing is filling up the bottom of the wool after it has been cut with the shears wet. It is done with a handle set with teasels in each hand. After that it is rowed and tentered, and dried. If a fine piece it will receive 3 cuts dry after the tenter. After this, the back was cut, and the cloth was examined for faults and repaired, brushed up, cleaned, pressed, and perhaps cut a final time. Point 1 The cloth worker or cropper undertook all these processes. Apart from the cleaning, the tentering, and the pressing, the cropper's skill resided in the central process, by which the surface or nap of the cloth was raised by means of teasels, the shearing done with very heavy hand shears. Both operations required experience and skill. Moreover, while the cropper's wages were regulated by custom at about 5% of the value of the finished cloth, they can make a piece 20 pr. cent better or worse by due care and labor or the reverse. They were thus in an unusually strong bargaining position. Point 2. By the end of the 18th century, the finishing of the cloth had become a highly specialized process. Some large manufacturers undertook the whole process in a single factory, and got employed as many as 80 croppers under his own roof. But most merchants bought their pieces in an unfinished state from the small clothiers, and put them out for finishing in workshops employing 40, 50, or 60 skilled men and apprentices in Leeds, but only 5 or 6 in the smaller finishing shops in the West Riding villages. Estimates in 1806 vary between 3,000 and over 5,000 croppers in the West Riding, with 500 master dressers. In the west of England there were perhaps 1/3 of that number. Point 3. The croppers thus controlled the finishing processes, and, like the wool combers, were in a strong position to organize and to keep out unskilled labor. They made up the aristocracy of the West Riding clothing workers, and, when fully employed, could earn in the first years of the 19th century up to 30s a week. They had a reputation for independent or insubordinate manners, political awareness, and rollicking relaxation. "The cropper, strictly speaking, is not a servant," wrote a correspondent in the Leeds Mercury. "He does not feel, or call himself as such, but a cloth worker, and partakes much more of the nature of a shoemaker, joiner, tailor, and like them, he comes and goes, stops a longer, or a shorter time, according as he may chance to have work. 1. According to another account, they had twice or three times as much money at the alehouse than the weaver, the dresser, or the dyer, and were notoriously the least manageable of any persons employed in this important manufacture. 2. But at the same time they were well aware that their status had been made insecure by machinery which could change them almost overnight from an elite into an order of men not necessary to the manufacture. The gig mill was an old invention. Indeed, much of the conflict leading up to Luddism turned on a statute of Edward VI under which its use was prohibited. Essentially it was a simple device, by which, instead of the nap being raised by hand, the cloth was passed between cylinders set with teasels. The croppers maintained that the gig mill was unsuitable for all but the coarsest cloth, tearing and overstraining cloth of finer quality, but these arguments were themselves overstrained in the attempt to prove the indispensability of hand skill. The gig mill, however, threatened to dispossess the cropper of only one part of the finishing process. More recent, and in its implications equally serious, was the invention of the shearing frame, a device by which two or more shears, set in one frame, could be passed over the surface of the cloth, with a simplicity which dispensed with the need for skilled craftsmen. The struggle against the gig mill reaches back into the 18th century. Long employed in a few parts of the west of England, the clothing workers had not become reconciled to its use, and, while a few gig mills were operating in parts of the West Riding at the end of the 18th century, the croppers had organized to prevent its introduction into Leeds. For many years croppers had passed between Yorkshire and the West Country, since their skill was interchangeable, and by the 1790s the resistance to the gig mill was reaching crisis point. In 1791 the cloth merchants of Leeds issued a public manifesto, signifying their intention to introduce the new machinery, and more than one Leeds mill was destroyed by the croppers in the next 10 years. In 1799 the Privy Council was informed that the croppers had a general purse amounting to above £1,000. They were strong enough to enforce a closed shop, and a workman daring from gratitude to stand by the master in the hour of his need, becomes a proscribed isole. He can never be allowed to work where a ticket man is till he has adjured his neutrality and paid the penalty they please to impose. If any master attempted to short-circuit any of the finishing processes, the croppers insisted upon a fine being paid into their funds. If masters returned work as ill done, the case was adjudicated by a committee of the workers. A Leeds gig mill had been destroyed in the presence of hundreds of witnesses, but, despite the offer of liberal rewards, not one could be found to give evidence against the men. The system exists more in general consent to the few simple rules of their union, than in any written form, and by way of evading all chance of conviction they have now formed themselves into a general sick club. 1. This sick club was probably the first form of the institution or clothiers' community. Its headquarters were in Leeds, but it was Wiltshire, in 1802, which was the centre where the burning of mills and rioting took place. This was, perhaps, less a sign of strength than of despair. In Leeds the croppers were so strongly organised that it had become out of the question to introduce the gig mill. 2. In August 1802 the mayor of Leeds had written to Earl Fitzwilliam. From a perfect conviction that their threats would be carried into execution here, if any merchant infringed the cloth workers' prescriptions, I have, within these last 9 months, by my own personal influence, privately prevailed upon 1 or 2 houses who meditated the adding a gig mill or a shearing machine to their works, to desist for the present, or I am firmly convinced we should have had such horrid outrages to deplore here, as have been practiced in the West. 1. These horrid outrages had reached their climax in the West Country in the last years of the 18th century. Bodies of rioters 1,000 or 2,000 strong, attacked the hated mills, and in Somersetshire in December 1797. 200 or 300 men with their faces blacked and armed with bludgeons entered the houses of a shear grinder, about 3 miles from Frome, and demolished about £30 worth of shears. 2 In Wiltshire, however, there is some indication that the croppers were already weakened by the waning position of their own industry in relation to the West Riding. With the discharge of shearmen from the forces during the brief peace, the problem of unemployment was more acute. A soldier returned to his wife and weeping orphans wrote to a member of Parliament from Bradford in 1802. We know that it have been mentioned to our great men and ministers in Parliament by them that have factories how many poor they employ, forgetting at the same time how many more they would employ were they to have it done by hand as they used to do. The poor house we find full of great lurking boys. I am informed by many that there will be a revolution and that there is in Yorkshire about 30,000 in a correspondent society. The burning of factories or setting fire to the property of people we know is not right, but starvation forces nature to do that which he would not. 3. A Gloucestershire clothier was the recipient of a more alarming letter. We hear informed that you got shear in machines and if you don't pull them down in a fortnight's time we will pull them down for you, we will, you damned infern old dog. And before Almighty God we will pull down all the mills that he've ha any shearing machines in, we will cut out all your damned hearts as do keep them, and we will meock the rest heat them, or else we will serve them the same. 4. However obsolete the statute of Edward VI prohibiting gig mills may have been, it is important that the croppers were aware of it and held that protection against displacement by machinery was not only their right but also their constitutional right. They also knew of the clause in the Elizabethan Statute of Artificers enforcing a 7 years apprenticeship, and of a statute of Philip and Mary limiting the number of looms which might be employed by one master. Not only did they know of these laws, they attempted to put them in force. In 1802 they canvassed public opinion in the West Riding, and won great sympathy in their contest with God. Their opposition to new machinery does not appear to have been unthinking or absolute. Proposals were in the air for the gradual introduction of the machinery, with alternative employment found for displaced men, or by a tax of 60 per yard upon cloth dressed by machinery, to be used as a fund for the unemployed seeking work. The croppers seem to have cherished some hope of a general negotiation within the trade, and were chiefly indignant at the attitude of a few masters, motivated by revenge and avarice, and who sought to press home their advantage in the consciousness of the facility with which the law favors the conviction of illegal combinations. 1. It is here that the flagrant class oppression of the Combination Acts bore down upon them at every point. At a time when the common law of conspiracy or 5 Elizabeth c.4 was being employed to defeat trade union action, every attempt to enforce statute law favorable to the workers' interests ended in failure or financial loss. The West of England woolen workers raised subscriptions to empower attorneys to commence actions against gig mills and against unapprenticed men, but none were successful. 2 The masters, however, were disturbed enough to petition for the repeal of all protective legislation covering the woolen industry. The Yorkshire woolen workers were drawn into the same legislative struggle. Heavy expenses were incurred to employ counsel on their behalf to attend the House during 1802-3, and to send witnesses to give evidence on the journeyman's behalf. The Masters' Bill was checked in 1803, and became lost in a parliament preoccupied with the resumption of war with France. In successive years, an annual suspending bill was pushed through the House with almost no discussion, waiving all protective legislation on the workers' behalf, while the quasi-legal institution incurred endless expenses trying to resist the masters' progress. One of the croppers' witnesses, in 1806, declared that the Yorkshire croppers and weavers alone had raised between £10,000 and £12,000 for legal expenses and attendance on Parliament in the previous 3 years. Meanwhile, tempers were rising, and support for the croppers was growing. In Yorkshire the institution had become a formidable organisation. Not only did the croppers claim almost 100% organisation, but a great many small masters and weavers were subscribing to their funds. When their books were seized in 1806, it appeared that many other groups of workers either belonged to the institution or had received grants from their funds: colliers, bricklayers, wool sorters, clothiers, joiners, sawyers, flax dressers, shoemakers, turnpike men, cabinet makers, pattern ring makers, and paper makers, while payments had been made to and received from the Manchester cotton spinners. By 1806, indeed, the case of the croppers had almost melted into the general grievances and demands of the working community. For the croppers the grievance was specific: now gigs and shearing frames are like to become general; if they are allowed to go on, many hundreds of us will be out of bread. For the weavers the issue was wider: could the obsolescent apprenticeship clauses of 5 Elizabeth C.4 be reinforced, thereby stemming the influx of unskilled labor? All artisans saw this as a test case, indicative of the restoration or the total abrogation of the old protective or arbitrative labor code, which alone afforded any hope of legal defense against the full impact of wage cutting and labor dilution. For many of the small masters, thousands of whom were among the 39,000 who petitioned in 1805 in favor of a bill to limit looms, put down gig mills, and enforce apprenticeship, it appeared that the domestic system itself was at stake. In 1806, when a new committee was appointed to inquire into the woolen trade, impressive delegations appeared to give evidence from most sections of woolen workers and small masters of both Yorkshire and the West. The witnesses all converged in a general detestation of the factory system. They frankly allow, the committee reported, that they wish to retain this law on account of its tending to embarrass the carrying on the factory system, and thereby to counteract its growth. The threat of the gig mill was one element only in a general revulsion against the great employers who were breaking down working customs and disrupting a settled way of life. 1. It would be a sad understatement to say that the men's witnesses before the 1806 committee met with a frosty reception. They and their counsel were browbeaten and threatened by the advocates of laissez-faire and the anti-Jacobin tribunes of order. Petitions were seen as evidence of conspiracy. Witnesses whom the croppers had sent to London and maintained at such expense were interrogated like criminals. It was held to be an outrageous offence that they had collected money from outside their own ranks and had been in contact with the woolen workers of the West. They were forced to reveal the names of their fellow officers. Their books were seized. Their accounts were scrutinized. The committee dropped all pretense of judicial impartiality, and constituted itself into an investigating tribunal. Your committee need scarcely remark, it reported to the House of Commons, that such institutions are, in their ultimate tendencies, still more alarming in a political, than in a commercial view. It saw in the croppers' organization the existence of a systematic, and organized plan, at once so efficient and so dangerous, both from the amount of its force, and from the facility and secrecy with which, that force can be called into action. It was this which called for the most deliberate and serious consideration of Parliament. 1. The institution, of course, went underground. For 2 more years suspending bills were passed. In 1808 the croppers petitioned once more, declaring that the great question respecting the use of that machine, having been brought in so many sessions of Parliament, the expenses have greatly distressed them. Finally, in 1809 all the protective legislation in the woolen industry, covering apprenticeship, the gig mill, and the number of looms, was repealed. The road was now open for the factory, the gig mill, the shearing frame, the employment of unskilled and juvenile labor. The road to any constitutional redress was finally blocked. If there had been a constitutional and a Luddite faction within the croppers' ranks, the latter now carried the day. Already, in 1805, an anonymous letter had been received at the Royal Exchange Insurance Office. Gent. Directors. At a general but private meeting of the chairmen of all the committees of cloth workers in this county, it was ordered to desire you not to insure any factory where any machinery was in belonging the cloth workers. For it was ordered again to petition Parliament for our rights, and, if they will not grant us them, by stopping the machinery belong us, we are determined to grant them ourselves, but does not wish you to be any loser thereby. By order of the Cloth Workers. 2. After 1806 and 1809 every vestige of legislation which suggested that the journeymen in wool might look to Parliament to defend their status had been abrogated. When, in the stagnant and distressed years of the Orders in Council, some large employers hurried to install the new machinery in the hope of cornering, with cheap labor, the little trade that was left, Luddism appeared with an almost inevitable logic. To the croppers Ned Ludd was the defender of ancient right, the upholder of a lost constitution. "We will never lay down arms." The House of Commons passes an act to put down all machinery hurtful to commonalty, and repeal that to hang frame breakers. But we petition no more, that won't do, fighting must. Signed by the General of the Army of Redressers, Ned Ludd, Clerk. Redressers forever, amen. 1. However, the signal for Luddism came first, not from the croppers, but from the framework knitters. Their story is complicated by the fact that there was no single obnoxious machine, like the gig mill, against which they were in revolt, and because with them, the constitutional and the Luddite strategies do not appear as alternatives so much as tactics simultaneously employed. It is the constitutional thread which we must unravel first. The general process by which the framework knitters were beaten down to poverty during the wars follows very similar lines to that by which the weavers were degraded. The stocking loom, however, was a more expensive machine than most hand looms. The industry was controlled by the merchant hosiers, the manufacture was undertaken by stockingers, working in their own homes, or in small workshops of master stockingers. While some stockingers too owned their own looms or frames, after 1800 these came more and more under the ownership of the hosiers, or of independent speculators who invested small or large sums in looms, upon which they drew the rent in much the same way as owners of cottage property. Thus, to the general grievances concerning wage cutting and working customs there was added the running grievance of frame rents. The hosiers, in fact, had two alternative means of lowering wages, to reduce the price paid for the work, or to raise the frame rents. And, as in handloom weaving, the least scrupulous masters undermined conditions throughout the trade. In 1811 there were perhaps 29,000 stocking looms in the country, and 50,000 workers employed in and about the hosiery trade. 1 Although a tiny pocket of the industry remained in London, its 17th-century home, the industry was now largely concentrated in the Nottingham-Leicester-Derby triangle. As in the Yorkshire woolen industry, a few large workshops or factories were growing up, but by far the greatest number of stockingers worked in small industrial villages in workshops containing 3 or 4 frames. Unlike the skilled croppers, the framework knitters were outworkers in a position exceptionally exposed to exploitation. Like the weavers they looked back to better times. Accounts of the second half of the 18th century differ, but from 1785 until 1805 it seems that there was a fairly high level of employment, with wages of 14s or 15s a week for a 12-hour day. But by the turn of the century the industry was facing difficult readjustments. The somber tone of anti-Jacobin society led to a falling demand for the gorgeous hose of pre-revolutionary years, although this was compensated for to some extent by the increased demand for plain hosiery and the gradual introduction of machine-wrought lace. The stockingers experienced a growing deterioration in their conditions, and reacted with vigor. As in the case of the weavers, magistrates and masters were to be found who attributed the insubordination of the men to the luxury and licentiousness induced by their former affluence, among the men the discussion of politics, the destruction of game, or the dissipation of the alehouses was substituted for the duties of their occupation during the former part of the week, and in the remaining 3 or 4 days a sufficiency was earned for defraying the current expenses. The lower orders were almost universally corrupted by profusion and depravity scarcely to be credited. 2. The grievances of the stockingers were complex, and a full understanding of them demands a minute attention to the details of the trade. 1 Not only plain and fancy hose, but also gloves, braces, mitts, spider net blouses, pantaloons, cravats, and miscellaneous articles were manufactured in the Midlands, and Leicester, where much fine work was done, was not as badly hit in the Luddite years as Nottingham. But all grievances turned upon the various means by which the least scrupulous hosiers were seeking to economize labor and cheapen production. In some villages truck was so widespread that it had almost displaced payment in wages. Payment for work depended upon complicated piece rates which turned, in lace, upon the fineness of count in the lace. The men complained that they were consistently underpaid, as for work of coarser quality, and that the masters refused to employ an instrument called the rack which measured the count. The stockingers had to deduct from their inadequate wages outpayments for seaming, needles, oil, the fetching and carrying of work, etc. Unscrupulous middlemen, or interlopers, called bag hosiers, visited the villages persuading stockingers who were underemployed, or who wished to save themselves the waste of time involved in taking their work to the large hosiers' warehouses in Nottingham, to do work below the accepted rates. But most serious of all were the grievances as to cut UPS and colding. There is no new machinery in Nottingham, or its neighbourhood, against which the workmen direct their vengeance, so wrote the middle-class radical paper, the Nottingham Review. The machines, or frames, are not broken for being upon any new construction, but in consequence of goods being wrought upon them which are of little worth, are deceptive to the eye, are disreputable to the trade, and therefore pregnant with the seeds of its destruction. Point 2. Cut-up stockings were manufactured from large pieces of knitted material, woven on a wide loom, which was then cut up into the required shape, the articles then being sewn at the seam. Point 1. The articles were cheap, and, in comparison with the traditional stocking frame, they could be mass-produced. But they were bitterly disliked in the trade for a number of reasons. The men, and many of the masters also, argued that the product was much inferior and that the seams came apart. To the inexpert eye they resembled the real article, and therefore could undercut hose made in a tradesmanlike manner, and this at a time when the collapse of the South American market and the general stagnation induced by the orders in council had led to a falling demand. Further, the poor quality of the cut UPS offended the craftsman's pride in his work, and led to the products of the trade generally falling into disrepute. Moreover, this grievance led directly into the grievance as to colding, or the employment of unskilled labor or of too many apprentices. Cheap techniques of production encouraged the influx of cheap and unskilled labor. Framework knitting was being debased into a dishonorable trade. The stockingers, like the croppers, had a long history of both constitutional and violent defense of their conditions. A framework knitters' company had obtained a charter from Charles II, although in the 18th century the Midlands industry had in fact evaded its regulations and it had fallen into obscurity. Between 1778 and 1779 there had been a determined attempt to secure a legal minimum wage. When the bill was defeated, rioting and frame-breaking ensued. In 1787 a price list was negotiated between the hosiers and the men, which remained in force to some degree for 20 years. From 1807 onwards wages declined, and the stockingers once again had recourse to constitutional agitation. The old framework knitters' company was revived, the journeymen paying the heavy subscription of £1.13.60 for admission, and several actions were commenced. A test case against colding succeeded, but the one's damages awarded by the jury was insufficient to deter other offenders. Wages declined by 1/3 from their 1,807 level. In 1811, Gravener Henson, who now emerged as the outstanding leader of the men, attempted one of the only recorded actions against the masters under the Combination Acts. He produced evidence that some of the hosiers had combined to reduce wages, and had published their resolutions in the Nottingham press. The magistrates refused to attend to his complaint, and the town clerk refused to serve a warrant. Point 1. Just as in the case of the croppers, the framework knitters felt that every statute which might have afforded them protection was abrogated or ignored, while every attempt to enforce their rights by trade union action was illegal. Although some of the hosiers, before 1811, also wished to see the suppression of cut UPS and colding, class alignments hardened month by month, and the goodwill which had formerly existed between those employers who were political reformers and their journeymen was dissipated. However, there is good reason to suppose that in 1811-12 some of the hosiers who paid customary rates and did not manufacture cut UPS actively sympathized with the Luddites' aims, if not with their methods. For Luddism in Nottingham, as in Yorkshire, was highly selective. Those frames only were broken which manufactured underprice or cut-up work, when goods were slashed, in the loom or when seized from the carrier's cart. The cut UPS were destroyed while those with proper selvages were left undamaged. The distinction was clearly made in the song, General Ludd's Triumph. The guilty may fear but no vengeance he aims at the honest man's life or estate. His wrath is entirely confined to wide frames, and to those that old prices abate. These engines of mischief were sentenced to die by unanimous vote of the trade. And Ludd, who can all opposition defy, was the grand executioner made. He may censure great Ludd's disrespect for the laws, who ne'er for a moment reflects that foul imposition alone was the cause which produced these unhappy effects. Let the haughty no longer the humble oppress. Then shall Ludd sheath his conquering sword. His grievances instantly meet with redress. Then peace will be quickly restored. Let the wise and the great lend their aid and advice, nor are their assistance withdraw, till full-fashioned work at the old-fashioned price is established by custom and law. Then the trade, when this arduous contest is o'er, shall raise in full splendor its head, and colting and cutting and squaring no more shall deprive honest workmen of bread. 1. Indeed, the framework knitters claimed a constitutional sanction even for frame breaking. Under the charter granted by Charles II there was a clause empowering the Framework Knitters Company to appoint deputies to examine goods, and to cut to pieces those badly or deceitfully manufactured. These powers the Luddites now assumed as rights. In reply to magisterial proclamations against their activities, they issued a counter-declaration, bespattered with whereas and whenevers, declaring both their intention and their right to break and destroy all manner of frames whatsoever that make the following spurious articles, and all frames whatsoever that do not pay the regular price heretofore agreed to by the masters and workmen. A list of the offensive frames and practices was subjoined. 2. The major phase of Nottinghamshire Luddism was between March 1811 and February 1812, and within that period there were two peaks, March and April, and November to January, when frame breaking spread to Leicestershire and Derbyshire. In this phase perhaps 1,000 frames were destroyed, at a cost of between £6,000 and £10,000, and numerous articles damaged. We shall return to these events. But in Nottingham there is an interesting oscillation between Luddite and constitutional protest, and it is possible that both were directed, at least up to 1814, by the same trade union organization, in which perhaps Luddites and constitutionalists differed in their counsels. The major phase of Luddism ended with the passage of the bill to make frame breaking a capital felony, which was characterized in Ned Ludd's declaration as void, since it had been obtained in the most fraudulent, interested, and electioneering manner. Nevertheless, the passage of the bill in February 1812, so much alarmed the framework knitters that they set urgently to form themselves into a quasi-legal association, the United Committee of Framework Knitters, many of whose papers still survive. The first step of the Nottingham Committee was to open correspondence with London, Leicester, Derby, and even Dublin, Tewkesbury and Glasgow, and to try to secure a postponement in the passage of the offensive bill in order that their representations could be heard by the House. Responses from their correspondence reveal the extreme difficulties in the way of forming any legal association. From Leicester: it was thought necessary to put ourselves under the broad shield of the law and solicite the concurrence of the magistrates of the borough, to hold an aggregate meeting of the trade. From Derby: the magistrates of this rotten borough will not suffer us to have a meeting of the trade. In London, where only 100 or so stockingers still worked, the Hatton Garden magistrates were more helpful, but 2 police officers attended our meeting to give satisfaction to the magistrate that our proceedings were legal. From Tewkesbury a correspondent replied that the magistrate had prevented a meeting, and letters were opened Thomas Latham wrote a stinging letter to the mayor of Tewkesbury. Know you not, sir, that the act, commonly called the Gagging Act, is long since dead of its own natural death? He should beware that people may be driven to the commission of crime, for the purpose of exercising their vengeance, when they cannot exercise their rights. Despite these difficulties, committees were formed in all these centres, and correspondence was also maintained with stockingers in Sheffield, Sutton in Ashfield, Belper, Heanor, Castle Donington and Godalming. 1. The aim of the Nottingham Committee was to promote a bill giving parliamentary relief to the stockingers. From certain committees there came the suggestion of a petition for a minimum wage bill. These proposals the Nottingham Committee resisted. It is well known, that governments will not interfere with the regulation of the quantum of wages which shall be paid for a certain quantum of labour, because the thing in itself would amount to the odious practice of fixing a maximum and minimum upon an article, which fluctuates as does our national prosperity, and adversity. It is true that government has interfered in the regulation of wages in times long since gone by, but the writings of Dr. Adam Smith have altered the opinion, of the polished part of society, on this subject. Therefore, to attempt to advance wages by parliamentary influence, would be as absurd as an attempt to regulate the winds. Clearly, Henson and his colleagues had taken measure of the opposition. If they were to secure the advance of wages which they wanted, it must be more detailed legislation preventing indirect abatements. And the committee are of opinion, that the late outrages in this town and neighbourhood, have had their origin, with the multifarious impositions practised upon the workmen by the hosiers, for want of parliamentary regulations. Hence it was intended to draw up a bill which included a number of detailed clauses, to regulate the size of hose by the number of jacks, to make the marking of all hose compulsory, so that good quality could be distinguished from poor, to make the use of the rack compulsory in assessing payment for machine lace, to prohibit inferior copies of good quality goods, to make it compulsory for price lists to be displayed in every workshop, to give to J.P.S. the power to regulate frame rents. Accordingly a bill was drawn up, for preventing frauds and abuses in the framework knitting manufacture, containing several of these clauses, as well as the prohibition of payment in truck. Subscription lists and a petition in favor of the bill were circulated actively in March 1812. By the end of April over 10,000 signatures had been collected from the framework knitters. Nottingham, 2,629. County, 2,078. Leicester, 1,100. County, 2,057. Derby, 239. County, 1,809. Tewkesbury, 281. Godalming, 114. London, 92. The subscription lists show a breadth of support outside the stockingers' own ranks, donations from publicans, grocers, bakers, butchers, millers, farmers, printers, some master hosiers, and many artisans. An appeal was issued for donations from sick clubs. In June, when the bill was coming before Parliament, a soldier wrote offering to take a collection in the militia regiment at Great Yarmouth, while the committee acknowledged my Lord Byron's handsome subscription. From late April until the end of July Henson, Large, Latham and other delegates were frequently in London, attending to the bill. Their reports on the city were hardly complimentary. Not only did they find the skilled trade unionists supercilious, they also found their expense allowance from the union stretched to the full. On April 22 they reported that they had slept their first night at the Swan with Two Necks, Lad Lane. When with cold supper of beef, lodgings, waiter, and chambermaid they contrived to ease us of 25 shillings, which made Tommy Small exclaim, scratching his head, "Lunnon is the devil." The expenses of the affair were heavy. Legal and parliamentary costs swallowed most of the funds, but there were also the fares and expenses of the delegates, an allowance to their wives, a further allowance for committee members engaged full-time in collecting subscriptions. The response of the stockingers themselves was uneven. Leicester, whose worst hose manufacture was not yet as badly affected as Nottingham Cottons, was lacking in enthusiasm. "There is not half a dozen good fellows in the town," Large had written in April, "and those principally are composed of Sherwood lads." 1 In May a committee member wrote despairingly of the lack of support in Nottinghamshire villages engaged in the plain trade, whose stockingers suspected that the bill would benefit mainly those in the lace and silk manufacture. "I have been out 2 days and could not get 1 penny. They look pleasant as a cow's husband at me." As the months drew on, questions were asked about the cost of maintaining delegates in London and wives at home. Moreover, while the committee sought strenuously to suppress machine breaking which would prejudice their case in Parliament, feelings ran high in Nottingham, where 7 Luddites were sentenced to transportation for 7 or 14 years in March. The committee undoubtedly knew who the leading Luddites of the previous year were, if it did not actually include some of them among its number. In April the only attempted assassination during the Midlands disturbances took place, a hosier named William Trentham being wounded outside his house. The attack was preceded by an anonymous letter from the captain denouncing Trentham's underpayment of women. "You must be sensible, sir, that these unfortunate girls are under very strong temptations to turn prostitutes, from their extreme poverty. The captain authorizes me to say that these people being defenseless he conceives them to be more immediately under his protection as his believes their wages are the lowest in England." From Leicester the secretary of the local committee wrote in dismay to the London delegates, "I have been informed that Mr. Trantham hosier of Notton was shot on Monday night at his own door. Report says that on Saturday last he docked his hands 2d per pair and told them to tell Ned Ludd. How true this may be I know not, certain it is that this is not a proper time to irritate the public mind by gross insult. There is an element of pathos in the progress of events in London." The stockingers' representatives, and in particular Henson, gave a most impressive account of their case before the parliamentary committee examining the bill. 1 The delegates also lobbied industriously, showing M.P.'s examples of bad workmanship and cut UPS, and distributing gifts of their finest work to influential persons. Stockings, a silk veil, a silk press, and handkerchiefs were given to the Prince Regent. Sidmouth received the deputation graciously, ordering stockings and a shawl for his daughters, and the delegates seemed at the point of success. On the eve of the third reading of the bill, Henson wrote back to Nottingham with a note of triumph. "We have some reason to the Prince Regent is also favourable. We have only Dr. A. Smith's disciples to contend with, whose principles are execrated all over the kingdom." 2 days later he wrote despondently, "Hume had opposed the bill, and then the House had adjourned, there not being 40 members present. They ran out of the House when our business came on like wildfire. So much for the months of petitioning and collecting, of victimization and attempts at legal organization." In committee the House received last-minute representations and petitions from large hosiery houses in Leicester and Nottingham. The House thereupon decided to erase all the clauses of the bill relating to hosiery, leaving in only emaciated clauses relating to lace and to truck. This news Henson sent back to Nottingham in a letter with a savage addendum. P.S. They may dock, cut up, square, make single cotton, and cheat, rob, pilfer and oppress now to their heart's content. In the hope of getting some clauses reinstated, the delegates waited on the radical leader. Sir Francis Burdett told us that Parliament never interfered with disputes between masters and workmen. Sir Francis did not attend to support us but left the House. It is the ministerial side of the House that is the advocates of our bill. The emasculated bill did indeed pass its third reading, despite another long speech in opposition from Hume. On July 21, the ministers were for the bill, only 12 in the House when it passed. All the patriots went away as usual. But it is difficult to understand what part the ministerial side were playing, for 3 days later the bill was rejected out of hand by the Lords. The strongest speech against it came from Lord Sidmouth. He trusted in God that no such principle would be again attempted to be introduced in any bill brought up to that House. 1. This is by no means the end of the story of the Framework Knitters organization. Briefly, on the defeat of the bill the committee took measures to strengthen the union. Inquiries were made into how the carpenters, tailors, shoemakers, and cutlers conduct their union, a new constitution was drawn up, and the union was given the title of the Society for Obtaining Parliamentary Relief, and for the encouragement of mechanics in the improvement of mechanism. Point 2. As such, it had an effective existence for nearly 2 years. Benefits, unemployment, and strike pay were granted. The union successfully employed some of its own members directly in the manufacture, and its activities were sufficiently powerful to discourage a recrudescence of Luddism. However, in 1814 outbreaks of frame breaking resumed, according to one account against the wishes of Henson and the constitutional section, according to another account as a supplementary form of trade union enforcement, by which small Luddite bands were actually subsidized out of union funds. A strike at one of the large Nottingham hosiers' shops led to action by a secret committee of the hosiers and the corporation, which had long been employing spies to ferret out the union's proceedings. 2 of the union's officers were seized and imprisoned, and the union's papers were impounded. Frame breaking continued sporadically until 1817, but it is clear that during the same years the union continued with a vigorous underground existence. Secrecy was giving way year by year to massive and disciplined open demonstrations, as well as to open negotiation. Point 1. Much of this history belongs to the aftermath of Luddism. But the history of the abortive bill to regulate framework knitting throws into relief the predicament of trade unionists in the Luddite years. Although we do not possess documents which enable us to read the thoughts of the leaders of the weavers and croppers so clearly, they must have encountered very similar experiences in their fruitless and expensive recourse to Parliament between 1800 and 1812. We have already followed in some detail the history of the Lancashire cotton weavers. But it must be noted that Luddism in Lancashire arose out of a crisis between paternalism and laissez-faire exactly parallel to those in the hosiery and woolen industries. As late as 1800 and 1803 the weavers, after intensive agitation, had been able to secure at least a formal measure of protection in the Cotton Arbitration Acts. The weavers were already in correspondence with the cotton weavers of Glasgow, and their agitation originates in the Jacobin societies and is intended as a means to keep the minds of the weavers in a continual ferment. 1. The victory of the Arbitration Acts proved illusory. While magistrates were given fresh powers to mediate and to enforce a minimum wage, the magistrates, being more nearly allied to the masters by rank and fortune, and also more familiar with them by convivial interviews, dealt in the business with but a slack hand. Point 3. The agitation for a minimum wage bill reached its first crisis point in 1807-8, with the petitions, demonstrations, and strikes which resulted in the imprisonment of Colonel Hanson. Point 3. According to a Scottish witness, who claimed to have taken a leading part in the organization, an impressive nationwide weavers' union existed from 1809 until the end of 1812, with its centre in Glasgow and with strongholds in Scotland, Lancashire, Carlisle, and Northern Ireland. Point 4. In 1811 the weavers made a renewed effort to obtain a minimum wage bill, petitions appealing for protection against unscrupulous employers being signed by 40,000 Manchester weavers, 30,000 from Scotland, and 7,000 from Bolton. In 1812 there appears to have been some divergence in the weavers' councils, the Lancashire men abandoning all hope of protection and turning towards Luddism, the Glasgow and Carlisle men fighting protracted and expensive test cases in the law courts on the issues of wage regulation and apprenticeship. The Glasgow men, in fact, won their case, after fighting it at great cost into the higher courts. But the manufacturers promptly refused to pay the minimum which the magistrates had agreed upon at quarter sessions, with the result that there was a remarkably disciplined and well-supported weavers' strike, from Aberdeen to Carlisle. The men were determined to enforce by one simultaneous moral effort the wages awarded by law, and determined also to make the last stand for their rank in society. The Glasgow leaders, who had been at pains at every point to consult counsel and to act within the law, were thereupon arrested, and awarded sentences ranging from 4 to 18 months. When, 2 years later, the apprenticeship clauses of 5 LEs C.4 were repealed, a further petition declared that the present bill to repeal the aforesaid law has sunk the spirits of the petitioners beyond description, having no hope left. 1. The treatment of the Glasgow weavers' leaders was the most outrageous example of the general predicament of trade unionists at this time. And this is the point at which we may pull together our analysis of the causes which precipitated Luddism. It is of course easy to fall back on an otiose economist explanation, which attributes Luddism to the simple cause and effect of the orders in council. It is true that Napoleon's continental system and the retaliatory orders had so disrupted the markets for British textiles that the industries of Lancashire, Yorkshire, and the Midlands were stagnant. Both war and successive bad harvests had contributed to raising the price of provisions to famine heights. But this will not do as an explanation of Luddism. It may help to explain its occasion, but not its character. These years of distress, 1811 and 1812, added the supreme grievance of continuous hunger to existing grievances. It made each device by which the least scrupulous masters sought to economize on labor, and cheapen its value, seem more offensive. But the character of Luddism was not that of a blind protest, or of a food riot. Nor will it do to describe Luddism as a form of primitive trade unionism. As we have seen, the men who organized, sheltered, or condoned Luddism were far from primitive. They were shrewd and humorous. Next to the London artisans, some of them were amongst the most articulate of the industrious classes. A few had read Adam Smith, more had made some study of trade union law. Croppers, stockingers, and weavers were capable of managing a complex organization, undertaking its finances and correspondence, sending delegates as far as Ireland or maintaining regular communication with the West Country. All of them had had dealings, through their representatives, with Parliament, while duly apprenticed stockingers in Nottingham were burgesses and electors. Luddism must be seen as arising at the crisis point in the abrogation of paternalist legislation, and in the imposition of the political economy of laissez-faire upon, and against the will and conscience of, the working people. It is the last chapter of a story which begins in the 14th and 15th centuries, and whose greater part has been told in Tawny's Religion and the Rise of Capitalism. True enough, much of this paternalist legislation had been in origin not only restrictive, but, for the working man, punitive. Nevertheless, there was within it the shadowy image of a benevolent corporate state, in which there were legislative as well as moral sanctions against the unscrupulous manufacturer or the unjust employer, and in which the journeymen were a recognized estate, however low, in the realm. The JP at least in theory could be turned to in the last extremity for arbitration or protection, and even if practice taught working men to expect a dusty answer, it was still by this theory that the magistrate was judged. The function of industry was to provide a livelihood for those employed in it, and practices or inventions evidently destructive of the good of the trade were reprehensible. The journeyman took pride in his craft, not merely because it increased his value in the labor market, but because he was a craftsman. These ideals may never have been much more than ideals. By the end of the 18th century they may have been threadbare. But they had a powerful reality, nonetheless, in the notion of what ought to be, to which artisans, journeymen, and many small masters appealed. More than this, the ideals lived in the sanctions and customs of the more traditional manufacturing communities. The journeymen celebrated them when they observed, with pomp and gusto, the shoemaker's feast of St. Crispin, the jubilee of the Preston Guilds, or the woolcomber's feast of Bishop Blaise. The early quasi-legal unions emblemized this tradition in their ornate tickets or membership cards, the shearman with the coat of arms, topped with the crossed shears, between the figure of justice and the figure of liberty, the shoemakers with their motto, "May the manufactures of the sons of Crispin be trod upon by all the world," all the unions with their proclamations and manifestos, signed by order of the trade. As often happens, as the tradition came to its last years, so it was suffused with nostalgic light. Moreover, it is sometimes forgotten how rapid the abrogation of paternalist legislation was. As late as 1773 the important Spitalfields Act was introduced, which remained in force with modifications for 50 years, under which the silk weavers secured, what other weavers and stockingers strove in vain to secure, A legal minimum wage. 1 The ineffective Cotton Arbitration Acts at least served to keep alive the notion of protection. Thereafter, in the space of 10 years, almost the entire paternalist code was swept away. Between 1803 and 1808 the regulations covering the woolen trade were suspended. In 1809 they were repealed. In 1813 the apprenticeship clauses of 5 LEs. C.4, were repealed. In 1814 those clauses empowering magistrates to enforce a minimum wage followed. In 1814 the apprenticeship restrictions in the cutlery industry were set aside by the Sheffield Cutlers Bill. During the same 10 years workers, penalized under the Combination Acts for any direct trade union action, increasingly had recourse to the courts in attempts to enforce obsolescent legislation. Thus, there were actions by the woolen workers on gig mills and apprenticeship, by stockingers on colting and truck, by cotton weavers on apprenticeship and minimum wage enforcement, and more than a dozen cases fought by the London trades between 1809 and 1813 on similar issues. 1 The great majority of these cases were unsuccessful. The few which succeeded exhausted the funds of the unions and brought derisory damages. Finally, these years also see the dispersal of the last customary or legal controls over price fixing in the open market, and the failure to reactivate the common law with respect to forestalling and regrading. We have to imagine the bitter experiences of Henson and Large, in their expensive attendance on Parliament, multiplied 100-fold. The workers understood quite well what was happening. They were caught squarely between two fires. On the one hand, they faced the fire of established order. By no means all the country magistrates, nor even the Lords Lieutenant of Counties, were doctrinaire supporters of laissez-faire. On occasions, these men felt real misgivings as to intervening against the journeyman, and even strong dislike of the methods of the large masters. But at the moment when the men's grievances were loudly and effectively voiced, at that moment also they threatened the values of order. The old-fashioned squire might sympathize with a famished stockinger who appeared as a passive plaintiff at his door. He had no sympathy at all with secret committees, demonstrations in the streets, strikes, or the destruction of property. On the other hand, the men faced the fire of their employers, who gained every day fresh reinforcements from the disciples of laissez-faire. The Corn Laws of 1815 were to reveal how far the aristocracy and gentry were from real assent to these doctrines. But the wartime ministry found it convenient to accept the arguments of free competition, in so far as they militate against working class, rather than landed, interests, out of sheer counter-revolutionary opportunism. Indeed, Sidmouth, when moving the repeal of wage arbitration in 1813, scarcely thought the matter worthy of argument. It did not require minds so enlightened as those of their lordships to be aware how pernicious such a state of things must be both to the employer and the servant, but especially to the latter. They must all be convinced therefore that it was expedient to repeal these pernicious statutes. 1. If such men as the croppers and framework knitters delegates met with rebuffs from the ministers, they received no comfort from radicals like Hume, or even Burdett. They were opposed at one side by the values of order, at the other side by the values of economic freedom. In between a mass of confused M.P.S., some of whom felt, perhaps, an obscure sense of guilt at the injustice being done, took the easiest way out, they ran out of the house when our business came on like wildfire. Byron, in his famous speech in the Lords opposing the bill to make frame breaking a capital felony, was not indulging in hyperbole. When a proposal is made to emancipate or relieve, you hesitate, you deliberate for years, you temporize and tamper with the minds of men, but a death bill must be passed offhand, without a thought of the consequences. The workers felt that the bonds, however ideal, which bound them to the rest of the community in reciprocal obligations and duties, were being snapped one after another. They were being thrust beyond the pale of the Constitution. The grievance was felt most bitterly by those who, like the weavers and stockingers, felt that their status as artisans was being undermined. In 1811 the plain silk hands of Derby appealed to the master hosiers. As a body of ingenious artisans employed on materials of great value, we conceive ourselves entitled to a higher station in society, and that, in point of emolument we ought to rank with mechanics of the first eminence. Hedged in by a combination act, we cannot say to you as a public body, that we demand an advance of wages, but we can say that justice demands that we should receive a remuneration for extra labor. Point 2. When we consider, declared a committee of the Lancashire weavers in 1811, that the legislature has already interfered in matters of less moment, has enacted laws for regulating the price of corn, for fixing the assize of bread, for augmenting the salaries of judges and clergymen, this committee are utterly at a loss to conceive on what fair ground legislative interference can be improper under circumstances so necessitous. Had you possessed 70,000 votes for the election of members to sit in that house, would your application have been treated with such indifference, not to say inattention? We believe not. Point 1. In the first place, then, we must see Luddism in this context. The journeymen and artisans felt themselves to be robbed of constitutional rights, and this was a deeply felt conviction. Ned Ludd was the redresser or grand executioner, defending rights too deeply established by custom and law for them to be set aside by a few masters or even by Parliament. Chant no more your old rhymes about Robin Hood. His feats I but little admire. I will sing the achievements of General Ludd. Now the hero of Nottinghamshire, too. But, in the second place, we should not overstate the isolation into which the stockingers or croppers had been forced. Throughout the Luddite outrages, the machine breakers had the backing of public opinion in the Midlands and the West Riding. The large employers, and the factory system generally, stirred up profound hostility among thousands of small masters. In 1795 the small master clothiers of the West Riding were actively canvassing support for a bill for restoring and preserving entire the late system of carrying on the cloth manufacturing. Until lately, that system has been by cloth being manufactured by persons residing in different villages in the county, and sold in the public halls in Leeds to merchants who did not follow the manufacturing of cloth. Of late, several merchants have become manufacturers of cloth, and, for the better carrying on such manufactory, have erected very large buildings which are called factories, wherein they intend to employ clothiers as their servants, so that persons, who, with their families, have been dispersed as before mentioned, will be associated together within, or near those buildings in a dependent state. The bill was intended to preserve a system of trade, which has been productive of more independence, prosperity, and morality, and consequently of greater happiness than any other branch of manufacture in the kingdom. Point 1. The gap in status between a servant, a hired wage laborer subject to the orders and discipline of the master, and an artisan, who might come and go as he pleased, was wide enough for men to shed blood rather than allow themselves to be pushed from one side to the other. And, in the value system of the community, those who resisted degradation were in the right. In 1797 the first steam mill was built in Bradford to the accompaniment of menacing and hooting crowds. The little makers of the West Riding saw in the many-chimneyed progeny of Arkwright, across the Pennines, the death warrant of their own domestic industry. The small masters who supported the institution or clothiers' community, between 1802 and 1806, had at their backs a general theory of moral economy. It is easy to forget how evil a reputation the new cotton mills had acquired. They were centers of exploitation, monstrous prisons in which children were confined, centers of immorality and of industrial conflict, to above all, they reduced the industrious artisan to a dependent state. A way of life was at stake for the community, and, hence, we must see the croppers' opposition to particular machines as being very much more than a particular group of skilled workers defending their own livelihood. These machines symbolized the encroachment of the factory system. So strongly were the moral presuppositions of some clothiers engaged, that we know of cases where they deliberately suppressed labor-saving inventions, while Richard Osler's father, in 1800, sold up a prospering business rather than employ machinery which he regarded as a means of oppression on the part of the rich and of corresponding degradation and misery to the poor. 1. It was this feeling, among clothiers, master cloth dressers, artisans, and laborers of all descriptions, and even some professional men, which gave a sanction to the Luddites and afforded them protection. General Gray, commanding the troops in the West Riding in 1812, commented with dismay upon how much the opinion and wishes of even the more respectable portion of the inhabitants are in unison with the deluded and ill-disposed populace with respect to the present object of their resentment, gig mills and shearing frames, and this extends also to persons having mills of a different description employed in the manufacturing branch, too. These feelings existed also in the Midlands, where no important improvements in machinery were at issue. The master stockingers, tradesmen, artisans, and even some of the hosiers were wholly on the framework knitters' side, most certainly during their appeal to Parliament in 1812. The bill making frame breaking a capital offence was deprecated even by those hosiers whose interests it was supposed to defend. And, in this light, the conventional picture of the Luddism of these years as a blind opposition to machinery as such becomes less and less tenable. What was at issue was the freedom of the capitalist to destroy the customs of the trade, whether by new machinery, by the factory system, or by unrestricted competition, beating down wages, undercutting his rivals, and undermining standards of craftsmanship. We are so accustomed to the notion that it was both inevitable and progressive that trade should have been freed in the early 19th century from restrictive practices, that it requires an effort of imagination to understand that the free factory owner or large hosier or cotton manufacturer, who built his fortune by these means, was regarded not only with jealousy but as a man engaging in immoral and illegal practices. The tradition of the just price and the fair wage lived longer among the lower orders than is sometimes supposed. They saw laissez-faire, not as freedom, but as foul imposition. They could see no natural law by which one man, or a few men, could engage in practices which brought manifest injury to their fellows. A declaration extraordinary, addressed to our well-beloved brother, and Captain-in-Chief, Edward Ludd, embodies all these notions of the moral economy of the trade. Whereas it hath been represented to us, the general agitators for the northern counties, assembled to redress the grievances of the operative mechanics, that Charles Lacey, of the town of Nottingham, British lace manufacturer, has been guilty of diverse fraudulent, and oppressive, acts, whereby he has reduced to poverty and misery 700 of our beloved brethren, by making fraudulent cotton point net, of one thread stuff, has obtained the sum of £15,000, whereby he has ruined the cotton lace trade, and consequently our worthy and well-beloved brethren, whose support and comfort depended on the continuance of that manufacture. It appeareth to us that the said Charles Lacey was actuated by the most diabolical motives. We therefore do adjudge the said £15,000 to be forfeited, and we do hereby command Charles Lacey to disperse the said sum, in equal shares among the workmen, who made cotton net in the year 1807, 1. From this aspect, then, Luddism can be seen as a violent eruption of feeling against unrestrained industrial capitalism, harking back to an obsolescent paternalist code, and sanctioned by traditions of the working community. But at this point the term reactionary comes too easily to some lips. For despite all the homilies addressed to the Luddites as to the beneficial consequences of new machinery or of free enterprise, arguments which, in any case, the Luddites were intelligent enough to weigh in their minds for themselves, the machine breakers, and not the tract writers, made the most realistic assessment of the short-term effects. The croppers provide the clearest example of a skill that was simply extinguished. Between 1806 and 1817 the number of gig mills in Yorkshire was said to have increased from 5 to 72, the number of shears worked by machinery from 100 to 1,462, and out of 3,378 shearmen no less than 170 were out of work while 1,445 were only partly employed. 1. Their labor was replaced by that of unskilled men and juveniles. According to an account in 1841. In 1814, there were 1,733 croppers in Leeds, all in full employment, and now, since the introduction of machinery, the whole of the cloth is dressed by a comparatively small number, chiefly boys, at from 5s to 8s, and a few men at from 10s to 14s per week. The old croppers have turned themselves to anything they can get to do, some acting as bailiffs, water carriers, scavengers, or selling oranges, cakes, tapes and laces, gingerbread, blacking, and C.2. This was a sad end to an honorable craft. The later history of the stockingers and cotton weavers provides scarcely more evidence for the progressive view of the advantages of the breakdown of custom and of restrictive practices. We have already examined in sufficient detail the destruction of the weaver's livelihood. If there is any episode of the Industrial Revolution more harrowing than that of the handloom weaver, it is that of the stockinger. By 1819, according to Felkin, very many of them had been reduced to 4s to 7s a week for 16 to 18 hours daily labor. Only emigration to the Cape of Good Hope afforded a means of escape. There was some recovery in the early 1820s, with the introduction of machine lace, which brought a new influx into the trade, followed by continuing deterioration. "We've a bit of a spurt now and then," one of them told Thomas Cooper in 1840, "but we soon go back again to starvation." Between the frame rent, on one side, and a multiplicity of forms of petty exploitation, wage cutting, docking or fining, truck, on the other, the poor frame work-knitter was worn down, till you might have known him by his peculiar air of misery and dejection, if you had met him 100 miles from Leicester. And this had been effected by free competition alone, without the introduction of any machinery involving steam or water power. 1. Even if we make allowances for the cheapening of the product, it is impossible to designate as progressive, in any meaningful sense, processes which brought about the degradation, for 20 or 30 years ahead, of the workers employed in the industry. And, viewed from this aspect, we may see Luddism as a moment of transitional conflict. On the one hand, it looked backward to old customs and paternalist legislation which could never be revived. On the other hand, it tried to revive ancient rights in order to establish new precedents. At different times their demands included a legal minimum wage, the control of the sweating of women or juveniles, arbitration, the engagement by the masters to find work for skilled men made redundant by machinery, the prohibition of shoddy work, the right to open trade union combination. All these demands looked forwards, as much as backwards, and they contained within them a shadowy image, not so much of a paternalist, but of a democratic community, in which industrial growth should be regulated according to ethical priorities and the pursuit of profit be subordinated to human needs. Thus we must see the years 1811 to 13 as a watershed, whose streams run in one direction back to Tudor times, in another forward to the factory legislation of the next 100 years. The Luddites were some of the last guildsmen, and at the same time some of the first to launch the agitations which lead on to the 10-hour movement. In both directions lay an alternative political economy and morality to that of laissez-faire. During the critical decades of the Industrial Revolution, working people suffered total exposure to one of the most humanly degrading dogmas in history, that of irresponsible and unlicensed competition, and generations of outworkers died under this exposure. It was Marx who saw, in the passage of the 10-hour bill, evidence that for the first time, in broad daylight the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class. 1. The men who attacked Cartwright's mill at Rawfolds were announcing this alternative political economy, albeit in a confused midnight encounter. V. The Sherwood lads. Luddism lingers in the popular mind as an uncouth, spontaneous affair of illiterate hand workers, blindly resisting machinery. But machine breaking has a far longer history. The destruction of materials, looms, threshing machines, the flooding of pits or damage to pit headgear, or the robbing or firing of houses or property of unpopular employers, these, and other forms of violent direct action, were employed in the 18th century and the first half of the 19th, while rat-henning was still endemic in parts of the Sheffield cutlery industry in the 1860s. Such methods were sometimes aimed at machinery held to be obnoxious as such. More often they were a means of enforcing customary conditions, intimidating blacklegs, illegal men or masters or were ancillary means to strike or other trade union action. Point 2. Although related to this tradition, the Luddite movement must be distinguished from it, first, by its high degree of organization, second, by the political context within which it flourished. These differences may be summed up in a single characteristic: while finding its origin in particular industrial grievances, Luddism was a quasi-insurrectionary movement, which continually trembled on the edge of ulterior revolutionary objectives. This is not to say that it was a wholly conscious revolutionary movement. On the other hand, it had a tendency towards becoming such a movement, and it is this tendency which is most often understated. The Luddism of Lancashire revealed the highest political content, as well as the greatest spontaneity and confusion. The Luddism of Nottinghamshire was the most highly organized and disciplined, and the most strictly confined to industrial objectives. The Luddism of Yorkshire moved from industrial to ulterior objectives. Before analyzing these differences, we must present a brief narrative. The main disturbances commenced in Nottingham, in March 1811. A large demonstration of stockingers, clamouring for work and a more liberal price, was dispersed by the military. That night 60 stocking frames were broken at the large village of Arnold by rioters who took no precautions to disguise themselves and who were cheered on by the crowd. For several weeks disturbances continued, mainly at night, throughout the hosiery villages of northwest Nottinghamshire. Although special constables and troops patrolled the villages, no arrests could be made. Although frame breaking had extended more widely than at any time for perhaps 30 years, this first outbreak of March and April created no sensation. Riots of one kind or another were endemic in the manufacturing districts, and aroused little comment. But early in November 1811, Luddism appeared in a much more disciplined form. Frame breaking was no longer the work of rioters but of smaller, disciplined bands, who moved rapidly from village to village at night. From Nottinghamshire it spread to parts of Leicestershire and Derbyshire, and continued without intermission until February 1812. On November 10 there was a serious conflict at Bulwell, where a hosier named Hollingsworth defended his premises. Shots were exchanged, and one of the Luddites was killed, but after retreating with his body the Luddites returned, beat down the doors and broke up the frames. 3 days later a very large force of Luddites, armed with muskets, pistols, axes, and hammers, destroyed 70 frames at a large hosier's workshop in Sutton-in-Ashfield. Night after night, for more than 3 months, the attacks continued, sometimes in 2 or 3 widely separated villages on the same night. By the end of December the Nottingham correspondent of the Leeds Mercury declared, "The insurrectional state to which this country has been reduced for the last month has no parallel in history, since the troubled days of Charles I. No degree of activity by the magistrates or by large reinforcements of military deterred the Luddites. Every attack revealed planning and method. They broke only the frames of such as have reduced the price of the men's wages. Those who have not lowered the price, have their frames untouched. In one house, last night, they broke 4 frames out of 6, the other 2 which belonged to masters who had not lowered their wages, they did not meddle with. The Luddites were masked or disguised, had sentinels and couriers, they communicated with each other by means of a watchword, and the firing of a pistol, or gun, is generally the signal of danger, or of a retreat. The rioters appear suddenly, in armed parties, under regular commanders, the chief of whom, be he whomsoever he may, is styled General Ludd, and his orders are as implicitly obeyed as if he had received his authority from the hands of a monarch. It was generally believed that the Luddites acted under a solemn oath, and that disobedience to the general's orders was punished with death. 1. At the same time, raids for arms and the general collection of money for Luddite funds became more general. A letter from Ashover described the authority with which the Luddites acted. 2 men came to this place who called themselves inspectors from the committee. They went to every stockinger's house and discharged them from working under such prices as they gave them a list of. They summoned all the stockingers, about 12 or 14 in number of master men, to a public house with as much consequence as if they had had a mandate from the Prince Regent. When they got them hither, all I can learn at present, was for the purpose of collecting money from them for the support of those families who were deprived of getting their bread by having their frames broken. Where they found a frame worked by a person who had not served a regular apprenticeship, or by a woman, they discharged them from working, and if they promised to do so, they stuck a paper upon the frame with these words written upon it: "Let this frame stand, the colts removed." Point 2. At the village of Pentridge, after passing through the village, and examining the frames, and their holders, as to the work they made and the prices they received, they retired without doing any mischief, from motives of sympathy or in self-defense. Those hosiers who were conforming to the conditions demanded by the stockingers affixed printed bills to their frames: "This frame is making full-fashioned work, at the full price." 1. The extraordinary success of the Luddites gave to them a high morale. Now by force unsubdued, and by threats undismayed, death itself can't his ardor repress. The presence of armies can't make him afraid, nor impede his career of success. Whilst the news of his conquests is spread far and near, how his enemies take the alarm! His courage, his fortitude, strikes them with fear, for they dread his omnipotent arm. And when in the work of destruction employed, he himself to no method confines. By fire and by water he gets them destroyed, for the elements aid his designs. Whether guarded by soldiers along the highway, or closely secured in the room, he shivers them up both by night and by day, and nothing can soften their doom. Point 2. Not only did they openly offer a reward to anyone giving information as to persons who disclosed their secrets, they also issued threats against pseudo-Luddites who collected funds or robbed isolated farms under pretenses. The general's discipline is well illustrated by a letter to an unknown stranger, which accompanied some articles which had been stolen during an attack at Clifton, with the request that the articles should be restored to their respective owners. It is with extreme regret that I inform you how they came into my hands. When I came out with my men, there were some joined us that I never had with me before, and it were these villains that plundered. But as we were going out of Clifton, one of my men came and told me that he believed that those men had got something that they had no business with. I therefore gave orders that they should be searched. The letter ended more grimly: "We were just going to have hanged one of the villains when we were informed that Sodders were at hand. We thought it right to retreat. N.B. The men that had the things were entire strangers to my orders, or they never'd worst not have touched one thing, but they have been punished for their villainy, for one of them have been hanged for 3 minutes and then let down agony. I am a friend to the poor and dist rest and a enemy to the oppressors. Thrin. General Ludd 1. In the first week of February 1812, this, the major phase of Midlands Luddism, died away. There were 3 reasons. First, the Luddites were partially successful. The majority of hosiers had agreed to pay better prices, and wages had generally risen by as much as 2s a week. Second, there were now several thousand troops in the area, supplemented by special constables and local watch parties. Third, the bill to make frame breaking a capital offence was now before Parliament, and Luddism gave way suddenly to constitutional agitation, so suddenly that it is impossible not to believe that the new committee was not at least partly under former Luddite direction. Point 2. But just at the moment that Nottingham Luddism became inactive, Luddism in Lancashire and Yorkshire was triggered off by its example. In Yorkshire the reports from Nottingham had been eagerly followed by the croppers, and according to tradition the accounts in the Leeds Mercury had been read aloud in the workshops. The first intimation of active Luddism came in mid-January, when a party of men with blackened faces was surprised on Leeds Bridge. Thereafter Luddism appeared, already full-grown, modelled upon the Nottingham discipline and tactics, but accompanied by a greater number of emphatic threatening letters which may, or may not, have stemmed from a central source. In January one of the only Leeds gig mills was set on fire. By February, nightly attacks were being made in the Huddersfield and Spen Valley districts, where the greatest number of gig mills and shearing frames were to be found. After one successful attack, as soon as the work of destruction was completed, the leader drew up his men, called over the roll, each man answering to a particular number instead of his name, They then fired off their pistols, gave a shout, and marched off in regular military order. Nothing was destroyed apart from the obnoxious machinery. One of the party having asked the leader what they should do with one of the proprietors, he replied not hurt a hair of his head, but that should they be under the necessity of visiting him again, they could not show him any mercy. 1. There seem to have been different Luddite commands in the West Riding, centered on Leeds, Halifax, Huddersfield, and the small clothing villages of the Spen Valley, whose delegates are supposed to have met together in February, and to have sent delegates to a further meeting a week or two later at Halifax. 2. A leaflet was distributed in Leeds, in very much more insurrectionary terms than anything attributed to the Nottingham Luddites. To all croppers, weavers and public at large. Generous countrymen, you are requested to come forward with arms and help the redressers to redress their wrongs and shake off the hateful yoke of a silly old man, and his son more silly, and their roguish ministers. All nobles and tyrants must be brought down. Come, let us follow the noble example of the brave citizens of Paris, who in sight of 30,000 tyrant redcoats brought a tyrant to the ground. By so doing you will be best aiming at your own interest. Above 40,000 heroes are ready to break out, to crush the old government and establish a new one. Apply to General Ludd, Commander of the Army of Redressers. 1. A Mr. Smith, a Huddersfield manufacturer, received a letter even more chilling. Information has just been given in that you are a holder of those detestable shearing frames, and I was desired by my men to write to you and give you fair warning to pull them down. You will take notice that if they are not taken down by the end of next week, I will detach one of my lieutenants with at least 300 men to destroy them, and furthermore take notice that if you give us the trouble of coming so far, we will increase your misfortune by burning your buildings down to ashes, and if you have impudence to fire upon any of my men, they have orders to murder you, and burn all your housing. You will have the goodness to your neighbors to inform them that the same fate awaits them if their frames are not speedily taken down. Mr. Smith and his brethren in sin were then informed that there were 2,782 sworn heroes bound in a bond of necessity in the army of Huddersfield alone, nearly double sworn men in Leeds. By the latest letters from our correspondents we learn that the manufacturers in the following places are going to rise and join us in redressing their wrongs, viz. Manchester, Wakefield, Halifax, Bradford, Sheffield, Oldham, Rochdale, and all the cotton country where the brave Mr. Hanson will lead them on to victory. The weavers in Glasgow and many parts of Scotland will join us. The papists in Ireland are rising to a man, so that they are likely to find the soldiers something else to do than idle in Huddersfield, and then woe be to the places now guarded by them. 2. 10 days later the most active magistrate in the Huddersfield district was himself the recipient of a threatening letter, purporting to come from the solicitor to General Ludd at Sherwood Forest, Nottingham, and to carry the judgment of the Ludds Court at Nottingham. 1. The successes in Yorkshire, following upon those in the Midlands, the impotence of the military, and the hostility of public opinion, were too much for the smaller manufacturers, especially when they were recipients of such hair-raising mail. Many of them simply capitulated, destroying or storing their own shearing frames. According to tradition, the Luddites drilled frequently at night. Musket men, 10 abreast, stood first, then those armed with pistols, pikes and hatchets the third, and an unarmed gang were drawn up in the rear. 2. But the pride of place, in popular legend, went to the hammermen, who wielded enormous iron sledges called Enochs, to break open doors and smash the frames. These frames were made by Enoch Taylor, of Marsden, a blacksmith turned machine maker, and the Luddite cry was, "Enoch made them, Enoch shall break them." The assaults were celebrated in the Cropper's Song, to be rendered in true ballad patterer style. And night by night when all is still, and the moon is hid behind the hill, we forward march to do our will, with hatchet, pike, and gun. Oh, the Cropper lads for me, who with lusty stroke the sheer frames broke. The Cropper lads for me. Great Enoch still shall lead the van. Stop him who dare. Stop him who can. Press forward every gallant man, with hatchet, pike, and gun. Oh, The cropper lads for me. 3. The major phase of Yorkshire Luddism came to a crisis in mid-April, after only 6 or 7 weeks' effective existence. As the number of small manufacturers still using the offensive machines diminished, so it became evident that the Luddites must either rest on these successes or attempt the destruction of the few substantial mills still holding out. They chose the second course. In the last week of March 2 mills near Leeds were successfully attacked. On April 9 Joseph Foster's extensive cloth manufactory at Horbury, near Wakefield, was sacked and fired, after an attack by a contingent of up to 300 Luddites, probably assembled from several commands. It was now generally expected that an attack would be made on one of two substantial establishments, whose owners had made themselves notorious for their determination to defy the Luddites. William Horsfall, of Otty Wells near Huddersfield, was choleric and impatient to meet an attack. His men were armed, and he had a cannon mounted in his mill, with embrasures to cover the line of attack. He had boasted that he wished to ride up to his saddle girths in Luddite blood, and his hatred was so obsessional that even the children taunted him in the streets with shouts of "I'm General Ludd." William Cartwright, of Rawfolds in the Spen Valley, was quieter but no less determined. He had soldiers and armed workmen in his premises every night, sentinels and barricades of spiked rollers on his stairs and a tub of oil of vitriol at the top. According to tradition, the Luddites drew lots to decide which mill should be their first objective. The choice fell on Rawfolds. The attack upon Rawfolds has become legendary. Perhaps 150 Luddites took part. Led by George Mellor, a young cropper from a small finishing shop at Longroyd Bridge near Huddersfield, the Luddites exchanged a brisk fire with the embattled defenders for 20 minutes. Under cover of this fire, a small party of hammermen and men with hatchets made repeated attempts to break down the heavy doors of the mill. This party suffered serious casualties, at least 5 being wounded, 2 of whom, mortally wounded, were left behind when the Luddites suddenly retreated. It is said that their commander, Mellor, was the last to be left on the field, and that he could not help the wounded men since he was helping to carry another to safety. The ground around the mill was littered with muskets, axes, pikes, and metal implements. 1,000 details of this attack and of its aftermath entered into the folklore both of the masters and of the populace. And at this point we should pause to inquire why, as well as looking further at the resources of the authorities, the political context of April and May 1812, and at contemporaneous events in Lancashire. One part of the background is faithfully given to us in Charlotte Bronte's Shirley. The mill owner, Gerard Moore, is rightly shown as belonging to the half-Whig, half-Radical, middle class, whose organ was the Leeds Mercury, indifferent or hostile to the war, eager to have all restrictions upon trade removed, bitterly critical of ministerial policies and especially of the orders in council. The military parson, Helstone, is a rabid Church and King Tory, regarding the Leeds Mercury as mischievous and the mill owners as disaffected and as the authors of their own discomforts. All this is authentic. Charlotte Bronte's Jacobin Whig squire, Mr. York, divided between his class allegiance and his sympathy for popular grievances, may also have an original in more than one JP who remained strangely inactive during the Luddite outbreaks. Shirley's limitations, of course, are in the treatment of the Luddites and their sympathizers. But the novel remains a true expression of the middle-class myth. During 1812 traditional class antagonisms were thrown into the crucible of Luddism. Mill owner and squire entered the year in bitter hostility to each other. As the Luddites succeeded in intimidating one manufacturer after another, the contempt of the Robersons grew. Then Cartwright, by his defiant action at Rawfolds, earned the admiration and gratitude of the military officers and the Tory squire Archie. In the north, for a few weeks, he was a hero to be named alongside Wellington. The gunfire at Rawfolds signaled a profound emotional reconciliation between the large mill owners and the authorities. Economic interest had triumphed, and the ultimate loyalty of the manufacturers when faced with working-class Jacobinism was displayed in one dramatic incident. But what brought emotional reconciliation to the propertied classes brought profounder antagonism between them and the working classes. The folk traditions of the Rawfolds attack emphasized the heroism of the Luddites and the callousness of the defenders. Folklore thrives on incident, on the particular hazards and interplay of character. After the retreat, Cartwright was alleged to have refused water or aid to the two mortally wounded men, unless they divulged Luddite secrets. Hammond Roberson is supposed to have behaved to them more like an inquisitor than a clergyman. Hundreds thronged the street outside the inn where the men lay dying. Stains of aqua fortis were found on their bedding, and it was believed that they had been tortured to give information. Roberson is supposed to have hung over the bedside of one of them, John Booth, the 19-year-old son of an Anglican clergyman, waiting for a dying confession. At the moment of death, young Booth signaled to Roberson, "Can you keep a secret?" "Yes, yes," replied the eager Roberson, "I can." "So can I," replied Booth, and shortly after he died. A letter intercepted by the authorities, from a Nottingham working man, living in Yorkshire to his family at home, gives us the immediate reaction. "There is an engagement been betwixt the Ludds and the army which the Ludds was defeated, which was owing to Halifax Ludds not coming up as they was appointed. There was 16 men stormed the place which they had 2 killed, their wounded men was carried of, and none of them as been taken, since which the 2 men was buried on Thursday last at Others Field, which the corps was put in a dark room with 6 mould candles, which the friends of the Ludds followed them every man in mourning with a silk apron edged with black, which the ministers refused to bury them, but the Ludds insisted on them being buried in the church, which are to have a grand stone. He lived 24 hours after he was taken. He was the con of a church parson, which many visited him, but he refused to indulge anything. 1. In the days following the attack there was no lack of incident to excite popular imagination. There were many stories of narrow escapes from the military, of wounded men hidden in barns. More than one of the small party of soldiers at Cartwright's mill had shown a marked lack of enthusiasm for duty, and one of them refused to fire his musket during the entire 20 minutes of the affair, because I might hit some of my brothers. The unfortunate soldier was court-martialed and sentenced to receive 300 lashes, a probable death sentence. The punishment was administered at Rawfolds, and Cartwright was able to regain a portion of public favor by securing the remission of the greater part of the sentence. He regained little. In the middle-class myth, Cartwright and Roberson were not only the heroes of the day, but the relentless pursuers of evil, designing men, mysterious emissaries and agitators from remote parts, who were the instigators of disorders. The leaders he did not know, Charlotte Bronte wrote of Gerard Moore. They were strangers, emissaries from the large towns. Most of these were not members of the operative class, they were chiefly downdrafts, bankrupts, men always in debt and often in drink, men who had nothing to lose, and much, in the way of character, cash, and cleanliness, to gain. These persons Moore hunted like any sleuth hound, and well he liked the occupation, he liked it better than making cloth. In popular folklore, however, Cartwright and Roberson were simply the bloodhounds. The community closed against them in an extraordinary way. Until the attack on Rawfolds, the Yorkshire Luddites had confined themselves strictly to frame breaking. Not they, but Cartwright, had let the first blood. For months, despite the presence of 4,000 troops in the West Riding and the widespread employment of spies, not one of the Rawfolds attackers was clearly identified. Thousands must have known one or another of the participants. Traditions speak of dissenting ministers and surgeons who refused to pass on information, small clothiers who sheltered their own Luddite workmen, soldiers who ignored evidence. In whole parishes the Watch and Ward Act was inoperative. Luddite ballads went the rounds. You heroes of England who wish to have a trade, be true to each other and be not afraid. Though bayonet is fixed they can do no good, as long as we keep up the rules of General Ludd. 1. Even the assassination of William Horsfall of Ottewell occasioned less revulsion of feeling than might have been expected. The same crisis which had brought the Church and King men and the Leeds Mercury, Roberson, and Cartwright, together, had also cemented popular feeling against the magistrates and the large employers alike. 2. Moreover, in April and May 1812, Luddism was the focus for a more diffused insurrectionary tension. A part of this arose from the general economic crisis of 1811–12, the growing unpopularity of the war, and the agitation against the orders in council. The mutual blockades of Britain and France, and the severance of American trade, had given rise to extreme difficulties in many sections of manufacturing industry, in Birmingham, Sheffield, Liverpool, the textile districts, between 1807 and 1812. Poor harvests added their toll of food shortage and soaring prices. Manufacturers attributed all grievances to the continuation of the war, and specifically to the orders in council which placed much of Europe in a state of blockade. It is significant that Luddism broke out in those industries where the large employers had alienated public support by taking advantage of this period of economic extremity to introduce new practices or machines, whereas in those centers, Sheffield, Birmingham, and to some extent Manchester, where the whole industry was partially paralysed, and the employers themselves had initiated demonstrations and petitions against the orders in council, working class discontent remained largely within constitutional forms. 1. In fact, by 1812, the old Squire Archie was scarcely able to control the manufacturing districts, unless it had the support of the large employers. But, paradoxically, where the employers were hostile to the administration, the problems of order were less. Luddism illustrates this whole problem of order. In the summer of 1812 there were no fewer than 12,000 troops in the disturbed counties, a greater force than Wellington had under his command in the peninsula. For months at a time these considerable forces were singularly ineffective. This may partly have been due to the fact that many of the common soldiers sympathized with the population, so that the authorities were under the necessity of continually moving them from one district to another for fear of disaffection spreading in their ranks. It was also due to the superb security and communications of the Luddites, who moved silently through well-known terrain while the cavalry trotted noisily from village to village. In the West Riding, whose hills were crossed and recrossed with bridle paths and old pack horse tracks, the Luddites moved with immunity. The movements of the cavalry were well known, and the clash of their swords, the tramp of their horses' feet were to be heard at a long distance at night. It was easy for the Luddites to steal away behind hedges, crouch in plantations, or take by roads. The objectives of the Luddites were in a multitude of dispersed villages and scattered mills. These villages were virtually unpoliced, and the military were reluctant to billet soldiers in 5s and 6s in dangerous isolation. The mounted magistrate, who understood little of the industry and of the people, was almost helpless. Only the mill owner or manufacturer, whose premises and wage book commanded the village, was able to exert control. Hence, where the employers had lost the allegiance of their workers, the entire structure of order was endangered, and could only be repaired by supplementing their authority, as at Rawfolds, where not Roberson but Cartwright was in command. But in those districts, like Sheffield and Birmingham, where the manufacturers and workers were still bound to each other by a common sense of grievance against authority, the danger of actual disorder was kept under the master's control. Thus Luddism not only brought magistrate and mill owner together, it also made inevitable concessions by the administration to the manufacturing interest. And these concessions were received with triumph, with the repeal of the orders in council in June 1812. 1 Luddism perhaps hastened this event as much as the constitutional agitation of Atwood and Brougham. But repeal took place against an even more threatening background, for by this time serious disorders in Lancashire had been added to the Luddism of Yorkshire and the Midlands. It is difficult to know how far the unrest in Lancashire may be described as authentic Luddism. It was made up in part of spontaneous rioting, in part of illegal but constitutional agitation for political reform, in part of incidents fabricated by provocateurs, and in part of genuine insurrectionary preparations. Between February and April 1812 secret committees of at least two kinds were in being in a number of Lancashire towns. First, there were the committees of the weavers, whose undercover organization had been for several years agitating and petitioning for a minimum wage. Such committees were reported to be in being early in April in Manchester, Stockport, Bolton, Failsworth, Saddleworth, Ashton-under-Lyne, Oldham, Stalybridge, Droyleston, Preston, Lancaster, Hendal, Newton, Drillsdale, Hollingwood, Willington, and Ecclesiastes 2. In the Manchester Stockport district and perhaps elsewhere, there was an incipient secret trades council comprising the spinners, tailors, shoemakers, bricklayers, fustian cutters, joiners, and many other trades. Such a committee was already in existence in 1799, when the Combination Act was first passed, and no doubt in Manchester the trade unionists consulted formally or informally whenever occasion arose. On March 20 the warehouse of William Ratcliffe, one of the first manufacturers to use the power loom, was attacked at Stockport. In April events followed fast upon each other. On April 8 there was a somewhat exuberant riot at the Manchester Exchange. The occasion was, at least indirectly, political. For years it had been supposed that the Prince Regent was a supporter of the Whigs and even of political reform, and he had, for his own factional purposes, encouraged the Foxite opposition in the early years of the war. The expectation had grown that when the restrictions upon his powers came to an end, early in 1812, a peace and reform ministry might be formed, in which Lords Grey and Grenville would take a leading part. However, the Prince Regent had done no more than offer some of those persons with whom the early habits of my public life were formed places in a coalition, upon terms which he knew beforehand were unacceptable. In the ensuing reshuffle, an even more unpopular administration took office under Perceval, with Castlereagh as Foreign Secretary and Sidmouth as Home Secretary. Popular hopes were dashed more widely than is supposed. There is even a suggestion that this disappointment was the direct occasion for the commencement of Yorkshire Luddism. 1 In Manchester the Church and King party seriously misjudged public feeling, and called a public meeting at the Exchange to send a congratulatory address to the Regent for keeping his father's ministers in office. Reformers placarded Manchester with an appeal to the public to attend the meeting and defeat the address. The Tories backed down, and attempted to cancel the meeting. But great crowds thronged around the Exchange and many of them, mainly weavers, then went to St. Anne's Square, where they held their own meeting. Meanwhile, some youngsters broke into the newsroom, windows were broken and furniture overturned, and finally a general riot ensued. It was not an important event, but indicated a turn in the current of popular opinion. Previously to that time Church and King was the favorite cry, and hunting Jacobin safe sport, one old reformer later recalled, but we had no Church and King mobs after that. 1. In the next fortnight there were much more serious riots, in Manchester, Oldham, Ashton, Rochdale, Stockport and Macclesfield. In the main these were food riots, of exceptional violence and extent, with the aim of forcing down the prices of potatoes and bread. At the same time, there were confused reports as to the active instigation and organization of the rioters by Luddites or Jacobin agitators. At Stockport 2 men in women's clothes, calling themselves General Ludd's wives, headed the insurgents. Threatening letters were received, not only by the owners of steam looms, but also by the owners of improved cloth dressing machinery. In justice to humanity we think it our bounden duty to give you this notice, that is, if you do not cause those dressing machines to be removed within the bounds of 7 days, your factory and all that it contains will and shall surely be set on fire. It is not our desire to do you the least injury, but we are fully determined to destroy both dressing machines and steam looms, let who will be the owners. 2. On April 20 a major affray took place at Middleton, where Daniel Burton's power loom mill was attacked by several thousands. The mill was assailed with volley upon volley of stones, and its defenders replied with musket fire, killing 3 and wounding some more. On the next morning the threatening crowds assembled in ever greater strength, and were joined at midday by a body of men, consisting of from 1 to 200, some of them armed with muskets with fixed bayonets, and others with colliers' picks, marched into the village in procession, and joined the rioters. At the head of this armed banditti a man of straw was carried, representing the renowned General Ludd, whose standard-bearer waved a sort of red flag. 1. The mill proving impregnable, the rioters burned the mill owner's house. They were then met by the military, at whose hands at least 7 were killed and many more wounded. This was the climax of Lancashire Luddism, so far as direct attacks on machinery are concerned. It was evidently very much more than a movement of weavers. Among the dead were a baker, 2 weavers, a glazier, and a joiner, while colliers from Holmfield were prominent in the second day's attack. It was also, in terms of casualties, the most serious Luddite affray in the entire country. On April 24, however, there was a somewhat mysterious sequel, the burning of Ray and Duncroft's mill at West Houghton. The mystery in this case is not that the mill was attacked, it was an obvious target for destruction. Not only was it the subject of repeated threats, but more than one attempt had been made to attack it, at the instigation of a secret committee in Bolton which was largely directed by agents provocateurs employed directly by Colonel Fletcher. The puzzling feature is that, after these provocations had come to very little, a successful attack was then made, independently of the agency of spies. Point 2. This episode of Luddism is so full of duplicity that the mind can scarcely follow its tortuous involutions. But the assumption that Lancashire Luddism was little more than a provocation superimposed by Colonel Fletcher and Joseph Naden upon the hunger of the weavers, cannot be sustained. It is true that the overt acts of the Lancashire men show little of that organisation and discipline which marked events in Nottingham and the West Riding. On the other hand, the destruction of power looms raised problems of a different order from that of stocking or shearing frames. The power loom was a costly machine, only recently introduced, employed only in a very few steam-powered mills, and not to be found scattered in small workshops over the countryside. Thus midnight guerrilla tactics were of little avail in Lancashire. Each attack must be on the scale of the Rawfolds or Burtons affair, with the probability of a direct encounter with the army. This scarcely made sense, even in limited tactical terms. At the same time, the people of Lancashire had lived, for several decades, alongside the steam mill in spinning. There must have been very many of weavers who doubted the efficacy of resistance to the new machines as such, and this is confirmed by reports as to serious divergences within the weavers' own secret committees. Hence Lancashire Luddism passed through its machine-breaking phase in a matter of 3 or 4 weeks. But it is exactly at the moment when attacks on mills came to an end that reports of oath-taking, arming, and drilling became most widespread. Attacks upon power looms gave way, in May and June, to more serious insurrectionary preparations. Despite savage sentences upon the rioters of April at the Lancashire and Cheshire Assizes at the end of May 1812, disturbances continued until the autumn. In mid-June one of the best-informed Lancashire informants wrote that bodies of 100 and upwards of the Luddites have entered houses night after night and made seizures of arms. The raids were accompanied by signals by gun, rocket, and blue lights which revealed a most extraordinary degree of concert and organisation. For weeks whole districts on the Lancashire-Yorkshire border were virtually under martial law. And one military command, in particular, established a reign of terror, with arbitrary arrests, searches, brutal questionings, and threats, for which we must turn to Irish history in search of a comparison. Point 2. It was in the early summer that Luddism reached its crisis point. In the week of the Middleton and West Houghton affairs, there were also alarming signals from many parts of the country. Serious food riots took place in Bristol, Carlisle, Leeds, Sheffield, Barnsley. In Cornwall the miners struck and marched to the market towns demanding reductions in the price of food. There were disturbances at Plymouth and Falmouth. In several of these places, the food riots displayed more than usual premeditation as a political or civic action to enforce a popular maximum, and at Sheffield, where a militia arms magazine was broken into, the 2 principal ringleaders were alleged to be, not starving unemployed, who formed the bulk of the demonstrators, but the 2 most ingenious mechanics in the town, in receipt of wages of 4.5 guineas per week. 1 On April 27, in the West Riding, William Horsfall was assassinated. On May 11 the Prime Minister, Perceval, was assassinated in the House of Commons. For a day the country was in turmoil. Popular elation was undisguised. At Bolton the mob expressed joy at the news. In the Potteries a witness heard the news when a man came running down the street, leaping into the air, waving his hat round his head, and shouting with frantic joy, "Perceval is shot, hurrah! Perceval is shot, hurrah!" The crowd in Nottingham celebrated, and paraded the town with drums beating and flags flying in triumph. In London itself crowds gathered outside the House of Commons as the news seeped out, and as the assassin, John Bellingham, was taken away there were repeated shouts of applause from the ignorant or depraved part of the crowd. The news that Bellingham was probably deranged, and had acted from motives of private grievance, was received almost with disappointment. It had been hoped that another, and more successful, Depart had arisen. When Bellingham went to the scaffold, people cried out "God bless him," and Coleridge heard them add, "This is but the beginning." It was thought inopportune to give Perceval a public funeral. Point 2. Sheer insurrectionary fury has rarely been more widespread in English history. For some weeks notices had been chalked on West Riding doors and walls, offering 100 guineas for the Prince Regent's head. 1 In mid-May the Regent and his private secretary received scores of threatening letters, one of which signed Vox Populi, commenced, "Provisions cheaper, bread or blood, tell your master he is a damned unfeeling scoundrel." 2 But so far as Yorkshiremen were concerned, the Prince Regent was far away, whereas the mill owners and magistrates were close at hand. After the defeat at Rawfolds, West Riding Luddism entered a more desperate phase. It had always been more military in its discipline than Nottinghamshire Luddism, and very much more surrounded with secrecy and oaths, since it had come into being at the very moment that frame-breaking had been made a capital offence. The decision to assassinate Horsfall was probably taken by George Mellor himself, the commander of the local district, rather than by any Yorkshire delegate meeting. According to tradition, young Booth, the clergyman's son, was his particular friend and protégé, and he was distracted by his death. Benjamin Walker, the accomplice who turned King's evidence, declared that Mellor and his fellow croppers in John Wood's shop at Longroyd Bridge conversed about the men killed at Cartwright's. They said it was a hard matter. Mellor said the method of breaking up the shears must be given up, and instead of it the masters must be shot. That was the most I heard said. They said they had lost 2 men, and must kill the masters. To rejoice at the death of a distant prime minister was one thing. The assassination, in cold blood from behind a wall, of a man who rode regularly past, and who, for all his unpopularity, belonged in the community was another. It is much too strong a term to suggest that there was a violent revulsion of feeling. Hundreds must have suspected who the assassins were, and yet for months no disclosures were made. It is more true that there was a revulsion of feeling among those who had been passive sympathizers or onlookers before, while at the same time there was a hardening of feeling at both extremes. There is not an inhabitant in this neighborhood that I know of, the Rev. Hammond Roberson wrote to Cartwright 3 days after Horsfall's death, that is at all alive to the situation of the country, or rather perhaps that is able and that dares to take any decisive part in directing the operations of the military besides myself. Were it possible for me to devote my whole time to the military I would do my best. 1. On their side, the Luddites began to lose members, and resorted to threats to restore their flagging discipline. The attacks on shearing frames ended, and gave way to widespread raids for arms and money. These raids, like those in Lancashire, continued through May, June, July, August, and September, although 1 or 2 groups of housebreakers masquerading as Luddites confused the picture. Accounts of these raids are comparable with a partisan operation in enemy-occupied territory. A magistrate described, in July 1812, one raid in the village of Clifton, and commented upon the precision, intrepidity, and dispatch with which an armed banditti regularly searched a populous village, a mile in length, 4 arms, and took away 6 or 7 without attempting to touch any other property, firing repeatedly into houses and at individuals who attempted the least resistance, with a promptitude and apparent discipline that no regular troops could exceed. 2. Yorkshire Luddism petered out amidst arrests, betrayals, threats, and disillusion. Once again, the story was handed down in folklore, as well as disclosed in the trials at York in January 1813. Spies, drafted in from other districts, made several discoveries. A group of Payneites, including a hatter, John Baines, were arrested at Halifax on the charge of administering Luddite oaths. Then Benjamin Walker, a workmate and accomplice of Mellor's, betrayed the secrets of Horsfall's assassination. Other Luddites turned informer to save their own lives. Some of the men who took part in the Rawfolds affair were tracked down. There were other arrests at Barnsley and Holmfirth. In October, Joseph Radcliffe, the magistrate most active in tracking the Luddites down, received a final threat: "I most assuredly will make myself another Bellingham, and I have the pellet made that shall be sent in your heart's blood if I should do it in the house of God." By November the net was closed. At the York Special Commission in January 1813, Mellor and 2 colleagues were found guilty of the assassination of Horsfall, and they were at once executed, while the other trials were still in progress. 15 others were capitally convicted, one only being commuted to transportation for life, for their part in the Rawfolds attack or in arms raids. 6 others, including the old Halifax Democrat, Baines, were sentenced to transportation for 7 years for administering illegal oaths. Had their offence been committed at the end of July 1812, instead of at the beginning, it would have carried the death penalty. Meanwhile, Nottingham and the hosiery districts had been quiet throughout the spring and summer of 1812, in which the Framework Knitters Committee had been attempting to secure the passage of their bill in Parliament. Not one of the leaders of the movement of 1811-12 was ever, with any certainty, convicted. Despite the apparent peace of 1812-13, pressure upon the masters to comply with the stockingers' terms was maintained by anonymous letters and threats of renewed action. George Rowbottom: "This is to inform you that there is not a man in the town of Arnold, Bulwell, Hucknall nor Basford that takes work out unless it is full price, full fashion and proper price and size, and this is to give you notice that if you bring or give any more work out without its is full fashion, full price and proper size, you shall work this frame too with a rope round your neck." There was then a minor recrudescence of Luddism in November and December 1812, but for 2 years the hosiery workers appear to have placed their faith in the action of their union. Then a few scattered attacks resumed, and it seems that some of the hosiery houses actually attempted to provoke frame breaking in order to gain a pretext for acting against the union. 1 When the union had been broken up, and 2 of its officers arrested, attacks became more widespread. In September 1814 a Basford stockinger, James Towell, was arrested for his part in one of the attacks, but at the spring assizes he was acquitted. From the summer of 1816 until the first months of 1817 there was a last phase of Midlands Luddism, which reached an intensity not known since 1811. The most sensational attack was at the considerable factory of Heathcote and Bowden, Loughborough, whose guards were overpowered by masked men with blunderbusses, and whose costly lace machines were destroyed to shouts of, "Ludds, do your duty well. It's a Waterloo job, by God." More than £6,000 worth of damage was done in this one attack. James Towell was once again arrested, this time he was convicted, and, in mid-November, executed. For a month or 2 attacks continued. According to one account, Towell's brother led a gang which was eager to show Jem that they could do something without him. According to other accounts, this final phase of Luddism was the work of 1 or 2 almost professional gangs, who were called in and paid by lodges of the now underground union. In a confession on the morning of his execution, Jem Towell declared that he had never taken any oath of secrecy, nor heard of any being made use of. "They have no particular fund of money, but when any job is intended, or money wanted for any purpose, it is collected among the stockingers or lace hands who happen to be in work at the time. They have no depot of arms. Many of the gang have a pistol or 2 concealed in their houses. When any job is intended, 3 or 4 of the principal people go about to collect hands for it among those whom they know to be well inclined to ludding." But Towell's confession may have been designed to throw his questioners off the scent. Early in 1817 other members of his gang were detected, and in April 1817 6 were executed at Leicester and 2 more sentenced to transportation. One of the condemned men, Thomas Savage, in depositions in the fortnight before execution, declared that in these last phases looting and politics were closely connected. He alleged that there was a colony of refugee Luddites in Calais. 1 He sought to implicate Grosvenor Henson, as the headman of the whole. But his colorful and suspect account did not in fact connect Henson himself at any point with machine breaking. The accusations were that Henson was the initiator of ultra-radical agitation among the stockingers, which culminated in the Hampton Club movement of the winter of 1816-17, and that he had looked forward to a Republican revolution and spoke of attacking the barracks at Nottingham. Whether true or false, Henson was not at liberty to reveal his sympathies when the Pentridge Rising of June took place. 4. In the same week that Savage had made his accusations, Sidmouth had been informed by a Nottingham correspondent that Henson had taken the London mail with the intention of presenting a petition to save the lives of the condemned men. In London he was arrested, and, under the suspension of habeas corpus, held for some months. But long before this time the Luddite movement, as we have defined it here, had come to an end. 2. 6 By order of the trade. Such marchings and counter-marchings, Byron exclaimed in the House of Lords. From Nottingham to Bulwell, from Bulwell to Banford, from Banford to Mansfield. And when at length the detachments arrived at their destination, in all the pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war, they came just in time to witness the mischief which had been done, and returned to their quarters amidst the derision of old women, and the hootings of children. No doubt some of the local leaders of Luddism were among those who were brought to the scaffold. Certainly, both evidence and folk tradition show that George Mellor and Jem Towell were Luddite captains. But to this day Luddism refuses to give up all its secrets. Who were the real instigators? Were there any, or was the movement sparked off spontaneously in one district after another by example? What kind of committees existed in the different districts? Was there any regular communication between them? How far were secret oaths actually administered? What ulterior political or revolutionary aims were held among the Luddites? To all these questions, only the most tentative answer can be given. It should be said, however, that the answers which are generally accepted are not consonant with some of the evidence. The two most important studies of Luddism are those of the Hammonds and of Darvell. The Skilled Laborer is a fine book, but the chapters on Luddism read at times like a brief prepared on behalf of the Whig opposition, and intended to discredit the exaggerated claims made by the authorities as to the conspiratorial and revolutionary aspects of the movement. The role of spies and of agents provocateurs is emphasized to the point where it is suggested that there was no authentic insurrectionary underground and no evidence of delegates passing between the counties. Of oath-taking, the Hammonds declare that on the most liberal interpretation, there is no evidence to show that the oath was widespread, or that it was ever administered except in districts where spies were busy at work. 1 Authentic Luddism was without ulterior aims, and was either a matter of spontaneous riot or an action with strictly limited industrial objectives. F. O. Darvell, in his Popular Disturbances and Public Order in Regency England, follows most of the Hammonds' judgments. There is no evidence whatever, he declares flatly, of any political motives on the part of the Luddites. There is not one single instance in which it can be proved that a Luddite attack was directed towards anything deeper than disputes between masters and men, between workmen and their employers. There was not a single Luddite, against whom a charge of treason was advanced, or could lie. There is no sign, despite the great efforts of the spies to prove such motives, that the Luddites, or indeed any but a few unimportant, unrepresentative, irresponsible agitators, had any large or political designs. Despite the most careful search, no large dumps of arms, such as the spies talked about, were found. No connection could be traced between the disaffected in one district and those in others. The secret committees in the Lancashire towns were of fungoid growth, controlled by spies or by men who made petty sedition their source of income. And of the larger Luddite attacks, it does not appear then there was any more organization in these large mobs than there is in the crowd which carries through a spontaneous college rag. There is nothing whatever other than the uncorroborated testimony of spies to prove the Luddites ever took any secret or illegal oath at all. 1. Caught up in the minutiae of day-to-day reports, phlegmatic officers here, panic-stricken magistrates there, incredibly tortuous stories of espionage in another place, it is possible to doubt the reality of Luddism altogether. But if we stand back from the minutiae for a moment, we shall see that the conclusions of these authorities are as unlikely as the most sensational conspiracy theory of Luddism. Anyone who has conducted a raffle or organized a darts tournament knows that scores of men cannot be assembled at night, from several districts, at a given point, disguised and armed with muskets, hammers, and hatchets, formed into line, mustered by number, marched several miles to a successful attack, to the accompaniment of signal lights and rockets, and all with the organization of a spontaneous college rag. Anyone who knows the geography of the Midlands and North will find it difficult to believe that the Luddites of 3 adjoining counties had no contact with each other. It requires an exercise of mental agility to segregate Luddism in our minds, as a purely industrial movement, totally unconnected with politics, at a time when disaffected Irish were coming in hundreds into Lancashire, and when people celebrated the assassination of the Prime Minister with triumph in the streets. In short, such views of Luddism can be sustained only by a special pleading which exaggerates the stupidity, rancour, and provocative role of the authorities to the point of absurdity, or by an academic failure of imagination, which compartmentalizes and disregards the whole weight of popular tradition. The fact is, there are no sources of evidence as to Luddism's organization which are not in some degree tainted, as the Hammonds and Darville point out. We know only of delegates or of oaths from rumor, or from the stories of spies, or from the magistracy and military, or from confessions of men, condemned to death or in fear of condemnation, and anxious to save their lives. The same is true of Luddism's ulterior aims. But what other kind of evidence could there be? Every prisoner automatically becomes subject to duress, every informer at once becomes a spy. We may take oaths as an example. If there is little evidence of oaths being taken by Midland Luddites, there may be a reason for this. The main phase of Midland frame breaking ended in February 1812. It was only in that month that frame breaking became a capital felony. Yorkshire and Lancashire Luddism commenced in the knowledge that detection meant death. It is therefore likely that some oath of secrecy will have been taken. In July 1812 oath-taking, for felonious purposes, was also made a capital offence. Rumour has it that in Yorkshire oaths continued to be administered until the end of the year. But when Luddism recommenced in the Midlands in 1814 to 1816, it is again likely that the small groups engaged will not have wanted to add the extra capital risk involved in the additional offence. 2 of the batches of prisoners tried at the York Assizes in January 1813 were convicted for administering oaths. One case, that of Baines and the Halifax Democrats, is highly suspicious. They were convicted on the evidence of 2 professional spies, of notoriously bad character, drafted in especially from Manchester for the purpose, and there is good reason to believe that the case was a frame-up. Both the Hammonds and Darville imply that the other case, that of a weaver at Barnsley, was equally suspect, and the work of a professional spy. 1 But this is not quite the case. The informer, Thomas Broughton, was a Barnsley weaver and a Freemason, who volunteered information for reasons which are unclear, and who swore a deposition before 2 Sheffield magistrates in August 1812. According to this, he had joined a secret committee of 5 Barnsley weavers earlier in the year. They had twisted in 200 in Barnsley, mainly weavers, but including 2 publicans, a hatter and a gardener. His duties were to attend meetings, collect money, and correspond with other committees. Barnsley was regarded as a new and weak centre, the main strength being in Sheffield and Leeds. Great boasts were made in Luddite circles, of 8,000 twisted in Sheffield, 7,000 in Leeds, 450 in Holmfirth. Delegates were sent to meetings in Manchester, Stockport, and Ashton. In Halifax the Luddites met as dissenters under the cloak of religion. Many of the Luddites were also members of the militia. The Luddites have in view ultimately to overturn the system of government, by revolutionizing the country. Broughton himself had attended a delegate meeting at Ashton, where another delegate told him the first signal would be an attack on the Houses of Parliament. If the revolution succeeded, Major Cartwright and Burdett were expected to join it. He had received 10d, as expenses for acting as delegate. Point 2. Like many other such depositions, it is next to impossible to sort out truth and falsehood from this. But 2 points can be made. The first is that Broughton appears to have been a bona fide informer, that is, a man who had been an authentic Luddite and had turned traitor. The second is that in the case brought forward at York on Broughton's evidence, against John Eden, one of the Barnsley Committee, not one word of this deposition was cited. The prosecution sought only to bring evidence to prove the administering of an illegal oath. I of my own free will and accord declare and solemnly swear that I will never reveal to an person or persons any thing that may lead to discovery of the same either in or by word, sign or action as may lead to a discovery under the penalty of being sent out of this world by the first brother that may meet me. Furthermore I do swear that I will punish by death a traitor or traitors should there arise up amongst us. I will pursue with unceasing vengeance, should he fly to the verge of statute. I will be just true, sober and faithful in all my dealings with all my brothers, so help God to keep this my oath inviolated. Amen. Point 1. On the face of it, the oath has an authentic ring. Point 2. But the point here is to examine a little further the motives of authority. Britain's rulers were callous and indifferent to the working people, but Britain was not a police state. There were magistrates and officers, the Rev. Hammond Roberson or Colonel Fletcher of Bolton, whose hatred of Luddism was obsessional, and who, like Naden, the notorious deputy constable of Manchester, would stop short at no violence or trick to secure a conviction. And yet there was still another kind of public opinion to contend with. Earl Fitzwilliam, the Whig Lord Lieutenant of the West Riding, was a man of temperate disposition who was later to lose his lieutenancy as a result of his public protest about Peterloo, and who is unlikely to have licensed actual provocations. The judge, in several Luddite cases in the Midlands, Mr. Justice Bailey, was strongly assailed for his leniency. In a more important case in Manchester, in the summer of 1812, the jury refused to convict 38 radical reformers whom Naden had tried to frame for Luddite oath administration. Law officers were well aware that conviction was not automatic. Point 3. In these years, moreover, the government was hated by the working people and actively disliked by many of the middle class. Even if, on the basis of such depositions as that of Broughton, the law officers had advised that a prosecution for treason might be instituted, it was not in the interests of the authorities to proceed in this manner. Suspicion that they were acting mainly out of political motives would have inflamed public opinion. It was their business to limit prosecution to overt criminal acts, frame breaking and night attacks, the robbery of arms, oath-taking. Such depositions as those of Broughton were, anyway, poor material for the law courts, especially when the defense might engage the services of counsel such as Brougham. They rested upon unconfirmed reports of revolutionary rhetoric, meetings with delegates from other districts who generally were unnamed or acted under a pseudonym, obvious exaggerations and highly improbable suggestions, such as the claims that Cartwright, Whitbread, or Burdett would lead the revolution.